field line. It's just fair. It ricochets into the corner. 1 run is home. 2 runs are home. A double for Luis Matos. 5-2 Giants.
Oh, baby. How sweet it is. John Miller, who joined the Roast Friday. Shasky, you missed it. We got 3 questions in. We went 30 minutes with John Miller. Off of 3 questions, but you know what? It's all good because
Sam,
he was
smile.
waxing poetic.
Sorry, I'm yelling at Sam.
Yeah, why is he not smiling right now?
Because the Giants just swept the Dodgers.
No, but why is he not smiling?
I don't know.
No, you know why? Because Sam is business as usual. He's staying the course. It's just another day in the life for the Orange and Black as they go to Hollywood and steal the show. And to say good morning to everybody on the best day of the week on Monday. You know I love Mondays. It's good to be back on the roast. I hope everybody had a great Father's Day.
Yes.
Grandpas, everybody. Just say I hope it was just a great day.
Happy Father's
great
Day to
weekend.
you guys.
Thank
You
you,
and
thank
Joey
you, Spadoni. You know, happy Father's Day to everybody stepping up for kids that they came into the relationship and they came in from a prior relationship and they were stepping up and being a dad. I love that stuff. But it was just a great weekend all around for the Giants. We had the U.S. Open. We got news with the Golden State Warriors. But good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Everybody graduating. Everybody learning the game of golf. I went out to the driving range in San Bruno Saturday with Big Dog and Wet. And I'm telling you, Shasky. Dude, Shasky, I'm telling you, the U.S. Open, the 3rd round was on my screen the entire day. Yesterday, it was on the screen the entire day, and the Giants were on the iPad.
Ooh.
Nah, I can't believe I did that, but I was locked into the U.S. Open.
You were missing Brandon Crawford coming through clutch on multiple nights?
Again, they were on the iPad.
Wow.
So I was locked in on both.
By the way, LA Country Club. I want to go just a brief. I would shoot at 150 on that course. That place looks like a butt kicker. It's gorgeous.
I want to ask you because I went through golf Twitter. It's a new experience.
Yeah.
I just typed in U.S. Open, and it's a little weird.
So who were you following?
I was just looking at random tweets. I don't know who was what. Yeah, I don't know the big shots to insiders for golf or whatnot.
So no laying up would be like the equivalent of. It would be like their own version of Barstool for golf.
Okay, gotcha.
And they're kind of like the hip guys. I'm not big on them.
Okay.
But a lot of people love them.
Well, I was just watching it, and just you see the road right through. You see Lionel Richie's mansion on hole 4. You got the Playboy mansion on what was it?
And the peacocks.
Yeah, the peacocks and everything. But it's just a beautiful course. However, some of the golf experts, like my guy Christian over there at the golf spot, they're talking about never have the U.S. Open there again because the fairways are too wide.
I know.
And you don't have a lot of fan interaction. And I saw a lot of tweets like that. And I was, I'm a novice when it comes to this golf stuff. So I'm sitting there thinking, I kind of like this course. And then you got the one hole. What hole was it where you could hit your tee shot and you may hit somebody on their tee shot? What was that, 8 or 9 or whatever it was? Over. Yeah, exactly. So
a lot of blind shots.
Yeah, a lot of blind shots. So a lot of people complained about the course. I liked it. I thought it was beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
Once the clouds cleared in L.A., it's like, wow, this is gorgeous,
I know,
man.
with the skyline in the background.
Oh,
yes,
really cool. Absolutely. And my boy Ricky Fowler, man, I started pulling for him, and Spadoni was on it. As soon as he bogeyed out 18, I was like, oh, no.
How about Wyndham Clark with the club twirl Saturday night as he stuffed one on 18? I said, oh my God.
Yeah, he has some swagger.
Saucy.
He has some swagger to him. He has some swagger. So he won his first ever major, second PGA Tour win for Wyndham Clark. He wins at 10 under. Rory McIlroy, 9 under. I know you love Rory McIlroy.
I do not love Rory McIlroy.
I know you love Rory.
I find him to be one of the fakest people in sports.
He comes up short again.
I'm not surprised. You hear about that? He got a new endorsement yesterday.
From who?
Chick-fil-A. They're both not open on Sundays.
Oh, that's
Spadoni, jaw dropped.
That's good
jaw
material.
Dropped.
That's good material.
You didn't see that one coming, huh?
That is not bad. That's not bad.
Let me start here.
You probably saved a lot of material too because you're off on Friday.
I got tons.
I had Alice Downs in here. Alice Downs thought he was cooking. I said all you were doing was burning down the kitchen.
Yeah, come on.
Alice Downs did a great job Friday. We
Anybody
love
can
Alice.
cook bacon, Alan. Come on. It takes a real chef to make a real 5-course meal. All right, Bonte, I want to start right here. Giants-Dodgers. All right. Obviously, the Dodgers, everyone, they're not dead. They're not done. They've got 2 Hall of Fame players. They're going to make moves. It is a transition year for them. I don't believe them to be as deep or as talented across the board as they've been in years past. They've lost a lot of talent. They don't have much pitching. Their best guy, Walker Buehler, who if you were just putting guys on the open market in terms of talent, he's right there with Mookie Betts. In terms of everyone in the league would want him. So just put them to the side for a second. Luis Matos. I'm not saying this flippantly, and I'm not saying this as some sort of a hot take. I'm just taking a deep breath, and I'm saying to myself, this feels early on like one of the best prospects. Now, a prospect and a player are 2 different things, all right? What you develop into, I don't know. But in terms of raw prospects, it feels like they've got a guy who's got more tools than anyone since Buster Posey. Now, if I were looking at Buster Posey as a prospect, smartest brain on the planet, great hitter, plus power behind the plate in terms of the positional power, obviously the contact. Can't run, but the arm and the glove are elite. I mean, he was a toolsy type of a player. Everyone would want him in the league. Matos in the outfield, plus speed, plus range. The ability to hit the cut, has a plus arm, glides out there. I mean, he tracks a fly ball, just gliding. He made 2 plays at the wall that were like, wow, this guy's got it. And then at the plate, he conducts his at-bat like he's a 5-year veteran, hitting breaking balls on 3-2 counts down the line, driving the ball. Now, I don't know if his power is going to translate from the minor league to the majors. We'll see. We'll see about that. Bonte, he's as toolsy as a prospect as they've had in what feels like 25 years.
Well, again, I like the fact that he doesn't look overwhelmed. This guy got called up, and right away they batted him second. I love that. If this guy's a prospect and you believe he's going to be on your big league club for the foreseeable future, then forget the pressure. Go ahead and bat first. Go ahead and bat second. Bat third. And if you can't handle that pressure, then you don't belong in the major leagues. It's just that simple. You see him batting them 5th, 6th, 2nd. And I like that.
Me too.
He walked into Dodger Stadium and the swagger. You know, I'm looking for the swagger at first with that number 29. The jersey's a little loose. He's getting down and dirty. He's got a nice smile. He's got a calmness in the box. I like everything about the kid. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be a superstar. I'm not saying he's going to be here for 15 years. But you know what? He ain't seeing Sacramento anytime soon with the way he's playing. The glove, the way he's playing, and the veterans wrapping their arms around him. You already see Thairo Estrada. This is why Wilber Flores. You know, I know there's been a lot of rhetoric about Wilber Flores. You know, you don't need him.
2-run home run Friday night.
You know what, though? And it looked like he was about to go on the IL for a month. That same at bat. You know what I'm saying? The guy, and I mean, wow, the guy hits a 2-run bomb, and you're like, wait a minute, they're down 4-0. Wait, they won that game on Friday? To set the tone for a series. So now you're rattling and winning games. But my point about Thairo Estrada, keep a guy like Wilber Flores around him. Because a guy like Wilber coming from a background like a Thairo Estrada, you teach him the way to be a professional. That's what it's about. So I don't know if they're going to win a World Series. I don't know if they're going to win a division. But for Casey Schmidt, Brendan Crawford's very important.
I agree.
Right? Patrick Bailey, okay, you got a Gabe Kapler there, but Patrick Bailey carries himself like a veteran. I'm not sure if he needs anybody. He's already there.
He's wise beyond his years.
Exactly. But for Thairo Estrada, Luis Matos, keep a guy like Estrada and Wilmer Flores around him, wrap their arms around him, so when he does slump, hey, we're here for you, kid. We've been here before. This is what the show is about. This is how you be a pro. This is how you conduct yourself. So I think the Giants had the perfect mix of veterans and youngsters here, and now you're starting to see the vibe.
I know.
Now you're starting to see the vibe, and they've won 7 in a row.
I want to get to Logan Webb in a second because he's been outstanding, but I want to stick on Matos here for a second. You brought up the vibe. How about the defense? When you put Conforto in left, Matos in center field, and then Yaz in right field.
I like that defense.
That's like their best defense in 25 or 30 years. No, I'm serious. Like outfield defense, all those guys got range. Conforto's arm's decent. Obviously, Yaz, I think, has the best arm on the team right now, as of right now. And Matos has a plus arm. He hit the cutoff 3 times this weekend. I'm like, all right, here we go. Now we're doing things. So I just look at defense, and I go, their defense from just a year ago is way better. Estrada's better. J.D. Davis is better. Dare I say Lamont Wade Jr. is an upgrade over Brandon Belt in terms of mobility at first base?
Lamont Wade
no one wants to have that conversation.
No, we don't need to. Just let Lamont Wade Jr. grow at first base. He is cooking. He's cooking at the plate. He's cooking it in the field. Lamont Wade Jr. is having one hell of a summer. Oh, my gosh. I can't get enough of late night Lamont. I really can't. But before we get to Logan Webb, We talk about the weekend down at Dodger Stadium, and it starts off for Friday night, and you're thinking, damn,
what a
they're getting
game.
smoked 4-0.
Getting no
you know
hit.
what I'm saying? You get no hit, no life in the stand. I mean, you're just getting smoked. The Dodgers are outclassing these guys, and I could already see the tweets. I could already see the text. Boy, we're just not in Dodgers class. We're not this and that. Let's just wait it out for a second. And then Flores gets a 2-run home run in the 7th inning. Now, the Dodgers bullpen's a mess. Worst bullpen in June. They are a joke. They are a terror. They've been terror sneak. That's been their weak spot over the last 5 years. Let's just be honest. That's been their weakness.
I agree.
They haven't fixed that. And then to win that game and rally behind Camilo Duvall, my guy blows the save.
Dropped a ball, a pop fly in the infield. It's a tough
that's
play.
a crazy play.
And then Schmidt throws it down the line, and you get into a rundown.
But Yaz making a heads-up play and walking that ball back to the infield. That was heads-up play by Yastrzemski.
And honestly, that's one of the few times that Mookie Betts has made a gaffe. Like, he should not have gone second to third there.
Yep, no doubt.
He kind of screwed up that whole play.
No doubt. But you win that game on Friday. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, what's the more impressive win? Is it Friday night? Is it the 15-0 slaughter on Saturday?
I've never seen anything like that.
Or was it yesterday when the Giants went into Dodger Stadium on a Sunday and said, we're going to sweep you boys?
You know what
no problem.
The 15-0 loss reminded me of?
What's that?
When they paraded all over them at the end of the year, that one year when
the
they won
last game for Hunter Pence when he went on a scooter around, and I didn't like that, but they got beat, what,
But didn't that
18-0?
remind you of that? Like, I can't remember us getting the best of the Dodgers in that way. I remember them doing it. I remember they did it to Solomon Torres, final day of the year, 1993. They did it when the final Hunter Pence game, even though he came back.
What about when they jumped into the swimming pool in Arizona? Remember that one? That was the worst home shutout loss in Dodgers history.
That's crazy.
Is that wild?
It's crazy.
15-0.
And Friday night could have easily gone in like 4 or 5 directions. Mookie Betts made a diving play to his left to preserve the no-hitter. And that's the other thing. Like, and I know it's a guy's first start. If you've ever been in the other dugout when someone is dealing, I don't care if it's a 1-hitter, a 2-hitter, a no-hitter. The second you take that guy out, even if you're bringing in Christy Mathewson out of the bullpen, you know what the entire dugout says, Monte? Thank God we get to see someone different. And once they went to the bullpen, I was like, we're winning this one. Classic Dave Roberts and the spreadsheets overthinking it.
Takes me back to the National Giants when they took out Zimmerman. It's like, why?
Dusty.
Why? Dusty, poor Dusty.
I mean, it was Dusty.
Was that Dusty?
I think it was Dusty. Or maybe Matt Williams. It was Matt Williams.
Matt Williams.
I knew it was a Giants connection.
Don't put that on. I forgot Matt Williams.
And then I believe it was Posey. Either Posey was the runner or Pablo was the runner. The other guy was the hitter, and they hit a line. It was 2-1, and he hit a ball down the line, and they scored in the ninth. And that was the 18-inning game.
That was a great that night.
I watched that in Reno during a wedding.
Wow. I was doing a podcast, and I was at that other station all day long. My boy Cody Pasby ran the board for that game all 18 innings.
Wow.
My boy Big Cody. But no, the 15-0 win. That was the largest margin of victory over the Dodgers for the Giants since a 19-3 win back on September 14th of 2013. 2013, first sweep down at Dodger Stadium since 2012.
I don't even remember
So
that
it feels like watching the Dodgers, they're not in first place anymore. They're not even in second place. The Giants took that over.
They're not dead, though.
They're not dead at all. They're going to make moves.
I agree.
But this feels like maybe that last little hurrah for this core for the Dodgers. Losing Trey Turner's huge for them. I mean, they just let him walk. And he's not having a great season, but you put him in that lineup, I guarantee you he's batting over 300.
Well, Bonte, let's look at what the Dodgers have done here. Like, they let Justin Turner go. Makes sense. He's older. They let Corey Seager go a couple years ago. They let Trey Turner go. They've allowed. They had Machado. Remember, they got him for a rental. They let him go. He goes to a division rival. They've lost a lot of talent. They lost Jansen. Jansen's kind of rejuvenated himself, you know. And I look at their team and I say to myself, like, you can't lose that much talent over a 3-year period and expect to be better.
No, you can't.
No one wants to talk about this.
And Walker Buehler out.
No one wants to talk about this. The Trevor Bauer signing. Like, I know Trevor Bauer's a horrible person, but as a baseball player, he was very good.
Yeah.
And he was supposed to be someone that was supposed to put Kershaw in the 3-hole. They were supposed to go Walker Buehler, Bauer, Kershaw.
And then Urias.
Or Urias, exactly. But, like, That's a big loss.
Huge.
In terms of baseball. He's a bad human being.
He is.
But they marked out a lot of money for him, and a lot of teams lined up to get Trevor Bauer. So some things have happened to the Dodgers
Gavin
here.
Lux, somebody on the text
Gavin
line
Lux
here.
is a
Gavin
great
Lux is
call.
a huge
Totally
injury.
forgot about that.
480. Gavin Lux was legit.
That's a good call.
Comcast Business Text Line. We say good morning to
Good
them.
call.
We say good morning to Twitch. Good morning to YouTube. Man, I'm liking the vibe with the Giants right now. We'll get into whether or not they need to move.
Does he remind you, and I'm not saying that he is this guy, because we're talking about Hall of Famer, but in terms of like the skill set, doesn't he kind of have like the Andrew Jones, the Mookie Betts skill set? I'm not the biggest guy in the world. I am a great defender. I put bat on ball. I can run. Like, I can do a little bit of everything.
I want to see a little more from him.
Okay.
I want to see a little more from him. The calmness kind of reminds me of Bobby Abreu for some reason.
That's an interesting
weird.
Call. Wow,
it's
I haven't
so
heard
weird
Bobby Abreu forever.
From the left side. Just I don't know, man. He's got the smile.
There.
You know, the batter eye is there. But Logan Webb gets the win yesterday. Let's go. But you know what? Before we get to Logan Webb, before we get into the sweep,
because
dive deeper into it. Of course, we got some Warrior stuff. Will Draymond Green opt out of his deal? And is Draymond Green worth $30 million a year? Because that's what he's looking for, folks. $30 million a year for Draymond Green. You in or out on that?
I'm looking for a home in the Presidio for $500,000. Things that won't happen for $500, Joe.
But I got to go out to Hayward, to our main man, the truck driver of them all. It's Ron and Hayward. Ron actually had the gall to call his show after his boys got swept and mollywopped down at Dodger Stadium. Ron, we're not going to see you until September again, so you got to sit on this one. You got to wear it, Ron.
Hey, what's up, man? What's up?
What's up,
What's up, Big Ron? Happy Father's Day if you're a father, or to your father as well. Hope you had a good weekend.
Yeah, I'm one. But listen here, man. I'm listening to y'all. I'm listening to KCBS, all y'all just clowning and laughing and joking, which is fine. I mean, hey, it's only been one series. So don't start that pre-clowning ejaculation, because all y'all do is just end up shooting blank. You did it with the Niners against the Rams. You did it against with your Warriors against my Lakers. And now you're doing it with your Giants against my Dodgers. It's just one series. It's June.
We're taking it easy. We're taking it easy.
June.
Hey, Ron.
This
the ship is
June.
sinking down.
You guys beat us. Hey, I give you that. You beat us. We're hurting right now.
Hurting bad.
We're hurting. We're hurting, but we're going to bounce back.
What's the biggest loss?
Payback is a Beal.
Rob, what's the biggest difference from this year to years past for the Dodgers? They feel different to me.
Well, I'll tell you what's different. One thing, our bullpen is shot.
Yes.
Okay, we don't have the starters that should be in there. Like you mentioned it. You said Bueller is out.
Mm-hmm.
May is out.
Yeah.
Kershaw, he's going through some things. So I mean, but like I said, we're gonna bounce back. Don't count us out now.
No, we won't. We will not. We will not. Hey, Ron, we will not count you out. We will not count you out. We respect the Dodgers, but man,
we're gonna see you again.
No, we won't see you
again. Like I said, I give you props. You took the series, okay?
Hey, no, we didn't. The Giants didn't take the series. They swept you guys.
Woo!
I mean, they swept you guys, Ron.
Same
I mean,
thing.
they shut you out 15-0 Saturday. Worst home loss in Dodger history. They didn't just beat you. They killed you. They may have killed your mojo. It may have took your soul
but I mean,
2023.
If you want to get pushed to shove, how many times have we done that to y'all over the years?
Hey, man, we don't think about the past, man. We're looking forward, baby.
Yeah,
sports always evolves, man. We ain't looking behind us, Ron. Hey, Ron, happy Father's Day. Good. Thanks for calling us, man. We love you.
Look, I'm a Dodger fan with balls, so I'm gonna call in.
Oh yeah, I know. Hey, well, we don't play. They don't play again. They don't play again until September 21st. September 21st is the next time the Giants and Dodgers.
Hey, look here. All y'all doing is keeping second spot warm for us. That's all you're doing.
Oh, y'all playing for second now?
2 years ago, you guys won the NL West by one game. I remember you, Bonte, and my man next to you, he running out on the streets, almost lose his job, acting crazy. You remember all of that?
Oh yeah, we all. Well, the fans won't let us forget it.
Yeah, that one hurt.
We try to forget it, but people won't let us forget it.
We're up against it, Rob. We got to go. Thank you, though.
All right, this segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game sponsored by S.E. Johnson Raid. We got a lot more on the Giants. We got some NBA stuff. Bradley Beal to the Phoenix Suns. Bradley Beal. You know what, Shasky? That doesn't move me whatsoever.
Really?
Oh,
Not even a little?
No. Not even a little. Not even a little bit. It's all about what the Warriors are doing. What are they going to do? If Draymond Green opts out, 888-957-9570. If he opts out, are you willing to give him $30 million per season? $30 million per. That's what we're talking about here. That's coming up on the roast.
This can't keep your loved ones protected.
2-2. Betts a pop-up on the infield. Who wants it? Schmidt hustling in from third, and he dropped it. And then Junis picked it up and threw it away. Oh, my goodness. Betts is going to... Now the Dodgers will have two at third. Yastrzemski throws to Crawford. They've got Mookie in a rundown. They're going to throw home. Patrick Bailey will flip to Junis, who tags out Bush. Betts ends up at third, and that's one of the craziest plays in the history of the game. Oh, my goodness. The Giants got bailed out. Casey Schmidt dropped the pop-up, and then all hell broke loose.
I'm a Dodger fan.
I'm a Dodger fan with balls.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph, what's happening, baby? Happy Father's Day to you. Happy Father's Day to anybody out there, everybody out there. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Summertime's been really fun. It's been a really good start to the summer here on the Morning Roast.
Really
we love our roaster. Oh, you missed Uncle Gene. He came by.
I know, I saw that.
Uncle Gene.
Tucked in cell shirt.
Tucked in sale shirt. And let me tell you,
cell shirt.
this thing that this thing we got going every Friday. Alex in Atlanta was in town. I said, dude, come by the studio. And we've all agreed to it. It's like last 5 minutes on a Friday during the summer, we're going to have somebody come in. Tyler Miller threw a hissy fit. We got our boy Tyler in, but he represented hard.
I got a text from Tyler on Saturday.
Oh, boy. What'd he say?
Look at our Giants.
Look at our Giants.
With flame emojis.
Oh, my God. He's out of control. But Tyler came in here and did a great job. I love Tyler. We always see him at the Gatehouse. He represents the roast harder than many, probably than anybody out there. He lives and dies with the roast. Then we brought Uncle Gene in.
Yes.
And Uncle Gene came in. Pip Gene, Uncle Gene, you name it. He came in. Money. I mean, the bar just gets set higher and higher and higher. So, like, the guest this Friday, whoever it is, you got to step your game up, man, because these guys are bringing it. Uncle Gene came in with the tucked-in shirt, man, the Warriors hat. He had a lot of fun, man. Uncle Gene was really cool, man. It was great. He missed you. He wished he was here, but it was good to have Alex Townsend. Yeah, no doubt. I'm sure you will.
Speaking of making it up, real quick, I want to get into Logan Webb. Do you know that he's gone 5 innings in every single start? Now, that may not seem like some crazy thing, but for this roster and this team, it is huge. It is huge. He has tied, there's a guy for the Astros. He has tied this guy for the Astros for the most appearances through 7 innings.
Is it Christian Javier or is it Hunter Brown? Framber Valdez.
Yeah, yes, thank you. They both have 8 appearances. That's 7 full innings.
Yep.
8 times they've done that, which leads Major League Baseball. So you're looking at a guy who's approaching 100 innings pitched right now as a starting pitcher in Logan Webb. I just look. He is the definition of the modern workhorse.
He is, and he didn't have his best stuff yesterday. He gave up 8 hits. He walked a couple batters. He only struck out 5. But you know what? He had a lead. He pitched to his lead, and he went out there and dealt. Gonsolin got touched up. He got touched up in the middle innings there, and that's 4th and 5th inning. And so the Giants were able to put him away. But Logan Webb did enough. And I think him as a bulldog, I've been very impressed with Logan Webb after those first 3 starts.
Yeah.
Because he's got to go up against the aces of the other team.
Absolutely.
You got to go mano-a-mano with these guys. And you know what? He had a hell of a road trip in St. Louis and L.A.
I know.
I'll take that all day long. They picked him up in St. Louis. He picked it up big time yesterday. I got no problem with Logan Webb. Now, you know, if he can have a couple more good starts before the All-Star break, he puts himself in the conversation for maybe getting an All-Star bid. I still believe it's a long shot, but he's got to put together. This week is huge for him. He's got the Diamondbacks on Friday.
Well, that's the team to beat. And it's funny how the two of us kind of identified them toward the end of last year.
Heck, 2 years ago.
I mean, we were like, they're building a little something here. Corbin Carroll is going to be in the MVP conversation the rest of the summer.
Zach Gallen.
Zach Allen's a baller.
I mean, they got dudes over there. So the Diamondbacks are humming right now. We're going to see them this weekend. And then you get the pesky Padres, who I think found some life against Tampa Bay over the weekend.
I'm not ready to stick a fork in them.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Fernando Tatis Jr. has been making plays in right field.
See what he's batting in June? He's batting like 400, 440 or something like that.
They may not all get along, but he's balling.
Look, they just won 3 straight series, let me say.
His transition to right field is much better than I thought.
Look at what they've done. They won 2 or 3 against the Rockies, all right? They won 2 or 3 against the Guardians at home. They won 2 or 3 against the Tampa Bay Rays. Now they're coming up here a game out of 500, filling themselves, and the bats are starting to swing. So you can't sleep on the Padres, especially with Alex Cobb going on the IL. What are you going to get out of Alex Wood? Brebria, I heard you on the pregame show.
It's a big loss.
As the opener, has been money for the Giants. It's a sneaky loss for this team.
Do you know he was on pace for over 150 innings?
Yeah.
That's starter status.
It's insane.
I mean, it's kind of crazy.
It's kind of crazy,
They've
but you know
used
what?
him a lot, and him going on the IL is a big deal.
It's a big deal. So now the depth. And DeSclafani. Which DeSclafani are you going to get? They picked him up in that when they swept the Cardinals in that game to getaway day.
He did not look good.
He was awful. He didn't make it through 4.
I know.
What is he going to give you in this Padres series?
Well, I guess this goes maybe back to Harrison, who's the guy in AAA, the lefty, the number 1 lefty-handed prospect. I just don't think he's ready yet. And I'm basing that off like innings pitched and like the game logs. I'm not seeing him. I'm not pretending to watch these games. I'm just reading. And I'm saying like, look, if there's one area that I do believe the Giants deserve the benefit of the doubt, it's the pitching. Have they been perfect? No. But they've been really good in terms of assessing pitching. I thought that they kind of overplayed their hand this year. I think they were more confident in the collection of starters that they had to start the season than I was, and that's proven to be inaccurate. Like, they were wrong, and we were probably a little more right on that. But overall, they assess pitching well. And if they're telling you Harrison's not ready, I'm kind of with them.
He's not ready.
I'm kind of with them.
They have done a good job under Farhan in evaluating pitching and starting pitching and knowing which arm to go to. I still can't believe it. In a 3-game series at Dodger Stadium, that's the most runs the Giants have scored. 29 runs over the weekend at Dodger Stadium. It's just unbelievable what they did.
Do you believe in run differential as a good number or no?
I'm not big on that because it could get skewed with the lopsided.
Like a 15-0 game.
You know what I'm saying?
So,
I'm not the biggest run differential guy.
All right, well, I'm just going to give you run differential in the National League, okay? There's one team that's by far and away the best.
Braves.
Plus 100 for the Atlanta Braves. Everybody else in the NL East is negative, and I'm talking big time.
Yeah.
NL Central, the only team that's plus,
the Cubs.
the Chicago Cubs.
Yep.
And then you go down to the San Francisco Giants division, the NL West, and you got Arizona's a plus 25. The Giants are at plus 48, plus 42 for the Dodgers, plus 24 for San Diego. It tells me I think the best teams are coming out of the NL West right now.
The NL West is a gauntlet right now.
For this year.
Yeah, the NL West is a gauntlet.
I don't believe the plus 48 for the Giants as a I don't think that's a true indication of who they are. But you get where I'm going with this?
But dude,
I do think they're a good team, not a great team.
They've won, 9 straight on the road?
Yes.
7 straight overall. 7 games over 500.
They're
playing their
team.
best baseball. And I think the youth infusion has helped them.
I agree with you.
It stepped it up. Conforto's playing well. J.D. Davis.
I love Conforto.
J.D. Davis. What a trade that was. We laughed at it.
He hits bombs.
It was an afterthought. The Grand Slam Saturday to bust that game wide open. You hear him on the call.
I know.
The 9-0 lead. I'm just like, oh my gosh, look at the handshakes and look at the swagger dripping from the orange and black. So you got some dudes who are playing well. Austin Slater. You got to get a guy credit.
He's always ready to go when they need him. And then Crawford's hitting like 325 over the last couple weeks.
The days off helps him.
That's a good point.
The days off helps him.
That's a really good point.
It helps him, and he stays in the field. And again, having him around Casey Schmidt. I don't want Casey. I know there was talks last week. Maybe Casey Schmidt needs to go back down. Maybe.
Well, his arm, who knows? I hope he's okay. Got hit in the forearm yesterday.
I hope he's okay too. But keep this guy in the big league club.
He
needs to soak everything he can away from Brandon Crawford.
A big hit Friday night
Huge.
into the gap, which was a really nice play, and he beat it out. The commercial, the Brandon Crawford, I think it's a Philly cheesesteak commercial. Mm-hmm. Have you seen that one where there's no music, no sound, and it's just him biting into food? Have you seen that one?
Nuh-uh. The Philly cheesesteak shop.
Yes.
Yeah. I saw it for the first time over the weekend.
Yeah, and I know like YouTube has a bunch of those things where people and they're like eating. It's a bad commercial for him.
Yeah.
It reminds me a little of the Zion Sprite commercial with all the snacks in front of him. I wouldn't have approved that one if I was maybe representing him.
Yeah. You got to get what you got to get.
I mean, he's taking huge bites into Philly cheesesteaks, onion rings, back and forth, and it's that like when you eat into it, the sound, the crunch that the food and everything makes. Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
I'm just saying.
Who was the lefty that used to be in those commercials before?
Alex Dickerson.
Alex Dickerson.
Dickerson, yeah.
Think of how far we've come.
We've come a long way.
Alex
Crawford's
Dickerson.
a legend, man. Matos, the swagger he has still, man. At Dodger Stadium, that's all I was waiting for. They called him up before. Of course, he played that game in St. Louis. But the way he walked into that box at Dodger Stadium with that 29 and it's hanging, it's a little loose, and he's got I love everything about the kid.
Oh, he's fun.
I'm liking his team. I told you before you left, I said, I like where the Giants are at. I'm all in.
His wristband game is on point.
It is. But look, I want to get into this before we shift to basketball. We got Bomani Jones coming up at 8:30. Bomani Jones, you know who he is. You see him all over ESPN, Around the Horn, the Right Time podcast, the Game Theory with Bomani on HBO Max. We're going to talk to him at 8:30 about the NBA, what's going on here with Bradley Beal going to Phoenix, Chris Paul going to Washington. They're probably going to buy him out. What are the Warriors going to do? We got so much stuff going on here. But the Giants, and we could touch on this on the other side, Shasky. I don't want them to do anything right now. Just stay the course.
Okay.
Let's see what this looks like after June. Again, I want to get through June. Diamondbacks, Pods, Blue Jays, Mets, you got it all. Let's see what happens when they go into July and see if the Giants are the real deal Holyfield here before they make any moves here. But I do want to touch on that on the other side before we transition to basketball. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by
When does that crack come into play for you?
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
B, I love that you're into golf.
I'm locked in. Anna gave me a nice little Father's Day present. Baby Ches and Anna, they made me cupcakes. They bought me this golf set. Yeah, cupcakes, right?
I love it.
Shh, don't tell anybody it's
Really cute.
SOTA, weightloss.com. They made me cupcakes, man.
Protein cupcakes.
Protein cupcakes.
Hey, my guy
There's a lot of
Guru
protein.
looking amazing.
Guru
on
is
the
looking
soda
amazing.
diet.
He is looking great. He was down in Texas yesterday. He's feeling himself. He was in Frisco, Texas.
By the way,
the Dallas Cowboys
Goo,
facility.
Stop sending me and everyone in your contact list the same Instagram posts.
Oh, my God.
Jesus.
I kind of like it. I kind of like it.
I forget that he's such an old man.
Yeah, he is the OG. He is the OG on Facebook, posting everything. Every time I look on Facebook, somebody posts there's a Daryl the Guru Johnson like. Like, how much time were you spending on social media, Goo? Come on. But his family
feel like
look good.
I'm better than you.
His family look good. His family look good, man. Down in East Texas, man. Shout out to Guru, man. He'll be back, I think, later in the week as he's at his family reunion. Talking some Giants here. And the Giants sweep the Dodgers. They scored 29 runs over the 3-game set. Shut them out 15-0 Saturday. Worst home loss for the Dodgers since they were in Brooklyn.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's just insane.
That's crazy.
They swept them for the first time since 2012. And Luis Matos has come up. So far, 4 hits and 12 at-bats. He looks the part, though. He scored 7 runs already with the Giants. He's crossed the plate 7 times already in just 4 games. That is unbelievable. 17 plate appearances. I can't wait till he starts running a base pass. Can't wait till he starts stealing bases. But you could bat this guy 2nd, 5th, 6th.
Yeah, he's plug and play.
He's plug and play. He can drive in runs.
Yeah.
He can set the table
He's
for
21.
you. But, you can't move Lamont Wade Jr. out the leadoff spot because
No.
late night Lamont is back, baby.
Yeah, he is.
We don't give him enough love.
No.
Late night Lamont had a lost year in 2022. We thought maybe 2021 was a fluke. Maybe. He's playing with the chip on the shoulder right now.
You know who if I were to do a cross-sport analogy, you know what he reminds me of? He reminds me so much of whether it's Kevon Looney, whether it's Jimmy Ward, somebody that showed a little, and then we were like, and then maybe some injuries or confidence completely shaken or switching positions or whatever, and now come back and I'm like, I can't envision what they're going to do without this guy for the foreseeable future.
This guy's got me all the way back in. I mean, this guy is playing well. Look at what he's doing. Look at what his
on-base percentage is unbelievable.
The on-base is on, but in May, he bats .292. In June, he's batting .306 so far through 13 games. All right? And now the power number's a little down. He's got 9 home runs on the season, but I don't care about that.
He's been a great leadoff.
The table.
Yeah.
He's setting the table, getting walks. The on-base percentage, as you mentioned, look, it's been high all season long. 430 in April, March, 393 in May, 393 in May, 436 in June.
Jesus.
I mean, he's setting the table. The OPS is damn near at 1,000 in the month of June. So, look, I know there's a conversation about Farhan Saidi. My boy Aaron, DJ Aaron, he's a Dodger fan. And I texted him over the weekend. I said, boy, you've been really quiet. Really quiet. You're usually in the YouTube chat. You're usually on Twitch. You are quiet. Oh, Bonte, you're going to owe Farhan an apology. Well, not quite yet. Not quite yet. Farhan has a big deadline coming up for himself. Because the offseason moves that he did make, the signings, has not really panned out all that well.
That's where I'm like, I'm not here to run him out of town at this moment, but at the same time, I'm not here to give him a 5-year extension.
No, not yet.
I mean, we have to. We're somewhere in between. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. But the guy who deserves credit, because this happened in 2021 and it really pissed me off.
What?
We just bypassed manager in the clubhouse, Gabe Kapler. We bypass him. We say, it's all Farhan. But somebody's got to be with these players every single day. Somebody's got to have the tough conversations with these players every single day. Somebody's got to be in that clubhouse saying, hey, give me Doval out the pen. Give me Rogers out the pen. Know when to pull Logan Webb. Know when to pull DeSclafani. Gabe Kapler has done a magnificent job this season. When we thought he lost that clubhouse last year, he didn't quite lose it, right? They're playing hard for this guy.
It feels like his situational offense has adjusted dramatically in 2 years. B, how many times did they get a runner to third base only to have 2 guys strike out in a row?
Yep. Oh, it felt like it every game last year.
They lead the majors right now in safety squeezes, bunts for hits. Did you think small ball was going to be something that they would implement?
No,
I didn't.
did not.
And to me, I think that's a philosophical change, not just from the hierarchy of the front office, but the manager. Like, the manager has to be the one that comes from when a guy gets on third. We've seen Bailey do it. We've seen Crawford do it. We've seen guy after guy do it. Lamont Wade's dropped a couple of bunts this year. Like, I know it's not a sexy topic, but I love the small ball. They're playing a brand of baseball that I appreciate.
And Kapler's attitude feels like it's contagious now.
That's a good point.
It's got a positive spin on everything. You see the positivity in that dugout next to Kai Correa, next to, what's our guy, Andrew Bailey, the former pitcher for the Oakland A's, who's been the pitching coach for the Giants for the past few years. Great shoes. He does have good drip. But Kapler, I think, deserves a lot of credit here, despite all the injuries. It's not like the Giants have been healthy this year.
No.
Guys have been in and out of this lineup, whether it's Slater, whether it's Yaz, whether it's Conforto, whether he got nothing out of Haniger. Absolutely nothing. You lost Tyro Estrada for a couple weeks. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, that was like the worst streak of the year in terms of losing.
You know, J.D. Davis has been banged up. Bart's been up and down. And yet he's managed his team to just stay the course and play hard. It's been a next man up mentality for this baseball team. Now, how long can you do that? I don't know. You're going to have to get healthy at some point because it's tough to survive these summer months without your full roster. But for now, you're weathering the storm, and they're going to have to weather it again for the next 2 weeks with some of these guys out of the lineup, including Alex Cobb.
I wouldn't rule out a Joey Bart trade to get you something for now.
An arm.
It feels like that. Like, he feels like the odd man out. Like, I'm looking at Blake Sable right now, and Blake Sable's productive.
Yes.
He's not great defensively. I think Bart's better defensively, but to me, Bart is just blocked. He's blocked in your organization, and I was actually, maybe 3 weeks ago, I'm saying, just hang on to him. Let's see. And now I'm kind of like, they need an arm so bad, I think I'm willing to sacrifice getting rid of Joey Bart.
Remember the conversation we were having last week? Have we seen Joey Bart for the last time in San Francisco?
I know, and I thought it was premature, and I think now you might be onto something.
I just don't see what, like, Sable shows speed on the base paths too, and he's got power.
He had a really nice hit to the left center yesterday.
I really
like him.
No, Sable's
he's been
another
one. He's a Rule 5 acquisition by Farhan.
Yeah.
You brought him in, you put him in left field, and then you taught him catching, and he's been much better than anticipated.
No doubt. And I see a lot of texts here on the Comcast Business text line. Boy, the Giants dodged bullets not re-signing Bumgarner, Chris Bryant,
great point,
Carlos Rodon. The Carlos Correa move actually has worked out in favor of the Giants because now you get to see Casey Schmidt.
Yeah.
That would have blocked Casey Schmidt at shortstop. Not signing Aaron Judge, he's still, that's a big miss.
Who knows what would have happened at third base, because maybe you move Crawford to third base, and then maybe you don't see J.D. Davis emerge.
Or you don't see Lamont Wade Jr. at first base, and he's got to play the outfield. So everything works itself out. And the fact is, you didn't have to commit that money to those guys.
Yeah.
And now you got these contracts where Haniger has a player option after 2 years. Conforto has a player option after a year.
I want Conforto back.
I told you, don't trade this guy.
I like Conforto.
When people are saying flip this guy for value because he's playing.
Yeah, I don't think I'm doing that now.
This guy's playing hard, man.
Yeah.
He's a good hitter.
And I like him much better in left field and Yaz in right, because that gives you elite defense when you have Matos in center. Like, I really love their defense right now, their makeup.
No doubt. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Number one, what's the biggest story from the weekend? Is it Bradley Beal getting traded to Phoenix? Is it Wyndham Clark winning the U.S. Open, the 123rd U.S. Open at the L.A. Country Club? Probably not. Is it the Giants sweeping the Dodgers? How you feeling about these Giants right now, folks? Giants,
great.
where you at? Look, I was saying don't spend a dime on these guys. You may have to spend a couple bucks on these dudes in a couple minutes, man, with the way they're playing, no doubt. And I'm all in on them. Also, there's a Bumgarner question. Somebody's going to be out there, maybe re-sign Bumgarner. I don't know if you do that. I don't know if you want Bumgarner in this locker room, in this clubhouse. Doesn't feel like a good fit. Right? Larry Spinone, like,
I know what that would feel like? Bringing Chris Webber in the year after We Believe.
Oh, yeah.
Where you tried to shoehorn him in, and it just didn't fit.
Yeah, no. What did he play, like 5 games?
And he started a couple.
I know. Remember that?
That was horrible.
And then by the end of the year, he was in a TNT set.
Garbage. It was so garbage. I'm out. I'm out on bringing in Bumgarner. I feel like where they're at right now, they have such a positive vibe. The last thing I want is him coming in being all surly.
Yeah, exactly.
It's more attitude than on field for me too with Bumgarner, right? At this point, like on field, and it's really bad too. But that's just how bad his attitude has been. You saw that article from Zach Buchanan of The Athletic, just going in on this guy, just not wanting to be a part of the team. It's all about me. That's not what this team's about right now.
No. This is a team. Can you talk about Matos' catch?
Sick ass catch.
Sick catch. This guy's a stud, man. 650 Concast business text line. Again, this guy comes in. They say, you're going to bat second, young man. I was so happy. I was so happy about that. Because, again, if you can't deal with the pressure of batting second,
I know.
Then when are you going to deal with it?
It's a great point.
Baptize by fire. Let's go. It's June.
Yes.
You're in a race right now. You got the Diamondbacks. It's go time, folks. It's go time to position yourself so when you get to the dog days of August, where you at right now? Where you at? And this kid right now is right. I love this kid.
So
man.
what do you think?
This guy may be the next Jersey popping at Oracle Park.
Let me ask you this, because I said this is Spadoni. I'm not sure if I've approached this with you. If you were going raw prospects, skill, Posey, last 15 years is your number one. Like, the guy coming up as a prospect that everyone in baseball would want.
Pablo's probably number 2.
There's a lot that people didn't like about Pablo. Discipline.
There was.
On and off the field, at the plate, both plates.
But
there was some.
That rookie year for him.
He was awesome.
He was sick.
Okay, so Pablo's in the mix.
Pablo's in that mix.
I would agree with that. Lincecum, although the size of Lincecum, I think, scared some people off, and that's why.
Let's just stick with hitters.
Okay,
let's stick with hitters.
So I don't think Crawford was as highly regarded. I don't think Belt was as highly regarded. Joe Panik was someone who was a first-round pick that wasn't as highly regarded coming through the system. Right now, you look at Matos, center fielder, plus glove, plus range, plus arm. Bat.
It's been a while.
It feels like the bat has developed significantly. The plate discipline feels plus. I don't know if the power is going to be plus and it's going to translate to the big league level, but clearly in AAA it did. In terms of being a contact hitter, clearly that's plus. He checks off at minimum 3.5, if not 4 of the 5 tools I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I would. This guy, I'm excited to see where this goes with him.
Is this the best Ross prospect since Posey, you think?
No, not even close.
That's crazy.
Not even close.
15 years.
Because Crawford was a shortstop. We were like, all right, he's defensive.
Yeah.
Offensively, he's a liability. He's an A hitter or whatever. Brendan Belt was up there, though. Don't lie. When Brendan Belt got called up, there was a lot of hype with him.
Yeah.
This is our next first baseman. He's the next Will Clark, blah, 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 blah. Didn't quite pan out like that.
No. It was good, but not what we had hoped.
But also you add in the fact that he's an outfielder. And the Giants have been looking for a homegrown outfielder for how long? For a very long time.
That's a good point.
They've whipped on a lot of guys. This one, and it's just 4 games.
We're a weekend.
But he's already scored 7 runs.
I know.
He's walking. He has command at the plate.
How about that hit down the line?
It's just
3-2 count.
Dude, I can't get enough of him.
Breaking ball, drive it down the line.
I've never seen a guy make 29 look so pretty. 29 is not a number I enjoy. You've had some great 29s.
I know.
He makes 29 look sick.
I kind of want him to change numbers. Can we get him 21?
He makes 29 look sick, dude. He might move to 20. He might change his number next season. Is it 21 retired with the Giants? No.
Ooh, Freddie Sanchez had it.
Yeah, that's true.
21. Dion had it.
He's wearing 21 right now for the Giants.
I don't think anyone. There was a lefty outfielder who had it for a minute for the Giants. I forget which one. Not Bowker. Who was the lefty that had it? Oh, God.
John Bowker?
It was John Bowker.
Was it John Bowker?
I think he had 21 as well.
21. All right, now I got to do this.
Yes.
Now I got to do this.
Giants who wore 21.
21.
Freddie Sanchez, I know, is the most prominent.
Joey Bart's 21 right now.
Yeah, Joe, you might have to come up out of that.
He'll be gone in a second. Matos.
You might have to come up out of that.
Get up out of here, man. Get up out of there. Ruiz leading the league in stolen bases. Go A's. Yeah, no doubt. He's a problem. A's still playing hard over there at the Coliseum, despite the gut punches they've taken over the last week. Oh, my gosh. John Fisher getting a handout.
Philly's looking good, though, too.
Philly's getting hot. They are getting hot. They're about to go. This is the fun part of baseball.
Did you see the video with Castellanos and his kid?
No.
Over the internet. We'll pull it and we'll play it
really cool.
later. It's pretty good.
For a Father's Day video?
Joey, let's hear. What did you think?
Well, it's just cool, man. Like, you just don't get to see a lot of that. You know, his little kid is like, ooh, like 5 or 6, Joe, you'd say. Like, he's just watching his dad play. I think he's with his mom and his little brother and just dapping up his dad. It was really cool.
It really was.
That is sweet.
Yeah, he's sitting there and his dad's in the on-deck circle and his dad goes in and hits a bomb. He's
like, he's going to hit a gapper here. That's what I was like. Oh, my God. I was like, you 5 saying gapper. It's like, come on.
It was great.
Skywalker destroyed. Jeff Kent was 21. His number should be retired. You know what, Skywalker? I'm with you there.
Facts.
I'm with you. Jeff Kent deserves a lot more love, man. A lot more love. People forget about Jeff Kent. I get the stuff off the field or who he was. Baseball. He helped bring baseball
100%.
back alive in San Francisco.
100%.
Give that man his respect as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC
Pay that
FM
man his
and
money.
HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Bomani Jones coming up at 8:30. We got a lot to talk about, including the Bradley Beal deal and what's going on with the Golden State Warriors. Now, Mark Spears is reporting that Draymond Green will probably opt out of his deal, and the Warriors still want to re-sign him.
When is the hard date on him having to opt out?
June 29th, I believe. June 29th.
So we're 10 days away.
10 days away.
What's the holdup?
Maybe he's talking to other teams, seeing what he could get out there.
He's going to release it on a podcast. I am opting out.
Well, now's the time to tamper and see what's out there for you.
I did an absolutely incredible job opting out. It was absolutely incredible. It was amazing the way I opted out. Even the king, LeBron James, said, I'm going to stop my Cabo trip, fly down, and absolutely incredibly help me opt out incredibly.
Quite frankly.
All of his adjectives, it cracks me up.
Oh, man. So if he opts in, he's going to make $27 million. If he opts in, he's going to make 27. Rumor has it, from some sources I was talking to over the weekend, Draymond's looking for $30 million a year.
From the Warriors?
He's looking for $30 million a year. I'll start it by saying I would be very hesitant with paying Draymond Green 3 years and $30 million per year.
So
think about that.
Wait, no, it's not just that. Just
$80 to $90 million.
If we're gonna do this thing where Kuminga at $5 million actually costs you $20 million because of the luxury tax, are we gonna do the same thing with Draymond Green? So Draymond at $30 million actually costs you $100 million.
Yeah.
Because of the luxury tax.
Yeah.
Do people understand that?
No, I think they do, but Draymond Green's helped you win 4 championships. That's what people. So I was telling you this during the break. Come out of swim class on Thursday, right?
Uh-huh.
Baby Chaz had a great day at swim class. She's improving so much. So we go to this spot next door. And I forget the name of the spot, but she likes to get this popcorn chicken, and she likes to play at this spot right next door to La
I love
Petite.
popcorn chicken as well.
Yeah, it's on right there. And those guys are big fans of the roast, by the way, who own the store. So there's a lady in there who works with the Warriors, works with one of the surgeons, and we're like, oh, my God. We start talking. I go, what do you want the Warriors to do? Oh, they need to get rid of Jordan Poole and his bad attitude to keep Draymond. We need his IQ. We need his. And I'm like, you realize it may cost the Warriors $30 million a year.
And other players.
Like, who wants to pay Draymond? Like, I love Draymond Green. $30 million per year is a lot of money for the Navy. He's going to want 2 to 3 years. That's a lot of money, man. It's a lot of money. And it's not about paying Draymond for what he did for the organization in the past. It's about what he can do for you in the future.
Well, and it feels like to me, just my feeling, it feels like if you keep and retain Draymond Green, it feels like Jordan Poole has to go, which means you're probably stapling Jonathan Kuminga to a deal.
And rumors has it Jonathan Kuminga grew a couple inches.
I'm just not ready to give up on Kuminga at this point.
I'm not either.
You gave up on Wiseman, fine. That made sense to me. I get it. You're in the middle of the season. You're going to try to scrape and you're going to try to defend your repeat. Like, I understand that. I am not keeping Draymond at the risk of losing Poole plus more of my team. That's just me. Because I don't think they can all get along. It just feels like I don't see how that they all coexist.
888-957-9570. What if Draymond Green does opt out and he says, I want $30 million per season?
How many of those seasons?
He's probably looking for 3. That'll match up. So when you look at the Warriors' contracts here, Steph Curry will be an unrestricted free agent in 3 seasons.
Okay.
He's making 51 next year, 55 the year after, and damn near 60 the year after that. So he's got 3 more years left. You got to figure that Draymond Green, if he wants an extension with the Golden State Warriors, will want to be lined up with Stephen Curry. And if he's lined up with Stephen Curry, he's probably going to want $30 million a year.
Does Steph Curry want him lined up with him? We don't know.
Don't know. It's all speculation. Speculation sensation. $30 million per year for Draymond Green. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. And the optics, as much as we crush Klay Thompson, as much as people crush Jordan Poole and crush Kuminga and crush Looney and crush everybody else, how was Draymond Green's playoffs? How was his postseason run?
I would say 2 out of 5 games he was good. And if we were just, I think it was, they played 13 overall
13 games.
Yeah, I'd say 2 out of 5 he was good.
So game 4 against the Kings, game 5 against the Kings.
And that was off the bench, game 4.
Game 5 against the Lakers.
Yes, so that's 3.
Was he good in game 2 against the Lakers? He was okay.
So 3.5 games.
I'm not even hating.
No, we're asking.
If we're doing, look, we could criticize Klay Thompson coming off 2 gruesome injuries and be very critical of him. Why can't we do the same with Draymond Green?
But doesn't it feel like to me they've got to make an organizational decision regarding the ethos of the team, the heartbeat of the team? Are you going to allow Draymond to still be one of the head heartbeats of this team? Okay, well, then you have to be willing to accept you're probably losing JP, and in any deal that you trade JP in, someone's going to want Kuminga. Like, there's a cause and effect. There's a domino. But if you let Draymond go, it's not great. Like, yeah, you're losing a great player. You're losing something. But at least you're able to salvage this other side. Like, I don't think they can coexist. I don't think they can all fit on the seesaw. And I don't understand why Poole's the guy we keep pointing to as Mr. Bad Attitude guy.
No,
I don't think that's fair.
No, it's not fair at all.
I don't think that's fair at all.
It's not fair. The coverage of Jordan Poole this year
hasn't been great.
Look, he wasn't great last season. And I'm not caping for Jordan Poole. He struggled a lot. I mean, you're 4th overall in turnovers in the NBA. That is, come on, in 30 minutes? But this attitude and this narrative being painted, that's why I called in the Willard show to try to check him about that. It's like, stop speculating on who Jordan Poole is and whether or not he deserved to get punched. Nobody deserves to get punched. You don't even know what happened. This narrative around Jordan Poole's got nasty.
The people that really love the Bradley Beal trade to Phoenix, Booker's a good defender. I watched KD. He's slower than he's ever been.
He's lost a little bit.
He's not the defender that he was. And I don't think Beal's a great defender.
No,
this argument about defense.
Like, it's about
Denver.
getting buckets.
Look at Denver.
It's about getting buckets.
Does Jamal Murray playing defense?
No, he tries.
Okay.
That's defense. Defense is trying.
Jokic is not a good defender.
Right. He tries.
Okay, now, I will give you, Aaron Gordon played really good defense. And Michael Porter Jr. tried at times.
He crashed the glass. He got 13 rebounds.
But they had offensive synergy that felt like it was impossible to defend.
Yep. Exactly.
And so, to me, this whole argument about defense is a little overblown.
Well, you need threats offensively, right?
Yes. Can't play 3-on-5 basketball
again
this year.
The Lakers did not think Draymond Green was a threat offensively, so we'll ask the question, and Nick and Robin will get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. If Draymond opts out of his deal, he's probably not opting out for a lesser deal, unless he is going to take some money off to take less money. I don't see that happening, but what if he does opt out and he walks in the office, say, Mike Dunleavy Jr., who, by the way, will speak to the media today at 11 o'clock down at Chase Center. I want $30 million a year. Are you giving Draymond $30 a year?
Can I make an argument about Mike Dunleavy on the other side?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't have a chance to chew on that.
All right, yeah, I want to get your thoughts on that because I think he's going to be a very good GM for the Golden State Warriors. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater Program. Your phone calls coming up. Stay on hold. We'll get you all. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green, what happens if he opts out? Are you willing to give him $30 a year? $30 million!
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pet.
I want to give a quick shout out here. Had a little baseball tournament over the weekend up in Pleasant Hill. We lost yesterday.
Pause. I think we should just do shameless shout outs every day.
Why?
Because we're shouting out everybody, man.
Everybody loves it.
We've turned into 106 KBL. Shay Diddy, Filmo Mike, what's happening?
No one's like Filmo Mike.
Nobody's like Filmo Mike.
No one's Instagram is just liquid hot magma.
Oh, no. He's
Filmo Mike.
You see him out there late night in Oakland the other day?
Yes.
And he was talking about his boy with the braids. He's got the exhibit braids. X to the Z. Pit my ride braids.
Wash your back.
Wash your back.
No, but we were out at Pleasant Hill, and I took a video yesterday of just all the different Little League teams that were playing all at once, and it was just really cool. It was really cool to see everybody out there. Orinda, Pleasant Hill. I saw teams from Rodeo, and I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. Vacaville, San Francisco was in the house, and so we had the 12U SF YBL All-Stars versus the 11U, which kind of sucks that we had to face each other, but it was kind of cool, and they ended up beating us on a walk-off.
Oh, wow.
11U, but no, they were a very, very good team. It was just really cool, and I just want to say the facilities up in this Pleasant Hill area, this little Pleasant Oaks Park, I believe, just beautiful. They had a snack bar, everybody's chilling, there was music, all the families getting along. I don't know.
How my guy Prince do?
What?
How my guy Prince do?
Prince pitched the day before. He struggled to find the strike zone.
Right. How my guy Charlie?
Umpiring wasn't great. Charlie made a lot of plays. We got to work on the hitting, though. No
bow and arrows this week.
No bow and arrows this week. Some frustration. We're working on emotional control
I love this
right now.
team. Sleepy, Tiny. You got a who's who of characters on this team.
We do, and you know me. I'm a nickname guy. I like my nicknames.
You got to have nicknames.
Yeah, I got to have my nicknames.
And they used to get mad at me on my phone. She goes, "Why do you have everybody under a nickname?" Well, I got it from this guy named Bullet, who used to be a counselor at Young Life. He said, leave your cell phone, right? And he have all these different names. One time I picked up the phone. He's like, "Dude, what are you doing picking up my phone? Don't do that." I saw all day, but he would have everybody under a nickname. That's how I roll. I like nicknames. I like it a lot. By the way, since we're shotting out people, listen, man, I'm trying to get another bonus around this place. I'm trying to get some money.
Wait, you got a bonus?
No, I mean, I'm just trying to I'm lying to myself, but I'm trying to get some extra cash around here. Basically, I'm trying to kiss some ass here. I'm about to do that right now. Back to Hegan, our program director. Wow. How about his son, Boston? Boston and NorCal Black 16 under 4, top tier dudes in 2025. Boston Nahegan. That's right, his oldest son. 7 innings pitched.
Whoa.
4 hits, 2 walks. And he's got the mugshot with the eye black. Hell of a weekend. Hell of a performance from him.
I know. Matt Nahegan tweeting like crazy over the weekend. Baseball stuff. I'm loving it.
Kind of nice work, Katie. I got the cool tweet right here.
I'm ready to do a bullpen with young Boston. I kind of want to see it in action. The lefty. I want to see what he's cooking.
I kind of want to keep him away from you.
Why? I'll work on some of his grips. Well, we'll add that knuckleball to his repertoire.
The kid's doing just well.
It's
just doing well.
I got the greatest knuckleball in all the San Francisco City for 7x7, 49 square miles.
I mean, he just dealt.
I'm not really a pitcher, though. That wasn't my thing.
4 hits, 2 walks, 1 K. I mean, this guy was dealing.
I know.
I love the
photo. It's clearly Matt's wife, Joey's jeans.
No, it's not Matt Nahegan's jeans at all. And then Huddy could deal, too.
Oh,
Huddy's got
that.
some stuff.
I invited Huddy to come to practice. We'll see if he takes me up on it.
They want to play for better teams. No, I'm kidding. Wow! I'm kidding. No, but shout out to the boss man, Boston Nahegan. We love Boston. By the way, I need him to bring his Nintendo back to the office. Remember Nintendo? I used to stay after work and just play Tecmo Ball for like an hour and a half, or Mike Tyson's punch out. 888-957-9570. We'll get back to sports right now. Draymond Green could opt out, reports are. Also, Mark Spears reported that the Warriors may take phone calls on Jordan Poole. And, of course, we had the big blockbuster yesterday. Bradley Beal going to the Phoenix Suns, the Washington Wizards. Of course, Bradley Beal had a no-trade clause. It was between Phoenix, Miami, Milwaukee. He chose up. He wants to go play with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. And in a second, I'll explain why the trade doesn't really move me. I don't really fear the Suns like that anymore because they don't have depth, but they part ways with Landry Shamet, who's been traded, it feels like, for the 15th time in his career. Chris Paul.
He was really bad this year for Phoenix.
He was not good. So now you got a new big three with Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and Bradley Beal.
So before we get to that portion, Mike Dunleavy was named the GM of the team last week. And I don't know, I've seen a lot of speculation on how much Kirk Lakeup or Joe Lakeup, how much influence they're going to have, and we don't know.
We don't know.
But I will say this. I don't care what organization you're running, even the Niners. We all believe Kyle Shanahan runs the organization. But I don't think that he acts unilaterally on any decision. I think there's a lot of groupthink, and I think every organization is that way. Very few are run the way the Patriots are run.
Yep.
Belichick does everything, which even then, like, I think it's got its minuses too, as much as it's had some pluses. But point that I'm getting at is, I think we're just sleeping on how good Dunleavy can be. Now, I don't know. Time will tell. It's really hard to nail two GMs back to back.
What are you saying about Dunleavy? Because on Friday, when I was talking to
one of the most hated Warriors ever.
Yeah, but
as
see,
a player.
that's what I tried to explain on Friday. We need to separate what he did as a player to what he can do as a GM.
But if you say his name, I think most people...
They're scarred.
Yeah, they're triggered because Dunleavy. The symbolism of Dunleavy as a player was everything that was broken with the Warriors: drafting the wrong guy, developing him poorly, not empowering him, never really had the right position. Like we tried him at the 2, they tried him as a ball handler, as a 3. I think he would have been better in this era. But like, let's take a step back and let's see what makes you a successful GM in basketball. You've got to be a lifer.
Yeah.
Bob Myers was a basketball lifer, a junkie, if you will. He talked about that over and over and over and over again. Dunleavy was birthed in it.
Yeah.
His dad has been a basketball lifer. He's a basketball lifer.
Player, coach, GM, Mike Dunleavy Sr., still involved in the game. Hell, did you even know he was coaching college a few years ago at Tulane? I mean, the guy is a lifer. So Dunleavy Jr., to that point, and I said this on Friday, so I reiterate what I said. Basically, I've gotten to know Mike a little bit over the past few years since he's been named a scout with the Warriors back in 2018. And he's been around the team. The guy loves going on the road to scout players, development. Jordan Poole, from a lot of sources and a lot of people inside that organization, Dunleavy Jr. was high on Jordan Poole, high on him to take him late in the first round. And a lot of people said, oh, that's the worst pick of the first round. We don't know Jordan Poole. And it didn't start off pretty for JP. But JP got better and better and better, was a key contributor to a championship team. We know that. Dunleavy Jr. was all over that. He also, I know, loved Franz Wagner. Now, it's not to say he doesn't love Jonathan Kuminga, but he was high on Franz Wagner, who's turning out to be a damn good NBA player. The guy knows the game. He feels the game. He's not going to be overwhelmed by the spotlight that the Warriors have right now. He's been under Bob Myers, sitting next to him. And every single home game, you see Mike Dunleavy Jr. right next to Bob Myers, sitting there scouting, looking at players, negotiating or whatnot. So I'm not worried about Mike at all, like you. I think he's going to be a fine GM. However, there is one caveat here. How much influence would Joe and Kirk Lakeup have on Mike Dunleavy Jr. and the organization? Because I don't want it to become a Jerry Jones-like situation with the Dallas Cowboys. I get an owner wants to be involved in the business and be involved in all the group decision-making, but you can't make all the final decisions. So how much power will Mike Dunleavy Jr. have alongside the Lakeups? Will they give him the room to breathe a little bit to make some big-time decisions, trades, draft picks, signings, whatever it is? How much influence will the Lakeups have on Mike Dunleavy Jr. and this organization moving forward? That's one thing I'm going to be looking for here in the future, Shasky.
There's no doubt. That's going to be something that I think that's going to have to play out over a long period of time, though. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, no doubt.
And I also think that everybody what's his first move? What's his first move? What was Bob Myers' first move?
Yeah.
I mean, they were different. Obviously, they were in such a different spot, but I can't even remember. And I just think overall, GMs end up batting closer to 33% that are good than batting over 50%.
Right.
I'm talking about just all moves.
It's hard. You're not going to hit 100%.
No.
You're not going to hit on every pick, every signing, every trade.
And some of them that look bad now end up being good down the line, and vice versa. They look good early, and then they look bad down the line. It really depends. And so I don't know. I just want to go back to one thing, though. He was one of the most hated Warriors in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Bonte, it's Biedrins after he signed the extension. It's Kelly Oubre Jr. for the more recent memory. And even then, I think it was more toward the end of the year because he was only here 1 year.
Right.
Every possession that Dunleavy got the ball, he was booed at home. Booed at home.
He was not.
My buddy Sully had his jersey, and we would destroy him when he would rock that jersey.
I mean, we would see him back in the day in the marina, man. We'd be like, Mike Dunleavy Jr. Oh, man, what could have been? But you know what? Growing up in this profession, as we become more seasoned as broadcasters, you start to you start to separate the person from the player to the GM or whatnot. And you got to get, like, okay, his failures as a player with the Golden State Warriors, it wasn't for a lack of trying.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
So once you get that part, it's like, guy it didn't work out. It happens.
If you were to remove the Harbaugh year with Alex Smith, very Alex Smith-like.
Yeah.
In terms of like big expectations, probably overdrafted, had a good little run at the end of his college career.
Well, that's the thing. The national championship game.
Diluted everything.
Straight, and he looked like Larry Bird that game.
He did.
But you got to remember.
And we should have got Yao Ming that year.
And we should have got the number 1 pick. But also, you got to remember, he was the third or fourth option on that basketball team. It was Jay Williams. It was Carlos Boozer. It was Shane Battier. Hell, Chris Duhon even had some big moments. And so,
was it Tyus Edney? Or was that prior?
Tyus Edney with UCLA.
Not
you think it's Trajan Langdon?
No, number 5, the little point guard, number 5.
Chris
Duhon. Was he not? Wow.
He was a freshman on that team.
Wow, it was Duhon.
Chris Duhon.
Started for the Warriors one year.
Yeah, Chris Duhon. And so, look, man, it didn't work out as a player, but the guy I've gotten to know as a GM. And look, great players don't always make great owners or great GMs. Look at Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan was terrible.
Steve Kerr was a role player who's turned into a great head coach.
Yeah.
Eric Spoelstra didn't even play in the league. Pat Riley. So you can't judge Mike Dunleavy Jr. off the way he played. And by the way, he played for 15 years in the league.
I know. But he's also part of one of the great trades in Warrior history.
He is.
Him and Murphy getting sent to Indiana for Harrington and Stackjack is one of the seminal moments in franchise history.
But anything we know about Joe Lacob, he wants to be surrounded by great basketball people. It's the first thing he did as an owner.
Obsessed.
You know what I'm saying? He was obsessed with William Avery. You're thinking about
William Avery was number 5. William Avery, what a great call. Undersized point guard.
He's the point guard.
Left early.
Who left after his freshman year. They lost to UConn.
Yes.
Ripster Hamilton and company. Daniel Ewing was 5. Daniel Ewing.
Now we're going to go back in.
All right. But we'll get to Nick and Robin in just a second here. Hang on tight. I want to get this last point out. Where was I at here?
Regarding Dunleavy and what makes a great GM.
Oh, yeah. So the rapid rise, right? He's been there as a scout since 2018. So the Lakers have had a firsthand look at who he is and what he brings to the table. You just don't make a move like this to say, we're going to trust Dunleavy Jr., who doesn't have the experience, and he's rose through the ranks in our organization. Obviously, he's doing something well. Obviously, they believe in what he's about, his philosophy, and it's a lot like Bob Myers. Dunleavy Jr. is going to be fine. Very cool, calm, collected. I think Dunleavy, when you think about who he is, he's very professional, right? That's what you need. You need a professional in that room who knows how to work the room. You need a guy who's going to be calm. I think Dunleavy Jr. is very calm, and he's smart, man. The guy's a smart dude, so I think he's going to be fine. But again, how much will the Lakers be involved? I think they're smart enough to know when to back off and let Dunleavy Jr. do his thing.
So then let me ask you this one. With the news of Draymond, at least the speculation that he's going to opt out, does Dunleavy have major influence, final say, any sway regarding wanting Draymond back or not?
Not sure. I'm not sure.
Doesn't that feel like one of the quote-unquote bigger decisions in franchise history, at least of recent memory?
I do. And I think Dunleavy Jr. has been with this organization now since 2018. He's been the assistant GM for the last couple seasons under Bob Myers. I think he will have influence on this roster in saying, hey, look, you want me to do a great job? We can't start behind the 8 ball in this salary cap hell, right? We're already in the tax. So how can we make sure with the new CBA rules coming into effect, how can we make sure this transition is easier while staying competitive while trying to slash some payroll here? I think the Lakers will listen to him. I really do. It's a tough decision to make. If Draymond Green does opt out, how heavily will the Warriors pursue him? $30 million a year. Whew. It's a lot of money here.
I could be reading the tea leaves way wrong here. This is just the feeling I get when I'm trying to listen to everything that's out there and just getting a feeling. It feels to me, with no knowledge, I have no knowledge of anything. I'm not talking to anybody or anything. It's the Mad Dog Russo. Yeah. No, but this is just my gut feeling. It feels like to me, both sides, Draymond and the Warriors, it feels like they're setting themselves up on either end of, we tried.
Yeah.
We really did. We wanted to come together. It just didn't work out. We couldn't give you X.
Right.
He wanted Y, and he's going to find that somewhere else, and maybe he makes a concession and goes somewhere else for lesser than what we thought. But it feels like both sides are setting it up via the media and who they're leaking things to. This is, again, my interpretation. I'm not saying anybody's being used as a pawn. I'm just saying it feels like to me
same situation with Bob Myers, right? Didn't it kind of work out like that?
Exactly.
Kind of played out like that.
Where it was like, hey, we offered you, we tried. I'm just not that into you right now because I want to do X, Y, and Z else, and I'm going to take some time off. This is my feeling.
Another thing, too,
it's just my feeling.
Another thing, too, to think about, if Dunleavy Jr., because he was very influential in him and Kurt Lakeland and getting Jordan Poole, how do they feel about Klay Thompson now? Because his contract's going to come up, and he's going to want to get paid. What are they going to do about that? There's two veterans right here where you're in a situation, do you want to pay these guys big-time money into their 30s? They're in their 30s now. I mean, we're talking about big money here with Draymond Green, and did he have that impact on the playoffs that he usually has? I don't know.
And the other part of this is it's a great question. I don't know about his impact on the team. And it's not just like what he did. It's what will he do moving forward?
Off the floor.
All of it.
All of it. The whole package.
And then, if you're going to do this thing, which, again, I'm just saying to people, you have to be realistic here. If you're going to say Kuminga really costs you, not just the $5 million, it actually costs you 5 times 4, which is $20 million because of the luxury tax. Well, then you need to do the same mathematics if Draymond opts in.
Yep.
So $30 million, $27 million this year times 4.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money for Draymond.
A lot of money.
You did that for Kelly Oubre fans, and I get it. Draymond is a legend.
Much better than Kelly Oubre.
He's a legend.
Jr.
But at the
you
same
have to project
time,
forward.
Exactly. And at the same time, if you're running a business, you have to say, well, if things are equal, is that chef really worth $250 an hour?
Don't know. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick in Berkeley, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Hey, Shasty, just real quick, did you just complain about the umpires in Pleasant Hill? Because when you go out there, you better know you don't get done in. As soon as you go through that tunnel, it's a wrap, baby. You better have your team's fired up for that.
Hey.
Anyways, man, I'm gonna tell you straight up, man. I think what I'm most concerned about, let's say we don't pay Dre, and then Clay don't like a contract, and Dre and Clay end up going to the Lakers. They might rally off back to back. But the West is so cold right now. Man, there's so many stars in the West that if any one star on any team gets hurt, it's gonna affect their team big time, man. You know what I mean? And so if we can stay healthy and the players can play better, I'm just like, well, who knows if Draymond leaving will be like a sigh of relief for a lot of the youngsters. Maybe they feel constricted by Draymond. You know what I'm saying? And that's the gut feeling I kind of get. But hey, if Draymond wants to go, man, hey, sayonara, baby. Because you know what, Steve Kerr gonna stay winning, and whatever Steve Kerr touches, it's gonna stay winning. And if no one man is bigger than the team, except for Curry is the exception right now. And the rest of these cats better tighten up their saddlebags and get busy. You know what I mean? And that dude, Jokic in Denver, talking about, I'm tired, I don't want to go to the parade and all that. Hey, man, check it out, dude. If you're just a tough guy and you want to be on stage, jump in the octagon with John Jones. You feel me? You know what I mean? It's kind of some autographs for the kids, man. It's about the kids. You know what I mean? The first world championship ever. He's like, oh, I'm tired. I'm like, dude, come on, man. Stop that.
Well, he had a lot of fun, Nick, at the parade, and he went to Vegas and had a lot more fun.
Mike Malone was the star.
Jokic. Mike Malone is a star. Mike Malone was unbelievable. And he's telling everybody, we wanted it back. We're not satisfied. So that's what you're dealing with. That's what you're dealing with. 925, interesting question, Comcast Business Text Line. You guys at all disappointed we didn't go for Bradley Beal given a price tag? Not really.
He's a good player.
Bradley Beal's a very good offensive player. But that doesn't move the needle for me. It just doesn't. Phoenix will be a top 4 team in the West if those big 3 all play together. But Kevin Durant has had a lot of injuries over the last few seasons.
I watched him in that Game 6. He looked so less explosive than I was accustomed to seeing. I was really, and maybe he didn't recover from whatever foot injury during the regular season. Bonte, he just doesn't look the same.
All right, so you get Bradley Beal, who's missed a lot of time in the past couple of years. A lot of time. And Devin Booker's a very good player.
I think Devin Booker's excellent.
He's an excellent player. But the depth is the reason why the Suns got ousted by the Denver Nuggets. Now you have no depth. And now you got a lot of money tied into 3 players. So who are you going to sign? Actually, 4 players when you think about DeAndre Ayton.
Well, I keep thinking about they don't have a quote-unquote point guard, and I'm thinking to myself...
Well, Devin Booker could play the point guard and bring the ball up the floor like Jamal Murray.
He could. But if I'm Draymond Green, that's a spot that I'd be looking at.
Well,
because I could handle the ball at the top of the key and have multiple shooters, and I don't even know what their situation is financially.
You see where Devin Booker operates, right?
No, believe me, I'm well aware. I'm saying if I'm Draymond, I know what Draymond's thinking.
Right. But
and then there would be some sort of a sign and trade because they have the Ayton guy sitting on the bench on a certain price tag.
Would you want DeAndre Ayton?
Would I want him?
Yeah.
I'd be open to seeing. You can't trade Draymond for Ayton. I mean, unless Draymond demands to go to that particular place and it's a sign and trade. Ayton is an interesting fit. They could use his toughness and his size. There's no doubt about it. I don't love his price tag.
Right. Kevin Durant played 47 games last season and another 11 in the postseason. Bradley Beal. How many games did he play?
I don't know. I feel like he hasn't played much in the last couple
of years. 90 in the last 2 seasons?
90 games in the last 2 seasons. Now, you could argue and say they were tanking, but what did they tank for? You're not getting Victor Wembanyama. What the hell were you taking for? You know, Bradley Beal played 50 games last year, all right, and you look at his career over the last 5 years. Now, Bradley Beal's 29 years old. He'll be 30 coming up at the end of the month, 28. Last 3 years, Bradley Beal, 50 games, 40 games, 60 games, 57. That's a lot of time missed.
If you wanted to, like you're asking about DeAndre Ayton, there are a lot of flaws in his game. But if you wanted to get someone who you could use as a big body for 5 fouls and someone who could get a couple fouls on some big men, Anthony Davis and obviously Jokic.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, you could do a lot worse than DeAndre Ayton.
I
don't love him, but I'm open to it.
Let's operate under this premise.
Because I keep thinking, how are they going to get through Denver? How are they going to get through, the Lakers?
Don't scratch all your hair out right
Well,
now.
I'm just thinking about, I just don't know how can they get better?
There.
They weren't good enough.
Man, that turned up quick.
What?
No, how do they get better than Denver?
How do they get better?
Well, number one, you need 5 threats on the floor. I'm sorry. You need offensive threats on the floor against the Denver Nuggets. Because they're guarding. Aaron Gordon is a very good defender. Very good. And he's coming into his
big.
own. And he's going to make some all-defensive teams in the future on that basketball team as they get highlighted as a top team in the league. And he gets to play off with Jokic and Jamal Murray. To your point about who's going to play point guard for the Suns, I mean, you look at the Denver Nuggets. Bruce Brown brought the ball up the floor. Jokic brought the ball up the floor.
Yeah, those are pass-first guys.
Aaron Gordon brought the ball up the floor. I mean, Jamal Murray, of course, KCP. So Devin Booker is not a pass-first guy, but you could have Beal, Katie, and them bring up the ball. And,
traditional point guard might be overrated.
Right. It's kind of almost a thing of the past, right?
Well, you want skill across the board.
So with the Warriors, what if Draymond Green does opt in? Could you operate like this? Would it be possible to sell Draymond Green and Klay Thompson? Look, we don't want to give you guys extensions right now. Klay, you have 1 year for $43 million. Draymond, you got 1 year if you opt in for $27 million. We don't want to trade Jordan Poole. We want to make this work. Could that actually work on this roster moving forward? And how good can they be? Because then you have Draymond Green play for a contract and Klay Thompson play for a contract. And in my opinion, you get the best out of both on a 1 year deal. A contract year for those two guys, you get the best out of both.
They're older.
They are older.
You're running the risk. And this is where I think the player, you're going from the organization's point of view, which is a fair point of view. But if the player's point of view is always, I want the multi-year deal because what if I get hurt? What if I have a down year?
Yeah.
Draymond
may not do that. And I'm pretty sure Draymond will not do that being advised under Rich Paul. They want the money now. So, 888-957-9570. Because that's how, as an organization, as a GM, I would say both you guys come back on 1 year deals, dude. I'm not giving nobody extensions. And then I put the pressure on the player to opt out.
Well, if he opts out, there aren't a lot of teams that are way under the cap that can just take him outright. There are going to be some sign and trade type of movements, whether it's involving the Warriors or not. There'll be 2 or 3 team, deal if he wants to go to a contender because most of those teams don't have a lot of space. I'm very interested to see what his price point is.
Well, don't you think if you're Draymond Green and everything that happened with Jordan Poole last year, don't you think that that's the barometer?
What?
If I'm coming back, I'm not signing no less than what that guy's getting paid in Jordan Poole.
Well, I mean,
don't you think that's like
the ego play? I mean, you're probably right.
I mean, Jordan Poole next year is going to make 27. Do you see him making the same amount of money as Jordan Poole? Jordan Poole made $27.9 million. So you can make the argument that Draymond Green is a lot more important than Jordan Poole on this roster. Some may not agree with that. Some may say there's no doubt Jordan Poole can walk. We've taken a lot of calls about Jordan Poole. People are out on Jordan Poole. But Draymond Green coming back to take the same money as Jordan Poole? Jordan Poole's going to go from 27.9 to 30 to 32 to 34. What's Draymond Green really want if he opts out? 888-957-9570. You willing to pay Draymond Green $30 million per year if the rumors are true that he's going to opt out? Should the Warriors give him? We're talking about he's probably looking at a 3-year deal for $80 to $90 million for Draymond Green.
Who just a year ago missed like 40 games because of the back.
Yeah. So would he opt out to take $25 million a year? Because even then, that's 3 years, $75 million.
Who are you banking on for the next couple of years, Kuminga or Draymond? Because isn't that part of this gamble?
Yeah. Happy birthday, Jordan Poole, by the way.
Oh, nice. Happy birthday.
Saw him out.
Isn't that part of the gamble?
That is part of the gamble.
I feel like we are selling so low as a fan base on Jonathan Kuminga.
I would not trade Jonathan Kuminga.
John Kuminga, if he was in this draft, I still think he would be a top 5 pick.
Yes, no doubt. I don't think the Lakers are willing to trade Jonathan
I wouldn't either. I'm just not ready to give him you gave up on Wiseman, and fine. I think Wiseman was less of a contributor right away than where Kuminga's at. I think they're different. To me, I'm viewing the two of them differently. But you already gave up on Wiseman, fine. I'm not doing the same thing for pennies on the dollar on Kuminga.
Right.
I think Kuminga can fit better.
Now, mentally, can you bring Kuminga back and get him focused? Because mentally, he may be looking at the situation saying, boy, if they bring back everybody, I'm not going to play. We already heard minutes after they lost Game 6 against the LA Lakers, Shams Charania had 2 articles out within 15 minutes of the final result. Buzzer sounded, 15 minutes later, Shams Charania's got 2 articles. One that Draymond Green expects to be back, and one that Jonathan Kuminga wants a bigger role or he wants to get dealt. Like, seriously, that's what was going on here. So if you bring back everybody, where's the minutes for Jonathan Kuminga?
I just don't know. How do you get better? How does a team get better? Like, we all agree they weren't good enough this year. Can we operate there? Were they good enough this year?
I think they were good enough, but you know what?
Really, I mean, they got pretty handled.
Well, they got handled. I think
they were lucky to get out of the Kings series.
Cohesion was a bigger problem for me. The talent was there. The chemistry was not, and they didn't have it all season long.
I agree the chemistry's not there.
But
I also think their talent wasn't good enough.
They weren't good enough.
Yeah, I think they would have got smoked by Denver. That's just my personal opinion.
Coaching wasn't good enough.
Execution
wasn't good enough. All of that stuff wasn't good enough.
You know, and so I'm looking at myself here and I'm saying, all right, if I'm going to move off of Jordan Poole, I've got to get 2 top 7 rotation pieces in return. That's if. All right? To me.
Wow. This is a great question from Go to State Lakota. Aaron Gordon on YouTube. Aaron Gordon makes $24 million. Is Draymond Green worth more right now than Aaron Gordon?
Moving forward and right now?
After that series we just saw Aaron Gordon have.
Aaron Gordon
did 27.
And he was a double-double machine for them.
And he guarded the top player.
Yeah, I'm going to lean Aaron Gordon. And Aaron Gordon, if we were just doing a overall ranking where he stands in the league, no one's taking him in the top 40, right? Wow, he's making $24 million.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to.
I think I'm leaning Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, I think so too. I think I might be with you. Coach Hall, San Diego, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy Juneteenth.
Happy Juneteenth.
I would not pay Draymond. Yes, sir. I would not pay Draymond $30 million. You guys just made a great point with Aaron Gordon. And I'm just trying to figure out offensively, because I think the league is going towards, like, defense. I'm not going to say it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as much. But Draymond, I mean, he can't shoot. He can't finish. You know, he's had the back injury. $30 million? Like, I don't know, man. I just think all of this is up to Steph. He's going to have to really, posture himself and put his LeBron James GM cap on because ultimately this is his team. We only got a few more years, so I would say max it out. But if Draymond's going to leave, then we got to get something back in return. I would even look at like a KP, Kristaps Porzingis, and Washington is blowing it up, and kind of.
You're breaking up a little, Coach Hall. I'm not high on Kristaps Porzingis.
I don't want Kristaps at all.
I'm just not high. He does nothing for me.
I think Phil Jackson was one of the things he actually did right was assessing that Kristaps Porzingis is not that dude.
The multiple leg injuries.
Yeah, I'm off that.
Defensively, offensively, he's a guard. 7'3" playing like a 6'2" point guard. I'm good off Kristaps. That does nothing for me. Nothing. Honestly, I would rather have a bruiser.
I heard a name that got floated. I forget what show I was listening to last week. Someone was saying that they want to get Halliburton from Indiana for Jordan Poole, and it would be like a Halliburton / Miles Turner trade in terms of the finances. I don't know if Indiana would do that, and you'd obviously have to pay Halliburton because I believe he's coming up on a payday at some point.
Yeah.
Boy, I think that would be a really intriguing deal.
I don't see Indiana doing that.
I don't either, but I'd be in on that.
He's a franchise point guard. He's an all-star.
Well, they got that other point guard, too.
Nemhart?
Yeah.
He's a backup.
Killed the Warriors.
He did. But Halliburton's special.
I like him.
Halliburton is special. Wow. Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening? You're on the roast. Good morning, Robin.
Hey, you guys. Good morning. A couple of things here. First off, I don't understand where we get Bob Myers' philosophy. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I always thought the philosophical foundation of the team was set by the owner. And I also don't understand why people, based off that philosophical foundation set by the front office, like him, what made people think that he never was involved in any of the decisions from 2015 on? So I just don't understand that aspect of why that is being highlighted so much, and where did that all come about? And maybe it's real, maybe I'm just looking at it differently. The second thing I want to ask you guys is, did Draymond Green, did Jordan Poole get paid before Draymond Green?
No, he got paid after.
Yeah, so here's the deal. This is my thinking from the streets, my street part of me. To me, Dre, I made it no secret, is not one of my favorites, and you guys know that. I don't like his get down, and he can go on. Clay too, because we have to evolve. How we evolve, I don't know, but you don't evolve holding on to the past. So what I don't like about Draymond, his get down, he one of these people that light the fire and sit back and watch the smoke, and then everybody absolves him, and it doesn't help when his victims pout and become reactive to it, and that's all we concentrate on. He knew that boy's money was going to affect him. He put out there he wanted that extension before then. Now, what happened in between then and that boy, and about what happened down in the causing the punching it, to me, it's just all part of Draymond's get down. He kills me with this phony act of everybody's my brother and he helped me and all that. I'm telling you, Draymond is a wolf in sheep's clothing, or whatever that saying is. Peace out, you guys. I love you.
What is that saying? We need to get to the bottom of that.
All I know about is the big bad wolf.
Yeah. So Robin's hit on a couple things there. The pull punch. Did it have something to do with his money? Well, we go back to Kevin Durant when he was cursing out Kevin Durant down in Staples Center. Not named Crypto.com Arena, but we'll see about that after their latest fight in court with the feds. Now, a lot of people thought, boy, Draymond Green's going off on KD like that. It's because Draymond knew that if KD came back, that would affect his money, his future money. And maybe the Warriors would have picked KD and Draymond Green. It's the rumors, it's the tea leaves that was a little about money. Money. Remember we were talking? It's always about the money.
Even when they say it's not.
Bob Myers said it wasn't about the money. But initially, it was about the money and the offers. And he felt like he got lowballed. I mean, sometimes it's about the money. And then, they gave Draymond Green the extension, and he basically mails it in 2019 and 2020. Did he not? Did he not tell us all that, I didn't play hard. I knew we were going to lose, so I didn't set an example for the youngsters. Wasn't a professional. I mean, damn, I just gave you $100 million.
Was that the same year everybody was on the injury report.
Wow. Jonathan Kuminga ready to start if they do move on from Draymond Green?
Do you think Iggy coming in there texting that he's 7'2" actually, was that a troll job or was that?
That might have been a troll job, but
he's bigger than Wembanyama.
You know,
if he is indeed 7 feet tall, that's pretty incredible.
So is it a girl, Brina? She always tweets us. Brina, she's a great tweeter. She listens to the show all day long.
Okay.
Just tweeted at us. What Robin is saying about Draymond is he throws the rock and hides the hand. That's an old school saying. My grandma used to call it. Interesting.
I love.
Thanks for the knowledge, Brina.
Yeah. She was right. Yeah, it is a wolf in sheep's clothing, an enemy disguised as a friend.
Like a Trojan horse.
Robin spitting some facts. All right, who isn't injured?
Shut up, Brad Pitt.
Who isn't injured on the Giants right now? They got Alex Wood back. The Giants announced that. By the way, couldn't Alex Wood have gone more than 5 innings Saturday? Can you do 67 pitches?
Hey, come on, Bonte.
Just let him go 6.
Yeah. They're saving him for 2 years down the line.
All right, they announced that Alex Cobb will be going on a 15-day IL with the left oblique strain. It is unclear how severe the injury is and what's more is known about it. The Giants will have a better idea on when Cobb will return to the rotation. A grade 1 strain would be a best case scenario, but even that could result in a 3 to 4 week absence. Giants did call up Keaton Wynn to take Cobb's spot on the roster. Boy, the Giants are red hot right now. 7 games in a row. 7 games in a row. Woo! Giants are red hot. 9 straight on the road. They sweep the Dodgers for the first time since 2012. That's right. Dropping 29 runs on the Dodgers. They now catapult the Dodgers in the NL West. They're now in second place. Loveman's fired up right now. He's got the Buster Posey shirt. Spinotti's fired up over these Giants. How about those Giants as they open up a 4-game set against the Padres? Let's go, baby. June Swoon, what's that? Never heard of it before. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on a game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. But Monty Jones, 8:30. We'll get back into some baseball, but 888-957-9570. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to come in and talk to the media at 11 o'clock at Chase Center today. I'm sure we'll carry it live right here on 95.7 The Game. But if Draymond Green does opt out, as Mark Spears has been reporting, what is he worth to bring back? $25 million? $30 million a year? Or are you cool with letting him walk? What do you do with Draymond Green? That is the question here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. That's coming up here on 95.7 Game.
I'm a Dodger fan with balls.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500, Ram 3500, and Ram TRX. Hurry in now for great deals on the trucks that are built to serve. And right now during Ram season, get 10%.
getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to all the professional dancers, ballet teachers, dance teachers, and even the girls up the street on Broadway. It's a tough Sunday, Father's Day special. Hopefully you had a good day. Good morning, everybody. Getting ready for work. Shasky's back. Shasky's back in the building. Joe Shasky, the Butcher. We got Joe Spadoni. We got Lubman. Shout out to everybody on Twitch, YouTube, and, of course, the Comcast Business Tax Line. We appreciate all the participation in the show. Hopefully everybody had a great Father's Day weekend. We had a lot going on. Wyndham Clark wins the U.S. Open and 123rd U.S. Open at the L.A. Country Club. We had the Giants sweeping the Dodgers. That's the biggest story in the Bay Area. The Giants are hot. They're on fire right now, and I'm all the way in. Go ahead, folks. I'm telling you right now. It's June 18th, June 19th. If you want to go spend a dime on the Giants, well, damn it, they may be worth it because Luis Matos is up. They brought some of the young studs up. They're second place right now in the NL West, 7 games over 500. I cannot help it. I'm all in.
What's that show? Change of Heart?
Change of Heart, baby. I'm all in. My heart has changed. I'm all in. I'm telling you, I'm the construction workers. Spadoni, cue up the beat from Major League. You know what I like. I'm the construction workers in Major League 2 saying, before the season, these guys stink. Who are these guys? And then in June, you're saying, wow, these guys ain't half bad right now. That's the vibe I'm getting from them, man.
May 17th, it felt like, is when this team just took off. But, think about where they were. I don't play the music. I love hearing that music.
Yeah, they love that. Doesn't it get you fired up?
Think about where they were at. Like the Lamont Wades and the Yaz's. Those are really nice stories. But when you mix those in with a Patrick Bailey, when you mix that in with, every couple of days, a Casey Schmidt. When you mix that in with Luis Matos, now you're cooking with some oil. Oh. Now you got a product that tastes delicious. Oh. And I'm looking right now, and you're going to say, right after this point, career year for Lamont Wade Jr.
Late night Lamont's back.
Okay. Tyro Estrada, to this point, career year.
Playing like an all-star.
All right. Brandon Crawford, batting over 320 over his last however many weeks.
I'll take it.
J.D. Davis, career year. All right.
Grand Slam Saturday.
Conforto, finally healthy. Not a career year, but finally healthy.
Oh, you're talking
showing
to my
what
soul.
he can do. All right.
To my soul.
And then I look at Logan Webb, and I say to myself, you know what? For how bad it was in terms of win-loss record, beginning of the year, you look up, he's 6-6. He's got a low 3 ERA.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, he's leading the majors in terms of guys that have gone a complete 7 innings. Every single start, he's gone through the 5th. I mean, I know the rest of the rotation. We've got question marks.
But how about Camilo Duvall?
Camilo Duvall, 19 saves right now. He comes in with the bases loaded yesterday, plunks a guy, and ends up getting the save. Smart tactic to qualify for the save in that situation. I believe 18 in a row. Yeah. He's closed out. I mean, this
he
bullpen.
Blew them on Friday.
Just look at this bullpen right now. Yeah. Look at this bullpen right now. You tell me, is there a better bullpen in the National League West?
Not
now,
right
the
now.
rotation may not be good.
No, but the
bullpen's excellent.
Again, can you get to the 6th and 7th inning? Can you get to the 6th and the 7th? Because the Rogers brothers right now are cooking.
Exactly.
They're cooking with hot grease.
Exactly.
All right, it's Ryan. Who's my guy?
Scott Alexander's looking solid.
Scott, I told you, I liked him from the get-go. I always like Scott Alexander.
And Jacob Junis is solid.
But who's this Ryan Walker guy?
He's funky. He turns his back to you as he's throwing.
Lubman kept talking about him. Ryan Walker. And I said, Lubman, I'm not going to waste my time listening to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast about you talking about Ryan Walker for 30 minutes.
Wherever you find podcasts.
Yeah, seriously. It's how people want a new episode right now.
Today.
Yeah, we need that episode after that sweep and set the tone and set the scene for the Padres series. But damn it, Sam Lubman, I was thinking about him watching Ryan Walker. I said, okay, I see what he's doing here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, they're surprising a lot of people, including me. Now, I'm not saying they're going to win the division. I'm not saying they're going to the playoffs. But one thing we knew about this team going into the season, we both said it. They're going to hit. That was a foregone conclusion. They will hit, but can they pitch? The pitching is getting by. Guys are going down.
The Cobb injury really hurts.
You're going to need an arm or two.
The Cobb injury really
that doesn't change.
I need DeSclafani to step the hell up.
Well, DeSclafani, he does need to step
up.
It's time. It's time.
You paid you. Step up.
So, look, get a couple arms, and let's see where it goes. But right now, I'm open-minded about the Giants, and I said that at the beginning. I was down on them, but what did I say, Shasky? I'm not going to make a determination on them. I'm going to remain open-minded and just see where it goes. And right now, I like where the ride is going.
I think if you look at the hallmark of their championship run, strength up the middle defensively was the number one thing, right? So Buster Posey, clearly, Hall of Fame catcher. No one's debating that. I would even say the year that they won it in 2010, up the middle, Uribe was really good till he went to third.
Yeah.
And then, Renneria, though hurt all year, Like, he was solid in the playoffs. And then up the middle, Torres was a better defensive player than Aaron Rowan. Andres Torres was. And then when they got Pagan was really good till he blew the hammy. Like, in terms of the defense. Gregor Blanco was solid for them, too. Strength defensively at the middle. Think about this, B. Whether it's Casey Schmidt, whether down the line it's Marcos Luciano, but for right now, Crawford. He's still above average defensively. I don't think he's where he was a couple years ago, but he's still above average. Patrick Bailey is legit.
Yeah.
He's a legit. I think he's going to be in the mix for multiple Gold Gloves at some point in his career.
That throw Friday night.
Down to third? Why are you stealing in that situation with J.D. Martinez?
I have no idea.
You're already in scoring position.
But the throw out Mookie, that was special.
That was ridiculous.
I said, okay, he ain't Buster Posey, but that reminded me of Buster right there. That was a seed.
It also reminded me of Mookie Betts on a team, knowing that they need a spark, trying to do too much.
Yeah.
Nothing is worse than when you're running the bases and you try to do too much in a situation where you don't need to. You just don't need to. So that was a great, great throw. I think he's been excellent. So you got him behind the plate. You got Crawford at shortstop. And now it feels like to me we've got our center fielder for the next 10 years. And he'll have ups and downs. Like, he's not going to be just, skyrocketing to the Hall of Fame. I don't know. We'll see if he can even make one All-Star game. But in terms of defense, Matos is that dude.
Yeah, but you know what? I love the defense. And they got some good defenders. Yaz is playing. Yaz's heads-up play on the air to walk that ball into the infield.
And not just throw it around.
And not just throw it around. That was big time. And Jacob Jr. is waking up in time to get to third base.
Can you believe that?
Waking up in time to get to third base. No, it was little league all around. But you get the out and you end the game. And you win that game 7-5 on Friday night to set the tone for the series. It did. That was a devastating blow for the Dodgers to be up 4-0. And the Giants' bats were dead again. We've seen this now in the last couple weeks. They're getting no hit through 6. Like it's nothing. You're like, damn, are they going to get a hit? And then finally,
Wilmer Flores, who's been really kind of an afterthought.
I swear to God, I thought Wilmer Flores was going on a 3-week IL. I was like, oh, that's not good. He's done. Really, I texted the thread and said, that's a 3-week. And then, so, it's a 2-run homer. It's like, wait a minute. I went from laying down to saying, all right, maybe I got to sit up here and stay up on a Friday night. Unbelievable win. That was and that's the thing. These wins, the way they're winning, in the fashion that they're winning in, it's building character in that clubhouse. It's building belief. And right now, they're floating. There's no doubt they're floating. Gabe Clapper's walking into the clubhouse right now. He's floating. He's tweeting nonstop. He's Instagramming, whatever the hell he's Instagramming. But he's feeling good right now. And the Giants' Instagram page to sit out that graphic, the handshake line in front of the Hollywood sign.
Was so sick.
I said, oh, shit. I was so mad. I'm telling you, man, I haven't been this jacked up about the Giants. I think I may be more jacked up about this team than I was all of 2021.
Well, so I want to ask you about that. Like, I feel like I'm having so much fun watching this team develop, just in general, like a lot of fun. And then they've got a couple guys that I just like. I like watching Brandon Crawford. I like Yaz. Well, don't love him, like Yaz. And I really like Lamont Wade.
No, it's just hitting me right now. We're going to get to Clark in South Carolina.
They're one of the best stories in baseball this year.
Hang on, Clark. 1 second, Clark, because I want to get to you about this Draymond Green call. I do. South Carolina, you're calling us. You're 3 hours ahead. We're going to get to you after this point. In a way, the Giants are showing us on how to help young players transition into the league. Acquiesce, transition. Yeah. Both words work, right? The Warriors, we could say they're veterans, did a poor job this past year of introducing or meshing with the youngsters, right? The Pools, the Kumingas, the Wisemans, the Moody's. The Giants, you got Brady Crawford, knowing that, damn, Casey Schmidt's coming up, he may take my job.
Yeah.
What does Brady Crawford do? Grabs his iPad between innings. Hey, Casey, come over.
I know.
Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, there's a veteran putting his arm around a youngster. You seen him go to Disneyland on the day off on Thursday. Who's Luis Matos hanging with? Well, he's got Wilmer Flores and he's got Tyro Estrada. Hey, come here, Matos. We know you just played one game. You're a high prospect. Come hang out with us. We're going to show you how to be a pro, a big leaguer. Yeah. And we're going to walk you through this. We're going to go through the ups and downs, but you're going to rock with us.
And you made a really astute point in the first hour. There is a cultural hurdle that he has to overcome. You're coming from Venezuela. I don't care if you've been here for 6 or 7 years. Like, there's still, you're in your second language. You're now in the big leagues and you're playing in big, huge cities where you've been kind of barnstorming throughout these smaller towns. Like, there's a cultural thing. I just think the general fan maybe isn't as empathetic to some of these guys that come here from somewhere else.
We've seen it. Or come from low-income housing. Or come from rough areas.
Exactly.
We don't know where Jordan Poole came from. We don't know where Jonathan Kuminga came from. Well, it wasn't pretty. They didn't wake up with them. You know what I'm saying? No. They didn't wake up pooping out golden nuggets.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Or eating with silver spoons. But the Giants are doing a good job. The veterans are doing a good job of embracing the youngsters or bringing them in. You know, Matos, Bailey, and Schmidt. And now even the pitchers, Logan Webb being a veteran on the staff, helping the youngsters. You know, bringing in the Rogers, bringing in Doval, bringing in Ryan Walker. And the Warriors really failed in that department the last year.
Think about the joy, the difference, the contrast in joy. I had a really difficult time extracting joy out of the Warriors. I feel like the Giants this weekend gave me more joy than the entire year of the Warriors.
They're
and maybe
me
I'm
life.
just a prisoner of the moment.
No, they're giving me life.
Right?
I think it started with that St. Louis game. That day game where it's a getaway day. You won the first two of the series. You're saying, you know what? We already won 2 or 3. We already won this series.
Yes.
It's over. For them to come back the way they did in St. Louis on that Wednesday afternoon and win that game down to your last strike, last out, and your ass hits a 2-run homer, and you're saying, oh, boy, I don't know where this is going, but I like the direction.
I agree.
And I like the camaraderie, and I like the chemistry, and the joy. You said it. You and Lovman were saying you guys were having fun. I'm saying, well, I'm having certain aspects of the team is fun. Now I'm sitting back at the Dodger Stadium, and I'm sitting back at the Busch Stadium, and a perfect road trip, which Gabe Kapler has managed twice, right? They've had 2 perfect road trips under Gabe Kapler.
Yes.
Dusty Baker never had one. Think about that.
That's crazy to me.
When you went on the road like that, away from home, and you go to Dodger Stadium, your rivals, the team you've been looking up at for the last decade, and you win that series, and you embrace the youngsters on this team, that's a perfect way of putting it, Joe. The Warriors failed to embrace the youngsters, and it wasn't a lot of fun. I told somebody, I said, you know, after the season when it was all done, I was kind of like, you know what? That was a tough one.
It was a tough year.
I ran into John Malalele at the barbershop. He's going to Toronto.
Yeah.
And he goes, you know, this is a tough season. There's a lot of things going on. And you look at this Giants team, there's a lot of things going on with the IL list, the veterans not coming through. Farhan, we still got to determine. But you know what? I like where it's going. And they're embracing the youngsters, and it's fun right now. It is fun. That's refreshing. I didn't expect that in 2023.
Let's play some fun games here. Who leads the team, without looking, who leads the team in RBIs?
Right now?
Because I think if you would have asked me, I might have
J.D. Davis?
Yes. I might have gave you 3 different answers.
Yeah, J.D. Davis is the guy.
Yes, he is. Who leads the team in home runs?
I would go Michael Conforto.
Yes, he does. Wow.
Yeah.
Who leads the team in hits? Who leads the team in hits?
Tyrell Estrada.
Yes, he does. Just think about what we're doing here, the exercise.
3 different guys.
Right? Okay. Now, who leads the team in walks?
Lamont Wade Jr.
47.
OPS is high.
Really high. Like, stolen bases.
I would go right now, probably Tyrell Estrada.
17.
Yeah.
He's on pace for 35 plus stolen bases.
They're running. You talked about the suicide squeezes.
It's been incredible.
The small ball, the bunting. I know your dad's happy about the bunting, but they're playing the small ball.
It's really been amazing. Who leads the team in scored runs, as in not RBIs, but the runs that they've scored, as they're the guy who scores? It's called runs.
Got to be Estrada, right?
Estrada and Wade are tied 38. Conforto right behind him at 37.
Yeah,
the point that I'm trying to make is, look at this team. They're getting collection, production across the board.
Contributions everywhere.
Everywhere. The one area, to me, that I'm the most concerned about is starting pitching. And if they can get themselves a frontline starter, then I can, for this year, I can take them much more serious as a legitimate playoff team. But right now, I'm seeing a team turn the corner.
Yeah.
And it's fun.
Yep. No,
I love it.
I'm okay with the Giants standing pat right now. Just let it play out.
Yes.
Let this June. Look, I was looking forward to this June since April. You know, basically, and they get to June. You played when we circled this road trip.
It feels like they buried the Cardinals,
dude. It feels like they buried the Dodgers, and I know the Dodgers are not done, but it feels like they just threw a haymaker at the Dodgers. In next time we see you in September, you better be ready to go.
When was the last time that the Giants faced the Dodgers and we had the young guy that they wanted?
It's been a long time. It's been a very long time.
I just think about like Will Smith a few years ago. Like, remember he makes his debut again, and you're like, oh my God, he looks so good. Oh, look at James Outman earlier this year, a couple years back.
It's been a long time.
It was Seager. Before that, again, that's what I'm saying. Like, go around and you're looking, and you're saying to yourself, what was the lefty that they traded for Mookie Betts?
Verdugo.
Verdugo shows himself.
Kiki Hernandez.
Gavin Lux. They've had all the young guys in all these series, and it feels like, God, we never have the young guy. And in this one, we got Bailey.
Well, look at this.
Schmidt makes a contribution. And Matos. Like, it feels like we're changing of the guard.
So they were 4-4 in the month of June after losing that second game to Chicago, to the Cubs. right? 4-0. Hendricks almost threw the no-hitter. They're a 4-4 through Jr. I'm thinking, boy, their third straight home loss, right? Home series loss, that is. That's another thing. They got to start winning at home. But then they just rattle off 7 in a row. So now they're 11-4 in June. 7 games over 500 in a month in June with 7 net. The next 7 against the Padres and the Diamondbacks. We could make a big-time statement this week. This could be a big-time statement week for the Giants to continue this role. And then you go to Toronto for a team that's trying to look for its bats. And then you go to New York City to take on the underachieving Mets. It's a big stretch for the Giants coming up here. And again, let's see where they are at the beginning of June before we start saying, let's trade this guy for that guy and this guy for that guy.
I'm with you.
But they are putting themselves in a position to be very, very attractive to a trade partner. Guys like Marcus Stroman, guys like Shane Bieber, maybe a guy like Shohei Ohtani.
Let me ask you, like when the Niners had their kind of like come out of nowhere 2019 season, was that the most fun the last couple of years for the Niners?
It's probably the most fun season since 2011 when those 49ers came out of nowhere.
Doesn't it? Like, I'm not saying that the Niners are going to go to, or excuse me, the Giants are going to go to the World Series. I'm not saying that. But like that 2009 team for the Giants, like I felt like they were building something.
Yeah.
And it rolled into 2010. And I didn't think 2010 was going to be a champion. But it felt like they were turning the corner and building something. Why do I feel even more optimistic now? Am I just in the moment of it?
No. They got something cooking here. And you know they got Luciano on the way at some point. You know Kyle Harrison is on the way at some point.
Von Brown.
Well, this is Wisenhunt
Iverson,
kid.
Wisenhunt.
You know what I'm saying? Wisenhunt.
Do not trade Carson Wisenhunt.
Ohtani? Let's go to Clark in South Carolina. Clark, what's happening, man? Let's rat-tat-tat. What's going on, Clark? Good morning.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good, Clark.
Hey, I grew up in the Bay Area. And now I'm in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. But I love the Giants, and I'm just down with what you guys are saying.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
I'll tell and, you know, to illustrate, and my point was on the Warriors, but to illustrate the difference, the Giants are a really good team with chemistry. They're a nice team. They're good guys that you can root for, and that's how the Warriors used to be.
Yes.
But now Steph Curry and Draymond and Clay ride on the plane together, you know, and all that stuff. But I'm going to say this is the Warriors need to get back to being a good team again. Yeah. And that means let Draymond go. And I think Clay was a selfish player this year. He was just cutting his shot and playing no defense. And I think they should fire Kerr because Kerr let this whole thing happen. And if you're a good team, you suspend Draymond for what he did, because he assaulted and battery a young player that couldn't fight back, and they did nothing. And anyway, I'm sorry.
No, you know what? No,
Clark, keep going. Go, Clark.
Yeah,
You've been on hold. You're out there in South Carolina. But go ahead. Could you? What you're expressing right now is how a lot of fans feel. There's no doubt. A lot of fans feel like you do, Clark.
Okay.
All right,
so
Clark just lost his breath. He shot his wad.
No, I think he's on something here. Like
shot his wad, Clark.
In any sport, right? I'm using baseball as an example. My little league team, I'm not trying to say we're in the majors, but you know, a kid strikes out with runners on second and third, and then they throw their helmet and they get all down and they're worried about because they're trying to hit a bomb. And I'm like, look, there's runners on second and third, and there's no outs. If you just put the ball in play, yeah, you ground out, and that kind of sucks, but you drive in a run because it's about the team, right? And I think the parallel comp that they're trying to make here is that it did feel like to me, and I know Steiny's talked about this a lot on his show, every Warrior had an individual thing that they were chasing. And a couple of them were chasing the team accolades. I think, you know, Kevon Looney's someone that I believe chasing team accolades. It feels like Poole at times was trying to chase to get his own. Felt like Clay was trying to chase to get his own at times, get his own rhythm, get his own whatever. Draymond, it felt like, was always on the hunt for an extension.
Yeah. It was a lot of individual play.
Exactly.
For a lot of individual intenders.
When I look at Denver and what they were accomplishing this year, feels like everybody was pulling the rope in the same direction.
All bought in.
Exactly. I don't think I ever got that same sense from the Golden State Warriors. And I also think to a degree, early on in last year's 49er season, I think with the Trey Lance, Jimmy G working on the side, I don't think everybody was pulling the rope in the same direction. I think by the end, when Brock got in there, whether it was Brock or not, or maybe just we're at that point in the year, it felt like they were all pulling the rope in the same direction.
No doubt.
And if you're worried, it's like, how does this quarterback thing shake out if they don't get it right? Will they all continue to pull the rope in the same direction? Right now, the Giants are doing that.
Yeah, they are. They are. They're all in one. And even the head coach, he brought up firing Steve Kerr. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. But maybe Steve Kerr had a couple of agendas because he knew he was due for an extension. And he wants his money. He wants to get paid. He's going to the last year of his deal. You don't think he wants to get paid right now? So
that's another another individual way of viewing things.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Point. Where he basically said, you know what? I'm going to play my guys. Screw the process. You gave me all these youngsters. I'm just going to play them all at once and let them die on their own. Which is not, we were thinking like, well, why don't you integrate Kuminga with the starters? Why don't you integrate Wiseman with some other guys? And not just be helping on running your system. How about you run a little pick and roll with some of the youngsters? How about you tell Kuminga and Jared Poole, hey, screw the read and react right now. Let's run the pick and roll and just put the ball in his hands.
I don't think we've talked about the Jama, the assistant coach leaving the
going
team.
To Toronto.
What do you make of that?
Well, here's my guess. Hey, it's funny. I ran into him at the end of his haircut, and I was like, he's from up there. Mm-hmm. He's got a lot of ties up there to Canada. It's a better situation for him.
Guys.
Yeah, it's the Warriors have replaced assistant coaches before. They're not new to this.
Actually.
They're not new to this. But part of it makes me think, is there uncertainty with the coaching staff here? Is there uncertainty with Steve Kerr's long-term future? That's what I thought when the news broke. Wow, Jama's leaving now. Maybe. Is he sure about Steve Kerr being here?
Kind of like Kyrie jumping the gun on leaving LeBron, knowing that LeBron was going to leave him?
Exactly.
Interesting.
Let me go back home to Toronto. I know that organization well. They got a lot of new guys there, new coach, new staff. They may have different players. Let me go back to my comfort zone.
Well, because I found that to be awkward. Because had he gone to let's just say, I don't know, another team, Toronto as an assistant coach, it felt very lateral hire-ish. Mm-hmm. It didn't feel like it was an upgrade, but I don't know what his role is with that organization. So maybe he feels like he's now the number 2 as opposed to being the number 3 or 4.
Yeah, let's go to Uncle Gene real quick. Before we get to Bomani Jones here on 95.7 The Game. Then we'll get to Will and Oscar after Bomani. You guys hang tight here. I want to take all your calls. Uncle Gene, what's happening?
Hey, guys. All right, I'll try to be quick. So I'm struggling with the whole Draymond Green thing. And, I'm one of his biggest fans. I'm still convinced that they don't win another championship without him, not with this group. But I have some doubts whether they can win even with him. So, first of all, the $30 million a year, I guess I'm not surprised at that, although I wish it was more like, say, 25. But I just counted 38 players that are making over $30 million in the NBA, 9 of whom are making over 40, and he's better, whether it's quality or availability, than a good number of them. So $30 million is not quite what it used to be. But if they give up on him, if they let him go, then you go with the youth movement. Then you keep Poole, you keep Kuminga, and they become your leaders for the future. And are they ready to assume that responsibility? I don't know. I mean, they're pretty immature right now. They don't seem to be team first players. But on the other hand, again, I mean, you look at Wiggs and his situation. Minnesota gave up on him because he was too immature. But he came to us. He matured, became a great two-way player. So I still lean towards keeping Dre and trying again. But I would totally understand if they decide to go in the other direction.
All right, Uncle Gene. Good to see you Friday. Thanks for the phone call. Will and Oscar, stay on tight. Hang on tight. I want to get to you guys after Bomani Jones. That's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-88-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of...
ticker tape thing outside of our building.
What did it say?
And I see this potential blockbuster deal between you and Bradley Beal that may take you from Phoenix to Washington and vice versa. I was surprised. What are your first thoughts on that?
I was surprised too. I found out on the plane yesterday flying here for this. You know, in this league, anything can happen, so you just figure out what's next.
You literally found out on the plane?
Absolutely.
Wow.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Will Jordan Poole be traded while he's hanging out in London on his birthday? Wow, Chris Paul on Good Morning America today with Michael Strahan, Robin Williams, and my guy found out on a flight that he was getting traded to the Washington Wizards. And that may not be the end of it. They're trying to finalize the deal. Bradley Beal, though, is a key figure. He's going to Phoenix. Chris Paul, Andrew Shamet going over to Washington. Several second-round picks and pick swaps. And that may not be the end of it. Looks like the Wizards may buy out Chris Paul, and he may go back to the Clippers. Who the hell knows in today's NBA? But let's talk to Bomani Jones. We love him here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. You see him all over ESPN, but the Right Time podcast with Bomani Jones and the Game Theory on HBO Max, which is I'm enjoying because he had to own Jake Paul there. I love that from you, Bomani, to put him in his place before he lost that fight against Fury. But Bomani, good to talk to you here in the Bay Area. Our fans love you, and let's just start right there, Bo. Chris Paul to Washington, Bradley Beal to Phoenix. It doesn't move us per se because I think the big three thing with Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, I don't see it working out in the long run. What does that trade do for you?
They just picked up a dude that makes $1 million a game.
Must be nice.
Somehow I think that part. Well, I mean, the thing about Beal to me, and I think he's a good player, but I feel like he's one of these guys that we talk about more than people actually watch. It was a very similar situation when Chris Bosh went to Miami. Not that Chris Bosh wasn't great, but you read those stats, but you wasn't watching the Raptors play. And since you're not watching the Wizards play, you don't notice that Brad Beal hasn't played 60 games since 2019.
Mm-hmm.
So you are trading Chris Paul, and the reason to trade Chris Paul is that Chris Paul can't stay healthy, not because Chris Paul can't play anymore. Well, you're trading him for a guy who hasn't played 50 games in 4 years and costs $50 million a year. This doesn't do it for me. I think the West is really Denver and then everybody else as of this point, but I also think that given what the Suns gave up, okay, well, that's what you get, right? Like, if you can get Brad Beal for what they gave up, then you probably do it. Shout out to the Ishbia guy. I like seeing an owner that's willing to recklessly spend money. Like, I think that's a macro level good.
Where do you think the Warriors stack up? You said that obviously it's Denver and then everybody else. I mean, Warriors got throttled by Anthony Davis and the Lakers. So where do you think they kind of stack up right now with their current roster?
Well, I think the biggest problem that the Warriors have, and I imagine you guys have talked about this in hushed tones up there because you love the guy so much, but what exactly are you supposed to do with Klay Thompson at this point? Because, I mean, in the postseason, he didn't give it to you, right? Like, I think that people have had unrealistic expectations since he came back on a dude coming back off an ACL tear and an Achilles who's now in his 30s. You can never reasonably assume that a guy like that is going to come back this season better than he was last season. And the last time we saw him, he was bad. And so as long as that team has to depend on him to get things done, they're not going to probably be able to bring back DiVincenzo because of the salary cap. But while he's not a great player and he's not Klay Thompson, he matters for that team. What version of Draymond Green is going to come back and are you going to have going as each year passes? At what point, or does the point come where you actually get something out of Kuminga and Moody? I don't see much cause for optimism for the Warriors at this point, just because I think the margins at the top of the West are so thin. And as of this moment, I don't have a reason to assume that they are going to be better this year than they were last year. And at the end of the season, I think you guys all finally had to come around to the idea that last year that team just wasn't good enough.
Yeah. No, Bomani Jones here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Shasky and Bonte. And look, Bo, we talked about Klay a lot. We talked about Jordan Poole a lot. And we've also talked about Draymond Green and reports over the weekend from our brother Mark Spears from Manscaped.com that Draymond Green may opt out, but the Warriors hope to re-sign him. Now, what if Draymond walks into Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s office and say, hey, man, I'm going to opt out, but I want $30 million a year? I'm not comfortable with that if I'm a fan of this team and seeing what Draymond Green and the way he played against the LA Lakers. What's the perception of Draymond Green outside the Bay Area bubble? Because a lot of Warrior fans can't let go of Draymond due to the contributions to this organization over the last 11 years.
Yeah, I think he's in one of those situations where he is really, 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 really valuable to one team. I don't think that there will be this giant market out there for him, at least not for a deal of any length, right? Like, I think that if I'm another team, I might be interested in a 1 or 2 year deal with Draymond, right? They just kind of see how it goes, because that's another guy that I don't think is going to get better as this goes along. Like, by math, he should be like 33 or 34 at this point. I don't think you could be optimistic about where it's going to go with an undersized player as he gets older. But for the Warriors, you heard Steve Kerr say it, like, we can't play defense without him. He is such a game changer on defense that I have literally no idea what the Warriors look like without him. Because as you look at this roster, especially with Klay being older, where's the lockdown defender? Like, where's the guy that you're like, okay, we can go shut some people down? They don't have that dude. Draymond magically turns the whole team into a bunch of dudes like that. So it's one buyer, one seller, and they're just going to have to find a price that does not hurt the Warriors too much, but also doesn't leave Draymond feeling insulted.
Man, that's tough. That's a tough needle to thread. Well, what are your thoughts on Jordan Poole just in general? Because I feel like when people bring him up around here, it's either your team Draymond or your team Poole, and the truth is probably somewhere in between. But what do you think of Jordan Poole as a player?
Well, where I try to be fair to him, because last year wasn't it, right? Like, we would all agree. Last year wasn't it for Jordan Poole. But to be fair to him, he's a young guy, and they were coming off the championship, and we all know the adjustment for players coming off a championship can be very, very difficult as they figure out their place. They threw the big money in front of him, and Draymond hit him in the face in front of everybody. He's the guy, like, I remember when I was in college, and I think everybody else probably, if you went to college or even high school, will tell you about this dynamic. You know how you wind up where you get a crew of people, and there's always one dude that is at least technically in the crew, but everybody in the crew takes turns banging on that one dude, right? Like, that becomes your role in the crew, is you're the guy in the crew that everybody actually picks on.
Right.
I feel like Jordan Poole became that. Like, he's the new guy in this. He's the one that got the money. There are all the levels that come with that, and some of the old guys and how they feel about the very idea about trying to do this with the young guys in the first place instead of trying to trade for veteran help. Like, I imagine that was a very difficult situation for him to be in the first place. However, he's a pretty good player who wound up getting a contract that I think jumps off the page at people, but is really pretty good player money now at this point. Like, $30 million a year, that's about what, like, pretty good players get. But I do wonder if that championship run inflated for people just how good he actually is. Because if he was playing like he was and had not gotten the contract extension, it doesn't sound like this. But he got the extension, and Draymond didn't. Therefore, it does.
Wow, Bomani Jones here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. You're basically saying he was the Mario Chalmers of the Golden State Warriors. Remember that he used to pick on Mario Chalmers, LeBron, and Bosh?
Yeah.
It felt like he was yelling at him all the time at half court, Mario, 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 and he saved your asses in Game 4 against OKC. Sticking on this Jordan Poole.
But here's the thing, though. There was warmth to it with the way they treated Mario Chalmers. Like, that was his place in the team and everything else. But those guys really like Rio. I'm not sure these guys really like Jordan Poole.
So can you see this team bringing both of them back, though? Because we're here in the bubble. We're around the team all the time, and the friction on this team all season long. There's a cloud hovering over this team no matter what. You could just feel it if you watch this team every single game. Can you bring both of those dudes back in the same locker room, Jordan Poole and Draymond Green? Because you got punched in TMZ, and over 50 million people didn't watch this punch, and everybody talks about it. Everybody, every single day. Can you imagine a locker room with these two in it next year for the Golden State Warriors?
I could see you bringing the two of them back, but the question I have is, are the problems with either of those guys simply localized to the two of them? Like, how does everybody else feel about Jordan Poole on that team, right? Like, that's the one that I have the question about. So I think it's less about can you bring those two back, is that I think you have to ask individually, can you bring Draymond Green back? And I think that leads to basketball questions. And with Poole, you have that same other thing, and that leads to basketball questions. Like, I can't imagine how mad Jordan Poole was at the end of that one game. I can't remember which one it was, but where he took that 30-footer late when the ball got thrown to him, and it was like, yo, it didn't get back to Steph, when nobody should have thrown him the ball in the first place, given the spacing and where he was. He was like, oh, snap, and then put it up. Like, those things are always his fault, and I don't think that that's necessarily about Draymond. Like, I think they're going to need to have a macro level come to Jesus here about, everything that happened last year. And if this organization is everything that people tell us that it is, then they should be able to fix it.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, go back to that 2019 NBA draft, because right now Warrior fans are losing their minds. We've basically traded for every single player. I wrote down a list. There's like 70 names on here. Warrior fans are out of their mind. And just two guys that I'm thinking about, because we want to trade every young player. A couple years ago, Zion Williamson, Ja Morant. It felt like everyone in the league would have traded for either one of them. They go 1 and 2 in the draft. Right now, they both have very separate issues. Who would you want if you're Team X trying to salvage one of their careers, Zion or Ja?
If I'm running a team, I am waiting to find the dip on Zion Williamson, and I am buying enthusiastically on him. And I have a similar argument for him that I would have if I was trying to get on Ja Morant. And I just think that Zion at his best in the NBA, and we have seen him be very good. Like, forget, I think he was second team All-NBA when he was 21 years old, right?
30 and 12 he was averaging at one point.
Yeah, like, we've seen more from him at this point in his career, or similar to what we saw from Joel Embiid at this point in his career, right? Like, I think he can be – I just think that there's still a chance for him to be impactful. But for both of them, I ask this question. What do you think is more likely, that these guys grow up or that Jaylen Brown learns to dribble? Because I think Jaylen Brown learning to dribble is far more unlikely. But there's a league full of teams that would jump on the idea of getting Jaylen Brown, and Jaylen Brown's inability to dribble is as big a holdup as Zion Williamson's everything else. So what I look at with Zion, and I wonder, as you hear more and more about like his relationship with that organization and everything else, I feel like a guy like him, something's going to have to happen to shock him into place and just be like, hey, man, you're going to have to take this a lot more seriously, because by every account that I have received, the biggest issue with Zion is that it's clear he doesn't take this seriously. Ja Morant seems to very much so take the basketball stuff seriously. He just does really stupid things when he's not playing basketball. But, like, if I'm Portland and the idea is that we're going to keep Dame, or we're trying to keep Dame, and somehow I could get Zion Williamson for the number 3 pick in the draft, I'd do that in a heartbeat. I don't think twice. But somebody got to be the one to get in his ear and be like, hey, this is what we got to do. I personally would feel confident that Damian Lillard and Chauncey Billups could be the pair of people that could get through to him in that capacity. There is nobody in New Orleans who has the gravitas, I think, to be able to get through to him. But somebody's going to have some real talks with him about what it takes to truly produce in the NBA. Because and I could be wrong here. You tell me if I'm tripping. I don't feel like people like being laughing stocks.
No.
And he is a laughing stock right now, and it's all of his own doing. It can all be fixed by him. Now let's see if he does it.
Yeah, and then off the court stuff over what happened the last couple of weeks with the baby mama drama or whatever the hell's going on. I'm lost with that. I try to stay, I try to stay out of people's business, man. That ain't my lane.
No, I mean, I'd like to stay out of his business, but his business jumped in my face, right? Like, we can't act like we don't know what it is. The problem for him in this case, the only difference between him and lots of other people in his league is that this one got on Twitter and started wilding out.
Right.
That's really the only difference there. I give him credit. He ain't said a word about it. He's just out here like, all right, man, like kids. Let them cry themselves to sleep. But it's not the wisest move in the world, but most of them cats wind up paying a 10-figure lesson in contraception.
Yeah, no doubt. And by the way, shout out to the New Orleans Pelicans Twitter account for posting a PR campaign for Zion. Hey, look, he's helping out the kids this summer. And he was smiling from ear to ear. Speaking of Ja Morant, we got Bomani Jones here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. I'm with you on Zion. What's the end game for Ja Morant? Does Memphis need to move off from him? Is 25 games enough of a suspension? How can we calm Potts down? Because I feel like he's a big enabler in this whole situation. How do we rectify Ja Morant, get him focused again on just basketball, not doing this dumb stuff, IGN Live with toy guns or real guns, whatever the hell it is? I mean, come on, Ja.
Well, one thing that's interesting is like the father enabler part, where I have had that question at various points, and I think I saw Jalen Rose say it first. It's really, really difficult for your daddy to be your daddy in that capacity when you paying his bills, right? Like, once your daddy doesn't have a job, your daddy's not in charge here anymore. You know, like once his whole job is being your daddy, then he's not. There's only but so much that he can say. I look at Zion's daddy, and if you saw that ridiculous speech that he made at the thing that Zion was doing for the kids, that's the guy that I worry more about as far as enabling goes and everything else. But with Ja, yeah, this could be taken care of. Like apparently he's found new people to hang out with, even though I doubt very seriously it's those guys' faults. And I think it's fair to ask the question if he's got some core issues that need to be dealt with that are not simply about stop playing with things that look like guns and demonstrate a little bit better judgment. Because I think you saw the thing on TMZ about him with the gun being a lighter. And I had been told weeks ago that was his excuse, is that it wasn't a gun, it was actually a lighter, just a lighter that looks like a gun. And I asked this question sincerely. Why in the world would you want something that looked like a gun but ain't a gun?
I don't buy it.
Yeah. And then the lighter.
No. No, I've seen the video of the lighter. It's a lighter. That makes it even dumber than actually being a gun. Because at least if it's a gun, if you get in trouble, you can kill somebody.
Right.
Like, all this can do is get you in trouble or get a ha-ha from somebody in a room or whatever it is. Now, regardless of whether or not it was a gun, he wanted the people on the internet to believe that it was a gun, and that's the problem, right? And that's why this becomes suspension-worthy. And as much as people can try to do their whataboutisms and their Second Amendment stuff and everything else, this is bad for business and it's dangerous for him. And so I don't really have any problem with any punishment that the league decided to enact in that place. But I think these boys are also 22 years old, carrying a level of weight that is hard for us to understand, but also neither of these two guys have been primed for stardom like a lot of other people do. Like, the thing that we don't give LeBron James nearly enough credit for is that dude came in the league 20 years ago at 18 and still has the same crew that he had from the very beginning, and they all out here flourishing. They all out here making money, and he has never been in any sort of situation like this. It is the most amazing thing that he built a whole operation around him as a teenager and figured out how to make it work the whole way. The thing about both of these South Carolina boys is Zion was not a dude who was on the AAU circuit and really tied up in that. Like, he was not being prepped for what the next level was in the ways that a lot of these guys are. Ja Morant is a late bloomer who came out of nowhere. He was not prepped for everything that came with this. And then they look up and all of a sudden they have all this superstar responsibility, and all either of them really seem to know was like small town life. And in various ways, they both kicking it like they still live in small towns.
Wow, Bomani, man, we could have you on all day, but I know you got to run here, man. Good stuff. We're interested to hear what Mike Dunleavy Jr. has to say today at 11 o'clock as he was named the GM of the Golden State Warriors. Big decisions to make. Draymond Green opting in, opting out, who knows? Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, all that stuff. So, Bo, keep it up, man. We'll talk to you soon, man. Thanks for spending some time with us here on the Morning Roast.
Hey, just tell me right fast, how old do you feel that Mike Dunleavy Jr. is now somebody's general manager?
Oh, my gosh.
I booed him. I booed him when he was a Warrior.
I mean, people are still scarred because he's a player. They don't want him as a GM because of the way he played 4+ seasons.
And now I'm making arguments for why he'll be successful.
Right. We're just
full character.
Hey, Bomani, we're holding on to that national championship game when he hit the 3 straight threes against Arizona and beat Gilbert Arenas and them boys.
Hold on. When you say we hold, no. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you was a Duke fan.
No. I'm not a Duke fan.
He's a Florida State fan.
No, I am a Paulo Banchero fan. Yeah, don't ask me how I'm a Florida State fan, but I am a Florida State fan. Go figure.
Okay. I was just about to say this is going to be grand opening, grand closing of me appearing on this program.
One of my best friends is a Duke fan, though. We saw him out here a couple of years ago.
He's also a LeBron's fan. So.
No. Paulo Banchero, all that stuff. Hey, Bo, man. We'll have you back on, man.
Buddy.
Thanks.
All right, man. You guys have a good one.
You too. Bomani Jones, man. Said a lot there. Man, a lot to dive through. There with Bomani. Where do you want to start?
I want to start.
Draymond?
Yeah. Well,
Draymond, Jordan Poole?
Well, he went right to Clay. What'd you think of that?
Very interesting. Because it's amazing what a 2-week stretch can do. How it changes your entire perception of a player.
Yeah.
That's what happened with Poole. That's what happened with Clay. That's what happened with Kuminga. But I'm trying to figure out why we can't do the same with Draymond Green. If we're going to be equal here. If we're going to talk about the team, and we're going to pick apart every single player about who struggled and who did not struggle, Clay struggled just as bad as Draymond Green did and Jordan Poole. There's no doubt. And he's got 1 year left with $43 million. So would I personally be open to trading Klay Thompson? I think in a league that values shooting, it will be tough for me to do it. But the right player came around, I would be open to it.
Zion? Because I'm with him on the Zion. I don't know.
I'm with him on Zion. Yeah, I think Zion could still be a player.
No, of all the guys that are out there, like that's the one that I'd be holding out my prospects for, my younger players for.
No doubt.
And that feels unrealistic.
No doubt.
But that, to me, is the guy I would love to have him. I think he would fit beautifully inside out with Steph Curry.
We just saw the struggles of the shooting and Klay shooting. Game 4.
Well, and Austin
I've
Reeves.
never seen him worse.
Yeah.
And Austin Reeves came along in that series,
Yeah.
and Klay got snuffed out. And Klay also struggled against Sacramento. They did a good job on him. But he also did, in the meantime, Kevin Huerter he had the one stretch in Game 6.
Yeah, he didn't do much.
But Klay Thompson kind of took him out.
Yeah,
he took him out of there.
Didn't do much. He was in foul trouble the whole time. The other thing that he referenced was just kind of how Jordan Poole, I actually thought it was an interesting metaphor. The guy in your group circle from college that everybody kind of picks on, I do feel like that is Jordan Poole, but more like the fan base. I don't know about the players. I'm not in there. I can't understand that. And I know I've seen a lot of people kind of like, oh, they clearly don't like playing with him. And I don't think that's fair for us to assess.
We're not in that locker room every day. We're not in the practice facility every day.
And I'm sure there are people on the team that guys don't like playing with that we would never even identify.
Jordan Poole and Wiggins seem to get along fine.
Well, and isn't Looney one of his buddies?
Looney is one of his best friends.
So I don't know.
That's two important cogs on this Warriors organization that seem to like Jordan Poole. Moses Moody gets along with Jordan Poole. Dante DiVincenzo, boy, they had a lot of laughs together, right?
Yeah.
Now, Dante DiVincenzo, real quick, him opting out.
He sounds like he's going to go to Phoenix. That's a rumor.
That's a sneaky loss for them. And I think the Warriors misplayed their hand with DiVincenzo.
Well, I think that they acquired GP2 and the redundancy. GP2 does good things, but I think the redundancy of position with him and DiVincenzo devalued DiVincenzo and kind of made him the odd man out. And not only did it do that, it also devalued Jonathan Kuminga. I think the GP2 acquisition, everybody was ready to throw a ticker-taker parade.
Right.
And it was okay. He had a couple of moments late in games,
but
in the
it affected DiVincenzo
and Kuminga.
He was rolling. DiVincenzo and Kuminga were rolling. So now you lose them because you bring back GP2, and he wasn't healthy all year. And I don't know if GP2 can stay healthy. That's going to be a big thing for him.
Yeah.
By the way, per Bill Simmons of The Ringer, I don't know how much stock you want to put into Bill Simmons, but he's saying people around the league expect Pelicans to move Zion Williamson by Thursday. According to Bill Simmons, the Zion thing is a real subplot.
I'll take it.
I had somebody tell me yesterday that I trust that he will not be on the Pelicans by Thursday.
So just let's say, hypothetically, if the Warriors get Zion, all of the questions that you had about Andrew Wiggins, for the most part, on the court, unreliable, doesn't care enough. Does he want to play defense? Like, there's a lot of similarities between what you got when you acquired Wiggins and Zion. Can we all agree?
Yep.
Zion might be a better prospect than Wiggins. Although Wiggins was a very highly rated prospect, I think Zion's done more impact than what Wiggins has done. What do you think?
Dude, I would take Zion Williamson in a heartbeat.
I would
With
too.
Stan Van Gundy had him running point forward at the end of that season. We cited the numbers. Dude was shooting damn near 60% from the floor. And he doesn't take threes, and he gets to the free throw.
He finishes around the rim. He's a guy that could get Anthony Davis out in space, dribble by him. Wow.
He could be the next Charles Barkley. When I first saw Zion Williamson play in the NBA, I said, boy, that guy could be Charles Barkley. Rebounding, handling the basketball. Now, if he wants to, I think he could be a 30 to 35% three-point shooter. But you know what? He doesn't need to shoot the three.
Well,
just go inside and bang.
Him and Steph would be pretty sweet.
On the pick and roll?
Oh, my God.
Are you kidding me? Like, you think about Zion Williamson. Oh, my God.
I think you could play him alongside Looney because of his ability to actually knock down a three.
He played 29 games, gave you 26, 7, and 5. And he shot 61% from the floor just in 29 games. Are you kidding me?
So you'd take him in a heartbeat.
What?
What if it costs you Clay?
I'm doing it.
Okay.
I'm doing it. I mean, the guy's 22 years old.
He's the future of that team then, too. Like, that's the thing you're getting with Zion. Like, he is the future piece that you can build around for the next decade is what you're getting into with that. If he ends up being the guy you think he is. And before Wiggins came to this team, he wasn't even an all-star. Zion's a two-time all-star. Like, he's already shown more than Wiggins had at that point.
So I'm not wrong saying that.
Right.
No, not even close.
So 61 games in 2020, 2021. 27, 7, and 4. Shot 61% from the floor.
And he's box office. And Lacob loves box office.
And he gets to the free throw line 9 times a game. He's a star.
Oh, my God. My buddy was furious because I think Zion hasn't played at Chase Center in a couple of years.
He played once his rookie year.
Yeah, my buddy was there, pissed.
And let me tell you, they mic up the rims, right?
Yeah.
He had a breakaway dunk coming towards the Warriors bench by himself. That dunk had everybody, oh, my God.
Hey, look.
Honestly, I wasn't even looking up. And you just hear somebody go, uh-oh. And I look up, and he goes in for the one-hand slam. I think it was a one-hand slam.
Yeah.
And he almost broke the rim.
Look, everyone wants to rip the Warriors when it comes to their injuries and stuff. They managed Klay Thompson coming back pretty well.
Rick Celebrini, whoa.
Okay, Otto Porter Jr., did they manage that well?
Very well.
How about Steph's ankles over the years?
Very well.
How about Dre's back over the years?
Very well.
How about Kevon Looney's hip?
Very well. Kevon Looney's had back-to-back seasons playing 82 games.
If there was an organization that I'm taking a swing on who's earned the benefit of the doubt, isn't it the Warriors?
Dude, somebody asked me, hey, absolutely it's the Warriors. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Banter, you taking the Tesla to pick up Zion from SFO? No. We're not taking the Tesla. We're calling Steve for Premier Limos, and we're getting them 5 different SUVs, okay? One for him, one for the side chicks, one for the family, one for everybody. And then we're going to have soda representatives, SLTA, weightloss.com. We're going to help them out.
What do you think, seeing these deals around the league, what is Zion, what is he commanding for the Hornets? Or the Pelicans, excuse me.
I don't know.
What are they getting in return? Because the Beal deal did not feel very good.
Dude, I would start with Zion and Steph, and I figure out the rest later. That's how I'm operating here. And doesn't it feel like with Joe Lacob and company and Mike Dunleavy Jr., it feels like something big is brewing with the Golden State Warriors.
It does.
It feels like something's in the works here. Now, I could be totally wrong, but it feels like...
If they had Steph and Zion, that might be your next KD and Steph.
Oh, my God.
I mean, you'd have two dudes. How do you game plan for those two?
Spinoni, get in
Well,
here.
just to get you guys a little comp, right? So Anthony Davis obviously traded from the Pelicans to the Lakers.
Ingram, Josh Hart.
So we got Ingram, Lonzo Ball, Josh Hart, and 3 future first-round picks.
Say that deal worked out for the Lakers.
Yes, they won a chip, so it worked out.
And Brandon Ingram's great, but Lonzo may not play again.
Yeah, Lonzo.
Josh Hart's on another team.
Solid.
He's been on 2 different teams now.
Isn't Lonzo on the Bulls?
Yeah, he's on the Bulls, but Josh Hart went from New Orleans to Portland, and now he's with the Knicks.
Yeah, he's been all over. And those 3 first-round picks, what have they turned them into? Jackson Hayes?
Yeah, I don't care about the picks. You can have the picks.
I actually like Jackson Hayes.
He's not bad, but he's a role player.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Actually, throw him in the Zion deal. Throw him in. I'll take it.
I know that he's never healthy.
And you're buying low on Zion.
Didn't people say the same thing about Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah, they did.
Give me the talent. It's the NBA.
Let's get to Will and Moran real quick. Will and Moran before we get the league on, then we'll get to Oscar and Stockton. Will, what's happening, man? You're on the roast. Good morning, Will.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I know this is a completely different topic, but this is what we were getting excited about before Damani called in with that awesome interview. When Machado was looking for a place to go when he was leaving the Orioles, he was looking for a fun and upcoming team, and he chose the Padres because at the time, Ryan Weathers was coming up, Cronenworth. You had, Mackenzie Gore was going to be a hopeful, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
I know that you want Bieber, Bonte, and I'm down with him. I was looking at his numbers and what he's done before. He is amazing.
Who's that?
However,
Bieber.
Why don't we get the full package with Ohtani? Let's get that with Ohtani. We get power. We get possibly we get the best player outside of Babe Ruth right now.
I don't think they're trading him though. They're still kind of in the mix.
I just think that we should try to go for it, man. That would be awesome. If we could get to the mix, it's just a fun, exciting team. And I as Ohtani, I would want to land here. It would be fun. So
Will, hang on tight, Will, because I do want to ask you something, or I do want to help, because I'm with you. I'm all in for Ohtani for 2 months. Just get him in a building, and you get the first crack at re-signing him. You get the first crack to talk numbers with him, and you give him that blank check. You give him the blank check. Hey, $500 million, $600 million. Look at what's going on here. Oracle Park. You know how many Asian people are going to be in the stadium every single night? We're going to sell out because of you. And the jersey sales and the revenue and everything. Will, I'm with it. Call me crazy, but if it's for Ohtani, I'm breaking all the rules. Who do you want, Anaheim, for Shohei Ohtani?
Well, just if you were, okay, there's the LA Dodger allure, which is real.
Right.
It's real.
It is real.
Okay? But if you look at, like, moving forward, next 5 years, Betts and Freeman are getting up there. Betts is 30. He's still awesome. And Freeman's having a monster year, but he's 33.
I don't know if you could compete with them, though. Go ahead, Will. Finish up strong.
I think we're closer than we want to admit. I'm not saying we're better than them. I'm saying we're closer.
No, they're closer than the Dodgers.
Yes, they're closer than we want to give them credit for.
I just want to seal the deal with some. Go ahead, Will. Finish the call. Will, you there?
He gone.
All right, he's gone. I'm kind of with Will.
So, okay.
Not right now.
It's official.
Not right now.
We're both getting Zion and we're getting Ohtani.
Hey, man.
And then we're throwing the parade.
This was the show that talked Christian McCaffrey into existence. So, you can't tell me nothing anymore. You can't tell me nothing.
La, 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 la. Wait till Bonte gets
his best album. Graduation, for me anyways. Graduation's so good.
Hey, man. They thought we were smoking dope. They thought we were smoking. Hell, they even thought we were smoking dope about Aaron Judge. And think about how the Giants were in the mix. They got an interview with. They recruited him.
So
he came out to the Bay.
Now we're taking credit for the interview?
Why not? We were the first ones on Aaron Judge. Everybody else passed themselves on the back. Why not us? The morning boast, baby, in full effect. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app at favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. People were saying, where's the drop? When does that crack come into play?
So the king has spoken, thus it is written into law.
No.
We are getting Zion and Ohtani. What a day.
They might be the Warriors might be in the mix for Zion Williamson. If he's available.
Well, what about Embiid? What about Giannis?
Well, I've been on Embiid, and it feels like Giannis is going to stay in Milwaukee for another year.
Steph, this is where I want Steph. Where's the back channeling? What's going on here?
What is going on? Dude, Ohtani, Zion in the Bay? Come on, Zion. Get off the beignets and get off the po' boys and the gumbo. Come be part of this vegan life out here in the Bay Area.
Kale?
Vegan mob.
We get Hunter
Shout
Pence
out Don
to teach him how
Toriano.
to do no, we'll get our girl Nita at the O Club to whip him up them shakes.
Oh, yeah, Nita don't be playing.
She does not play.
Should not be playing.
You'll lose weight immediately.
Dude, immediately. Kale Garden? Did Kale Garden still at Oracle Park?
Yeah, Hunter Pence will help him out with that.
Boy, we got a plan for you. And we got the soda diet. Guru and myself, Pitts and Zion.
And we should get him the same bicycle Kevin Durant had when he was riding around the city.
I got the Zoda protein and fiber bar right here. Chocolate mint, Zion. It is tasty.
I would like a bite of that.
You want? I'll give you a piece. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm going to have to try that.
But Baby Chaz loves them. Oscar Stockton, what's happening? You're on the roast. So, Oscar.
Man, what's going on with you guys? Man, I'm up here listening every day. From my whole concept is about the Warriors is this, man. If Steph is not going.
Pod down, Oscar. Let's hit the breaking news sounder. This is worth it.
What?
Hit the breaking news sounder.
What?
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Yeah, this is worth it. We kind of already knew it, but it's official. Shams Charania reported that Golden State Warriors four-time NBA champion Draymond Green is declining his $27.5 million player option for the 2023-24 season and will enter unrestricted free agency. Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul told The Athletic in Stadium.
Wow.
And by the way, as that alert goes in, the Warriors just wish Jordan Poole happy birthday on Twitter. So happy birthday to Jordan Poole.
The Warriors on Twitter?
Yeah,
at the
their
same
Twitter
time.
count at the same time.
That's got to be a coincidence.
Yeah, it's a coincidence. So now.
Or not.
So now.
You were so proud of that when you turned around and looked at me. Bonte doing the breaking news sounder, by the way. Like, I don't know what signal he was giving me. It was a pot down, or also I was like, did he cuss? Do I dump this? What is it? Breaking news sounder.
We haven't had the hand signals in a while here. We got to work on that one. I got it's new summer. I'm older, man. I don't know what I'm doing here. All right, back to Oscar. I'm back to Oscar.
Wait a minute. He's declining.
He's declining the player option.
Do you want him back? It's very simple.
He's going to Mike Dunleavy Jr. 11 o'clock today speaking.
Wow.
Here live right here on 95.7 The Game.
I'm telling you, my gut feeling, it
He's
just
not gonna
feels
let
like
him
both
walk.
sides are pulling the same thing they do with Bob Myers. We tried. I wanted to, but we couldn't come to an agreement.
Draymond Green have a deal elsewhere already in the works? Is that why he's declining that option?
It feels like it.
I have no idea.
Oscar Stockton, what's happening? Oscar, you still there?
Our bad, Oscar.
Call
Sorry
us back,
about that.
Oscar. My bad,
Sorry
man.
about that, buddy.
My bad. We had the breaking news, though. Wasn't it worth the sound?
If you're just getting in your car right now, it's official. Shams is tweeting it out. Draymond Green declined his player option. He's now an unrestricted free agent.
Unrestricted free agent, Draymond Green.
Wow.
Declined it. Before the deadline, has already declined it. So what does
He
that
had 10
mean?
days.
So what does that mean?
That means he's tampering right now. Legally
He is tampering. Legally tampering.
tampering.
He's behind the scenes trying to work a deal. And if he's declining a deal that is worth $27.5 million, that's what this next year is going to be worth for Draymond Green. $27.5 million. What is he looking for? Is he looking for $30 a year? And if he is looking for $30 million a year, is that too steep of a price tag for the Golden State Warriors, considering who he is as a player today? Not what he was in 2016, not what he was in 2018, but the player he is today. Is he worth $30 million per season? 888-957-9570 is the phone number.
With all of the, I guess, the leakage last week of Dunleavy Jr. really liked Jordan Poole. He was one of the people.
That is true.
It sure feels like, but the fact that got out that so much is a feather in the cap for Dunleavy, no doubt. But it's also, it feels like the tea leaves are telling us that, hey, the Warriors are going to try. Draymond wants X, and he's going to go somewhere else, and both are going to say that we did the best to come to an agreement, and it just didn't work out.
No.
It's not personal. It's just business.
But now Draymond is looking for years, and I agree with you, Mustafa Ward. He wants multiple years. We all know that. And he probably wants to ride into the sunset with Stephen Curry, who has 3 years left on his deal. But in order to re-sign Draymond Green, you're probably going to have to give him 3 years, $90 million.
I'm not giving him that.
3 years, $90 million.
And
now, is Draymond going to take a little less off the top? Would he take $25 million a year? And now we're talking 3 for $75.
Does he beat Kyrie to L.A.?
I don't know.
Where does he fit with L.A.?
Where are you stopping at if you're a Warrior fan? If you're a Warrior fan with Draymond Green,
$23 million.
$23 million the cap for you? Mm-hmm. What's the cap for Warrior fans out there? 888-957-9570.
To me, he's a $25 million player moving forward. And that sounds like, it's just a little here and there. $6 to $7 million times 5, that's an extra $35 million bucks.
So 3 years, $70 million is what you're talking about here, Shasky. Here's what Rich Paul said. Rich Paul said it here from Adrian Wojnarowski. Clutches Rich Paul to ESPN on Golden State's Draymond Green declined player option. We will continue to talk to Golden State and explore all options. So they could explore. How about this from Woj? It was expected Green would opt out, and now we can talk with Warriors, explore signing trades and free agency. So everything's on the table when it comes to Draymond Green. We may have seen Draymond Green play his last game as a Golden State Warrior, which is wild in itself.
I'm just thinking about how this plays out. And the last image you have of Draymond Green in a Warrior uniform, if he goes somewhere else,
is hugging LeBron James.
With Curry in the background, kind of like, what the heck?
And Klay Thompson staring off into space.
Wow.
888-957-9570. The number, line them up. Line them up right now.
Wow.
How you feeling about Draymond Green opting out? Again, he opted out of a player option of $27.5 million. Now he's a free agent. They're exploring all options with Rich Paul and company. What's the top? Where are you stopping at when it comes to Draymond Green? Are you stopping at $23 million? Are you stopping at 25, 27, 30? Personally, I can't pay him $30 a year. That's too steep for me. 23 seems about right, but will he take 23? That's $7 million less than Jordan Poole.
I don't see him coming back for less than him.
All
the
right.
more I think about what you said on this team.
888-957-9570. Line them up. We're taking your calls the rest of the show. It's all about Draymond Green here on the Morning Roast as the Giants sweep the Dodgers. You had the U.S. Open, but Draymond Green officially a free agent. What will he do? We'll take your calls and get some answers on the other side, and that's what's coming up, sponsored by 7-Eleven.
A small blue raspberry Slurpee drink from 7-Eleven is the perfect frozen accessory for any summer outfit, winter outfit, or midnight craving outfit. We don't judge.
for years. I want to be a Warrior for the rest of my life. I want to ride out with the same dudes I rode in with. And, I think we've put the work in to make that happen. Here we are, our worst season as a whole since 2014. And yet, we had a chance to make another run. So it's never as bad as it seems. It's never as good as it seems.
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
What a Monday here. What a Monday. Real quick, if you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, and I mean the best, it's not on The Morning Roast. It's on the podcast, the Garlic Fries of Baseball guys. Joe Shasky, Sam Lundman, they bring you all you need to know about the Giants this season every single week. And a new episode dropping today as the Giants are coming off a sweep of the L.A. Dodgers. First time they swept the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium since 2012. 15-0 on Saturday. The worst home loss for the Dodgers in their history at Dodger Stadium in L.A. I mean, I haven't lost that bad, since the 1800s? Been a long, long time. Long time. Giants scored 29 runs over that 3-game stretch at Dodger Stadium. They're rolling right now. They won 7 in a row. There's 7 games over 500. They've won 9 straight on the road, and today they welcome in the San Diego Padres for the start of a 4-game series. Giants are taking place in the NL West and playing some exciting baseball, but they got some injuries here they got to navigate. But the biggest news right now in the Bay Area is Draymond Green opting out of his deal. He had a player option for $27.5 million. Now, he's opted out, obviously. He wants more years. He wants an extension. And Rich Paul just told ESPN that we will continue to talk to Golden State and explore all options. It was expected Green would opt out, and now he can talk with the Warriors, explore signing trades, and free agencies. The Warriors have been motivated to sign Green to a new deal. So what does that new deal look like? Is it 3 years, $75 million, which is $25 million per? Is it $30 million per, which would make it a 3 year, $90 million deal? Is it $23 million per, which would make it a 3 year, essentially $70 million deal? What do you do with Draymond Green? What happens next? 888-957-9570. What's the cap? What is it? Is it $30 million per season? Are you willing to give him that? Are you willing to give him $25 million? Do you believe he's played his last game as a member of the Golden State Warriors? All that's on the table here. 888-957-9570. Shasky, your initial thoughts on Draymond Green. Draymond Green opting out of this deal.
I want to know what his value is to other teams financially, like years and money. That's what I want to know. Because I'm looking at some of these deals, like set for next year, already locked in place, essentially, whether they have an option or this is what they're guaranteed to get. Let's start it at the 13th highest paid player going into next year as of right now. Rudy Gobert, $41 million. Everyone would agree. That's an overpay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anthony Davis, Chris Middleton, both making $40 million. Trae Young making $40 million. Luka, Zach LaVine, Tobias Harris, Ben Simmons, Pascal Siakam, Drew Holiday, then Devin Booker, Kat, and then Porzingis. So from about 12 to 25, it's a lot of overpays, and they're all in that $36 to $40 million range. I just think once you start talking $30 million a year, right, like that's where you get into the overpay area. And can this team afford to overpay given their luxury bill?
I don't know, man. I don't know what the Warriors doing. Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s presser in about an hour and 39 minutes. We'll carry it live here on 95.7 The Game. He's going to talk to the media at 11 o'clock, and I'm sure he will be asked about Draymond Green, and I'm sure Mike Dunleavy Jr. will say all the right things about Draymond Green, saying, hey, we want him back, and we got to work on that. That's what's going to be said today. We're not going to get any real answers on how they feel about Draymond Green.
So let me give you like players number 35 through 40 who are in this $30 million range. Donovan Mitchell at $33 million, De'Aaron Fox at $33 million, Bam Adebayo at $33 million, Jason Tatum at $33 million, DeAndre Ayton at $33 million, which feels like an overpay. Gordon Hayward at $32 million. That feels like an overpay. Like, so listen to those names. Mitchell, Fox, Bam Adebayo, Jason Tatum. That's their value. $33 million right now.
So is Draymond as valuable as DeAndre Ayton?
So that's where I think he has an argument. But I think most people with good sense would say DeAndre Ayton is overpaid.
Go to Aaron Gordon.
And he's a lot younger.
Go to Aaron Gordon.
Let's go down to 20.
Aaron Gordon, I believe, is going to be making $27 million next season.
So Dre was set to make $27 million.
Right.
Okay, I'm going down. Aaron Gordon is set to make $22 million next year.
$22 million. Aaron Gordon, $22 million. Now, you look at what Aaron Gordon just did, and look, the way people are critiquing Clay and Jordan Poole is kind of based off the postseason. A lot of things are based off the postseason, right?
Well, as I was scrolling, do you know who's getting paid more than Aaron Gordon right now, but less than Draymond Green was set to make this year?
Who?
Andrew Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins.
You tell me who's more important for the Warriors. The year they won the championship, that playoff run, who was more important?
Andrew Wiggins.
Okay.
Not even close.
Who's in their prime?
Andrew Wiggins.
So he's going to make $24 million, and Draymond wants to make more than that, essentially.
I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So I'm looking at the postseason, right?
Interesting.
Aaron Gordon making $22 million, average 13 points a game, 35 minutes, 6 rebounds, 2.5 assists, nearly a block shot.
And guarding great players.
But he shot 52% from the floor, and get this, he shot 39% from three. Aaron Gordon. And as you mentioned, he guarded LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler. And in the first round was guarding Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards.
Yes.
Draymond Green, as great as he is defensively, I didn't see a lot of him on Anthony Davis.
How many guys that I'm listing of the $30 million plus players are defense first guys?
They're all offensive guys.
And most of them are overpaid in that deal. Gobert is grossly overpaid. We all agree.
That's what the league is about.
I know.
It's about getting buckets. And even Aaron Gordon, who was a defensive specialist, started getting buckets when they needed buckets.
Well, especially early in games. They set the tone by getting him the ball early in games around the rim.
That's the biggest thing for me. If I knew Draymond Green would commit offensively and he averaged, say, 12 to 14 points a game, I'd say resign the guy right now. It'd be worth it because of what he does defensively. But on this team, on this iteration of the Golden State Warriors, him being a defensive specialist and running that defense and picking up the ball and running full court and passing it to Steph and being at the top and running that split action without being a threat offensively, this team needs more from Draymond Green. They need more from him offensively. And I don't know if I'm getting that consistently over 82. That's where my issue is. It has nothing to do with everything else. When we're talking strictly basketball, and Anthony Davis is chilling in the paint, and he's wide open at the top of the key, I need Draymond Green to shoot that basketball. I need him to be aggressive offensively. We don't see that. The images in our head right now about Draymond Green, as it is about Klay Thompson, because I agree, Klay Thompson was awful against the Lakers. And we see him clanking shot after shot after shot after shot. Clank, 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 clank. Well, I can't unsee Draymond Green driving by Dennis Schroeder, avoiding a layup and throwing it away, or missing a layup, or not putting it back against Dennis Schroeder. If I knew Draymond Green would be aggressive offensively, can get me double-figure scoring every single game, I'm good with Draymond being here. It's the offense, Shasky. It's the way that it compromises the offense. What can we not see about that? It kills the spacing for Clay. It kills the spacing for Stephen Curry. It kills the offense when you go from a great to good shot. It screws everything up.
We're looking at the name and the resume, the players right now. If Looney and Draymond were both on the open market, don't you think their contracts would be closer than people want to admit?
Yeah.
So what is Looney making next year? $9
million?
million?
Looney is making next year $7.5 million.
So, okay. So just I want people to take a deep breath.
$7.5 million.
So Looney is making $7.5. Now, I think Dre can do some different things that Looney can't do, and Looney can do some things that maybe Draymond can't do. They're closer than we want to admit. They're not $20 million apart, though.
No.
As players.
I don't think so.
Do you?
Looney just played 82 games as well. And I know some of those games he was in and out, and his minutes fluctuate or whatnot. But I look at Game 3, right? And I look at Game 3, which was probably the most balanced game the Warriors had all postseason.
Offensively and
Sacramento.
defensively.
Yep, offensively, defensively. Maybe you could throw in Game 5. But Looney in that game was 2 of 6. He grabbed 20 rebounds, dropped 9 assists, and scored 4, but was so impactful that he slowed down Sabonis. Sabonis was awful in that game. Hell, Sabonis was awful because Looney was doing a great job. Now, Draymond did his part, too. But to your point about being $20 million apart, Looney is 7.5. Now, is Draymond Green coming in taking a pay cut? I don't know. I don't think so. Not with Rich Paul as his agent.
I just want people who watch the Warriors this year to look me in the face and say, yeah, Draymond Green is 4 times the player that Kevon Looney is in terms of pay scale.
No.
I just have a hard time swallowing that.
Well, Draymond Green has reiterated over and over and over again.
If that's what he's looking for, $28 million a year.
Draymond Green has reiterated over and over and over again, I want to be a Warrior for the rest of my life.
Okay. I want to be at 95-7 the game the rest of my career.
Now,
sometimes,
Now, the Warriors may give in and give him that money. Now, how will you feel about that? So, Steve Kerr mentioned we're not a contender without Draymond Green.
Doesn't this feel a lot like
people
Jimmy
believe
G?
that? Let me ask you this.
But doesn't this feel a lot like Jimmy G, where like everyone's like, yeah, he's good, but at the price point that he's making, he's not as good as you need him to be.
See, I think people would disagree with that. Draymond Green is a proven champion, and people will say that you got to look beyond the box score when it comes to Draymond Green, which you have to do.
Okay, well, that I agree
The
with.
IQ.
That
Would
I
you say
agree with.
Draymond Green is a smarter player in this sport than Jimmy Garoppolo is in his sport?
Yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, but I also think that part of the narrative around Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm talking about the money allocated to him, right? You're giving him good to great money, and he's just a okay player.
Yeah, but Draymond Green made an all-defensive team this year. I don't think that's fair.
Okay.
I don't think that's
All right.
fair. Steve Kerr did mention after the season, we're not a contender without Draymond Green. Is that all the leverage that Draymond needs? Does Joe Lacob feel like that? Does Mike Dunleavy Jr. feel like that? Some people may argue to say that the Warriors aren't a contender with Draymond Green. Here's what Balmonte Jones, who joined us at 8:30 here on the Morning Roast, said about Draymond Green's market. Here's how he felt Draymond Green's market will play out.
He's in one of those situations where he is really, 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 really valuable to one team. I don't think that there will be this giant market out there for him, at least not for a deal of any length. Like, I think that if I'm another team, I might be interested in a 1 or 2 year deal with Draymond, right? They just kind of see how it goes, because that's another guy that I don't think is going to get better as this goes along. Like, by math, he should be like 33 or 34 at this point. I don't think you could be optimistic about where it's going to go with an undersized player as he gets older.
So that's where we're at with Draymond Green. Where's Dave in Livermore at with Draymond Green? Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? I wanted to talk about Draymond. To me, he's worth a mid-level exemption, and here's why. Bonte, I know you agree with me. So when it comes to him in the playoffs, every year for the next 3 years we get to the playoffs, we have to face Davis and we have to face Jokic. Draymond's not that man. I'm sorry, he's just not. And then his temper, he'll get kicked out of a game when we need him the most. We've seen that before. And then I wanted to say, yes, we might not be a competitor without him, but if we get to that point, we're not going to win with him. That's all I got.
All right, Dave.
He's worth more than the mid-level exception.
Yeah, that's disrespectful to a Hall of Famer. He's definitely worth more than that.
I think it was $8 million.
But that's another. He brings up a great point. Is Draymond helping you get past in Denver Nuggets?
Well, that's, I think, the fairest of all the points. Sabonis was guarded better, because you got to get through Sabonis too. I think people are sleeping on the Kings. I think we're sleeping on the Kings.
We got the Kings.
No, I think we keep
they're a
forgetting
problem.
about the Kings.
They're a
and
problem.
so, like, Looney did such a great job against Sabonis.
And they were in on the Bradley Beal sweepstakes. Kings are swinging big right now.
I think so too, and they're smart too. They should absolutely do that. But again, everyone wants their feel good, when it comes to Draymond Green, but they also don't realize that there is a right price, right, to do business. And to me, the price point of $28 million is too steep. $30 million, too steep.
Maybe the deal's already done though. What deal's already done?
It might be.
We may listen to the presser, and Joe Lacob may say, "Yeah, we're signing Draymond Green. He's not going nowhere." And that'll kill all this noise. But all I'm trying to do is think about a roster that could get past the Denver Nuggets, the LA Lakers, because the Lakers, let's be real, that series went 6. The Lakers blew out the Warriors twice.
I mean,
blew them out
Game
the
6
gym.
wasn't close.
Wasn't close. Game 3, after the second quarter, when the Warriors were fiddling with the basketball, they got ran out the gym. Some people were saying, it's got a text from Sakti and Teller. Produces NBC. Boy, Draymond Green opted out on JP's birthday.
The one guy he didn't invite to the wedding.
Making it Dre Day, not JP Day. No, I don't know if that's true. JP was overseas in Europe.
Hope your birthday is booming.
Oh,
I heard you've
man.
been working really hard as a defense attorney.
Oh, man, let's go to Scott Marin. Scott, what's happening? Those never get old.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Scott?
How you doing?
Oh, good, man.
Hey,
We're
guys.
good.
There's a lot of slander towards Draymond going on, man. I mean, it's the guy anchors the defense and runs the offense. I mean, he deserves every penny he gets. If you compare him to Looney, I mean, that's come on now.
Well,
I mean, Looney.
Wait, time out. Steph Curry runs the offense, number one. Okay, let's call it what it is.
Man.
Yeah. Come on. If you're going to handle the ball that much, he actually has a poor assist to turnover ratio for a point guard.
Listen, man.
Talking facts, doggy.
The ball goes into Draymond's hands, and he grabs a rebound. He takes the ball up the floor. Come on, man.
Okay.
You guys.
I watched Aaron Gordon take the ball up the floor.
Dude needs. I'd give him 3 years and 75 offer. If he wants more than that, I would go up to 80, 85 million.
Oh, you're
worth every penny.
So Scott, real quick. How predictable is that offense with Draymond Green running it? I don't disagree that he's important to this basketball team, but let's be real. This offense became pretty predictable with him running the show, right?
Look, dude, they were one of the most efficient 5 on the floor when they were when Wiggins was there. I mean, it's a big difference when Wiggins wasn't there. That was a huge thing. You know, with Wiggins in that lineup and Draymond doing what he does, it's a no-brainer to pay him and keep him on this team. And Kerr is 1,000% correct. They don't win without Draymond. And he played pretty damn well against the Joker a couple of years ago in the playoffs.
Jokic had no Jamal Murray and no Michael Porter Jr. in that series, too. So if we're going to be nuanced, then let's tell the whole story.
Yeah, but you guys talk about Draymond like he's some side piece.
No,
show some respect.
No, we are respected, Scott. Hey, I respect your opinion, Scott. Please call back. I love the call, and that's okay to be entitled to that opinion. My thing with Draymond is, can he be aggressive offensively? And I'm not talking about him like a side piece. He's been a very important figure with the Golden State Warriors in winning championships. But let's not talk like he's the lead singer. The lead singer is Steph Curry. The heart and soul of the team is Steph Curry. The culture is Steph Curry. The heartbeat is Steph Curry. So let's not get it twisted that Steph Curry is not the franchise. It all starts and ends with number 30, Stephen Wardell Curry. So let's get that straight, all right? Let's stop talking like Steph Curry ain't the lead singer. He is the lead singer. And if he wants to go solo, then he can go solo. All right, let's stop with that. Number 2, during that championship run from a season ago, who's the second best player on that roster during that playoff run?
It was Andrew Wiggins. When they went on a run on the road in Boston, Draymond was shook.
Draymond was not on the floor.
No one's saying that he's not good. My point is this. It's very simple. Like, the respect. I've respected him when I gave him a 4-year, $100 million extension, and he quit on me immediately. That was respect. I've paid him handsomely throughout his career. We've given him tons of respect. I'm saying I don't think he's $22 million worth more than Kevon Looney. That's all. That's all I'm saying. If we're going to make all this, he shouldn't make less than Jordan Poole. Well, then I also don't think he should be making more than Andrew Wiggins. Right. And I also don't think he should be making $22 million more than Kevon Looney.
My thing is this. My thing is this. With Draymond Green, are you a contender without him? No. But are you a contender with Draymond Green right now? This iteration of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, but you need to do a lot of tinkering. I think that's the bigger thing. So it's not does Dre help you win? It's I have so few moves I can make. The Draymond move is one of them to get better. Because if you keep Draymond, the only other move that you have to get better is stapling some young guys together with Jordan Poole, and now you're selling them on their lowest as well.
So that's where we're at with that. I got no problem with Draymond. But also when you re-sign Draymond Green, it's everything else that comes with it that did not help. You're going to get the outburst. You're going to get the technicals. You're going to get some yelling and some screaming, which, these are big boys. They can handle it. But you're going to get something. You're going to get other stuff from Draymond Green. And the podcasting. How many people called the show with tired of the pod? I don't care what these players do in their off time. You could podcast. It gives us content. But at some point, when it came to the Draymond Green podcast, we were just like, what? We're not even going to play the sound. They're over it. I don't even want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? You just kind of get tired of it. So, I'm not disrespecting Dre, But I'm looking at this organization moving forward saying, can you pay this guy 3 years for $80 million, $90 million? We're talking big boy money. Big boy money.
And are you able to develop the roster around him? Anyone, or you just have to go all young? Like, will Draymond allow for the development of young players at all?
Don't know.
Will that cost you more as well? Because if you look at salaries, veterans either make minimum or more money than what the rookies are making, the youngsters are making on their rookie deals. Again, so like you have to understand how you can make moves and make your roster better in the NBA. You can't just have everyone you want. Just keep everybody, run this tax bill up to $250 million a year and bow out in the first and second round. Like, that's bad business.
888-957-9570.
You were a 50-point game away in Game 7 from Steph Curry from losing to the Kings in a series where he got thrown out of.
Yep. And suspended. Kicked out of a game 2 and suspended in game 3.
And Looney was infinitely more impactful in that series than Draymond. Now, that's not the end-all, be-all, but I think that had they lost that series, I think the way we're talking about Draymond is a lot different.
Now, a lot of people disagree with this. Again, I ran into a lady after swim class with baby Ches and Anna last Thursday. She said, you cannot let go of Draymond Green. You need his IQ. You need his defense. You need everything that he brings. This is emotional. There's an attachment with Draymond Green with this organization, and it feels like people are more attached with Draymond Green than they are with Klay Thompson, which is wild to me. Which is wild in a sense, and I get it. Trust me, I get it. I understand it. It will be a hard day for Dub Nation when Draymond Green does walk away from this organization, whether that's this week, whether that's 3 years from now. It'll be a tough day.
I want to read 2 texts back to back here. I'm tired of this narrative. This is from the 510. I'm tired of this narrative. The Dubs can't win without Draymond. Enough. Steph Curry's the reason. We forget that Siakam was dominating him in that 2019 finals. The next one. I'm just reading some of these. Some of the callers are stuck in 2017 with their assessment of Draymond Green. It's time to face the music that the juice isn't worth the squeeze and it's not worth what he's asking for.
Now, there's also people defending Draymond Green. You don't understand what Draymond Green brings to the table. He's undervalued. Hey, listen, man, Luis, I guess it's for ratings. That's why they're disrespecting Draymond. We're not listen, man, whenever we criticize a player or when we talk about a player, it's not slanderous. We don't hate these guys. Like you guys, some of you guys on YouTube, and I love you all. I appreciate everybody watching right now. We don't personally hate nobody on the team. We love these teams, all right? Let me get a couple things straight here because we do this every single day. We critique Klay Thompson, people get mad and angry. You critique Jordan Poole, people get mad and angry. Or they applaud, say, he deserved to get punched. No, that's reckless. That's reckless stuff right there. Not doing that. But if we critique the players, because they did not win the championship. They got smoked in the second round by the LA Lakers, and the Warriors basically were playing 3-on-5 offensively. Draymond was not a factor. Looney was not a factor. You got punked in the paint by the LA Lakers. So that's what happened. And so if you run the same roster back, how do you get better? How do you overcome the LA Lakers? How do you overcome the Denver Nuggets? How do you overcome the Phoenix Suns? How do you overcome the LA Clippers? That's all we're trying to do. We're trying to figure out a way to get better.
Well, here's the quandary. 408, I think this is a really good text. Bottom line, you need Draymond to contend, but you also need Draymond to give you financial room to fill in the gap for his offensive deficiencies and to improve the roster around him. And that's the rub. That's the catch-22 right now. I don't think just rolling Draymond back, I don't think you're in the top 2 or 3 of the West. That's just me. I think the Kings are coming. I think the Nuggets are here to stay. I don't know what's going to happen with the Lakers, but I know they'll make some moves.
Right.
So right now, you're at best, and that's if everything fires off on all cylinders, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All I'm doing is asking a question. Because I just want players who's going to help this team win. Winning is fun. I hate losing. I hate watching my teams lose. All right? I do. Draymond Green just opted out of his deal worth $27.5 million for next season. As Dumas just tweeted, and I've been saying this the last 45 minutes, he's probably looking for a deal to line him up with Steph Curry if he does remain a member of the Golden State Warriors. Steph's got 3 years left on this deal. I'm cool with bringing Draymond Green back, but at what price point? What's the price point? What's the price point? Or is he worth it because of what he's done in the past? Is that what we're basing it off of? What he's done in the past? So let's pay him for what he's done in the past, and let's pay him moving forward. That type of money. That's not a great business model. And I don't pretend to be Charles Schwab or one of these financial establishments. But what is it worth? Last year was not fun. We all admit last year was not fun. And why was it not fun? Well, the guy you want to pay moving forward had a big hand in the season not being fun. And he admitted it. He admitted it. Mike in Michigan, what's happening? What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. Happy belated Father's Day to both you gentlemen. Hope you guys enjoyed your day.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. So I just had a quick thought. So basically what Draymond has shown us is since the bubble year that it's been all about him. The bubble year, he took his ball, that year Steph got hurt and played only 5 games. He took his ball and went home every chance he got. He didn't mentor the young guys. He didn't help them come along and be a better teammate. This season, even before the punch, all he said was, "I want an extension." It was all about him. I want an extension. Last year during the finals, when he had that bad game, he went on the podcast. He made it about him. All he's shown us is that he preaches team, but he's about him. So what I say is let him walk, or give him say we're gonna do a sign and trade with you, but don't keep him. You already were delaying ripping off the Band-Aid because of what he's done. You can't give out these Giants contracts like they gave out to Crawford and Brandon Belt and Buster and hope, okay, well, in 3 years these guys will be okay, but what they've done will keep the fans happy. Warrior fans have already showed that's not going to happen. So he's already ripped the Band-Aid off for you, and just let him make his move and say, hey, we're going to give you a sign and trade, or you can walk. It's up to you. All right, guys, have a good one.
Thanks, Mike. All the way out there in Michigan. Good guy. Got to meet him at Wrigley Field last year.
What's the number that you're most comfortable with paying Draymond? It's like mid to low 20s, right?
Yeah. About 25. Probably cap 27 I would have been cool with. I get what he does. I understand what he does. And he's looking for the 3-year deal to line up with Stephen Curry. We all know that. 3 years, no doubt. We know that. It's the money that you're willing to pony up for a guy who did a lot of good last year. He did. He played. I thought it was one of his best seasons as an NBA basketball player. I've been on record saying that over and over and over. I thought he should have been in the All-Star game. I thought he was all-defensive player. He got that second team. I had no problems with Draymond Green, the player on the court. Now, at times, I'm thinking, boy, when you score 10 or more, you win 80% of the time. Just shoot it. Be more aggressive offensively. That's my biggest issue with him as a player, is not being aggressive enough offensively. In a league that's about getting buckets. I hear everything about defense, but at some point you need to get buckets. And he didn't do that. However, I can't unsee everything else that happened on this team.
Well, JP clearly had a bad year, and it's not because of Draymond, but it certainly didn't help. It feels like the youngsters have been, lacking the oxygen that's been needed because of positional, blockage at certain spots because of Draymond. And also, I think, the attitude. That's one thing. Like, if he comes back at the right price and is willing to be more of a mentor and be more accepting, then they can fill out the roster around them, smoothing out the edges. But if it's take it or leave it, then we're going to have 2 different teams again, no matter who it is. Like, everyone points to Kuminga and Moody. JMG didn't feel like part of the team all year.
Yep.
Now, DiVincenzo did. He felt like he was part of the team. But did JaMychal Green feel like part of the team?
Yeah. No, he didn't. He didn't at times. I mean, seriously. See, I asked him to score a little bit, and this guy Campbell. Bonte, he was never asked to do so. He was never asked to be aggressive. How the hell do you know what Steve Kerr asked Draymond Green to do offensively? He's got wide open shot opportunities. He knows it. The lane's wide open. When he's aggressive, they all say it. The coaches said, when Draymond Green's aggressive offensively, boy, we are nearly unbeatable. But can I get that consistently? For whatever reason, guys camp out against him. If they treat him like Bogut treated Tony Allen, are those not facts? What are we watching, folks?
Yeah, they did. I mean, they had both feet in the paint. Anthony Davis was just sagging the whole time, and it destroyed their half-court offense.
That's all I'm saying. It destroyed everything. Clay struggles. Most of it's on Clay, but it has to do with the spacing offensively. He needs space. to move around on screens. Instead, Steph Curry's getting pressured up the court, getting doubled. Why? Because they don't respect Draymond and Looney offensively enough. They got to be more aggressive. But Looney's not getting 27 a year. He's not getting $30 million a year. He's making 7.5.
I just don't see. I don't see how many teams are going to line up to give him 30. I'm very interested to see what he's got value-wise. I'm very interested, and if he gets the 30 that he's looking for, good for him. I don't know, man. I don't see it. I don't know.
KC Moran, what's happening? What's going on, KC?
Gentlemen, good morning. It's interesting, all the conversation on the Dubs, especially Draymond. The guy was a unicorn. Hall of Fame player. We never dreamed this would happen on our franchise, or this franchise. So the hate, I don't get. We may want him to go because of his salary and age. But you can't harbor any disrespectful feelings towards Draymond. The last thing I want to give, for some reason, I don't know why, Joe Lacob is giving off some Jerry Jones smell, where he wants to be in charge of everything. He wants to have some GM duty. And I don't know how excited I am of Mr. Lacob being a decision maker on the Dubs. I'm excited for this offseason. The Dubs are going to be involved in every single aspect of every young player, and go Dubs.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Bobby 101. Bobby on 101.
Bobby.
What's happening?
I haven't heard from you in a minute.
How you doing, guys?
What's up?
One thing I haven't heard anyone mention is trying to find a way. I mean, obviously, Draymond's opted out. He's a free agent, right? So we're going to have to somehow find a way to convince him, if we can't get you for the right number, where is it that you want to go? Kind of like Durant.
Yeah.
And one thing I haven't heard anyone mention is somehow maybe having that conversation with Draymond, convincing him maybe Miami's that team, maybe trying to get him and swap him somehow for Bam Adebayo. Obviously, you're going to have to attach a couple of things in order to do that, but you replace defense for defense. Bam gives you a little more offense. At this stage, he's a lot younger as well, so there's there's a way for him to continue to stay with the franchise down the road. I mean, I would hate to part with someone like a Kuminga, because I think there's just so much talent, and I think Steve Kerr has not really tapped into an area of his coaching. Maybe he's a little too stubborn to try to go with the young guy, try to give him some time. But I think pairing Draymond with Kuminga, some couple first-round picks even, just to get Bam because of his youth, because of what he can provide on defense, because of what he can provide on offense. I think that could be beneficial, but obviously Draymond's got to go there to begin with. So, that's my thing.
Here's the deal. Steve Kerr also said this, and I think we need to we got to play this down tomorrow after Dunleavy. Tomorrow could be I know the Giants play the Padres, but it could be a big Warriors show tomorrow too. Because Steve Kerr after the season said, we see Jonathan Kuminga as a 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Said we see him as a 4.
And now he's apparently 7 feet tall. Apparently.
So there's been a growth spurt, apparently.
Hey, David Robinson grew 9 inches in
Didn't
college.
Jason Tatum grow too?
Yeah.
I mean, Anthony Davis, all that stuff. While they were in the NBA, I think Jason Tatum grew.
KD too.
So if Jonathan Kuminga is just a 4, and you re-sign Draymond Green, does that mean Kuminga's out the door?
I don't want to give up Kuminga.
Because there's going to be no minutes for him if Draymond Green's back at the 4. He's playing 30 minutes a night. All right, is Kuminga happy with being a backup in one game, not seeing
Where does PBJ fit into any of this at all?
If Jonathan Kuminga's just a 4.
I like PBJ.
There's no spot for him on his team. So now you're looking to trade Jonathan Kuminga. And are you cool with trading Jonathan Kuminga?
I'm not ready to give up on him.
I don't know, man.
I feel like we've barely scratched the surface.
Dude, Dunleavy Jr. is going to speak in 1 hour and 8 minutes. Data Chase Center.
By the way, Oaktown A, I appreciate this comment. Anytime we have an honest discussion about pros and cons, it's basically boiled down to you're hating or you're slandering someone. Whatever happened to just open discussions?
Yeah.
That's my final thought. Let's get our final thoughts here.
All right, that's a good one. All right, I like that final thought. You obviously can't have an open dialogue about any player. If you say something bad about him, you're slandering him, you hate him. I just don't get it. I'm just trying to figure out a way to make the Warriors the best basketball team possible. And is that with Draymond Green? At what price point is it? I don't know. But my final thought is, them Gigantes! How about them Giants? 7 in a row. I'm excited about them. I'm excited, as Guru would say. What's up, Spadone? What you got?
My final thoughts, golf is a humbling game. It humbled my 3-year-old Benjamin at the driving range yesterday, and it humbled Rory McIlroy and Ricky Fowler yesterday. Shout out Wyndham Clark for getting his first major, winning the US Open at LA Country Club.
I would like to have a final thought of thanking the people, the good people, the community of Pleasant Hill. What a great tournament over the weekend. Just shout out to the people that are running that facility. What a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful venue. And it was great to see all of the different counties put their little teams in there and just baseball thriving here in the Bay Area. That was really awesome. So Pleasant Hill, what a great little park you got up there.
Lubman.
I kind of have to agree with what Bomani Jones said earlier today. There really is going to be, like, no other team I think can get any sort of use out of Draymond Green. I really think it's one of those situations where he's just, the only place he really works is here at the Warriors. It's a perfect situation for him, and so if he tries to branch out and find something else, I think he's going to be very disappointed, and that makes me think that, no, maybe we haven't seen the last of Draymond Green.
We are underestimating the powers of Rich Paul and Clutch Sports. They have a stranglehold on the NBA. Expect the unexpected this offseason, especially when it comes to Draymond Green. I'm telling you, they will get that money.
Sounds like a teaser for a Netflix show.
Man,
Expect the unexpected, featuring Bonte Hill.
Hey, Draymond's going to get that money, whether it's here or not. Draymond's getting that money. 442. Dub Nation has faith. Dre will end his career with Steph and Clay as lifetime Golden State Warriors. That is from the 442 on the Comcast Business Sex line. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. Woo! Dunleavy Jr. in an hour and 5 minutes. Steiny and Evan Giddy's coming up next. The future starts now with the Golden State Warriors. What is next? Oh, I can't wait.
I'm a Dodger fan with balls.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power, since California is home to most.
All righty, good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. Guru's still in Dallas. He'll be gone for another couple days, and then he'll be back later on in the week. Evan's got him covered, and we've got a lot of news happening today. First of all, Draymond Green's agent announcing he's officially opting out. He will opt out. That happens on the same day that Mike Dunleavy Jr., the Golden State Warriors' new general manager, will be unveiled at Chase Center. That's at 11 o'clock. We're going to carry that live, obviously. The flagship station of the Warriors, you better believe it. So Mike Dunleavy will be here at 11 o'clock for the press conference to announce that he's the new general manager. We have the Giants we're going to get into absolutely positively later on in the show. I got some interesting topics that I want to talk to Giants fans about, but I think the two pieces of news, Evan, are Mike Dunleavy's going to talk at 11 o'clock, and Draymond Green is officially going to be a free agent.
And it's something that we, of course, were alerted about by Mark Spears on Friday, just towards the end of our show. So this wasn't something that we didn't foresee, but it is official. And now the reality is Draymond Green is an unrestricted free agent. Will the Warriors bring him back? Does Draymond Green want to be back? Is there another team out there that is willing to pay Draymond Green more than what the Warriors can offer or will offer? Everything's on the table right now. And Mike Dunleavy Jr., I can't wait for an hour from now at 11 o'clock because ideally he's going to give us and shed some more light on this situation because I'm sure the topic of the day is going to be Draymond Green. I think there's a reason why Rich Paul of Clutch Sports released this news this morning just before that press conference. And Mike Dunleavy Jr., in the first time that he addresses the masses as general manager of the Golden State Warriors, is going to have some big questions to answer, and number one is Draymond Green.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be a little bit different. I think it's going to be strange just not seeing Bob Myers up there, quite frankly.
How do we know he's not going to be there?
I guess
he's under contract.
You cannot have Bob Myers there. God love him. But no, it's going to be a little interesting seeing a press conference without Bob Myers there. As for Clutch Sports announcing it today, I'm not going to read anything into that because I think the Warriors knew this was coming. I'm sure Draymond and his agent told him it was coming. I wouldn't even be surprised if there was some kind of collaboration because they knew Mike Dunleavy was going to talk today.
Yeah.
And they know Mike was going to get asked about it. And everybody knows Draymond's going to do it anyway, so let's just put the rat on the table, if you
Sponsored
will.
by ATCO Pest Control.
Yes.
ATCO Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Yes. Let me ask you a question. I'll just throw this out at you. Is this the beginning of the end? Or is it the start of 3 more years with the big three?
I think that the Warriors are going to bring Draymond Green back. I think that Draymond Green wants a 3-year deal to align himself with Stephen Curry. And then maybe he's trying to wait for some sort of verbal agreement about what's going to happen with the other member of that big three, Klay Thompson. But I think Draymond wants to be in Golden State. I also think Draymond Green is most valuable at this point in his career in Golden State. And he's spent his first 11 seasons here. He's obviously accomplished so much. Last season left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, and I think even his own. I mean, he admitted that he opined that they'd still be playing basketball in the finals or Western Conference Finals if he hadn't hit Jordan Poole, who's, by the way, it's birthday. His birthday's today, Steiny.
Happy birthday, Jordan.
Jordan Poole.
24?
Yes, sir.
Wow. He's getting older right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, he's almost up to that 27 mark where he's going to be making $27 million this year.
Speaking of which, look, there's no way around this. If you want, here, put in the cap. Here's a prediction. If Draymond Green does in fact come back to the Warriors, re-signed, it's going to be for more than $25 million. It's going to start at roughly $29 million.
You think he's getting 29 per?
29 and then increases.
Wow.
And you know why I'm saying that?
Why?
Is because I'm looking at one guy's salary next year, and it's Jordan Poole. And Jordan Poole makes $28,705,000. I just don't think Draymond wants to take a penny less than Jordan Poole. Like, Draymond does not want to come in next year. Well, and feel free to tell me it has nothing to do with anything, if you truly believe that. Draymond comes in next year. He's got 3 more years, but Jordan Poole's making more money than him? I don't know. Like, to me, that's something that is a part of professional sports that we don't maybe give enough credence to. But Draymond Green's got to get paid more than Jordan Poole, doesn't he?
I don't think he does. No,
You think he'll be okay with that?
Yes, and the reason why is because Andrew Wiggins is also on the roster. And Andrew Wiggins does not make as much as Jordan Poole, and he is clearly more important at this point in his career to the Warriors' success than Jordan Poole is. Not for the foreseeable, not 5 years from now, but right now Andrew Wiggins is a more important player than Jordan Poole, and he makes less money. That would be the rebuttal from the front office to Draymond Green saying, I got to make more than Jordan Poole. Well, actually, no, you don't, because Andrew Wiggins doesn't, and he was, for the title team, the second best player. So I do think that money is a sign of respect more than maybe we make it out to be among these athletes. Like, if you want to say, because I could say, not only does Draymond Green want to make more than Jordan Poole, probably he thinks he's better than Tyler Hero, right? He thinks he's better than some of these other young whippersnappers throughout the league. Like, he thinks he's worth more than 25, but to be on Golden State Warriors, I think he is going to have to look at a 3 for 75 or a 3 for 80. Now, maybe the reason why he opts out of his contract is because the Warriors are simply allowing him to go into an unofficial, restricted but unrestricted free agency. Okay, Dre, if you think you're worth $30 million, if you think you're worth more than Jordan Poole is annually right now, okay, go out and prove it. If you can find a deal out there from another team that is, a 3-year, $90 million deal, we'll match it. Maybe that's the deal they have in hand. But I do not believe that Draymond Green is saying, I have to make more than Jordan Poole.
Not on another team, maybe.
Well.
Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you. A lot going on. Let me remind you again. Mike Dunleavy press conference introducing him as a new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. That's at 11 o'clock. We're taking that live. Draymond Green officially announces he's opting out. So he will walk away from $27.5 million next year. He is now a free agent, can negotiate with any team for a multiple-year deal if he wants. There's 2 other things that are interesting. Bradley Beal traded to the Phoenix Suns.
Yes.
Bradley Beal is going to the Phoenix Suns for Chris Paul and Landry Shamet. I'm sorry, but that makes the Suns a little better, I think.
Oh, my God.
But here's the other thing. It gives we talked about this, and a lot of people like to go, yeah, right, okay, sure. Here's what Shams Charania is saying about Chris Paul, who's now a Wizard, but for how long?
For now, the Wizards are going to try to see if they can flip him to a third team. And I think a couple teams to keep an eye on, the Clippers, the Warriors, those are 2 teams that did discuss potential deals with the Suns prior to this trade going down. And there was also another construct, when I was told, where John Collins would have ended up in Phoenix. Chris Paul could have ended up on a third team like San Antonio or Houston. But the bottom line is I think this trade was a win for Chris Paul. $30 million guaranteed for next year. Rather get that money guaranteed than being waived outright, which would have only guaranteed him $15 million. So he walks away from this season, from next year's salary, with at least $30.8 million. And now Wizards are going to see it. Can we go get a second-round pick from somewhere? Could we get an asset? Could we maybe get a young player that we like? So I would expect that process to continue over the course of this week.
So he's still in the mix. Chris Paul.
Well, I think the most important thing is that the Warriors front office, whether they acquire Chris Paul or not, I think the biggest picture here, the big picture, Evan, is the Warriors front office believes it makes sense to go after Chris Paul. They think it would be a good move under the circumstances. They're trying to pursue acquiring Chris Paul.
which is another reason that I think that Draymond Green is likely to be back.
That's a good point.
Because why would you bring in Chris Paul if Draymond Green is on his way out the door, or try to bring him in? And maybe this is, look, maybe there's a couple of backdoor options for the Warriors. Like if they don't get Draymond Green, well then of course you're not going after Chris Paul. But if you're going hard after Chris Paul and you're one of the two teams, like Sham said, that has a chance to get him, then I have to imagine that I don't know what that means for Jordan Poole. I don't know what that means for some of the younger guys on this roster. But I would read into that by saying, all right, Draymond Green's going to be back next year, and then we're going to try and essentially get older instead of getting younger and try for the next 2, maybe 3 years to try and see if you can, will your way back to the top via 37 and 38-year-old Chris Paul.
AJ Cruz,
it's kind of crazy.
AJ Cruz 75 on the YouTube chat. I apologize. He said, Steiny, I said don't go there with Chris Paul. I'm not going there. Sham Sharani is going there. And you know who else is going there?
Who?
AJ Cruz 75. The Warriors. The Warriors are going there. They're sniffing.
That's got to be a question for Dunleavy.
No doubt. And he'll obfuscate, but he'll still get asked about it. So there's a lot going on. And I think it looks, if you believe, let's put it this way, if you're one of those where there's smoke, there's fire people, then I think you can say it looks like they're trying to run it back and go all in next year. If the reports are true, they want Draymond Green back for 3 years, 2 or 3 years, and they would love to bring Chris Paul in here on the veteran minimum, or at least a portion of his $30 million salary that right now Washington owes him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is, how does that work? But I wonder if Warriors fans want Draymond Green back. Because right now he's not on the team. He's going to be an unrestricted free agent officially on July 1st. He is not a Golden State Warrior right now. Do you want the Warriors to re-sign him? Do you think it matters? Because if you don't want Chris Paul, is that just because you don't want Draymond Green back? Is that exclusively a Chris Paul specific thing? I do wonder how many people out there, because we're seeing from the text line to the YouTube chat, everyone out there is saying, hell no on CP3. Some people are saying bring Draymond Green back. Some people are saying for this price, for that price.
Right.
Where are you at? Do you want Draymond Green on the team, not only next year, but it sounds like if he's back, Steiny, it's probably going to align with Stephen Curry's contract.
Right.
So you're not just getting him for next year. It would be probably a 3-year deal.
Right. And then,
are you comfortable with that?
No. But I'm not. But again, I'm also not comfortable with Draymond just walking away. And this is again, and it's going to come up all off season until the Warriors, show that there's a move out there that it doesn't have some risk. But one of two things to me happens, and that is you either lose Draymond Green now for nothing, or let's say not much, and you get worse. Or you re-sign him for 3 years and he gets worse. And that's an inherent problem that I see with Draymond Green. Meaning, I don't like any of I'm not crazy about either idea. Having said that, you got to do something. Okay, now you're saying let's try to keep this thing together for a couple more years. You re-sign Draymond to match with Steph. Well, now you have a chance to go get Chris Paul. You have to go get Chris Paul. You have to go get Chris Paul. And what you say to Chris Paul is, look, we're going to trade Jordan Poole. So you're now our third guard. It's Steph, Clay, and you, and there are plenty of minutes there. We'll move Jordan Poole for something else, and maybe we even re-sign Clay for two more years. Extend him, I should say. See, that's the thing about Chris Paul. I get it that a lot of people don't want him, but if you obtain Chris Paul for the veteran minimum, it's basically like, whoop, you just drop Chris Paul onto the Warriors. That's it. So now, if you trade Jordan Poole, you got Chris Paul sitting there. I get he's totally different. He's older. He's not as fast. He's not as explosive. But to me, a three guards of Paul, Curry, and Clay. You know what? I could see that for a year. See what happens.
Well,
then move Poole for some other position in need. You know what? Okay, let's see what that does. I'm open to that.
Yeah, if you acquire Chris Paul, I think you do have to move Jordan Poole just because. Imagine how frustrated he would be, especially coming off the year that he just had. It would probably target his minutes. Maybe he would be more of an off the ball bench player. But
I don't, and I'm sure. I think this is what you're getting at. I don't see Chris Paul and Jordan Poole on the team together.
No. Right. I don't think they can coexist.
I don't, and I don't think the Warriors would ask them to coexist. I think if you see the Golden State Warriors have signed, or Chris Paul signed with the Golden State Warriors, I think we can assume Jordan Poole's going to be traded.
Well, and to the 650, why do you have to trade Poole? Because they're essentially in the same position, and Jordan Poole has already demonstrated he can't play for an extended period of time consistently well as a backup. So not only is he the sixth man, well, actually now he's the seventh man because Chris Paul is going to be the primary backup point guard in this hypothetical. But back to what you're talking about with Draymond mixing into all this, I do kind of think that I think Joe Lacob is looking at Draymond Green as a win-win because either you keep him, you extend the runway, you give yourself what many would identify as the best potential chance to compete for a title. But then the flip side of it is he doesn't walk away for nothing. Well, actually, he saves you about $120 million over the next however many years that you wouldn't be paying him. And it gets you closer to your eventual goal before the new CBA kicks in of getting under the second luxury tax apron.
Wait, this is if Draymond just plays 1 year?
No, Draymond walks. No. I'm sorry. The two scenarios are you sign him for 3 years or he's gone.
Right.
I don't think he's signing a 1 year deal.
Correct.
Maybe a 2. I don't know. Most likely outcome in my mind is 3 years or nothing. I think Joe Lacob is looking at it as a win-win. Because either he gets a lot of money off his books.
No doubt.
Or Draymond Green's back and you get maybe your best chance to win a title.
Yeah, I shouldn't say no doubt. I don't know. I mean, if Joe Lacob has plan A may be try to get Draymond for 3 years, $60 million total.
Yeah.
That might be his goal. Try to get Clay for 2 years, $50 million as an extension. But we have no idea what those guys want or what they're thinking about, wanting. But I always feel like with players like Draymond and Clay, established veterans who've won, it's more than you think. Like I just feel like if we're saying 25 for Draymond, it's going to be more like 30. Mm-hmm. If we're saying 30 for Clay, it's going to be more like 35. That's just the way it feels. Sometimes the way these things go, but we'll obviously wait and see. But I do think if the Golden State Warriors, here's the other thing: if however way Draymond Green is back on the Warriors, and somehow Chris Paul is on the Warriors, well, why? How can you even keep Poole and Kuminga? Like that's the other thing. You bring Draymond back, 3 years, $90 million. Well, that tells me the writing's on the wall for Kuminga. Because how's he going to get on the floor if Wiggins is back healthy, if Looney's healthy? There's just not enough minutes for him.
Well, and that's why I think Kuminga is key to the question of what Golden State would look like without Draymond Green. Because even if it doesn't look familiar, you don't have your big three out there, and whether you think they're a title contender with him or what, it doesn't matter because Kuminga then would be the guy that receives those minutes. He would get a chance. And so, and I think there's a lot of people that would be okay with that want to see Jonathan Kuminga next season in a more prominent role. And who knows, maybe off the bench, he'd get a chance to pick up some minutes that, Dante DiVincenzo is looking like he's going to be too expensive, probably not returning to Golden State.
Right.
There's some minutes that are available. He helps the Warriors get a little bit bigger. He presents more of a athletic threat as opposed to Draymond. maybe some people feel like that's something that would be all right. Like, Kuminga, I do think can be here without Draymond. With him, I also think he can exist here with Draymond Green because he's still a child. He's still very, very young in his athletic career. But I just question if he's okay with that. From everything we've been hearing, I mean, even last year, the reports from Stephen A. Smith about he's not working hard, he's not doing this or that. Whether you believe they're true or not, there's these kind of breadcrumbs that have been sprinkled in relation to Kuminga. And next year, if he's playing the exact same role, next year if Jordan Poole has to take a step back with Chris Paul, I don't see any of those things going well. And if you're telling me the biggest problem last year with the Warriors was chemistry, well then not only are you not addressing the chemistry issues, but in fact you might be making them worse.
The idea that chemistry issues would prompt the Warriors to trade Kuminga and Poole, then that's their culture taking a hit there, too.
How so?
Well, you're basically saying that Wiseman, Kuminga, Poole, they either didn't have what it takes or the culture's so restrictive that they couldn't figure it out, is essentially what I'm saying. I mean, I'm just saying, if the Warriors trade Jordan Poole and Kuminga, in addition to Wiseman, I don't know what I'm just shaking my head. I don't know how that works. You know what I'm saying?
But is that more of an indictment on the culture or the front office?
The front office, and maybe it's an indictment on the players, but it's also an indictment on the front office for the players they picked. All I'm saying is just the idea of like re-signing Draymond, bringing Chris Paul here, and then at some point this offseason moving a Kuminga or Poole. Wow. Seriously, wow.
That would be a major shakeup. And it also means that you basically got, like, whatever your runway you think it is, like, that's it. Like, anything after that is completely in foreign territory.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, big show today. Mike Dunleavy at 11 o'clock. He is going to be introduced as the new Warriors general manager. That's happening the same morning that Draymond Green's agent has notified the Warriors that Draymond Green will be opting out of his contract. Draymond Green will become a free agent. Said to be an expected move. Most likely it is, but nevertheless, Draymond Green will become a free agent this offseason with the hope of getting a longer-term contract with the Golden State Warriors.
I'm curious, like, what do people want to hear from Mike Dunleavy Jr. at 11 o'clock? Like, what kind of questions would you ask him? Whether it's about Draymond, whether it's about Poole, Kuminga. There's so many different angles that the journalists in that room can come at him about that. Like, I wonder how you'd even prepare for your first press conference. Is not about you. I mean, it is in the sense that you're taking over the Bob Myers position, but it's more about, hey, Mike, you've been here for a couple of years. You kind of know what's been going on. Like, where are we going with this ship?
Oh, boy.
You're the captain.
Yeah, we'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dunleavy to be introduced. Draymond Green is opting out. What do you want to hear from Mike Dunleavy? And are you in or out on Chris Paul coming here as the Golden State Warriors' third/fourth guard on 95.7 The Game?
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policy?
I don't have a strong opinion.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, no Guru today. Evan Giddings in. Mike Dunleavy press conference coming up in a half hour. He will be unveiled as the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Draymond Green makes it official. He's opting out of his contract. He will become a free agent. The 347 says, Steiny, I typically think your takes are smart, but this CP3 take is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Take me out of the equation, 347. Take me totally out of the equation. I'm just passing along a report that Shams Charania dropped earlier today that Chris Paul, who's going to be a Wizard, maybe moved along, and the Warriors are talked about as a third team along with the Clippers.
Well,
So,
I mean, whether the fans think it's dumb or not, Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to be asked about him.
No doubt.
Whether it's specifically or kind of just hinted at, he's going to have to address the options this offseason. And, of course, all of it depends on the guy who just opted out this morning, Draymond Green.
Yeah, and I'm sure Mike will get asked about Draymond Green, and he'll say, well, this was expected.
Mm-hmm.
We knew Draymond was going to opt out. He has the right to opt out and become a free agent. Every player in the league has a right to become a free agent, and we're going to try to negotiate in good faith with Draymond. We want him to retire here, and if the agreement's there, we're going to have Draymond Green back, and we're optimistic. That's what he's going to say.
Do you feel optimistic that Draymond Green is going to re-sign in Golden State?
Yes, yeah, we're optimistic. We think there's yes.
Oh, okay. Well, while I still got you as Dunleavy, I got a couple more to run by you.
Okay.
Oh
boy,
Mike.
Oh boy.
You've obviously had some time to kind of work under Bob Myers, and now Joe Lacob is your boss. How many phone calls do you expect per day? Is it is it going to be more than 15? Because it is your first year. It's your first time as a full general manager.
I would expect a lot of calls. It's my first year. I don't pretend to be a seasoned general manager. I'm open to learning. Obviously, I've got a lot to learn. The thing I'm in control of is working hard. I'm going to work hard. Joe knows that. That's why he hired me. I've got no problem with Joe over communicating if he needs to. Guy's won 4 titles. So that's a dumb question.
Let's go.
That's a clown question.
Got a better one for you. You okay with trading a player on their birthday?
Oh, sentimentality is
Jordan Poole turned 24 today.
Yeah, that's great. No, the one he probably will get, and you can phrase it like this, is Mike, I know it's been a while, but when you were a Golden State Warriors player, you had a contentious relationship with the fan base, and maybe one of the most acrimonious that I've seen in a few decades.
Mm-hmm.
Is that water under the bridge now? Is that a factor at all? That's good. He's going to get that.
You think all the boos are just going to come flooding into the forefront of his mind? We won't talk about him, but won't be able to help it. What was that quote? It might have been from Slater's piece last week.
Oh, Mike had a couple quotes as a player where he questioned the fan base. Absolutely. He absolutely questioned the fan base. And he questioned the fan base's smartness.
Who's getting that first question? Is it Kawakami?
Maybe.
I'm going to say Slates.
Okay.
Slater.
Marcus Thompson.
Marcus usually waits one. Yeah. One of the big boys. Could be national. Could be a Spears. Murillo's in Petaluma. What's going on, Murillo? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, thanks for having me back.
Yeah.
The show. I was coaching a summer camp for some kids, so it was fun. Good time to call because I hinged at this to Guru. He didn't go with me a couple weeks ago when I said that Draymond had leverage because you'd be a fool to think Draymond at 32, 33 does not have a 3-year deal out there in the market for him. For this $30 million price in a contender team who knows if he takes Draymond out of the Warriors are not going to be the same team. So to me, the only way he's not here, I'm optimistic he's coming back. The only way I think he's not here is if he's not in the good terms with Joe, and in that case, he's not signing a sign and trade. He's gone. And in that case, you cannot trade Poole because there's a thing that goes under the rug here, guys. Who sold the 15 most jerseys last season in the NBA? So that's a little variable for Joe to think about. That's the money you don't want to lose. So I think it's more likely that Draymond comes back on the Chris Paul signing. I'm not going to be rude to call this the dumbest mistake, but I just don't think it's a fit. If I'm not wrong, he's guaranteed to make $30 million next season.
Right, but he's likely going to be bought.
The Wizards are just going to give up on that money, and I don't think he's a fit. He's at his best when he has a big guy that is a threat around the rim. We just don't have it, and I don't know. We would look too small when you look at Denver right now. I don't think it would address that.
What about Leaky? So, we go get Leaky.
Sorry?
If we go get Leaky, then we got a big man. Isn't that the 7-1 dude?
Oh, Derek, Lively?
Lively.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go get Lively.
He's 19.
Woo!
Fits right in line.
Yeah, let's go get Lively. Let's go get Leaky.
Thanks, Marilla.
Nick who? Man.
Yeah, He's
7-1.
At what point of the interview do you think he gets actually asked about the draft?
That's a great question.
That's going to be like the 6th question.
That is a good question. It's amazing that usually...
It's the week of the NBA draft,
It's not a bad
Steiny.
pick. 19.
John Collins?
He was 19.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Huerter was 19, I think. Lonnie Walker was 18. You can get a player there.
Prime numbers.
Looks like you can get a player there that can beat you in the Western Conference semifinals, too.
Well, they're having to get through Phoenix now. I mean,
Phoenix, they got 3 really good players right now. So, I don't know what the West is. I mean, the way I look at it is, Bomani Jones is on the morning guys, and he kind of said it. Like, why do you assume the Warriors will be better next year than this year? That's always my thing with the Warriors as we approach next season.
well, but if the steps taken after Draymond Green, ideally, okay, you sign a 3-year deal, you bring in Chris Paul, you package Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga for a player or multiple players, doesn't that make you better than this last season? Like, doesn't that help you move closer towards a championship? Maybe it's marginal, much in the way that Bradley Beal going to Phoenix is a marginal improvement. Like, they're a slightly better team. I don't know if it moves the needle that much. I don't know if the Warriors bringing back Draymond, going all in on the next 1 or 2 years, means that it's a guarantee that they'll even get to a finals, but that does make you better, right?
I don't know. Are the big 3 better? Are they declining? Are they declining more than the other guys are improving? Are they playing enough games for you to be a serious contender? I feel like doing these shows for the last 2 years, I clearly over-worry about injuries. Clearly. Because
no one else does,
I guess. I guess I sound extremely negative when I say, how many games is Draymond going to play? Let's say he signs a 3-year deal. 246 games. That's 246 regular season games. How many does he play? Steph Curry, 246 more regular season games the next 3 years. Klay Thompson, ditto if he sticks around. Like, the fundamental problem that I worry about with the Warriors is, can they all play enough games during the regular season to be a 3 seed and then have enough to get it done in the playoffs over 10 weeks with that team? Or because those big 3 can't play enough games, your record will never be so good that you're having home court anymore, so you're getting into the playoffs every year as a 6? That's a tough way to rely on trying to win another title.
I think best case scenarios, those guys play 75 to 80% of their games. So they would play, like, if you're telling me you get Curry, Klay, and Draymond for 65 games a year each, you don't think that they can win, that they can't be a 50-win team in the regular season?
So each of them miss about 17 games a year?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this.
And that's optimistic, but yes.
If I put every player's 246 games, how many of those guys will play 200? Basically, 67, 67, 67.
Funny enough, I actually think Klay Thompson's the guy most likely to play the most games.
All right.
Even though he's had the most catastrophic injuries of the three.
The other thing is, if one guy goes down with a 40-game injury, dare I say it? Night-night.
No, I don't think that's out of the question. But and the guy we're talking about is Stephen Curry. Like, as much as you'd want to see Draymond Green play another 70-game season and Klay Thompson do the same, the reality is if Stephen Curry doesn't play the majority of the year, you're going to struggle to win games. And that is the one reason why I think you would be hesitant to move off of Jordan Poole, is because he is the guy that he's not going to replace his production. He's never going to be Stephen Curry. But the one thing that we do know about Poole, really the only area that he has been consistent in, is that he plays every single night.
True.
And he plays much better when he starts. So if you're telling me that Chris Paul, if you brought him in, gets those games and he can start, I'm sure that would be fine. But Chris Paul has also not been the most healthy player over the last few years. He has had trouble playing the majority of regular seasons consistently. Jordan Poole has been there for every single game. And at least I have the solace in knowing that no matter what kind of Jordan Poole I'm going to get, I know at least he's going to be out on the court. And I would also hope that he can improve. If this is the player that he is, which I don't think he is, then yes, you might want to move off of him now. But I think Jordan Poole can get better. Do you?
Yeah, of course.
And he's going to be healthy for 82 games.
Well, you can't never assume that, but
he's shown himself to be.
No doubt. I mean, he's not injury prone, that's for sure. And
even when he's got a rolled ankle here, a bruise there, he's always out on the court.
And I guess maybe this is who I am.
What?
I'm thinking about Steph Curry tweaks his ankle, he'll be out 6 weeks. What's Draymond going to do? What's Draymond going to do? Because then it's a double whammy. Draymond gets less interested, and he also gets less effective with Steph off the floor. I don't know. Rocking the hard place is what I say. Some tough decisions the Warriors are going to have to make. L's in San Pablo. What's up, L? How you doing? Oh. Hey, by the way.
That is an L.
I got to say thank you to a couple guys.
Huh?
This is unreal. What happened to me on Friday. Our listeners are unbelievable.
Those are facts.
Oh, boy. So,
in a good way.
We go down to, have one at the ship.
Just one.
One night's worth.
Yeah.
And Orlando there, our P1 from the U.S. Postal Service.
Number one.
Was there. Came by, said hello. You know what he did? He gave me a 12-pack of Yingling. He ordered it from Florida, which is the only way you can get it out here. And he knows I like it. So I get to there's Orlando. Hey, what's up? He goes, I got a gift for you. I'm like, why? He's like, dude, I just love listening to you. And so Orlando, man, thank you. Thank you so much. It's just unbelievable. Believe me, you don't have to get me gifts, but
the thing that always amazes me about some of the P1s is that, like, for example, Orlando, he rides a bike. He doesn't drive a car. So he's carrying all that stuff around on his backpack. Some P1s will walk into Old Ship, or you'll see them at different events, and they're carrying all this stuff on their person. Or someone like Skinny Bob, of course, one of our favorites, will send a 50-pound package of just golf balls to the station and then allow everyone to just dive in. Like, people are incredible.
And speaking of that, also on Friday, City Boy comes in with with the book that looks as thick as the Bible.
Thicker.
And it is actually. And it's a book of all Bob Dylan's lyrics. And he knows I like Bob Dylan. Damn, people. There's hope. There's hope. So nice of City Boy in Orlando. Thank you. You made Friday great Friday. Great Friday. Appreciate it.
Do you remember that one? What was the Bob Dylan line about Reggie Jackson?
About him dropping the ball. He committed an error in a playoff game.
But the one where he had to go to catfish, like it was. I'll bring it up and read it because I thought it was poetic.
I kind of forget what not only when it happened, but what you were talking about. East Bay Will says we're all wrong about the Warriors. What's up, East Bay Will?
What's up, gentlemen? I just wanted to tell you guys both Happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
Related. But you guys are the literally best show for Sports Network.
Thank you.
And that's all I mean, with the Warriors thing, I want to get rid of Draymond, man. I'm one of the only people that lives in Oakland that wants to get rid of him.
Thanks, East Bay Will. Appreciate it.
Might not be the only one.
East Bay Will,
I was day drinking.
Hey.
By the way, I found it. Reggie Jackson at the plate, seeing nothing but the curve. Swing too early or too late. Got to eat what catfish serve.
Huh. What song's that?
Catfish.
Yeah.
Ours.
The original Jay-Z. Was
do that.
only.
By the way,
Jay-Z.
Coming up in 10 minutes, Mike Dunleavy's press conference. Warriors unveiling their new GM at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. Draymond Green situation. It's coming to a head. He is opting out. And his agent announced that officially. And so now it's up to the Golden State Warriors to re-sign him if they want him back.
They do. That's what, I mean, that's, from the tea leaves that we can read, it does seem like they want him back, and they're trying to do everything they can to bring him back. I would want, like, does Draymond Green want to be back?
Everything they can. Don't they have a limit? Don't you think they have a limit?
Probably. There's a number in mind, but does Draymond Green want to be back? After everything that happened this year, after the way things ended, after what he did at the beginning of the year, after the way that the entire season played out and all the different, peaks and valleys, mainly, like, does he want to be back? Does he think that there is still life left in this roster?
Right.
Or does he feel like he could compete for a championship elsewhere? Does he feel like another destination would align more with his media goals, with his post-playing career? Those are all things that Draymond Green considers, in addition to just where can I earn money and play basketball.
And now what are the teams that would consider him? To me, 20 teams can just either he has no interest in them or vice versa. 20 right off the bat, I would say.
But you brought up last week a team that isn't in that group of the top 10, which is the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, for some reason I'll leave the door open for Detroit because they do have a lot of cap space. And who knows? Now, the idea of Draymond Green going to Detroit on the one hand doesn't make a lot of sense. On the other hand, guess what? Detroit's going to give him 4 years at $130 million, and he's going to be brought in there to mentor their young team and help Monty Williams, and it's near home. I mean, crazier things have happened than that.
Do you view Draymond Green as a mentor?
I don't.
I wonder if he looks himself.
Oh, absolutely.
Looks at himself as one.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But
if you say he is a mentor, I see where you're coming from. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see him as a mentor. He can be.
I'm sure there's a lot of off-the-court conversations that happen that we don't get to know about, in which he tries to be a mentor, but and maybe just this year the mentor label, he kind of stripped it from himself. Like I think it's difficult to be a mentor when you get physical with a member of the younger part of your team, and so maybe he could be a mentor for the Pistons. Maybe he could be a mentor for the Thunder. He could be a mentor for...
To me, he's chancy on a young team.
Too chancy?
Yes. That's why I said he's not. I don't see him as a mentor. Who is the team? Is it Oklahoma City. They've got very few players over 25.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I would want Draymond leading that charge because he's too... I think he would polarize too many of the players. He might help a few, and they might love the way he mentors, but with the whole team, I don't know. Josh is in the Bahamas. Wow. What's up, Josh?
Everything all right?
You in the Bahamas, Josh?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
The situation with circling out over Twitter with Draymond Green. I just want to say that I think all this happening because I believe Draymond, yes, he won a max deal from the Warriors, but it's whether can they fill that, because if they do give him a max deal, they will still have a high luxury tax to pay off. And I don't know if Joe Lakers might want to do that. So I think the best thing for him is, it's like people said, and like you guys said, it would be to try find someplace who would give him a good sum of money.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, there are multiple teams that are willing to get a player like Draymond Green because he's a really good defensive player and a really good scorer. And so I think one team in particular I would look at if Draymond do decide to leave would possibly be either the Grizzlies. Now, I don't know if...
Well, I don't know if that... Hey, let me ask you some questions. Josh, are you in Nassau or Freeport?
Nassau.
Is that a great place to vacation?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to look into it. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it.
It's like, is he in the Bahamas or a cell in the Bahamas? It's supposed to be 90 degrees and beautiful out there. It's kind of like he's over at Ocean Beach.
This is one phone call.
Josh, Josh, we love you.
It's a 4.
Go take a dip. Relax. Put some sunscreen on. We'll figure out we got the Draymond Green situation covered here.
Someone on the YouTube chat said one too many Mai Tais.
Well, we've had a couple of those now. You're not a Mai Tai, but some our guy earlier. Who was it?
Joe?
I don't know what his name
Your
was.
arch nemesis?
I think he knew his name either, so it's all right.
No. This is the guy on the call.
Oh, okay.
This was the guy on the call.
Respect.
All right. Here's what's coming up on 95.7 The Game. Mike Dunleavy. He's the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. He is introduced or will be introduced in 5 minutes. When we come back from the break, we're going to play that press conference live. He's certainly going to be asked about Draymond Green. Draymond Green's agent has notified the Golden State Warriors that Draymond will be opting out of his contract. Draymond's set to make $27.5 million. He's walking away from that. The hope is he can get a 3-year deal worth, I don't know, anywhere from, I don't know. But he'd love a 3-year deal.
Well, Mike Dunleavy,
for whatever he thinks is a good price.
He might answer this question that's spurred by Jose Ortiz. Donate $2 to the YouTube chat. Thank you very much. Guys, it's the Jim Morrison. This is the end. Is that going to be a question for Mike Dunleavy Jr., or is it just the beginning? Is it the extension of the runway? There's about 16 different avenues that Mike Dunleavy Jr. can take this team down.
You know, I'd have to ask Mike if he's communicated with Steph.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to ask Mike if he's communicated with Jordan Poole about what's going on and if he could share any of those conversations or parts of them with us. And then he'd say, we'd like to keep that in-house. I'll keep those conversations private. I've always wanted to just say that because it makes somebody feel so lame. Ask me a question, Spadoni.
How'd you shoot this weekend?
You know what? I'm going to keep that to myself. We're going to keep that in-house. Okay? Mike Dunleavy's on the other side, and he's the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have that live, and then we'll take your calls and reactions on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy.
We'll be right back.
This is Pre-Tection. Yep, Pre-Tection. The everyday skin protection ritual that protects...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings with you. We're going to go to the Mike Dunleavy press conference. Warriors unveiling their new GM on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, everyone, for coming here today. I know it's a holiday, so appreciate you all being here. And it's a pretty important day in the history of the Warriors. We're here to announce Mike Dunleavy as our new GM, and very, very excited about it. I wanted to say, first of all, that Mike has, been with us for 5 years. Is that right? 5? 5 years. Almost impossible for me to imagine. It seemed so quickly that it went by. But I remember meeting Mike first with Bob. I think we're in New York. Mm-hmm. We had a dinner once about 5 years ago. And here we are 5 years later. He's new GM of the Warriors. So really excited. I want to say, first of all, I think we're very, very fortunate that he was in our organization. And I think we had a good sense. I had a good sense all along that if something ever did happen with Bob, that, which was a possibility, clearly, that we had someone in waiting and in training for the job. He's 20 years of experience in the NBA, 15 years, I believe, as a player, and 5 years with us. So a lot of experience with NBA, with coaches, with teams, with organizations, with the league, and all that. So I'm actually really experienced guy when you really get down to it, if you really think about it in terms of the NBA. He is a person who has a family guy, has 4 kids. He's fits culturally and has fit culturally very much in line with the way this organization runs and operates, and is a very collaborative person, which is very, very important, because I've said it a million times in our organization. It's a we thing. And I can't emphasize how important that is. This is a we deal. This is not me. This is not, Steve Kerr only. It wasn't just Bob Myers. It's not just the players, although we do have some great players, including one in particular that is fantastic in terms of legendary with this franchise. But it really is a we effort. And Mike fits right into that. The cultural fit was spectacular. Spectacular with Mike. And so I think we're, very, very excited to have him here today, and to be able to announce him and his appointment to the job. I want to say right off the bat, I don't anticipate any other title changes in organization with Mike as the GM. Kirk will, in case I know people are going to ask this, Kirk is going to remain in his title, which is, I think it's EVP. I don't pay a lot of attention to titles, to be frank, but basically same role he's had, and he's been with us for 13 years. So has a role in the organization, and there'll probably be some other changes Mike will make going forward within the organization, raising the responsibilities of some, obviously, to take up some of the slack. But overall, very, very excited to have him and welcome him here today.
Well, thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Let me just start with thanking you and Peter and our whole ownership group for this opportunity. Really, really special moment for me and my family. This is one of the premier organizations in all of sports. And so for me to be able to have the opportunity to continue to lead our group means a tremendous amount. We certainly have some work cut out for us, but I think the future is bright. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank my predecessor, Bob Myers. Bob's been an agent for me. I've worked for him. He's been a great mentor. But most of all, he's been a great friend. And we're all going to miss him here. I know I speak for everybody. Big shoes to fill, but we've got a great group, great collaboration. It's very doable. It's funny. I was talking to Bob this week, and he asked me if you're going to do the job, and I said, "Yeah, I think so, but I got to be honest, I'm a little uncomfortable, taking your job." And he said, "Dunleavy, come on, man. It's not like you're taking an organ. It's just a job." And so we sort of had a laugh about that. And at that point, I was like, all right, I'm good to go here. Got Bob's approval, which is good. And he's somebody I've leaned on and will continue to lean on, as will a lot of people in our organization. So thank you, Bob, for all you've done with this team. And you will be missed, but we know you'll be around. The other people I'd like to thank are my family, my parents. Obviously, a lot of people know my dad from coaching and playing, and also being a GM. So he's set a tremendous example for me growing up. My mom as well. anything you may say good about me probably is from my mom, not my dad. And so thanks, Mom. And then last but not least, recognize my immediate family, my 4 kids. My oldest daughter, Lucy's here today. And most especially my wife, Sarah, who, if anybody knows this business, the moving around, it's very transient, tough hours, strange things, a lot of unknowns. And so having a support system like family and a wife like Sarah has been tremendous. So you're a rock. I really appreciate it. And thanks for everything. And thanks for the stuff moving forward, because I know it'll be quite busy. Now, as far as the job, I'd say, it starts now. Got a big week with the draft coming up. And our roster's in a good place. I'd say we don't have too many decisions to make, but we have things to consider. And we will take a lot of things into account. The draft is certainly one of the 3 areas we feel like we can improve on. And looking back on last year, by all accounts, we had a successful season. But for us, finishing in the top 8 after winning the championship, we know we want to be better. And our goal this summer will be to go about improving our roster. We've got we got one key player that we love to bring back. And then after that, my main objective, our group's main objective would be to improve and feel like going into it, we've got a shot to contend for a title again. So I'm confident about that. I'm excited to continue working with our great players, our coaches, and our staff. As Joe mentioned, the thing that I've experienced here and feel great about is the collaboration, all of us working together and, creating the synergy that's gone so well here. So really appreciative of the job and the opportunity, Joe. Thanks again. And, here we go. I'm open to any questions or anything anybody has.
Yes. So much of what Bob was known for was his established relationships with the main players, Draymond, Steph, Clay. How do you feel like your established relationship is with those guys right now?
Yeah, I think it's good. I've reached out to those guys in the last week or so, and we've had good conversation, getting to know them over the last few years, even more so. We have the mutual respect of having played. I played 15 years in the league, nowhere near as accomplished as those guys, but I think there's a mutual bond and understanding. And like I said, I've gotten to know those guys well enough over the last few years, and will continue to do so. But those guys, they're the core of what we do. So having a relationship with them is important.
Mike, Bob said last month when he on his departing news conference that you could do the job. You'd be great if you want it. So was there a thought process here that you had to go through in addition to talking to Bob that told you, okay, this is what I want to do, or did you want the job all along?
Yeah, I think anytime, an opportunity like this comes up, in most cases it's a no-brainer, but you should always think through things. I'm pretty measured in my approach. I'll do that. We'll do that with our decisions going forward. But sure, I think you want to talk to your family about it and consider things. But when Joe presented me with the opportunity, I just didn't see a way where I didn't want to do it.
Mike, when you left here, probably wasn't the best terms as a player. When did you, what was it like coming back into the organization? Was there a part of you that's like, I'm never going back there again? Or how did you smooth that part out?
Yeah, what's funny is, it's how things can kind of come full circle. Although, that circle that I was in when I played, it's a different city. It was almost like a different organization, different city, different team, far less success. So to say it's come full circle probably wouldn't be accurate. But ever since I've gotten back, I've felt very comfortable. This is a tremendous organization. Go in there and see the banners that are up. Much different than when I was here as a player. But I have learned that in this league, when you leave a situation or trade it or move on, things come back around. My dad played for the Milwaukee Bucks. He coached for the Milwaukee Bucks as assistant. He came back as a head coach, and then I went there as a player. So I've moved to and from Milwaukee 4 times. So I've learned in this business, you don't really cross anything off the books. And so needless to say, coming back here has been great. Love our fan base. The passion's amazing, and you kind of felt that the last 5 years. And I think we all just want to kind of keep this thing going.
You're listening to Mike Dunleavy, the Golden State Warriors' new general manager on 95.7 The Game.
But obviously, most of us on the way driving over here heard about Draymond opting out. And one, were you expecting that? And two, you are getting thrown kind of right into the fire of a pretty critical summer for this team as terms of what it's going to look like in the future. Just, are you prepared for that? And again, were you surprised about Draymond?
Yeah, so I saw the report too. Until we get the paperwork and the filing, we can't really comment or say much. So I will say, I think Steve has said it, and I'll reiterate, we really want Draymond back. What he means to this organization, this team, in terms of trying to win at the highest level. We feel like we have to have him. So that's very important. Beyond that, yeah, I mean, I think a lot can be made of all the challenges that are coming our way, whether it be aging roster, the new CBA with some of the limitations there, anything else you can bring up. But we're aware of all those things, but we also feel like we're in a great place because we've got a competitive owner willing to spend and a group that's really tied in. It's got good synergy, good processes, good sound decision making. So we feel confident we can navigate it.
Mike, you worked with Bob for a number of years. What do you think is similar with the way you guys operate, and what differentiates you in the way that you operate?
They're both tall.
And we have bad hips.
And they have bad hips, I've learned. They both have bad hips. I think as far as similarities, we're really close. So I guess there's got to be a lot of things that align. But, I'd probably start with humility. I think for the most part, we're pretty humble guys, family first. And I think we're good listeners. Both like to hear people out and hear groups out. And as leaders, try and make the right decision. Differences. I think I'm a slightly better basketball player than him. But after that, Bob is out of this world talented in what he's able to do with people, and his record speaks for itself. So if I could be anywhere near the realm of successful as he's been here, it would be great.
Joe, I just kind of wanted to ask. I know you mentioned like the collaborative approach that the front office has always taken, but obviously there is an ultimate decision maker, a power structure within a front office. Do you view, Mike's elevation to the level from a power structure standpoint that Bob was at, or is that shifting at all?
No, it's he's the top basketball decision maker. You can call it titles, whatever you want. He's the top basketball decision maker in the organization. Perhaps a little bit of difference is that when Bob came in, actually, it's hard to remember, all these years ago now, but he came in right as an agent and was an assistant GM, actually, when he started. And we promoted him to GM. And then he got a title change subsequently, with success and more of a compensation thing, I think, more than anything else, because he was really in the same role. And so Mike is in the same role. He's the top decision maker within basketball. So from my standpoint, he's the guy that I'll be calling however many times people think I call him a day. Actually, he called me this morning. I just want you to know, woke me up. Actually, I was up, but I was watching a show on TV, First Take.
Joe, a couple quick questions. Have you already been calling and texting Mike recently?
Is that a serious question?
Well, when did you first start texting and calling?
Well, first of all, it started long before he got this job. Obviously we communicate. I communicate did communicate only with Bob, but with Kirk and Larry Harris and the draft and Mike, but not as often. Obviously Bob got the brunt of that. We communicate a lot. And one of the things that you have to be able to do this job, you have to be a good communicator. He has to be able to communicate, to the players, with the players. And I think he's going to be great at it, by the way. As a former player, it certainly will help. He has to communicate to his employees, people who work for him in basketball operations. And he's got to be able to communicate up, which is me. And that's actually all CEOs in companies. If you want to compare it to that, it's kind of the same thing. That's what makes a great CEO, a great leader, is someone who can do all three levels of communication: here, here, and here. And this guy has that ability. He's a really good communicator. He's very thorough in his thinking. He's very analytical. He's he used the word measured, which is another word I really like. He thinks in a measured way. He doesn't just blurt things out. So I think he's going to be fantastic at this job. And, we've been communicating for a long time, and we do and will going forward.
Just follow up is, other than Mike being there, which he was, what kind of questions did you ask about? And what did you need to hear from him to beat out other candidates? And did you interview other candidates seriously, or was it always going to be Mike?
I mean, there was not a decision that had been made, because I don't think we wanted to kind of even contemplate Bob leaving. We obviously liked Bob a lot, and he was great. So until he made a decision, I don't think I really allowed myself to think about that very much. But once he made the decision, which was pretty late in the process, I think in the background what had been going on is processing how would we go about this. And I always knew that we had this guy sitting here in the wings. Had to have a conversation with him. We did have conversations, obviously, to make sure that everything I thought was correct and everything he thought about the job. He wanted, I don't know if he wanted it as well, so that we were on the same wavelength. So did I interview other people? No, not really. We didn't go outside, if that's what your question, because I think we believe in continuity. We believe we have a really well-oiled machine, well-running organization. And Mike, gets along fabulously with all the parties inside. Everything from, Kirk Lacob to Brandon Schneider sitting right here. He's very interactive with the business side, which I think is a great thing in our organization, and all the coaches and players.
Mike, what do you think you learned? What do you think you learned the most from Bob?
Well, I think I'm still learning stuff from him, which is a good thing. Our friendship and relationship remains strong. I think with Bob, the biggest thing I've learned is the value of relationships, and his connection with people, not only within this organization, on this team, but throughout the league, is important. I mean, you guys have seen Bob enough, the amount of times he's had his earbuds in and on the phone and talking to people, and it's not just catching up with buddies. It's real stuff, and it's communication and that type of stuff. From even the last 5 years, getting on top of that and learning to do that, and I think in the first place, I'm comfortable with it and good at it. But Bob's taken it to a different level, and it's something that I really learned to value.
Mike, how do you assess last season as a whole, the regular season, the 2 rounds of the playoffs, and what you have, and sort of the stated, Steph and Clay and Draymond stating that they want to be together with Steve versus the need to get better and contend for a championship, and the avenues that you have to get better. In essence, they want to be together, but you also have to get better.
Sure. I think talking about last year, certainly compared with the prior year where we were, the best team in the league and won the championship, last year was internally a letdown for us. At the same time, we were 2 games away from reaching the conference finals. So I think you have to look at it all into perspective. We feel like our core group of guys, led by Steph Curry, is still at an incredibly high level. And for that reason, we feel like we have a chance to always be knocking on the door. And the rest of the roster going down the line, we feel like is a group that's probably needs to be better about playing together and connecting. And so that's something we'll look to solve for this offseason. And by the way, that's not only externally, that's internally, through, working together and doing all that stuff. So I think as far as last year, below our standards, but I think we learned a lot. And I think we know what we need to do to improve. And now it's our job to go out and do it.
Joe, I so want to ask you a question about this new CBA, but I know better. You don't want to go there, I know.
Going to ask.
But on Draymond, I mean, what do you think he's meant to what you guys have been able to do over the years? And what do you see him being able to do if he should come back down the road?
What's your question exactly? What do you want Draymond to do something different?
No, my question to you is, what do you think he's meant to what you guys have done already? And what do you think he can mean in the going forward in the future as he ages?
Look, he's been a spectacular player for us. We would not have these championships without his involvement. No question. I think everyone understands that in this room. He's meant a lot to this franchise. He's a bit of a controversial player, perhaps in some corners around the league, and certain things that have happened over the years. And he knows that. We know that. But the good overwhelms the bad, is what I would say. And, he probably needs to improve just like we all do, and get better at certain things. And we probably need, as Mike said, to improve as an organization in some ways, for sure. But he's meant a lot. And I think if he does come back, that he will be very important to our success, certainly going forward in the next few years.
Hi, Mike. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Steve, well, Bob said his relationship with Steve called it rare. I mean, unique that a GM and a coach are that close. What is your relationship like with Steve? And can you build off kind of what Bob and Steve established in terms of the camaraderie and the collaboration that Joe has kind of touched on?
Sure. Admittedly, a big part of me taking this position is my relationship with Steve. Steve's a person that I look up to, not only work with, but somebody that I trust in, just in an incredible level. And what he's been able to do for this team and this organization over the last decade or so, it makes my job easier. Not having to worry about on a daily basis what's going on with the coaching staff, what's going on with the head coach. It just takes one thing off the table for me. We have a great relationship. We speak pretty regularly, especially now. But I'm really excited to have somebody like Steve guide me and help me along the way with this, because he's also been in my shoes before as a GM. So he's seen both sides of it. He gets both sides of it, and really looking forward to working with him.
You're listening to Mike Dunleavy. He's the Golden State Warriors' new general manager on 95.7 The Game.
And right now you've had a core of Steph, Clay, and Dre. What would it mean to you to be able to keep those guys Warriors for their entire career moving forward?
Well, that's certainly the hope. We love those guys and value them. And, I think there is a way to do it. And it's something we'll have to work through, but it's certainly possible. And the biggest thing is those guys are still playing at a high level. I mean, Steph's conservatively one of the top 5 players in the league, conservatively. And then, Draymond just had an incredible year. Essentially first team all defense. We're biased, but he's one of the premier defenders in the league. And then Clay's really returned well from his Achilles injury in his knee. So those guys are still playing really well in an older age. And so that makes it possible, I think, to kind of continue to have them here as long as they want to be here.
Hey, Mike, Jason Dumas, Crown 4 Sports. Congratulations, first off. When you're evaluating talent and looking to bring guys in, whether it's free agency or the draft, what skills do you specifically prioritize?
Well, I think first and foremost, you got to distinguish between acquiring talent and building a team. And so for us, the team thing is huge. How do these players work and interact together? Beyond that, as far as individual skill sets, place a premium on being able to play both ways, defend your position, and on the offensive end to be able to bring something to the table. High premium on shooting in this day and age with the way the league's going. Shooting is important. And so from there, those are kind of the main things. Then you work your way down with other skill sets, and character is a big part of it. But again, emphasizing what works for our team, and that may not work, for other teams. It's different, but knowing what our coaching staff likes and what's worked here is an important part of the evaluation.
Yeah, I kind of want to ask both of you about the draft. It is Thursday. How comfortable are you guys adding another young player to a roster that obviously, has plenty of young players? And in that same realm, is it possible that you guys are more targeting a ready now player more than, a younger project?
I will let Mike handle that because it's his responsibility. But I'll just say that they all seem young to me. So I'm a lot older, so they're all young.
I think our main focus is on, drafting a really good basketball player. And, like Joe said, it's pretty hard not to draft a young guy. Now, the difference between 19 and 23, years of age, sure, you can debate that. But I think our focus, as it has for the most part, is to be drafting players that, are actually good at basketball. And so that'll be the thing. And then we'll look at it from a roster standpoint of how it looks. I mean, could you make an argument last year we were too young in some ways? Sure. But that's what we'll take a look at once the draft has gone by and figure it out from there.
Mike, I know things could change in the next few days or weeks. I know you just took the job, but 2 names that have come up in, rumor speculation about your team are Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga. You've been on board when they came on, when they were acquired. What are your just general thoughts of Jordan Poole as his future moving forward, and also on Jonathan Kuminga?
We love having those guys here. Jordan, especially with his contract extension, plan to have him here for 4 more years at least. And then Jonathan's, he's shown really good progression and growth, I think, in his first couple of years. Unfortunately for him, I think the playing time hasn't been there. And so that's on all of our shoulders to figure out how do we get him in the game more. That's on Jonathan's shoulders to improve and make the right adjustments to his game, as well as, our front office, our coaching staff, are figuring out what works. So both those guys, really, really good young players, we're pleased with. They have great value around the league. And, obviously a lot of rumors and stuff come up at this time of the year, but we're happy with those guys.
Hey, Mike, just to kind of piggyback off of that, Jonathan's going to year 3, Moses year 3, Jordan turned 24 today. How do you kind of weigh the big 3, which are veterans, and kind of those younger guys who are young, but aren't rookies anymore as well?
Sure. Well, as most players find, by the time you get into your 3rd year, sometimes it takes to 4, you end up being pretty good. And then this is kind of the time to make that jump. And so we're hopeful that's the case, where these guys aren't necessarily babies or young guys or rookies anymore, and they should be able to be strong contributing players that can complement our older guys. So I think that's the hope. And those guys are certainly on track. They're working really hard, putting the time in, and I think we're confident in what they can do moving forward.
I've got a Juneteenth trivia question for you.
Let's hear it.
I'm kidding. We've seen, obviously, Denver win a championship, and they'll be restocked, and now Phoenix has added Bradley Beal reportedly. Does these moves change maybe your approach at all, or what you might want looking into this season?
We don't
tell us about the call Joe gave you when it went down.
It's like, so what's the deal? No, I mean, look, we're aware of all the stuff going around us in the league, as far as trades and rumors and all that stuff. But we're pretty focused on our own team. And I think that one thing we came out of last year with is we've got a good enough core and nucleus, and just how do we get better? Is that internally? Is that externally? Is that both? And so, not getting too caught up with what goes on around us, but at the same time, you got to know that stuff. You got to understand it, and you got to also, have a clear feel for what other teams are trying to do in order for us to make the right moves and look at things. So, I don't know, Joe, do you have any more comments on theoretical trades that actually haven't gone through yet?
No,
technically.
No.
All right.
Thank you for the hint.
Mike, you mentioned the Jordan Poole contract. There's been various decisions made over the last 4 or 5 years, and we've all had Bob Myers moves. But can we assume that you were in on these, that your opinion was heard, and the Jordan Poole contract is a Mike Dunleavy contract? Or, can we just kind of just assume that? Or
Sure, it's a Golden State Warriors contract. Those who have been here and made decisions or drafted players, traded players, signed players, we stand behind all those moves over the last few years. So anything I've been here for, I stand on board. And the 3 championships I wasn't, I'm down with that too.
Yeah, I just add a comment to you, Tim, on that. Mike answered it very well. People love to ascribe. I read the stuff too. I read everything. I watch everything. They'll ascribe, that guy was, Dunleavy's guy, or that guy was Kerr's guy, or whatever. That's actually not how it happens. It's just not true. It is a we thing. I don't know how many times I have to say it. We get in a room, and yes, we argue, we discuss, that's what you're supposed to do. And we come out as one and make a decision for the organization. And that is true with almost every decision, if not every decision that we've ever made on a player. So to say it's one guy's guy or another guy's guy, it's just, that is some media person or some guy out in some other team making that stuff up. That doesn't exist.
Mike, Joe's sitting right next to you. It's been commented by Bob and others that got a fairly strong personality. I know it's going to be tough to answer this maybe when I'm sitting right next to you, but are you ready for this? Are you ready for being in a room where Joe expresses his opinion quite apparently, or texts you, or calls you again, or calls you again? Is this something that you're ready for?
Absolutely. One, getting to know Joe over the last few years, I'm comfortable with it. But 2, I wouldn't want it any other way, as far as having maybe an owner that's less involved, less opinionated, less competitive, less willing to spend to make the roster better, giving us the resources we need. Give me all that stuff versus the alternative. So yeah, I think I'm ready for it. I'm looking forward to continuing our partnership, and I think we'll have a great relationship.
Mike, the fan base sort of took a wait and see approach with Bob when he was promoted. What's your message to the Warriors fan base as you get this new job?
Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for your passion and just investment in this team. with what we've been able to witness the last few years has just been incredible. Love coming to the games and seeing our fans and the way they bring it each and every night. We've got the best crowd in the league and just an amazing following, not only through the state, the country, but the whole world. So thank you for your support. And then from that, I think despite what people have said, the future is bright. The future is bright because we have good players now. We have good young players. And then, like I said before, I think our processes are good. Our decision-making is sound, and we're capable of doing the things that we need to do to have long-term sustainability. And so I think we all should be excited.
You mentioned having a conversation, at least so far, with Steph. How involved do you think he will be over the next couple of weeks, and how involved do you want to have him, in rebuilding this roster or doing whatever you do in the next couple of weeks?
Well, look, I mean, Steph can be as involved as he wants, as far as I'm concerned, but that's not his personality. He likes to be kept in the loop on stuff, which he's earned and deserved. So I think just because we value his opinion, his thoughts on stuff, I think you're always running things by him. But Steph just wants to work on his game, play some golf, be with his family. So I'm not going to bother him too much.
What's just kind of your vision for this roster heading into next season? What are some areas that you think need to improve on?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think first and foremost, like it's been said, to be able to get Draymond back would be huge. From there, we would love to make improvements to the point of, can we add some shooting? Can we add some more versatility? And can we add some connectivity? Whether that's, their ball handling, passing, veteran experience. I think we've talked to the coaching staff. We talked to our players. We have a good sense of kind of what we need to do. And fortunately, it's nothing drastic, but there's some things we can do around the margins and, make a move here or there, then we're going to be open to it.
I know you said you want Draymond back, and obviously Steph is untouchable, but are there any other players that you feel are unmovable at this point?
At this point, it's, we love our roster, and as far as untouchables and who we'd like to trade and all that, don't care to get too much into specifics, but other than to say that we frankly, we get a lot of calls. People value guys on our roster. So I think we're in a good shape in that respect. And, we'll always look to evaluate stuff.
Hi, Mike, on your left right here. One of the first things that Joe said was just how you fit into this culture. And you talked about some of the relationships you have with Steve, with players. Steve's exit interview, he said, one of the main priorities for this organization this summer is rebuilding some of the trust that had propelled your dynasty that might have been shaken this season. What do you see that needs to happen, the steps that have to be taken to rebuild that, and where do you see your role in that?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's something that, like I said, can be done amongst the group that we have internally through stuff over the course of summer, but also some, external changes perhaps where, Steve, we've used the word connectivity, where we're more connected as a group on the floor. You look at the championship team with the Nuggets, those guys were dialed in together. You look at us in 2022, that's how we were. We can get back to that feel, that standpoint. I think given our talent, that's going to give us a chance to compete for a title.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, there you have it. That was Mike Dunleavy. He's the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors, and talked for about 35 minutes. That's how long the press conference went. We're going to stick here for 5 minutes, then we'll go to break. What'd you hear? 888-957-9570 is the number. Mike Dunleavy, along with owner Joe Lacob, taking questions after the introductory press conference, saying Mike Dunleavy's the general manager. I think the first thing we heard, the most notable thing we heard, at least the Warriors say, is we want Draymond Green back. That sounded like priority number one and priority number 1A. Mike Dunleavy said, we feel like we have to have him. That's the same message Steve Kerr has been sending since the season ended. And I guess the question is, do you take the Warriors at face value that, yeah, they want Draymond Green back, and they are willing to, maybe pay more than we think? Is that what you heard?
I think that there's a number in mind that, look, everything that I heard from Mike Dunleavy Jr. makes me believe that he is in the mold of a Bob Myers. Now, will he be as successful as Bob Myers? That's going to be a very difficult task. But all of the things that he emphasized, all of the things that Joe Lacob emphasized, all of the things that he answered from questions set up, of course, around Bob Myers, makes me believe that he is collaborative, tempered, family first, all the things that a lot of people believe that Bob Myers made him successful for. And, of course, his emphasis on relationships. I don't know if Mike Dunleavy Jr. would talk about Draymond Green in that way, in that level of importance, multiple times, continuing to reiterate it, if he didn't believe that there was a strong possibility, a great chance of bringing him back, and both sides being aligned in that decision. Now, of course, a lot of people thought that Bob Myers, there'd be no way that he could leave this situation. I think they're different, but to me, when I hear Dunleavy talk, and I'm curious what other people took away from that, in addition to Lacob and all the questions that were answered, is, we still believe in the big three, and in fact, we believe that they're going to be around for more than just next year. So that leads me to believe that they want Draymond Green, and they want him back for ideally a couple more seasons.
In fairness, you could say cynically, well, what else are they going to say? If the Golden State Warriors know that re-signing Draymond Green is going to be tricky and it's not a sure thing, then by saying we want him back, we need him back, it softens the blow if and when Draymond leaves, because at that point, at least you can say it just came down to money. We just couldn't do it. On the other hand, the one thing that doesn't quite add up to me is if you thought you might actually lose Draymond Green, would your general manager and coach essentially say before he leaves, if we don't have Draymond, we got no chance? Do you follow what I'm saying there?
Yeah. No, look, it feels like they both believe he's essential.
Well, and that's my point. So what I'm hearing too is if Draymond Green doesn't come back, you just told everybody you can't compete without him. And at the same time, Joe Lacob said, we will win. Mm-hmm. So something's got to give there, because most people believe, and I'm sure there's some people in the organization believe we're going nowhere without Draymond Green.
Well, and that's another reason why I am inclined to believe Mike Dunleavy Jr. is because if you come out, the first press conference as general manager of the Golden State Warriors, and you're not promising, but you are emphasizing the importance of Draymond Green and his inclusion in this current iteration of the Warriors. Well, if you don't go get him, how bad does that look? And maybe he doesn't care. Of course, he's, like he talked about, his 15-year career as a player under previous ownership in a previous destination, all of that, he brings with him his experience being in the front office the last 5 years. So, maybe he's okay to take that bullet if it doesn't happen. I find it really hard to believe, Steiny, that they go out and talk the way they do about Draymond and they don't get it done. Now Lacob has that, kind of winner's mentality that if he came out and said we're going to go get Draymond Green and they didn't, well, then I think he would also be okay with the pivot part of that. But Dunleavy Jr., just from having, of course, listened to you guys interview him over at Chase Center, from the few comments we've heard from him throughout the years, I don't know if he would be as definitively sounding as he was today if he didn't believe that there was a damn good chance that Draymond Green's going to be back.
All righty, you heard it. You heard the Mike Dunleavy press conference. 888-957-9570 is the number. What did you hear Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy say? Did you hear that they're going to bring Draymond back at all costs? Did you hear some posturing? 888-957-9570. Mike Dunleavy, introduced as the Golden State Warriors' new general manager on the same day that Draymond Green says, I'm opting out and becoming a free agent. What happens next? We'll talk about it on 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570.
Attention business owners.
about 7 a game. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. Mike Dunleavy introduced today earlier as the new Golden State Warriors general manager, replacing Bob Myers. Also today, Draymond Green's agent sent out a press release saying Draymond Green will opt out and become a free agent. Mike Dunleavy was asked about some of that, but he made clear, Mike Dunleavy that is, and I was going to say made clear, and I thought, I'm such a stickler with words.
You are.
I was going to say Mike Dunleavy made it clear the Warriors want Draymond Green back. And I was thinking, we think that's probably not, it's probably true. But what I will say is, how about this? The message the Warriors are sending is that Draymond's probably going to come back. Poole's coming back. We want our core back. We're going to try to finagle around the edges, but we're not going to be addressed. We're not going to be much different of a team next year. That's, to me, the message the Warriors are sending to either their fan base or the rest of the league, so as to set some kind of template.
No, I'm with you. I thought it was a very different tone than the Bob Myers, Joe Lacob exit interview, because coming out of that interview, it did feel like there was a big move coming, or there's something in a blockbuster fashion that's coming down this summer. After listening to Mike Dunleavy Jr., it feels like he, along with the rest of Golden State, don't believe that they're that far away from being back where they want to be, which is in the NBA Finals. And he cited that by saying the Denver Nuggets, a connected team, a team with chemistry, a team that had been built and groomed together. He talked about the importance of having Jordan Poole here for the next 4 seasons. He talked about Draymond Green, and where I don't think that you're out too far on a limb by saying that he did make clear that they want him back. The 4 words, have to have him. Have to have him. Reiterating what Steve Kerr has already been saying. They want Draymond Green back. They want the big 3 here. It seems like they also want Jordan Poole here, and I have to imagine Jonathan Kuminga fits into that as well. Everything about improving the roster sounded like it was kind of just on the margins, as if we're going to go out and try and find another Otto Porter Jr. or find another Gary Payton II. That's what it sounded like to me walking away from this interview.
The other thing he said, too, was we've got a good enough core.
The foundational 6?
Do you agree with that? We've got a good enough core. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay.
Because I believe
to win an NBA championship.
Well, to me, it's not a foregone conclusion like that you're in the mix, but that's all you have to be. At this point, I think the NBA, it's not as decided as it was when the Warriors had Kevin Durant. It's not even as decided as it was, I think, a couple of years ago. Like, it is, in many ways, I think it is open and is as dominant.
I saw the report too. Until we get the paperwork and the filing, we can't really comment or say much. So I will say, I think Steve has said it, and I'll reiterate, we really want Draymond back. What he means to this organization, this team, in terms of trying to win at the highest level, we feel like we have to have him. So that's very important. Beyond that, yeah, I mean, I think a lot can be made of all the challenges that are coming our way, whether it be aging roster, the new CBA with some of the limitations there, anything else you can bring up. But we're aware of all those things, but we also feel like we're in a great place because we've got a competitive owner willing to spend and a group that's really tied in. It's got good synergy, good processes, good sound decision making. So we feel confident we can navigate it.
All right. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Dunleavy can cut me
but
off any day.
That's Mike Dunleavy on having to have Draymond Green back.
But, well, and that something you brought up at the end there, Steiny, and something that Spadoni brought up as well, I thought was really interesting is I came away from that press conference feeling more confident than I thought I would.
In Mike Dunleavy?
Yeah. I mean, I wonder how many people have never heard him speak before or are not very familiar with his tone, the way he carries himself, because he has been in the shadow of Bob Myers, and I think he's almost sometimes intentionally done that.
The 650, can we rewind Joe's answer to the question of what Draymond meant to the organization? Yes, you're right, 650. He did use the phrase, if he comes back, if he does come back. So, yes, I heard that too, but that might just be an owner being careful about his words at this point. 888-957-9570 is the number. And let's go to Couch Potato in New Mexico. What'd you hear Mike Dunleavy say, Couch?
Well, what I didn't hear him say is, please explain to us how we're going to get better with the current salary cap structure. I mean, and spend less money. It's not possible, so I understand that, but I was really surprised no one asked him that question. And the second point I want to make is listening to Joe Lacob. I would bet money Draymond will not be back.
Oh.
He just didn't. Yeah, that's what I heard from Joe. And Joe is the man. We all know Joe's the man. He just didn't sound like, oh, yeah, we really want him back. Curious to see what you guys think.
God, there's so much posturing along with truth and along with lies. You never, not lies,
It was
but
we over me.
fabricate.
That's what I heard.
What's that?
We over me. That's what Lacob kept saying.
I mean, it's very possible for Joe Lacob to say, hey, I want Draymond back at $60 million over 3 years.
Maybe that's where the if is.
Real quick, guys, to his original point, Couch Potato's question regarding the financials and the hamstrings and stuff like that, he actually addressed that with Bob Myers in that presser. He was asked about it. He said, we can make excuses, we can feel sorry for ourselves, or we can get better. He's not too worried about it. So just to clarify that.
Appreciate that. 559 says, I agree with the last caller. He thinks Draymond may not be back after hearing what those two said, Lacob and Dunleavy.
Is it because of the difference in tone between the two? Like Dunleavy Jr. seemed more along the Steve Kerr lines.
If I were really skeptical and I were conspiratorial, I would say you could make a case that Kerr and Dunleavy might know Draymond is on his way out. And that's why they're saying, well, we can't contend without him, to set that table of who they can be or what kind of team they might be looking at without Draymond. So that tells me maybe there is uncertainty.
Yeah, but I also
and
heard
that's the fun of this.
Joe Lacob say the if today, if Draymond's back.
Right.
But in his last press conference, he also said we're going to win no matter what. So
he's saying, hey, Bay Area, if Draymond walks, we're still going to be in the Western Conference Finals next year, come hell or high water.
And that's a big ask.
888-957-9570 is the number. You heard Mike Dunleavy. He just talked at his introductory press conference an hour ago, right here on 95.7 The Game. He's the new Warriors general manager. Draymond Green's agent says he is officially opting out, which means Draymond Green will become a free agent. Will the Warriors re-sign him to a multi-year contract, or will he walk, quite frankly? Also, a bunch of other things happening. The Warriors have been linked to Chris Paul. Shams Charania of The Athletic is reporting that Chris Paul, who's been recently acquired by the Washington Wizards, may end up getting bought out. And the Golden State Warriors have interest in Chris Paul. That's a report from Shams Charania. Lastly, the Golden State Warriors expect to lose Dante DiVincenzo. He has a player option. 888-957-9570. A lot beginning to happen this Warriors offseason. A lot happened today. What do you think about it? What did you hear Mike Dunleavy say? And what did you hear Joe Lacob say at today's press conference? 888-957-9570. We'll talk about it on the other side.
Toyota's 4th of July sale.
Steiny, you're fired.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you today. Daryl the Guru Johnson in the heart of Texas, where it's 142 degrees. By the way, I felt bad. We're gonna get back to the Mike Dunleavy press conference in a minute. I felt bad because I made a joke about he's going to come back with one of those really bad family reunion T-shirts. And sure enough, he posted a photo. He posted a photo of all his family in green T-shirts, about 25 of them, and I just felt bad for saying that.
I kind of liked it. I was expecting a little bit more, but hey, to each their own.
Yeah.
You never had any Steinmetz T-shirts?
Actually, I did have one for my 40. So I didn't, but somebody had a shirt made for me for my 45th birthday.
Where is it?
And on the back it said, "I don't like that birthday at all." All right. Mike Dunleavy talked to the media today. He was introduced as the Golden State Warriors' new general manager. We're going to play some of that sound for you. But if you heard the press conference, 888-957-9570, what did you hear? It's funny. The message they were trying to send, for sure, whether it's an accurate one or an honest one, is they want Draymond Green back. I take it at face value, but a caller and some people on the text say, they took Joe Lacob saying if Draymond comes back as some kind of a negative sign that he won't come back. I don't know what to make of it all.
Do you think that by Mike Dunleavy Jr. stating that they have to have Draymond Green back next year, that it gave Draymond some leverage, or even more leverage that he already had?
Well, there's got to be something to that. Steve Kerr basically said we're going. I mean, essentially, the message from Kerr and Dunleavy is we're going nowhere without this guy. That's an that's an exaggeration, but it's kind of what I'm hearing. If we lose Draymond, the championships are done. So, what does that really mean? If they believe that means they're telling Joe Lacob, we don't care about the luxury tax and the penalty. We've got to have Draymond Green back. I don't know. That's I don't know how it's gonna work out. But if you ask me to bet right now if Draymond's coming back or not, I'm still on the side of it looks like it looks like he's coming back. I still don't think what I heard today makes me think, oh, he's gone. Not at all.
Well, and I also think buttering him up is better than the alternative, which is, if you're trying to talk about how there's, a potential replacement, right, or, basically the way that Joe Lacob spoke about Bob Myers. There's guys that we have on our bench that can step up, fill in, a la Mike Dunleavy Jr. But the way to get to Draymond is, I think, to make him feel important, because we've seen Draymond, act a little more defensive sometimes when, of course, his, whether it's his place in NBA history or his importance to the Warriors has been in question. But if you let him know that he is incredibly important and still one of the more focal pieces of a championship team, I do get people that say you gave him some leverage, you gave him maybe a little more to go to other teams with and say, hey, this is what I can get from the Warriors. What are you going to pay me? Try to bounce some offers off of each other. But I almost feel like that's a better play to make than try to make Draymond Green feel unimportant, because then he might react, well, screw you guys anyways. I don't want to be a part of this.
And maybe they just answered the question honestly.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr saying, and we're going to play that sound because I think it's interesting. Let's go to the coach in Vallejo. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny, how you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, I was watching. Great. I was listening to the press conference, and first of all, I never believe what an owner or GM say. They're kind of like talking to politicians. They're not going to tip their hand.
Right.
Okay. And especially, too, what do you expect Dunleavy to say when the boss is looking down his throat?
Exactly.
He's going to say all the right things. But, what I was kind of disappointed in was none of the reporters ask the Warriors, are they going to try to get a big man? Okay? I mean, the day of the 6'9" center and bless Looney's heart is over with. I mean, we saw that in the last series. Aaron Gordon at 6'8" looked like a giant against Miami. And they had no chance with Jokic. And we all know, and I'm sure you guys agree, the Warriors need a big man, a shot blocker, a rebounder. And I wish one of the reporters would have asked Mike, hey, Mike, are you going to try to get a big man? You know, even Bob Myers in his exit, he said, hey, you know, contrary to popular belief, I do believe in big guys. So I wish that question would have been asked, and I would like you guys' opinion on whether you think the Warriors, even above shooting, do they need a big man? Thanks a lot, guys.
I appreciate the call, Coach. I was a little surprised, too, that nobody said to Mike Dunleavy on his first day, what do you think the biggest need is? Or what's your highest priority in the offseason to get better at what? Or to address what? Would he say size? Would he say experience? Would he say better bench? That's one that maybe could have been asked.
I think it was in a way, but Mike Dunleavy Jr. is really good at these
unreal.
Verbal gymnastics.
He's unreal.
He's really good, and he's had 15 years of experience as a player, dodging questions that he doesn't really want to answer.
I'd actually say he's got 18 years because how many years did he play at Duke?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Because Duke's the NBA, too.
It was back then.
I mean, at Duke is where you learn to say nothing.
What's your major?
To say nothing on purpose. Here, guys, is how you say nothing on purpose.
But I think it was the second or third to last question where they asked about basically like where do you need to get better? You know, you've talked about how you want to improve this roster, how you want to bring Draymond Green back, but how do you actually do that? And he said, well, number one, Draymond Green. Number two, we need shooting and versatility. That's where I do think the definition of a big man kind of gets marred and blurred with, yes, Aaron Gordon is 6'9", but if that's your 5, then you're not a big team. Like Michael Porter Jr. is not a traditional rebounding big, but he stepped into that role this year, and he basically plays the 3 in their 5-man lineup. And of course, you got Jokic, who's a monstrosity at center. So like, I get where the big man is a want, but I do think that a larger, more physical, versatile player alongside Looney can help the Warriors get bigger, quote unquote. To me, it's like the biggest, I guess, area of need for Dunleavy, and maybe it's just political talk, but it's connectivity. Like I heard that word used a lot today, and it has been used a lot throughout this offseason. How can the Warriors reconnect? And that's where, to your original point about listening to the press conference and coming away with the tone or the theme that maybe there's not going to be that big blockbuster deal that we thought there was going to be. Maybe the foundational 6 are actually the foundational 6 and they're coming back. And in fact, the last piece to the puzzle is just going to be Draymond Green re-signing. Like that could be a reality too.
It could. Let's give you, I'll tell you what, how do I want to do this? I'm going to play some sound that we've heard over the last month. Okay? And I want you to kind of tell me what you make of it. This is the first thing is where did it go now? I could have sworn here it is. My bad. This is Draymond Green a while ago talking about wanting to be a Warrior for life. This is Draymond.
We'll see what happens as far as my contract goes. Obviously, I have an opt-out. Everybody know about that. I know about that. I'm aware of that. But as I've told you guys for years, I want to be a Warrior for the rest of my life. I want to ride out with the same dudes I rode in with. And, I think we've put the work in to make that happen. Here we are, our worst season as a whole since 2014, and yet, we had a chance to make another run. So it's never as bad as it seems. It's never as good as it seems.
All right, so that was Draymond pretty much right after the season.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this now, let's listen to Steve Kerr at the end of the season.
If Draymond's not back, we're not a championship contender. We know that. I mean, he's that important to winning and to who we are. So I absolutely want him back. He's a competitor. He's an incredible defensive player. We can check all those boxes. And he and I have built a really special relationship that has run the gamut. Over the years, we've had our share of run-ins, but we've been through so much. We really care about each other and work together well. He knows that he had a great season this year from a basketball perspective, but he knows that he also compromised things by what happened back in October. And so part of him coming back next year has to be about, rebuilding some of that trust and respect that he's earned here for a long period of time. And one thing I love about Draymond is he's always brutally honest, and he can take that sort of critique because he knows it's the truth. So I want him back. I think we all want him back. And hopefully that's exactly what happens. And we get ready to make another run next year.
So that was Steve Kerr.
Mm-hmm.
Basically saying I'll say it, we're not very good without him. I shouldn't say that.
We're not a championship.
We're not a
team
championship contender without Draymond Green. See, now to me, that is, I don't know. Let's say he believes it. Even if he does believe it, but you cannot tell me that's not a message to somebody, and it's probably a message to Joe Lacob. That we need this guy back, and we know that the salary cap situation is what it is, but we need you to come up big here. All right, so here's Mike Dunleavy today. This is today, the new general manager of the Warriors. What's up with Draymond? What do you think, Mike?
I saw the report too. Until we get the paperwork and the filing, we can't really comment or say much. So I will say, I think Steve has said it, and I'll reiterate, we really want Draymond back. What he means to this organization, this team, in terms of trying to win at the highest level, we feel like we have to have him. So that's very important. Beyond that, I think a lot can be made of all the challenges that are coming our way, whether it be aging roster, the new CBA with some of the limitations there, anything else you can bring up. But we're aware of all those things, but we also feel like we're in a great place because we've got a competitive owner willing to spend and a group that's really tied in. It's got good synergy, good processes, good sound decision making. So we feel confident we can navigate it.
Did you hear him say aging roster?
No.
He said aging roster. I don't think I've ever heard that from anybody inside the organization.
I love the young people.
Well, like how so? Just defined as getting older?
Well, at another point, he mentioned that he essentially thought Draymond had a great year. Clay continues to get better.
Yep.
And Steph Curry is
conservatively a top
five player.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're not getting older. That's
okay. Just acknowledge that. That's all.
Who?
No, I appreciate that. No, Evan, I appreciate that.
Who
That's all.
doesn't acknowledge that the Warriors are getting older? Like seriously, Steiny, come on.
No. Well, there are. Everybody's getting
acknowledge that
there are people out
aging.
there that would fight back on this roster's aging.
I don't know, but the way that you use aging,
he said we've got an aging roster.
No, but he doesn't say the way you say we got an aging roster.
He said, we got to deal with our aging roster. These guys are. You didn't hear him say fossils?
That's where the Steinmetz thesaurus.
All right, so this is okay.
In.
So we heard Draymond Green, I want to be here. We heard Steve Kerr say we're going to stink without Draymond if we don't have him. Dunleavy says we want him back. How about the man that matters most? Hey, Joe, what do you think about Draymond Green?
He's been a spectacular player for us. We would not have these championships without his involvement. No question. I think everyone understands that in this room. He's meant a lot to this franchise. He's a bit of a controversial player, perhaps in some corners around the league and certain things that have happened over the years. And he knows that. We know that. But the good overwhelms the bad, is what I would say. He probably needs to improve, just like we all do, and get better at certain things. And we probably need, as Mike said, to improve as an organization in some ways, for sure. But he's meant a lot. And I think if he does come back, that he will be very important to our success, certainly going forward in the next few years.
That's the one that I mean, look, press conferences are press conferences for a reason. And is Joe Lacob just covering his bases by saying if?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
But the one question that I think could have helped us find or get a more clearer picture of that answer with Draymond Green, but also what's coming up after next season with Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr is, and maybe he's explicitly stated this privately so no one wanted to ask him, but is there a line in the sand? Is there a financial line in the sand that you do not want to cross? Because if he doesn't want to go above $400 million in his luxury tax, or $350, something lesser than $400, well, then he can't. He can't resign Draymond Green to a 3-year, $25 million per year deal. He can't do it.
Right.
But we didn't hear that question asked about the money, about what Joe Lacob is willing to spend. Mike Dunleavy said that Lacob is willing to go into his pockets. We know Joe Lacob is willing to go into his pockets, but we haven't yet found that breaking point, that inflection financial point of him saying, no, I'm sorry, this is too much. I can't pay this. And Draymond Green, as a result, you're the consequence. We still don't know that yet. And so I think when he says if, that is covering his bases, but there was an opportunity today to maybe find out what that if actually means.
888-957-9570 is the number. Here's a question for Warrior fans. And I'll tell you what, the one thing I do love about Warrior fans is they are extremely tapped in. So my question, since so much of today's Mike Dunleavy press conference was about Draymond Green, and so much of Draymond Green saying he's going to opt out is about Draymond Green, here's the question I have for Warrior fans. Let's put ourselves in Joe Lacob's spot, okay? Draymond Green has just opted out.
Mm-hmm.
Draymond Green says he wants to retire a Warrior. Steve Kerr says he wants him back. Dunleavy says he wants him back. And let's say Joe Lacob says, I'd like to have him back. Is there a point when the money's too high? What's the number? We all seem to be saying, can you get him for 3 for 75? Well, what if you can't? What if it's 3 for 90? What if it's 3 for 100? 30, 33, 36. Is that when Joe Lacob says that's too much? What would you pay Draymond Green? I know it's not your money, and I know you're so far over the luxury tax now. You got a long way to go to get under the luxury tax and the salary cap. So I guess my question is there a bridge too far?
I think the bridge too far. Okay, so do you believe Draymond Green can be a better player 3 years from now than he is right now?
Of course not.
Then I wouldn't be comfortable paying him annually more than what he opted out of, which is $27.6 million per year. That would be my limit. Because if you don't think he's going to be better than he is now, then why would you pay him more than what he would have made next season over the course of 3 years?
For what he's done. Quite frankly, I mean, that's the honest opinion. And maybe, you know what? How about this? Maybe you have to pay him a little more to get him to stay.
And to get him...
to give him the respect that you want to give him as a champion. In other words, you have to... let's say the Lakers come and say 3 for 75 to Draymond. And Draymond says to the Warriors, I'll stay for 3 for 90. Well... You can't, or can you let him go at that point where it's like the Lakers wanted Draymond more than the War? You know what I mean? Because to me, there is a way to look at this where everybody's just saying the right thing. And what I mean by that is, at the end of the day, if Draymond were to leave, both sides set it up perfectly. Draymond said, I wanted to be here for my whole career, but they didn't come around. The Warriors can say, we wanted Draymond to finish his career here, but the money was too lucrative and we couldn't come to terms. So both sides, in essence, if Draymond leaves, will be able to say, we tried. We really tried. And even if you do it that way, then there's no hard feelings. Draymond can come back in 3 years and get his jersey retired and all that kind of stuff. 415 says breaking point would be $75 million for 3 years. That's a number that everybody, and a number in a years that a lot of people throw around. And I think it's fair ballpark.
And I would say you can pay someone for what they've done if you have the runway to do it. Now, maybe Draymond's response is, well, all you got to do is pay extra luxury money to keep me. And that's something you can do, because I see what the Warriors are valued at. I see what your ownership crew's got in their pockets. You guys can absolutely pay me that extra, that $15 million gap over 3 years between what your hypothetical Lakers offers was and what the Warriors could be offering, 3 for $90. So he's saying, make it happen. I don't care. Another thing we have to factor into this is, what is the market going to be for Draymond Green? Do you think he's more valuable on the Golden State Warriors than another team? Because I believe he is. I don't know what he can, like.
So you're saying
Draymond Green was on the Lakers this year, I don't think he's the difference between them getting swept and beating the Denver Nuggets.
Well, hold on, because I think that's a fair question. And we throw it around a lot. He's not worth as much to other teams as he is to the Warriors. Well, I would agree with that for most of the other teams. But you don't think if Draymond Green goes to the Lakers, they think they've got a better shot to win it? And even though he might cost them 90 over 3 years, they might just do it because he's the kind of player that could walk right onto the Lakers. He'd know exactly what they need. He'd know exactly what his role would be. You know what I mean? He's so smart.
He is.
So he could be as valuable to the Lakers as the Warriors.
I think he's valuable to LeBron, or he's valuable to Anthony Davis, to his boys. I don't know how Rob Pelinka looks at him or the rest of that front office. Like, I think that Draymond Green, with the continuity, and this was really the crux of the issue this last season. They were not connected. They did not have the chemistry or cohesion, whatever word you want to use, to be together when it mattered. Draymond Green is, along with, I think, Jordan Poole, the two guys that can help solve that issue, because Draymond Green has been here for 11 seasons, because he has the relationships, because he has a previous connectedness before he punched Jordan Poole in the face. And if he's able to, and if Steve Kerr, along with Dunleavy and Lacob and everyone else, thinks that he can reclaim that, then maybe that is the last puzzle piece for the Warriors to plug in.
Boy, that's
a lot to ask.
That's the one I don't want. I don't want, if you're going to bring Draymond back for 3 years, how do you bring Kuminga and Poole back? Can you really get that connectivity back? Can you really ever get that back? If connectivity was an issue, and it clearly was because Mike Dunleavy mentioned it, do you really think you can bring the top 7 players? Kuminga's a part of it. You really think you can bring the top 7 players back and everything will be fine next year? I don't know. Mike Dunleavy introduces the new Golden State Warriors general manager. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jump into the conversation because the Warriors have some tough decisions to make. And more specifically, it's on the shoulders of Mike Dunleavy.
New crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver has only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories, and a taste that has no bitter endings.
agreement. Or maybe right now Draymond knows he's got a 4-year offer from somebody else. And the Warriors know that it's going to be tough to match. But
do you think if they knew that Draymond wasn't going to be around next year, that the tone still would have been the same as today?
Well, I'm trying to figure out why Steve Kerr would say we can't contend for a championship without Draymond Green. Because if I'm a Warrior fan, and I know my coach said that, and now we don't re-sign Draymond Green for whatever reason, you just had the coach say we don't have a lot brewing. I want to ask Warrior fans at 888-957-9570 because things got a little more real today. There's no doubt about it. Draymond Green, his agent said he's going to opt out of the last year of his contract. Was it a formality? Did we all expect it? Yeah, I think so. But there's something that's just a touch worrisome about thinking it's automatic. I think the Warriors want him back for sure, but I did hear a little bit in that press conference of, no, we're not going to guarantee that it's definitely going to happen because we can't do that.
I also think if there is someone to have that conversation, it would be Mike Dunleavy Jr. And a lot of the characteristics about Dunleavy that we heard from Joe Lacob aligned with what we've come to know about Bob Myers, and that his emphasis on relationships, on collaboration, on communication, and of course family. And so I don't know if there's like they're not going to come in here and say the wrong thing, but I thought it was a pretty traditional and a good first press conference. I thought it was a good reintroduction to the fan base for Mike Dunleavy Jr. because I think it was Marcus Thompson, one of the reporters that kind of hinted at what you've discussed and the acrimony between the fan base and Mike. Didn't read into it much, according to Dunleavy. And it's just all about trying to improve the roster. We still don't know how they're going to do that.
Right.
And I think that they have some fail-safe plans in place in case Draymond Green doesn't resign. But what I kept hearing is that if Draymond Green does resign, that they're not going to look to trade or to completely reshape the bottom part of that rotation. Like Jordan Poole sounds like he's going to be here, or they want him to be here for the rest of his contract. And that's something that...
Well, that's another thing Dunleavy stressed. We expect Jordan to be here for 4 more years.
And we kind of looked at, before this press conference, Draymond Green and Jordan Poole as being an either-or.
Right.
Now it at least appears like they're together.
Well, that's the message I think the Warriors are trying to convey. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But I think the message the Warriors were trying to convey today is we love where... And I think the message was to the league. We like where we're at. We think our core's still good enough. We may make some moves around the edges, but we feel like our core's good enough, and some guys are going to have bounce-back years, and there ain't nobody out there that can dismiss us as a championship contender. 888-957-9570 is the number. Funny thing is our boss, Matt Nahagian, he's talking about, well, what if it's over with Draymond? Mm-hmm. What if this is the first day of the process of Draymond Green not being a Warrior? And you start coming to grips with that. It would be an absolutely critical pivot point for the Warriors, no matter if they wanted a pivot point or not. If, like, he said to me, he goes, Steiny, he loves to do this. And he goes, hey, Steiny, if I said Draymond Green is a what would you say? And my word was, he's a catalyst, meaning he's a catalyst for the rest of the team. So what happens if you lose your catalyst? You're probably not a contender. Then what?
Yeah, and I think that's that's probably the word that comes to Steve Kerr's mind. That's why he's talking about him as essential, because it isn't that the Warriors can't make the playoffs next year without Draymond Green, but I think with the situation that they're in, as cash-strapped as they are, even without potentially Draymond Green, you just don't have a way to get better than you'd be without him. And you could say that they're maybe not contenders next year. They can't win the championship next year. They may never win for the rest of Stephen Curry's time in Golden State. But I feel very confident saying that next season, if Draymond Green's not on the roster, that there's no other way that they can pull strings, whether it's including a trade, a signing. Like they're not going to be better than if they had him. Like if he does come back, then you can move around the margins. You might be able to flip a guy. Who knows? But there's no way to make wholesale changes if Draymond Green doesn't come back, just because of where they are.
Well, there's
the books.
It's hard to make wholesale changes, I think, no matter what right now, whether he comes or whether he goes. I guess let me ask Warrior fans this. Let's just take the Warriors at face value, and you tell me if you like the plan. Get Draymond back here.
Mm-hmm.
Keep Jordan Poole and Kuminga. Essentially run it back with your top 7. I'm throwing Kuminga in there now. Try to get a couple vet minimum guys in here or do something where you could get maybe another rotation player in here. Is that the way you want to go forward? Is that the way you want to go forward if you're a Warrior fan? Basically, the status quo. And you know what? We're going to bring back Jordan Poole and Draymond Green.
Well, and that's why, to the boss's question about what comes to mind when you think of Draymond Green, I first think of polarizing, but I also think that people in general are averse to change, and especially with their sports teams, especially with the guy that has been a focal point of 4 championships. I don't know if it would be significantly worse. I feel confident in saying it wouldn't be significantly better if Draymond Green is not here next year. But what it would be, Steiny, is it would be weird. Like, I think there's just a lot of people that would look at that team and say, without Draymond Green, it just feels strange. And
maybe it'll feel peaceful.
Maybe
it'll feel more calm. Maybe it'll be more professional. Maybe, just maybe, other players on the team will be able to reach a level of play that they had trouble reaching with Draymond Green as a teammate.
I think some people would also argue that players reach the level they do around Draymond Green because he makes them feel uncomfortable.
But we say some do, some don't.
Sure. I mean, it worked 2 years ago. Made them feel uncomfortable enough to win a championship last year.
Well, they
only got to the second round.
Keep in mind, they all had less juice. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Jordan Poole hadn't done anything. Kuminga hadn't done anything. And then Poole is a part of their championship.
Mm-hmm.
So when Jordan Poole came back, he was no longer a rookie to be disrespected. Like, I think that's also at the heart of the Jordan Poole Draymond thing. I think when Jordan Poole came back, he expected to be treated like a champion. And I don't think he felt like a champion from his teammates for some reason. Like they didn't, I don't know, like he wanted more credit. They didn't want to give him more credit. They wanted more credit. He didn't want to give him as much, but I just don't feel like he thinks, Jordan Poole, that his teammates that have already won championships paid him enough respect for helping them win their 4th.
But isn't it understandable to think that there's more for Jordan Poole to prove?
There is, but we also all acknowledge they wouldn't have won it last year without Jordan Poole. Like, yes, I get it. He was in his 3rd or 4th year, whatever it was. He was up and down like most 23-year-olds. But when Jordan Poole had games during the postseason that they don't win without him. So, yes, he's not a full-fledged veteran like Steph or Draymond or Clay, but I think he expected a little more respect when he came back.
And maybe it's unfair, but I think they treated him like a one-time champion. Basically, like there's levels to this. You have won one championship.
Right.
Andrew Wiggins has also won one championship.
Right. And if I'm Jordan Poole,
we have won 4 championships.
Yeah, why is it 4? Why is it 4 instead of 3? I'll tell you why. Because of me. Because of me and Wiggins.
Because of only you.
Fine, me and Wiggins.
Okay.
That's why you have 4 titles, Draymond. Like, don't.
And maybe they're saying, hey, take a page out of Wiggins' book and take a step back. Like he hasn't put himself in the forefront.
I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm saying that could be where conflict arose.
In fact, this guy took a pay cut after becoming a champion. You wanted all the money you could get, deservedly so. You're a young guy, going to have a great career ideally in this league. But now you want to be treated like one of the big 3? That I could see some people having a problem with that, and that's something they got to wrestle with this summer if they want to bring back the foundational 6.
Austin in San Jose. What's going on, Austin? How you doing?
Hey, man. I like calling them. I like harassing you, Steiny, man. You're a guy, man.
Yeah, I love it.
Hope you take my ribs with grain of salt.
Sure.
That's all I got to say. Hey, listen. Couple thoughts on this Draymond thing. First of all, you guys know I love Draymond, man. I can live with the not so good stuff because he's a winner, and that's fans forget, man. I look at guys talking and complaining about Dre, and they forget how bad Steiny things were before these guys came along. So we have to, as much as we want to say Dre this and Dre, and then Poole's a good player, man, but he's a shooter. We can replace. I believe we can replace a shooter. Look what's happening in the NBA. Guys that are better than him are getting traded. So why are we fixating on Poole as if he's some lifesaver in this organization? I'm not buying that. And then the third last thing, guys, is Draymond Green. Steiny, I think his opting out, I'm going with you. I think the opting out is a lot more to that than we're giving credence to. Draymond's a very smart guy, and he's leveraging the whole thing to a T. The fact that they announced it today, right when the presser was about to go on, I mean, listen, man, Draymond, fans better get ready. This thing could go either way. I think it's 50-50 as to whether he comes back or not. And I'm worried. If he doesn't come back, guys, Giddings, tell me what the team's going to look like this coming year if Dre isn't part of it. Okay, guys, thanks.
Yeah, kind of with Austin. I'd say 60-40, but still. Giddings, where you at?
I think they're in trouble if they don't have Draymond next year. Now, not in trouble. Again, I think they can make the playoffs, but to actually make some noise. Okay, and maybe you're saying that, like, this year they got to the second round. Next year, with Draymond, they can still get to the second round. Could they win 2 series? Without him, could they win 1 series? I mean, maybe that's the difference. But I just feel like if Steve Kerr is asking for this guy, the roster can only be maximized with him. If there's another player you could magically insert instead of Draymond Green that's better than him, if you can level up at that position, I'll hear you. Who's the guy? Like, if you are losing Draymond Green this offseason, who are you bringing in?
Well, the problem is you can't bring anybody in.
Exactly, which is why you're going to get worse.
So there's no sense making a list, really.
Well, I think we have one. We have 45 players up on this wall in the studio.
Right.
Porzingis is one of them. I hear he's your guy, right? But he looked great with Draymond.
Yeah, yes, I would want that.
And then that's like, I'm not saying that Draymond Green is the most perfect piece, and that he is essential to this team because of their financial reality. I don't see a way that they can get better without him.
707 on the Comcast Business text line. Let me challenge you a little bit here. 707, it says, I think they'll be fine without Draymond. They'll definitely need inside defensive help if he leaves, but you can't deny they looked sometimes better without him in the playoffs. Okay. 707, define fine. What is we're going to be fine without Draymond mean? Because that's important. Is 42 and 40 fine? How about 45 and 37? How about 50 and 32? How about first round and then a loss? Were they fine? Were the Warriors fine this year? Or when you say the Warriors will be fine, does that mean they're going to be better than this past year next year?
I mean, making it to the second round is fine for some people. I know making it to the second round is not fine for Joe Lacob. But and the other part of that text too from the 704 is definitely will need defensive help, particularly on the interior. What was the one thing that ailed the Golden State Warriors pretty much the entire season, especially on the road? The fact they couldn't stop anybody.
Right.
They couldn't get a stop when they needed to. Who is their most defensive-minded player on this roster?
Draymond.
It's Draymond.
Sure.
So I think that's another reason why I view him as necessary if they want to try and compete for a championship, is because if you lose him, you get worse defensively. And unless you're telling me Jonathan Kuminga is going to step up to be an all-defensive player, that Kevon Looney can all of a sudden play 30 minutes, guard the perimeter as well as protect the post, that Klay Thompson is going to be going back to being a two-way guy, that Stephen Curry can play defense like he did during the 2022 NBA playoff run to the finals. If all those things can happen, then maybe, yes, you don't take a step back defensively losing Draymond. I just feel like that's a lot to ask when the only two players that I see ideally developing, not aging in the wrong kind of way that you talked about, will be Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga, but those are the two guys that aren't starting at this point.
Right. No, I mean, it's well said. It's well said. No easy answers for the Warriors. And Mike Dunleavy, who was introduced today as the Warriors general manager, he will have to navigate this. Draymond Green has opted out. He will become a free agent. Draymond Green is a free agent.
Does that sound weird to you?
Yes. Yes, and I think that's what the boss was talking about, is whether it's a formality or not, whether we expected it or not, the reality is, I think it's fair to say we're as close to the Warriors, this Warriors run, I'm not going to say being over, but we're as close to the Warriors changing from the last 12 years than we've known them. They will fundamentally change if Draymond Green leaves, because Bob Myers will be gone. Draymond Green will be gone. And you know what? Without those two, it's just not the same. It's not the same. So we will look at this summer as the summer when everything changed. And what I'm saying is we're as close to that as we've ever been, ever.
And maybe the way to look at Draymond Green from that point of view, along with the one that you and Gu have kind of tossed around this summer, the idea of getting off a player a year early. Well, maybe we need to look at that more like getting off a player a contract early, because Draymond Green's not going to sign a one-year deal. That's why he opted out. He wants more than one season. He probably wants more than 2 years. Is now the time to move off of Draymond because it's the contract too early? Do you want to find out what a 36-year-old Draymond Green is going to be like? Because that's also the question you have to ask. Do you want to find out what he's like at the end of his 3 years if he resigns with Golden State? And are you okay with that maybe not amounting to anything next season because you're paying him for next year? That might be the last best chance for this team to win a championship. Well, if you don't, well, then you're stuck with him.
Right.
And so you're not just moving off him a year earlier, you're moving off him a contract early.
Exactly. From the YouTube chat, couple. Draymond has no value in the open market. That punch blew his chances. I disagree. That punch doesn't impact. If the Lakers are looking to acquire Draymond Green, the punch doesn't mean anything. Now, if there was another team, maybe. But I don't think that's going to impact the LA Lakers' interest if they do, in fact, have interest. Hudsonian 87, Draymond is Golden State's enforcer. He leaves, it's curtains. Raj D, running it back is the definition of insanity. I do want to avoid that. I want to avoid that too.
Just having the same team?
I'm with you, Raj D.
Because you think it has the same problems.
Like the top seven. Yeah, if you bring back, and there's the foundational six, and then there's now let's say it's the set seven with Kuminga.
Sure.
I'm not ready. I think I don't know. I don't know. I'm just not crazy about that either.
How often do you think that
How
Mike
often do I
Dunleavy
think about this? All the time.
Well, of course you do. No, but I meant like that I don't know, expression of emotion you just have, that sigh, that wiping your face of I just don't know. How many times in the last 2 months do you think Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Joe Lacob have done that? That I don't know. I don't know. It's like in a way, Draymond Green, by opting out and maybe him going out and trying to fetch another author could do the Warriors' job for them, because I think they are in a position with him where I just don't know. It depends on the money. It depends on
Let me ask you this.
what kind of guy you're going to be.
Do you think Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob right now know if Draymond's coming back?
No, I don't. I think they have an idea of where he's leaning.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they know either.
Do you think Draymond knows what he's doing?
Oh, he knows what he's doing.
Well,
I don't think he knows the outcome,
where
maybe.
he's going?
Well, he knows what he's doing. I'll give him that. You know damn well Draymond, he was sniffing around.
Well, it's kind of funny because, like, we got...
I mean, what if Draymond knows right now Detroit will give him $105 million over 3 years?
As opposed to 3 for, 70 or 80 or something?
Yeah.
I do wonder. I personally...
Monty Williams saying...
I don't think
I can't coach these
guys.
I need the only way I'm taking this job for 6 years with these young guys, you got to get a veteran in here. I don't know how you do it. We need a winner. Yeah, get Draymond. Okay. We're off to the races in Detroit. 888-957-9570. A fascinating day in the Bay with the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Josh, Paulie, and Anthony. I'm going to get to you on the other side. Mike Dunleavy's the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Will Draymond Green be a Warrior in Mike's initial year? We'll see.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500, Ram 3500, and Ram TRX.
Had a problem with a call. Got a technical. Got another technical. Walked toward the entry to the locker room area. Took his jersey off. Threw it into the crowd. Now, you may think that I'm kidding, but I'm not. It was the loudest ovation he ever got as a player.
Really?
I am
for getting tossed?
Absolutely, positively serious. And the reason that Mike Dunleavy was cheered that day, I'm convinced, was because it was one of the few times that he showed a lot of emotion on the court. He was a player like Tim Duncan. He just did not. He looked passive.
Is Jay Cutler?
At times he looked disengaged. He was never a rah-rah guy. And that was a real problem for Warrior fans when they were struggling because it looked like Mike didn't care. But I'm sorry, Mike was just a professional who knew he had to play 82 games a year.
And now he's a general manager of one of the most notable brands in sports, certainly in the NBA.
Yep.
And I do wonder, it's not that it's Mike Dunleavy the person, but I do think there is an association with kind of a bad time. And like he seemed to me, I didn't, of course, cover him or know about him as intimately as you did being on the beat, but like he seemed to me today to be kind of the same guy. Like he was relatively stoic, kind of passed over some things, effectively dodged some questions without addressing it, emphasized what he wanted to emphasize, clearly had some things he wanted to talk about, wanted to thank some people, wanted to appear personable because I think he is, wanted to emphasize his experience, his relationships, and also probably not mess up in front of the guy that was right next to him, Joe Lacob.
Exactly. Let's go to Josh. Josh is on the freeway. What's up, Josh? How you doing?
I'm all right.
Cool. What do you got?
Oh, sorry. So I just wanted to comment about the interview that happened with the new general manager and Joe Lacob today.
Sure. Yeah, what do you think?
I think they had a fantasy as well as a reality check because they want to bring back Draymond Green and they know he's most important and have good values for the team. But could they bring him back? Because I feel like, okay, he has a $27 million contract. If you were Mike, you should try at least add not $30 million, but at least about $1 million or $2 million, which would be like 28 to 29, to try bring him back for.
Oh, gotcha, with Draymond.
For 3 years.
Okay.
Right,
thanks, Josh. Appreciate it. So he's saying 28, 20. He's getting detailed with the numbers, which is fine.
80 to 85 million over 3 years.
I mean, you think I laugh, or I do laugh. You think I'm kidding, but I do think. I'll be surprised if Draymond comes back and when we find out the terms of the deal, I'll be surprised if he's making less than Jordan Poole. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I think that's a really hard conversation to have. Look, just because you gave out a bad contract or right now it doesn't look great, I think that could change in a year or two, especially if they happen to win. But I don't know if it's going to be that big of an issue. If it is, well, then you can't keep them together. Like if Draymond Green says, "Hey, I don't want to make a dime less than Jordan Poole," that also sounds like a guy that I don't know if he really wants to play with him. Like if you don't respect your teammate enough to be okay with what he makes in comparison to you, then why would you want to play with him in the first place? Like if that's the bigger issue, if money's the bigger issue, then those chemistry issues that coexistence cannot happen in my mind.
This is I can give you insight on Dunleavy as a player. 415 says, I'm pretty sure Eric Musselman disliked him, which didn't help. That's correct. That's correct. In
He
fact,
talked well about him on Friday, I think it was, for the morning show.
they may have mended their relationship. I just know it from 25 years ago, when neither liked each other. I'll tell you why. You know what's funny is here's a parallel. I don't know if the parallel will fit perfectly, but Mike Dunleavy was drafted number 3, and just wasn't great out of the gate. Let's put it that way. The next year, the Warriors brought into camp a gentleman named Brian Cardinal,
the janitor. Wait,
the custodian.
The custodian. Sorry,
the custodian. Brian Cardinal was a guy who dove on the floor for loose balls, head faked, hustled, scrappy, everything like that. And on top of it, he's a good player, absolutely good player. But he was one of these guys who was just hustled like hell. And when you watched him, you were saying, oh, man, that guy plays really hard. Cardinal played a lot in front of Mike Dunleavy in year 2 because I'm convinced Musselman just liked how hard Cardinal was playing, and looking at Mike Dunleavy, he just didn't exude that kind of overt hustle, if you will.
So it's kind of like Moses Moody playing a lot more than Jonathan Kuminga in the playoffs.
No, it would be like Anthony Lamb a little bit playing more than Kuminga.
Played a lot more than Kuminga at times.
Yeah. Let's go to Anthony and Vallejo. How you doing, Anthony? What's going on?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing? So,
doing well.
Good.
I kind of good. What's up, Evan? So, you know what? I'm gonna have to believe that I just don't agree with Steve Kerr or anybody that says that they can't win without Dre.
Contend for a championship. Got to be specific, Anthony. Got to be specific. He said contend for a championship.
Yes. Okay, right. So I'm just in a disagreement with that. It doesn't, that's just my personal opinion.
Fair.
Maybe at this stage in his career. But I also believe that, I think we've seen how far with the iteration of this core or with this 7 that can go, and that we definitely need some assistance. And I was of the belief that the young guys were supposed to kind of help with that. And I'm having a hard time looking at Steve Kerr as this outstanding coach if he can't figure out a way to coach differently, because it sounds like he's saying they, won't contend without a title. For a title without Draymond. And it seems to me like that's more of an indictment on his coaching style, because running offense, through Dre, that's not something that you have to do. And I've noticed that the Warriors play a lot more free and the ball hops around when Draymond is not on the court. And so I don't know what they're going to do. I'm personally in the camp that I would like to just see Draymond go about his business just so that we can see what else we have, because I do think that Draymond on the teams stunts the growth of the other younger individuals. But I can 110% understand that people want to keep him. I get it. I just know what I would do as a GM. I would like to see my team get better, and I don't think that they can get better with Draymond being on the team anymore. So, but I also feel like Steve Kerr as a coach has to evolve. I think some of the issues that we had this season or from Steve Kerr not evolving, only wanted to run it his way and be such a just a stick in the mud with we're going to run and read and react. And sometimes you have to change, and I think change is a really good thing. And so fans have to understand that if we want to continue to stay better and contend, we do have to look at other options. And I don't think Draymond is the end-all, be-all.
All righty. Anthony, Draymond's not the be-all, end-all.
Well, and you just asked a question during the question about Draymond's importance, and I don't know about what the Warriors have been recently, and I don't know what they're going to be after, but I can tell you that the Golden State Warriors record without Draymond Green across his career is 60-57. So a little bit above 500.
Huh.
Slightly above 500.
I would have guessed a little below, but I wonder if you got some more detail on that?
No,
John?
in the last 5 years, it's 40 and 52.
Okay. I mean, those are good numbers, but then you have to, who else didn't play? You know, one guy can never. I do know they won 9 in a row a couple years ago without him.
They did. But and that makes a little more sense recently because even with Kevin Durant, they're more of a top-heavy team. So without one of their guys, maybe not as good recently. I don't know. To me, just because of, I bet if you look at the 60 and 57, that's obviously not terrible. But compared to their astronomical winning percentage, that is a pretty steep decline. That is a fall off.
No, you're right about that. I thought they'd be below 500, but not a huge deal. By the way, who is the Michael Silberg on the YouTube chat was asking about the timing of the Draymond Green announcing he was opting out.
Mm-hmm.
Being essentially an hour or two before the Mike Dunleavy press conference. Is there anything to that? And my first response would be, I have no idea, but I didn't really read much into that other than, let's say, assuming all parties are acting in good faith, right? Draymond Green knows that Mike Dunleavy's having a press conference, and Clutch knows. Hey, Mike Dunleavy. They've already been talking. They've already been talking about money and negotiations. So I can see Dunleavy saying, they're getting introduced, and they're gonna ask me about the opt out.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, and I could see Clutch saying, fine, we'll put he's opting out. We know he's opting out. Things are fine with us. We'll send out. We'll send out a press release saying he's intended to opt out, and then you can. I mean, why not? What would I don't get why that one's one where I don't understand why there could be deception.
I don't think there's deception, and look, we knew this was coming. We didn't know it was going to be today, but Mark Spears leaked last week that he was expected to opt out. That was the last piece of news we reacted to on Friday. So we knew this was going to happen. I think there is some strategy on Draymond and Rich Paul's side in this sense. It's not as if you expect Mike Dunleavy Jr. to say anything that he didn't say today, but what if he did? So, what if he did tip his hand?
Well, the first thing he said is it's not official.
Yeah.
So that
we still got to go through the paperwork.
And that's what the press release said. Is Draymond intends. He has till the 29th. So, just another thing we're kind of looking into. But parsing.
I'm sure Draymond Green was tuned into the press conference, maybe not watching all 33 minutes or whatever, but I'm sure he's looking for any sign of indication that he has more or less leverage than he thought he already did.
Right. Joe's in San Jose. Hey, Joe, how you doing? Joe, what's going on? Let's go to Paulie. Oh, we just lost Paulie. All right. Never mind. Mike Dunleavy is the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. What do you make of? You want to talk about stuff that got buried? How about the Warriors have an interest in Chris Paul? That's being reported by Shams Charania of The Athletic.
Did you feel more or less like there's legs to that, like there's truth to that after hearing Dunleavy and Lacob? I think Dunleavy kind of dodged that question, but...
Yeah, they both did. But what I've said all along is if the Golden State Warriors are going to double down and try to bring everybody back for the most part, if that's the avenue they're going down, then hell yes, Chris Paul the second or the third.
Did you make anything from Mike Dunleavy Jr. asked about the NBA draft, which is, of course, like the 12th thing he was asked about.
By the way.
The quote was, "We're looking for players that are good at basketball."
What's funny is every time
that was a pretty funny answer.
Did it? Oh, Kerr. When Kerr talked about Miami players, he was really talking about Poole and Kuminga. So what did Mike Dunleavy say?
He said, and asked about what kind of players you're looking for, what kind of skills you're looking there. He just goes, players that are, quote, good at basketball.
Yeah, so he's basically taking a shot at Kuminga. Absolutely, Patrick Baldwin Jr.
I am curious to know what Guru might think about that, but
that's kind of funny. Interesting, but Brooklyn Rodriguez, stop bringing up CP3. No, I won't. Shams Charania has been bringing him up.
Yeah, take it up with Shams.
Hey, Warrior fans, what about trust this ownership group? I mean, come on now. You get a chance to drop Chris Paul III onto your roster, and it doesn't cost you a lot? Yes. But absolutely. And you know what? Here's the other thing. Uh-huh. To me, if you could find a way to drop Chris Paul III onto this Golden State Warriors roster, now you can move Poole and already have somebody built in who can take a portion of those minutes. And here's the other thing. Steph, Chris Paul, Clay, there's enough minutes to go around for all three of them because of the age that they all are. All right, I'm done.
No, I was just...
But you know what? Take it out or take it up with Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob when it happens. Not me. Yeah.
Well, the 510 is asking why are Warriors fans so scared to move on without Draymond? I think it's a fair question. I'll admit I'm a little scared to know what the Golden State Warriors are going to look like without Draymond Green because I just haven't seen it in about a decade and a half. Or I should say I have seen what they were before Draymond Green, and I didn't really like it. And so I think there's a lot of fans that are coming from that perspective as well of, it's not near the level of what's going to happen beyond Steph Curry, but many, including myself, view the big three as a core, as together. So Draymond Green isn't Stephen Curry, but he's kind of an extension of him, and he's associated with an era of winning before there was not an era of winning, and there was a long gap between when they won and when, of course, the big three got them 4 chips. So in a way, I am a little bit scared that it's going to revert back to that. I think that's part of some of the concerns as well.
What's wrong with it coming back to We Believe? That team was exciting.
And why was We Believe so special?
Because of Baron Davis.
And why was Baron Davis so special?
Because he played with a team that had unbelievable personality, moxie.
Well, and I can ask you this because I know you're around.
With an edge.
Who were the point guards before Baron Davis?
Speedy Claxton.
And before him?
Bimbo Coles.
And before him?
What's your point?
My point is none of those guys
Bobby
are Baron Davis.
What's your point?
My point is...
You better be careful.
I and many were appreciative of We Believe and loved that team more than maybe any other team in Warriors history because it was so different and positive and incredible and out of nowhere compared to what the franchise had been. Like, if there was a We Believe team now, okay, if the Warriors next season as an 8 seed beat the 1 seed, you think there'd be as much juice behind that series?
Well, you got to say, how would it happen?
Fair.
At the trading deadline or right before in January, the Warriors acquired Dylan Brooks.
Okay.
You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. It would be like them acquiring Dylan Brooks, Ja Morant, although not quite at that level, because Steven Jackson was coming off a suspension.
I remember he said he was better than Kobe.
Trying to think. Who are the biggest? Who are the biggest headaches in the NBA? If you will, headaches.
Pat Beverly.
Okay, Beverly definitely is on next year's team. Who are today's equivalent to the We Believe?
Cat could be Al Harrington. I don't know.
No,
that's.
Oh, I'll tell you who absolutely would be a Warrior. Bobby Portis. Bobby Portis would absolutely be a Warrior if there was a modern day We Believe. Oh, God, he would be so fun. All right, let me see what we got. You get action. Let's go to Sean in Oakland. Hey, Sean, how you doing?
Good, yourself. How you doing, gentlemen? Hey, so my feelings is that, hey, if Draymond wants to go out and explore the free agent market and see what he can get, hey, hats off to him to do so. I don't think there's anyone out there who's going to pay him more than $27.5 million a year. So he'll be back on a team-friendly deal. And if he walks, move on with the youth. We got Kuminga. You got other folks. It's not the end of the world. We will be a team without Draymond. The key is Steph. And so if he comes back, we love it. If he doesn't, we'll be fine. So there's no need to panic.
Thanks, Sean. Very philosophical, very under control and calm. The world's not going to end. Yeah, we got to... Somebody... Yeah, this is funny. Uncle Looney. The Morris twins would absolutely be on the Warriors, or at least one of them. Yeah, so what would be the equivalent of we believe would be, let's see, the Warriors 3 years from now make a trade, and they have the Morris twins. They've got...
Russell Westbrook? No, he...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Paulie. Oh, Paulie's back. What's going on, Paulie? How you doing, man? Ben Simmons.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. By the way, nice Stevie Nicks impersonation earlier.
Oh, thank you, Paulie. Appreciate it.
So I'm glad you're talking about the We Believe, because I wanted to say this. I've been a Warriors fan a long time, decades and decades, and have suffered. And, we had Run TNC, and we had the We Believe team. And then this team came along, which is very much Jerry West, had an awful lot to do with it. And then, of course, Myers. And I think that we owe it to Steph and Clay, to Steph, to run it back out there. I think that to keep Jordan Poole at the expense of Draymond will kill us. He doesn't play any defense. The league figured that out. He got awful hot against Denver and Dallas in 2022. I get that, but I challenge the thought that we wouldn't have beat Denver and Dallas without him. Look at his numbers. He's a volume shooter, but a bad shooter, possibly the worst defensive player in the league. My mom is 90, and she sees a mouse. She does his thing with her arms. That's what he looks like playing defense. Draymond runs the offense, and he runs the defense. He guards 7-footers at 6'6". He guards point guards. I think that Steph and Kerr, who want him back, know better than us fans. So I'm really passionate about it because I love the team and what they gifted me. And I know that you love the We Believe team, but this team is along with the 2010 Giants, and is my favorite Bay Area team ever. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks, Paulie. Appreciate the call. All right, 888-957-9570. We'll get more of your calls on the other side, but Draymond Green will officially become a free agent, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. is the Golden State Warriors general manager. And it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state?
I know folks that know folks that know folks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's Steiny and Evan Giddings. Guru's in Dallas or Frisco.
You hear that, Steiny? That's what Draymond Green wants.
The Big Bag, is that what that song's called? Let me guess.
Close.
Big Green?
Cream. Cream.
That's what they're calling money now?
It's an acronym. I actually think you'd like the song.
Who's it by? Kendrick Lamar? No, I know. It's by Da Baby. How about
This is from your generation, kind of.
Kool and the Gang?
Little bit.
Stevie Wonder.
Newer.
Michael Jackson.
Let's help him out, Evan.
Are you serious? You know who this is.
Give me it one more time. Wu-Tang?
Soup.
Oh, Wu-Tang.
Soup.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what Draymond Green's after. He's after the money.
All right. Mike Dunleavy is the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors, so these are all his problems now. Bob Myers enjoys a nice hike in the Oakland Hills right now, holding hands with his wonderful daughters, his youngest on his shoulder. Their dog by their side on a beautiful day in the Bay. And I hear Bob cackling. He's cackling. Saying, "Can you believe it, honey? Can you believe it?
We made it."
Mike Dunleavy, that poor SOB. All right. Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you. Draymond Green, he's opted out officially. And that's that. By the way, a couple things. Another shout out. I did it earlier, but I got to say it again. Thank you so much to two of my Orlando, a P1, works at the U.S. Post Office, and he came out Friday, met us, and gave me a 12-pack of Yingling beer.
Number one.
Just sent away for it, had it shipped out. I know you like it, Steiny. Here you go. Jeez. Thank you. City Boy, you guys know City Boy. He's a P1, calls in all the time. He comes by with a thick book of Bob Dylan song lyrics. So I know you like Dylan. I thought you'd enjoy this book. Thank you both, guys.
You opened it yet?
Thank you both. Yeah, I perused. I've perused in a big way. And I also took a couple of those Yingling golfing with me this weekend. So Orlando, thank you so much. Anyway.
He also dropped a gift off for Guru. That's waiting for him when he gets back. I currently have it. He trusted me instead of you to deliver the gift.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
Guru got something too?
Yeah, of course. We all got something.
Oh.
Of course, I got the smallest
Never mind.
item.
Never mind. Let's go to Philmo, Mike. What's up, Philmo?
Oh, what's up? What's up? What's up, Steiny? What's up, Evan?
Hey.
Bro, you brought it back with the Brian Cardinal, Steiny, bro. Brought back a lot of memories. I always thought Montgomery was out of his element, out of his league. Now, Muscleman teams always played hard.
Yep.
But they just did. They didn't. They played hard though. It would be in a lot of games, but they would lose in the end. Rest in peace to Cliff Robinson.
I
didn't know how great of a player he until he played for us.
Yeah, me neither.
Albert Chaney, top 5 mid-range jumper ever. Swear to God.
Nice guy, too.
Another guy, you forgot this, Steiny. You forgot this guy. Earl Boykins used to be going crazy. And Baron Davis was so good, I don't know why Baron Davis ain't in the Hall of Fame. My last point is this. I would love to see Draymond Green in a different city getting questions from different reporters, preferably an East Coast city, just so that I can just hear his banter and commentary. Not to say that they would eat him up, but I would just love to hear, like, you feel me, people being more of a devil's advocate with him.
Yeah.
Instead of just listening to him preach.
Good stuff, my Philmo. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, man.
I also think there's a lot of people interested to see how Draymond Green would play with a different team. Like, is he actually as good as...
I'll tell you one guy who'd like to play with him from the East Coast, Joel Embiid. Bet
think?
Joel. Oh yeah, I would think so. Wouldn't you?
I think there's
Draymond
a lot
will
of teams
do a
that
lot
could
of
use
the dirty
Draymond.
work. How many teams out there do you think Draymond would make? Like, obviously Denver, they don't need him, but if they had him, they could win it. Phoenix right now, you drop Draymond on their team. How are they not winning it if you drop Draymond onto their team?
Yeah.
Draymond's going to help Dallas a hell of a lot.
Could, if they re-sign Kyrie.
I don't think they're... Yeah, or not. San Antonio, they're not even in the league anymore. Houston isn't either.
What are you talking about? He's got the best player in basketball.
Miami could use him, but then he's got to go down there. What?
Wemby. He also, one of
Knicks
the
would be fun.
2 LA teams. Clippers also included in that.
Where are they going?
Who the hell knows?
Clippers are just no man's land.
I broke my back.
Hey, by the way, another thing that happened real quick today yesterday was my buddy Dana, who's a father. Tell me, this was totally new to me, totally blindsided me, changed my whole day yesterday. You think I'm kidding? My buddy Dana, usually on the Sunday of the Masters, opens his backyard and we watch, and it's a lot of fun. So I finished golfing, and I'm like, all right, call Dana. He's got to be open. Watch the U.S. Open. Turns out his daughter graduated from college yesterday. She went to UC Davis and she graduated.
Go Aggies.
I've never heard of a graduation on a Father's Day. Is that new? Or have I been oblivious? I mean, who does that? Seriously, what are you kidding?
Schedules a graduation on Father's Day.
We can't have one damn day?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
My guy Dana's got to be a father even on Father's Day with adult kids? Come on now.
Some might say every other day is also Father's Day.
Hey, UC Davis. You got to get your schedule in order.
I kind of like it. It's progressive.
Grow up.
Focus easy to center yourself on
it's
family.
actually regressive as far as I'm concerned.
On family, Steiny. The most important thing, according to both Mike Dunleavy Jr. and, of course, the late Bob Myers.
Well, my high school, family's not first. God is first. God. He's number one. God.
G-A-W-D?
It's God. Family.
Thank God.
I think there's one more F and then fun. Of course, fun's the last thing. And I don't even think they call it fun. I think they call
Faith,
it
family.
friends.
I think football comes before. It's in most states.
Oh, by the way,
the state guru's in.
funny thing today, I come in. I was thinking about this for Father's Day yesterday. I was like, I wonder if there's any father out there who did not incorporate sports into his day. It's like how many dads, they either play golf or they watched golf yesterday? I know 2 of my buddies down the street, they went to the A's game. I come in, and Evan, but you're wrong here.
No.
Evan goes, yeah, you know what, my dad, nothing. He has no interest in sports, nothing, da-da-da-da-da. Then Evan goes, I said, so what would his day be? He said, an ideal day for my dad would be maybe go out into the yard, do some yard work. Oh, he'd have the game on. Well, that counts.
But your day is not centered around sports.
I didn't say centered. First of all, when you say centered on sports.
Damn you.
Secondly, I just said sports is some part of it. And your dad, if he's listening to the Giants or A's games, he's listening.
I mean, he's flicking around. It could be an old rock station. It could be, a jazz station.
You proved my point. Thank you.
No, he's listening to Ken Korak. He's not listening for the Oakland A's.
Okay.
Or he's listening to, it was down in San Diego. Jesse Agler is a radio commentator for the Padres.
Fishing absolutely counts as a sport. 925 says I was doing sheetrock at my house. Okay, what were you listening to?
Fishing's not always competitive.
It can be.
Yeah, isn't it more of a leisure activity?
No.
If you're fishing?
Well, so's golf. No, fishing counts.
No, because fishing, there's a possibility you catch nothing, and you have to be okay with that.
Well, that's like taking
not
a big L. That's competition. Nobody wants to. No, fishing counts.
Quit injecting yourself.
Fishing counts.
You're projecting right now, Steiny. Crossover next.
Oh, we got to go? Let me see if I have a read. Hold on. Yeah. My guy, Mike Chilton, over at Chilton Auto Body. He sponsors the next segment on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
The only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the crossover brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. What's up, Dan Dibley in the house? Larry Kruger on his way.
Oh, yeah.
Shortly.
I mean, the best way to get me from a good mood to a fantastic mood is a little Outcast on the way in. Thank you, JT Lucan. Caroline, I know you like to think your blank don't stink, but even roses really smell like poo, poo, poo.
That one was off the Love Below, I think, right?
Fantastic track. Underrated Outcast jam right
Big
there.
fan.
Thank you, JT.
Dibs, what struck you since we last talked on Friday?
Oh, what struck me?
Yeah.
Lightning, Steiny. I was out for 4 days. Oh, no.
Drew Brees.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
thank
right.
you.
I forgot. You
No, I've been gone a long time. What struck me?
From today.
From today.
And work back.
Draymond Green opting out, which I think means, he's going to leave. I don't know if he opts out and decides to stay. I don't know if the Warriors are going to. Here's my thing, Steiny.
Yep.
If the Warriors were going to keep Draymond Green, they would have offered him enough to where it wouldn't have gotten to the point where he would opt out and test free agency. I think he's testing free agency because he wants to get as much money as he possibly can, and I don't fault him for that. So I look at his situation. He had a player opt for, 27.5 to stay. So if the team offered him, let's just say 80, we'll keep you at 27.5, and then we'll give you 25, and then we'll give you whatever that would be, 25 more or 27 more, whatever the number would be. Just stay a Warrior, Draymond, because you said you wanted to be a Warriors and you always want to be a Warriors, and now you're opting out, which tells me that the offer that he got reportedly from the Warriors, because they were in negotiations, I'm being told, according to sources, to me, whatever they offered him was not as much as he would have wanted. And that's why he opted out. And so he already asked for a max in the offseason, reportedly.
Right.
Yeah. And the team either gave him crickets or laughter or both. I'm not sure which one, but whatever the perception is, Draymond Green wants to get every last penny. And if you're Joe Lacob, do you want to give him $90 million over 3, which is really $360 million over 3? I think not.
Larry?
He's gone.
Is it up to Joe? I mean, there's a thing called leverage. I think Kerr's on record as saying they're not title contenders. I was listening to a really good show driving in, a guy named Steiny, and today Guru's out. But I heard Kerr in the quote say,
Evan
we're not
slumming after his Dan Patrick turn.
Yeah.
Most important show.
Evan Patrick over here. No,
Totally.
no, but is it really up to Joe? I mean, it seems like Green's got leverage.
You would think so. And that's the thing. Steve Kerr, you say you can't contend without Draymond Green and you lose Draymond Green. Then what? Like, that's the first thing I would think of if I were a fan. Well, so everybody's saying it's over. What?
Well,
I don't want a coach who thinks it's over coaching my team.
I hear you.
No, he's only got one more year, so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also kind of a weird thing. It's like, I agree with Kerr's notion that they're not title contenders without Green. But here's the other rub. Are they title contenders with him?
Exactly. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
When Steve Kerr says that they're not a title contender without him, and then I hear Mike Dunleavy Jr. today say have to have him, it's not that with him they are undoubtedly going to be in the finals, but without him, it just feels like, I don't know if Steve Kerr feels like he can win without him or doesn't know how to, because, I mean, frankly, they haven't done the best job at getting these young guys up to speed outside of Jordan Poole. There hasn't also been much room for those young guys to get minutes. And maybe he feels like, look, this is the only way I know how to win. And I'm the head coach. It's my job to win. You're paying me to win. I need my guy in order to do that. And I don't know if Like, I don't think that they tipped their hand one way or another today, but I do wonder how much of that leverage you're talking about Draymond Green now feels like he has, because they just spent 35 minutes saying that, basically, we need you, buddy, and it's on the same day that you opt out. I don't read too much into it because we heard the news from Friday, so we knew this was coming, but I do think that Draymond and his camp were very tuned into what the message of this press conference was going to be, which to me largely said Draymond Green's our number one priority.
And he's tuned into the timing of it, which is why he released it before the press conference. To me, and maybe it's the leverage play that you're talking about, Larry, because Draymond Green leaks it, or his camp leaks it to Shams 3 hours before the presser in order to hijack the proceedings to make it about Mike Dunleavy Jr. And also about Draymond Green. So to me, that might be his only leverage play, because if they already made him an offer, and I believe that they have, and he said, I want more, so I'm going to test free agency, I don't know what leverage he has.
He has the leverage in that the coach, who's highly respected, has said they can't win without him. And as Steiny just kind of pointed out, it's almost borderline unprecedented. I mean, what coach in what sport has said that? We aren't a contender without player X.
That isn't your best player.
That's not your best player. But also, here's the other question I think has to be asked. If they run it back, because that's what it sounds like, if you badly want Green back and you're Dunleavy to listen to him talk about this roster, it's like, hey, our roster's set. Really? I see heavy lifting to do. He doesn't see heavy lifting to do, but if you're running it back and Green's coming back and Clay's coming back and everybody's coming back and Poole's going to be here for the next 4 years, why is it going to be any different?
That's my thing, is I just don't think they're going to, the foundational 6, well, let's throw Kuminga in there because he makes 7. I just don't think they're going to bring those 7 guys back. And those are essentially their top 7 players. To me, that's a little bit of insanity. Why are you going to be better next year?
Right.
You had the same top 7 next year or last year. I mean, and here's the answer. Well, Steph, Clay's getting better. Draymond had a great year, so he's going to have a great year. Poole's going to bounce back. Wiggins is going to, it's like 9 things you need to happen.
Right. I think my takeaway from this is that Kuminga, bye-bye. That's gone. He's gone.
Well, that's the other thing. Can you really re-sign Draymond for $75 million over the next 3 years without having something in mind for Kuminga?
Can you bring back Poole and Draymond again? That to me has been the biggest question. I mean, the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Nice.
Well, Draymond re-sign if Poole is still here. Maybe he's trying to leverage Poole out.
Exactly. And, will Poole go into shutdown mode again if Draymond is in fact re-signed? I think the Draymond news this morning before the press conference was a shot across the bow, basically saying, I'm going to take my talents elsewhere. LA's got cap room. I know you mentioned during the break, Steiny, we were chatting briefly about Detroit. That to me is a fascinating fit with a team full of 20-year-olds, and then Draymond Green coming in there to try to play Sergeant Hulka for a young core. I don't know if Draymond Green's going to sign on for that, but for me, Draymond releasing that through Shams this morning before the presser was him telling the Warriors, look, either you pay me every last dollar or I'm leaving because I've got other suitors out there.
I think Draymond to Detroit makes tons of sense. If you go to, first of all, he's on record as saying he hates L.A. I mean, there's a live mic.
Oh, but he loves LeBron.
Yeah, unless LeBron's breaking the scoring title, and then he would prefer to be there in person.
Right.
I think the most likely thing is that Green signs a 3-year extension and goes out with Curry here and stays here. But if he's going to leave, do you want to go somewhere where the expectation is you win titles? Well, maybe, but maybe if you go to Detroit and you elevate them to an Eastern Conference contender with all those young guys, maybe that's the way to go out.
Why couldn't Draymond Green sign a 3 for 90 and then you decide after a year, hey, actually, Clay's deal's coming up. I don't know if we want to re-sign him. Steve Kerr said you can't win without this guy, but it finds out actually your second-round team anyways. You just trade him after a year.
Well, what kind of year did he have?
Right.
I mean, that's the scare. And then, if you want to simplify it real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. I forgot what I was going to say.
There's something about Draymond Green getting traded after a year.
No, you could do that, but if Draymond has a year where he's injured, and because Draymond Green he's got 3 or 4 different ailments that are one tweak away from costing him the whole season.
Let me throw this at you guys. The whole thing about if you re-sign Draymond for 3 more years, match him up with Curry. Well, then you have Clay playing on a contract year. So let's say, you know what? We're going to get Clay 2 more years, and now the big three's all done at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is anybody else worried that one of those guys is going to get hurt for 50 games at least during a season one year?
Absolutely.
And then what? And I get it. That's the biggest, Steph Curry misses, not forget season ending, but are they going to be able to play enough games for you to win?
It's a guy who's got a car that has 125,000 miles on it, and he's telling you how he's taking it across country next week.
Exactly.
You know what? And you're sitting there going, man, this guy, is he going to even get to the Nevada border before he think that thing overheats? Then there's I've read Klay Thompson, Paul George rumors. Is that, is he going to reunite with Jerry West in L.A. and go down there? I don't know, but it just seems how much? Anybody know the term on Dunleavy's deal?
I don't.
That's kind of like why is that question not asked? How long are you here for?
You know what? It's weird. GMs are one of the few that salaries don't really come out, and coaches.
Right.
You might expect it after Bob Myers. I mean, he was covered like a top flight free agent this summer.
I mean, my understanding is Bob was making 10-ish, 10, 12. But my understanding was more. He was making more.
But Dunleavy's not in that neighborhood.
No, I don't know, 5.
But how
6?
many years do you think he has?
Good question.
Yeah, I mean,
3.
Good question.
Is he here long term, or is he going to be the fall guy for this offseason in a year?
If I'm Mike Dunleavy, I got to get at least 3 years, at least.
Oh, I got to get 4
and
minimum.
maybe 4 because look, he sees this is not easy. I mean, this is not easy.
And after 3, he might not have Steph, Clay, or Dre. He might not have any of those 3.
Right.
So then what?
Right.
So he's the guy left holding the bag for the dismantling of the big 3. That can't be right. The question I wanted to ask was a question to Joe Lacob about how much money over the tax he is going to be paying because, you still want Draymond Green. I get that. Are you going to pay him $3 and $90? And if you do, you're going to be way over the tax again. How deep are you willing to go, Joe, over this luxury tax threshold?
Yeah, I think the line in the sand question not only answers stuff about Draymond, but you can read into that about Klay Thompson
and Jordan Poole, right?
Yeah, if there's a line that he doesn't want to go over, I don't know. He's stated some numbers in the past, but maybe that changes if he actually, in fact, feels like they can compete for a title. I wonder. I mean, the tone of the press conference today and the tone of the press conference with Bob Myers exiting, I felt like we're similar from Joe Lacob, but I came away with 2 completely different notions. Like today, I felt like at the end of that press conference, I felt like they want Draymond Green there, and I feel more likely that they are going to re-sign him. At the end of the Bob Myers press conference, it sounded like there was a big wholesale shift coming, and who knows, there could be still, but after today, I feel like they're more inclined to run it back than at the end of the Bob Myers exit.
And what's can they pass out a little chart that shows us the hierarchy? The buck stops with who? Is the GM the final call? Because in most worlds, the basketball operations guys has the final call. So that means that Mike reports to Kirk, and Kirk reports to Joe.
Joe said that Mike has the final say on basketball roster matters. Yeah.
Okay. Nobody's the president of basketball operations anymore, but Kirk is still the EVP, and Mike Dunleavy's the GM.
Right.
Or title.
Okay, so we got that answer.
And Kurt, Joe made it seem like the reason why Bob got to be president was because he earned it by winning championships. So, in other words, Mike, if you want to get the president title, and Joe's not big on titles, he said that multiple times. He's not, although I am the team owner.
Other than the 4 he's got, yes.
Other than the title that I have as owner with a capital O, I'm not big on titles. So until Mike Dunleavy Jr. does what Bob did, you're not going to get to the president level.
One of the
Interesting times.
The other thing that came up today is Chris Paul. Shams Charania reported that the Warriors have interest in Chris Paul. The Warriors. Now, he's with the Wizards. He's guaranteed $30 million, but there's going to be a buyout of some. Nobody's going to bail him out. But, did
that trade become official yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
It's not official because
we've seen Chris Paul trades get rescinded before.
That's true. There may be a third team involved in that trade. So when I look at the Warriors and I see Chris Paul out there, and the Warriors are interested in him, I'm thinking, wow, if you could just drop Chris Paul on this roster. Here's where I'm at with Jordan Poole. I'm scared to trade Jordan Poole for the long-term thing, but also for the short-term thing that he helps them win. He helps them win games when he's really, really good. And for people that, we'll just move Jordan Poole and we'll be. But if Chris Paul's here, now you can move Jordan Poole.
Of course.
The long term's going to be a problem because he's probably going to be a good player. But now you have three guards who there's enough time for those three guards to play together. Now maybe you can move Jordan Poole for a big and a wing or something who can help you win now. That doesn't sound crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, when Chris Paul, the idea was first broached, I'm like, come on, really? He's 38. You're talking about next June. What's he going to look like next June? That's so speculative. But I think what's really clear is that they are going to go forward and prioritize basketball IQ and knowing how to play the game. They don't want to coach anybody up. They don't want to develop anybody. They want to have guys who know how to play. Chris Paul knows how to play.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like the only reason in that scenario I would be wary to move off of Poole is because, like you said, he's 38 years old. So even if he's in a bench role, he's playing less minutes. To ask him to be the guy that could come in and potentially start 25 to 30 games if Steph misses, I don't know if he can stay healthy for that amount of time. Jordan Poole is the ultimate contingency plan in my mind, because no matter what type of Jordan Poole you're getting, I know he's out there for 82 games. And that I feel confident in saying.
Yeah, but can you bank on him for the Big 16? Because Jordan's been great for the 82, but when it comes time for the 16 wins in the postseason, he tends to shrink a little bit. And maybe it's because the coach doesn't trust him or he doesn't have the same confidence. His role isn't quite the same. Mm-hmm. Jordan Poole has been a far better regular season player than he's been in the playoffs.
He stunk in the playoffs. Come on.
Who, Poole?
Yeah.
This year.
Stunk in the playoffs.
This year.
He's been more about the 82 than he's been about the 16.
The guy needs to penetrate
this year's
and
playoffs.
get to the line. In that Lakers series, he got to the line 4 times. 4 free throw attempts.
Look, something happened to him. He was a mess.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. But what I saw last year, when I watched the Warriors, and I'm watching Jordan Poole last year at times, I'm saying, as if I'm not a Warrior fan, you got to be kidding me. They found this guy, Jordan Poole, after Klay Thompson and after Steph Curry. Are you serious? There's a guy who's shooting from the hash mark. I get it. He's a volume guy now. He's inefficient, but he's 23. Like,
right. He can get better.
He's got stuff that most players don't. He can get you 20. Anybody who can go out and get you 20, 22 a night just by playing, not every player can do that in the NBA.
I know, but here's the problem. He's gotten the bag already, and I don't think he's going to. Is he going to listen now that he's already gotten paid? Because he loves to do what he's not good at: hoist Steph Curry super deep heat check threes while shooting 25% in the playoffs, 32% in the regular season, and he doesn't like to do what you need him to do, which is put it on the deck, get inside, create for others, go to the line, make free throws. He doesn't do that. So there has to be some kind of discussion here about this is what makes you good. This is where you need work. This is what we want out of you. This is, I don't know if that can be, some guys can adapt, just have one conversation. I got to think they've already said it, right? So what does that mean?
Well, that's what Steiny brought up, basically, like, would Draymond Green be willing to come back and make less money than Jordan Poole? Because that might be a sign of respect.
That's what I said.
No chance.
Other people are like, he doesn't care.
Right.
I wouldn't.
I would present
if
Andrew
I'm Draymond
Wiggins.
Green and I don't like Jordan Poole doesn't like me, I'm sorry, I'm not coming back for less than Jordan Poole. I'm not. Like, that's why these guys are so great, because they're that petty and that competitive.
And what we're talking about
is Draymond Green would already be thinking, I'm not coming back to this team with that guy making more than me. Yeah. Not him.
No.
But
of all people.
But Andrew Wiggins also doesn't make more than Jordan Poole.
Different cat, though.
Arguably,
Andrew Wiggins is a
player.
Yes, but I think that
More
when we
important
make
player.
comparisons to anybody and anybody else in the league, Andrew Wiggins is one of the most unique players that I have ever seen in terms of his ego. Maybe it's because he's Canadian, Steiny. Shout out Canada. I know you love the country. It's your future home, but it's your wannabe home.
One of them.
I've been told that they don't want you.
He has
but
an island up there.
We'll talk. Yeah, he's got an island, all right. But I think that Andrew Wiggins is completely unique in terms of comparative values. And if you're Jordan Poole and Draymond does come back and makes less than Jordan Poole does, you think that Jordan Poole's not going to walk around with a little bounce in his step or a little smirk or a little smug?
I don't know. I mean,
why did things go south last year? Exactly.
Is it? I mean, now you're painting a picture where these guys are ridiculously petty. I mean, because
I'm painting a picture also where if we'll bring it back next year and everything will work out. You really think so?
The hardcore Warrior fan on Twitter thinks so.
I'm painting a picture
I'm talking about Poole and Draymond and everything that happened this year. Like, and by the way, I don't know what happened with Wiggins, but I don't think like there's nothing to that either. There may be residual stuff to the Wiggins stuff that we're not even aware of. For example, perhaps a resentment by some people in there that are like, man, he just left for 2 months. Like Kuminga cannot be happy with like that Wiggins left, came back, and it was like Kuminga never was there.
Yeah, I think they're willing. I mean, first of all, Wiggins under contract, so they compare him to Green.
Yeah.
You know, but if Green gets 30 a year, Poole's making 27.5 or something like that. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, he probably is going to get more than Poole, right? I mean,
well, if he does, I don't know if it'll be in Golden State. I mean,
well, 3 for 75 isn't going to get it done.
No,
wouldn't be more than Poole.
Here's the other question that nobody seems to broach, but Kerr's on record as saying they're not a championship contender without Green, and if Joe opts to pay Green less and he walks, does Kerr walk?
I don't know about that, but it does send the message, well, I guess Joe's not willing to win at all costs. Or else he agrees with Kerr that they're no longer a championship team. Maybe the Warriors say Draymond's leaving and now we're not. We've acknowledged we're not, so we're going in a different direction. It's unreal. Hey, guys, your show's coming up. We love talking to you.
I got 2 sources, by the way, who both agreed today, but 2 Warrior sources who both agreed that they feel like they know who the Warriors' choice is in the draft. I'm going to I'll tease that.
I broke it already.
Did you?
Louis B. Leakey.
Derek Lively.
That's what I said.
Neither of those.
All right, gents, have a great chance.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's Willard and Dibs, and I am so glad to be back on this Monday after a stretch 4, Larry. That's what we call it. Normally a stretch 4 is when you take the Friday off before the company gives you the Monday. That's a traditional stretch 4 that I actually coined, and I founded the stretch 4. But I took a little bit more of an unconventional, had the Thursday and the Friday, and then the weekend, and you were in with my guy, Mark Willard. Good to see you, Larry.
Good to see you, man. Glad you had a good weekend, rejuvenate.
Yeah.
You got your stretch 4, Tristan Vukovic.
Yeah, it was a rejuvenation sensation is what it was, quite frankly, and I had a chance to make sure my youngest got home from college okay,
nice.
Which was a little bit of an ordeal, so I had to take a day to make sure that went well.
What school?
UCSB.
UCSB.
University of California, Santa Barbara.
Been there. Love it.
Yeah, he was a little bummed at the year weather-wise. Didn't get quite the year. A lot of overcast, a lot of cloudiness for my boy.
It's a beautiful part of the country. My kid is coming home tonight or tomorrow morning from SLO. San Luis Obispo.
So he's just now ending. Wow.
Well, I think he might have finished like in the last couple of days, but I think he's hanging out.
That's good. It's good. It's good. And you were hanging out with Mark, and man, since you last were here, the Giants have gone on an absolute tear.
What a weekend.
7 in a row, winning games in wild fashion with one of the craziest plays you'll ever see in Major League Baseball, a 15-0 beatdown, and yesterday's game, which was a good old-fashioned nail-biter late.
Oh, that was one of the most enjoyable weekends of Giants baseball in a long, long time, man. Friday night was magical. They get no hit by a no-name rookie. Giants just never touch these guys they haven't seen. But Dave Roberts pulled him with 89 pitches. Thank you, Dave.
Wow.
And the Giants win Friday night on just the craziest play of all time. And then just a beatdown of beatdowns on Saturday, the 15-0. That was incredible. And then yesterday, Luis Matos down the left field line. You got Mookie Betts playing shortstop.
Yeah.
Dodgers rotation in disarray. Giants sweeping in L.A. for the first time in years. It's great to see, man.
And Giants now into second place in the NL West and only looking up at Arizona. So we'll get into some Giants talk as the show goes on, but obviously we need to start with the lead, and it's kind of a co-lead. And thank you, Shams Charania, for the official news this morning about Draymond Green planning to opt out, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. saying, I can't comment on it yet because the paperwork hasn't been filed. I love that. That's a great way to dodge it, Well, the paperwork hasn't been filed, so I can't really comment on the Draymond story. But where do you want to start? Mike Dunleavy Jr. officially in, or Draymond Green opting out?
Let's go with the one that actually matters and has some relevance. Why don't we go with Draymond Green opting out? Because I look at Mike as a total figurehead. I really do. I mean, he loves our culture. That's why he's here or something like that. Or I forget the exact quote.
Yeah, I saw you tweet that.
Yeah, and what is your culture? Your culture is he's okay with you and your kids telling him what to do. That's how I look at that culture.
I thought that was a little harsh, and I was going to come over the top of your tweet, but I thought I got 4 hours with Larry. I'll go ahead and wait for the air. But I think that's a little bit strong. And Joe Lacob actually referenced it when he was asked about.
He referenced it?
Well, he referenced the culture in terms of the picks. Like, everybody thinks that this pick belongs to this person and this move belongs to that person. It's all a collective, other than maybe one thing. He said, it's all about a we. So I don't know if he's defanging Mike Dunleavy Jr. before he even starts. That's what you're making it seem like.
Well, I mean, some one person makes the final call. There isn't. You can collaborate all you want. We can sit here and have a collaboration about where we're going to dinner, but eventually somebody is going to make the final call, right? I mean, that's how I see it.
Your wife and my wife is the answer.
I mean, yeah, or whoever's cutting the check usually is making the final call, and that's what's going on here. But we'll see. I mean, put whatever label you need to put on it to make yourself comfortable. But the reality is the reality, which is there are many, many personnel guys who wouldn't want your culture and wouldn't want a culture that includes an owner and his sons having say over basketball personnel decisions. So the fact that Mike really understands our culture means that he understands that I'm having my say and my kids are having their say. And that's our culture.
Right.
And you can make it sound as benign as you want, but it doesn't change the truth. There's an underlying truth to the whole thing, which is that Mike's here because Mike's agreed to hear me and my sons. But you and your sons have never been GM or
15-year player, the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have the credentials. I mean, you could have somebody who doesn't have the credentials to do anything. If they own the business, they can make the call. Doesn't mean that it's the right decision. Just means that they own the business.
I'll let Joe speak for himself. Here's Joe Lacob, the owner of the Warriors, the principal owner, talking about Mike Dunleavy being the top decision maker.
He's the top basketball decision maker. You can call titles whatever you want. He's the top basketball decision maker in the organization. Perhaps a little bit of difference is that when Bob came in, actually, it's hard to remember, all these years ago now, but he came in right as an agent, was an assistant GM, actually, when he started, and we promoted him to GM, and then he got a title change subsequently, with success and more of a compensation thing, I think, more than anything else, because he was really in the same role. And so Mike is in the same role He's the top decision maker within basketball. So from my standpoint, he's the guy that I'll be calling however many times people think I call him a day. Actually, he called me this morning. I just want you to know, woke me up. Actually, I was up, but I was watching a show on TV, First Take.
Yeah, First Take. Joe Lake, a big Stephen A. Smith fan, as it turns out.
Does that make you feel better or worse that Joe watches First Take?
Oh, it makes me feel better because I know Joe's listening right now, and I see the phone line starting to light up, and I guarantee you Joe Lacob is the first one in. 888-957-9570. Mr. Lacob, go ahead and give us a call. Clarify anything that you think we're getting wrong. Weigh in with your thoughts. But what he said right there, Mike Dunleavy Jr. is the top decision maker. So any various Lacob will offer their opinion, but it comes down to Mike Dunleavy Jr., Larry. He just said it to make the final call.
And that's garbage because in reality, I mean, that's not worth anything because you think Mike Dunleavy's going to
42-second cut. Larry.
He's going to go rogue. So Joe's going to come in and say, you know what? I want player X. And Kirk's going to go, you know what? I agree with Pops. I want player X.
And Kent will agree.
Kent's going to say, you know what? Kirk has always been the smartest guy in this family. I'm going with Kirk. We want player X. And then Dunleavy's going to walk in because of the picture you just painted. He's got final authority. He's going to walk in and say, you know what, guys? I played 15 years in this league. I kind of think player Y is the guy. But thanks for your input. All right, we're turning in player Y as the selection. That ain't happening.
Those are his words, not mine, Larry. I don't know why you're trying to look so deep into this. Joe Lacob just said Mike Dunleavy is the top decision maker in this organization.
He's going to go against Joe?
Absolutely.
No,
and Kent and Kirk.
No, he's not.
And any other Lacob that happens to walk through that door.
He's gonna say, you know what? You're right. You are right. And if it works out, then it works out.
But if it doesn't, then he'll be scapegoated.
And exactly. I personally feel like this whole go-round is let's have Joe and his sons have a real say. And then, if they make a pick and that pick is enormously successful, it will come out at some point that actually, that was Kirk's guy all the way through. But if it bombs miserably, it will be, collective. We're hiding behind the proverbial we. What, do you got a mouse in your pocket? And, we decided this. The buck has to stop with somebody. And we all know who it stops with. It stops with Joe.
It stops with Mike Dunleavy Jr.
And it probably stops with Kirk, actually, because Kirk is probably the guy that would be, if you said to me, who do I actually think, I bet you Kirk and Joe will decide together and that Kirk will have the final call.
Well, according to Joe, it's Mike Dunleavy Jr. who has the final call.
Joe, I think, will defer to Kirk.
I think that they both will work in concert with Mike Dunleavy Jr. I don't think that Kirk and Joe are going to suddenly go rogue in terms of the way they make picks, the way they go about selecting players or trading players. Do you think that they worked like this under Bob Myers?
I think as they started clearing out the pivotal voices in the room, Travis Schlenk, Jerry West. Right. Yeah, I think as time has gone on, they've had more and more say. But Myers, I think, probably ultimately has the final say. And who knows? I mean, why is Bob Myers walking away? Maybe Bob Myers knows that, Joe wants to have final say. Maybe Bob Myers knows that Kirk wants to have final say.
We haven't heard from Bob yet in terms of...
Maybe Bob's just like, you know what? If they want to do the job, let them do the job. But I'm not going to do the job. I'm not going to get blamed for doing the job when they're making the call. I mean, it's probably why he left.
I wonder, and honestly, to play devil's advocate a little bit, Joe Lacob is the owner. He's not the only owner, but he is the owner. So if you're the owner of a product, shouldn't you have the say in terms of how your business is going to be run?
No, you shouldn't. You should. I mean, should
Jed? You absolutely should.
No, you absolutely should not. Jed York is not saying, you know what? Let's go with Zach Wilson. No, but he's got John Lynch there.
Jed York was overly involved, and he realized that it wasn't working, and so then he stepped back. If you're Joe Lacob, you've been overly involved, and it's worked. He's won 4 championships.
Well, and would he have won any without Steph Curry?
Probably not.
No.
Would he have won any?
Wait, probably not?
Oh, you never know. I mean...
Probably not. We can have a serious conversation here, Dibs, or what?
Okay, so no, Larry.
Okay, they're not. They wouldn't have won any.
But
he inherited
would they have won
player.
any without Steve Kerr? Probably not.
Probably not.
Or you could look at
I mean, that's a probably not.
Sure. So, and he inherited Steph Curry. Absolutely.
Right. He inherited Steph Curry.
But he did build an organization around other successful people that made this organization attractive to the likes of Steve Kerr, Kevin Durant, and others. So I think to just take away all the credit from Joe Lacob because he inherited Steph Curry is disingenuous.
Well, no, I give Joe tons of credit for the arena. He got the arena built.
Yeah.
In San Francisco. And it's beautiful. It's a opulent palace, and it's added tons. But I'm not going to sit here and say that Joe Lacob's the reason they're hanging the banners. I mean, I would say Larry Riley and Don Nelson have as much say on that as anything because they wouldn't have done it without Steph Curry. Now, I'm not trying to diminish Joe. I'm just trying to say that Joe inherited a really good situation and made it better. Now let's chart where it goes from here.
Yeah.
And it could be anything. It could be they could keep it rolling and they could stay on top, as Joe has said, we will win. He by the force of his personality and the force of his greenbacks and his vision and his son's vision and Mike's vision, they could pick all the right players, make all the right trades, and continue to win. Or this thing could backslide on them. I just think everything's on the table, and it's, to me, right now, where it goes from here really will define Joe Lacob, in my mind, as an owner, more so than, though I love the arena, but the titles are part Joe, but part Larry Riley, part Bob Myers, part,
Jerry West and Travis Schlenk. And you're right. You could look at all the different various pieces.
Some of those guys.
Yeah, and you can even go all the way up the ladder and look at front office pieces and the culture that was built and all the rest of it. But now, you mentioned it, what happens next is a big part of the Joe Lacob legacy going forward, and that question comes down to Draymond Green. 888-957-9570. What should the Warriors do with Draymond Green, who reportedly is going to opt out? The paperwork hasn't been filed yet. Shams Charania released a report saying that Draymond's agency has indicated that he will opt out of the final year of his contract. It's player option. So what do you do with Draymond? Do you pay him big money? Do you go further over the tax to keep Draymond Green? What does that mean for Jordan Poole? Does Draymond go elsewhere? What do the Warriors do? What should the Warriors do? 888-957-9570. I look forward to hearing your thoughts on Draymond Green because I do think that it was more than coincidence that news broke this morning.
I agree. And if it was Draymond or other attractive options, that would make this a little bit more debatable. But the reality is like if they don't have Draymond, it's not like Draymond or this other star. If they don't have Draymond, they still have no way to really replace him, right? So it's like in a lot of ways, I feel like Draymond holds a ton of leverage. And if he wants $30 million a year for 3 years, how are you going to say no to that? Aren't you so far down? I mean, he's such a key cog to what you do. Offensively, he's your facilitator. Defensively, he's your rim protector. He's Steph Curry's caddy in a lot of ways.
Sure.
He's setting up Steph to be what Steph is. I mean, I'd fear Steph's reaction if you insulted Draymond with some low ball offer and he walked.
And they may have already done that, which is why Draymond reportedly has indicated that he will opt out. 888-957-9570. What should the Warriors do about Draymond Green? We are sponsored by Cars.com. It's Willard and Dibbs. Kruger's in for Willard here on 95.7 The Game.
Oh.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Monday, if there is such a thing. Shout out Mitch Thompson, Mark Pape, our longtime traffic reporter colleague who left us about a month ago. That was always his Monday go-to. Happy Monday, Rebecca, if there is such a thing.
If there is such a thing.
That was his 10:08 traffic report opener, so I thought I'd shout him out with that. We miss you, Mark.
3-day weekends are spectacular. I mean, seriously, but before you even look up, it's Wednesday.
No doubt. And, Mark is back tomorrow for the rest of the week, and we are getting into vacation season a little bit, so there'll be some Larry, some In and Out, all kinds of different people here and there. We are streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. If anyone swears, most likely me, you get to hear it, and you can like and subscribe for all your 957 The Game content on YouTube. And I know you're on YouTube as well. I appreciate you bringing in the shirt for me, Larry.
Yes.
Which is nice.
The Kruger Show shirt. We just hit 19,000 subs last night, Dibs.
Attaboy.
So it's down there. It's down there.
It's over there. And
there you go.
You gave me an XL, and I wish that the large fits me a little snug, so I may throw it on before too long here. Give you some free pub.
Look at you.
Because you're my guy. But you had an interesting question, and we'll throw this out to the listeners, 888-957-9570, because we're reacting to Draymond Green's news, and it's not confirmed. We know that. Draymond Green reportedly planning to opt out of the final year of his contract with the Golden State Warriors, which would make him an unrestricted free agency. Draymond Green is going to test the waters of free agency. It seems like this is the way it's going to go. Shams Charania of The Athletic had the story earlier this morning before the Mike Dunleavy Jr. introductory press conference. And you mentioned this during the break, and I think it's an interesting question. If Draymond is making this move based on the fact that he doesn't want to play with Jordan Poole, and this is a hypothetical that I'm throwing out there, we don't know that that's the case, what would you choose, Warriors fans? Jordan Poole or Draymond Green? You got Jordan Poole for 4 years for sure. Draymond Green theoretically would sign a 3-year contract to be here as long as Steph is going to be here. If Draymond wants to be here, but only if Jordan Poole is gone, what would you choose? Jordan Poole or Draymond Green?
It's a really tough one, right? Because Jordan Poole's got his future all ahead of him, and Draymond Green's he's in the twilight. I mean, what would you say? If I say how many years Draymond's got left, you say what?
Of peak Draymond or Draymond at all?
Well, let's just say Draymond at all, because, who knows about peak? That's kind of hard. That's speculative, but
he's probably got 5 years left.
5 years total.
Yeah. I would say 3 years where he could be in the conversation for DPOY, which is the Draymond you want.
So then the other question is this. If you agree with Steve Kerr, who boldly came out and said that the Warriors are not a title team, they're not a title contender without Draymond Green, if he opts out and leaves, how would that make you kind of, open to tearing the whole thing down and starting fresh? Because if you're a coach who's, future Hall of Famer and widely respected, says that you're not a title contender, then you're not a title contender. So if Draymond does go somewhere else, let's say it's the Lakers, does that make you now kind of take a different approach to the draft Thursday night? Does it make you take a different approach to Klay Thompson and his future? Steph's here no matter what, unless Steph doesn't want to be here. Steph's going to write his own ticket. Everybody knows that. But if Green's gone and you're not a title contender as defined by your coach, what do you do with Klay Thompson? What do you do in the draft? A lot of people are talking about they need a polished player in the draft, somebody who's ready who knows how to play basketball and ready to come in and do something right away, as opposed to maybe somebody who's got a little bit more high-end potential. I mean, the way the draft is. It's the best, highest-rated players in the draft every year now
are 19.
And they're college freshmen, or they're coming off their college freshman year,
right?
Or they're international players that are even younger than that.
Larry's draft lock coming up here in about 20 minutes. We're going to make sure we get that out here on the show. Maybe we'll wait for prime time at 5 o'clock. We're going to tease the heck out of this thing, Larry.
A couple different Warrior sources have given me the indication that they've both said to me, and they don't even know each other, this is their guy. Now, I said, great, but they don't have a pick to get that guy. Like, yeah, well, TBD.
Yes.
To be determined as far as can they get up high enough to get the pick for their guy.
Willard and Dibs live from Chase Center on Thursday.
Nice.
Full draft coverage, and I'm really fascinated. And we'll get your draft thoughts more as we get further into the show in terms of move up, move back, or move out of the NBA draft. Because I think there are scenarios for all three. I think moving up is the least likely. Moving back is next most likely. I think that they're going to move completely out of the NBA draft, which would kind of throw our little contest we had into some disarray because we gave away a spot in the introductory press conference for this coming Friday to be there when the Warriors introduce the newest player once they make that pick at 19. I think that the 19th pick is live and might get dealt before the draft even happens.
Moving up in a speculative draft seems very, very risky, doesn't it? I mean, because what are you going to trade to move up? Jonathan Kuminga, and you can say whatever you want about Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga is a talent, and there's no question in my mind he's a talented guy. Does he need more development? Yeah, but I mean, you could look really bad moving off of Kuminga, and if you guess wrong and you trade Kuminga for a pick in the top 10 and you take a guy who's nothing close to Kuminga and he emerges as a tremendous player, not only are you not improving, you're getting significantly worse.
Yeah, and getting worse without, doing what you really want to do more than anything. And you mentioned the Steve Kerr comments about this being a championship team with Draymond Green. If you don't add some veterans right now, I don't think that you can actually make that happen. This is from the 408, Larry. Coincidence that this Draymond news came out on Jordan Poole's birthday. Today is Jordan Poole's 24th birthday today.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. Interesting text on the Comcast business text line.
I mean, did it come out today? I mean, it came out, I guess,
Friday it leaked, essentially.
I mean, it leaked the other day. I think it's really interesting that it came out on the day of the press conference. Like maybe Draymond wanted to hear and maybe Draymond's representatives wanted to hear how they would react. But if they did want to hear how they reacted, one of my takeaways from the presser today was it really sounded like, and maybe they're just playing their cards close to the vest. Maybe they're just trying to send this message to the rest of the league. You got to filter everything at this point. It's the lying season, right before the draft. This is when people kind of throw a lot of misdirection out. But we expect Poole to be here for 4 years, at least the term of his deal, and maybe longer. Is that because he's going to be here for 4 years, or is that what you say to make sure that you're getting fair value in trade coming back? I don't know.
And it's interesting. It could be either, could be one or the other. And I look at the timing of it 3 days before the draft, and on the same day that you introduced Mike Dunleavy Jr., it feels to me like you were mentioning in the crossover, a bit of a leverage play, because Draymond Green wants it out there that going into the draft, he might be a free agent sooner rather than later. Woj had an interesting tweet saying the Warriors have been motivated to sign Green on a new deal, yet if that's the motivation, you've been motivated to sign Green to a new deal, obviously the deal that you wanted to give to Draymond Green was not to his liking enough to where he would then sign it. If you've been in contact, if you've had discussions about a new deal and you gave Draymond 3 years and $140 million, he would have signed it. If it was, going to be $45 million a year or whatever that would work out to be. So if Draymond Green was getting an offer from the Warriors and it was not to his liking, that's why he's opting out. So I know the Warriors would be motivated to sign Green, but if you're Joe Lacob and you look at your luxury tax bill that you're going to be facing, and you've got Draymond Green making, 27.5, 27.6 next year on a player opt-in, and you probably don't want to give him $30 million a year over 3, because that's going to cost you $90 million, and then the additional tax hit would be another, $400 million on top of that?
Well, and then the assumption we're making with this whole discussion is that it's about money. Maybe the money's fine, but it's about what are you going to do? What are you going to do with the roster? I mean, Draymond's a very, very competitive guy. If he thinks, hey, you know what? We're just going to run it back with what we had, maybe he thinks that's not good enough. And then maybe he's trying to put their feet to the fire. The thing that keeps coming back to me is seeing Steve Kerr on Draymond's podcast, and they were both kind of, I don't know, they seem to be almost in lockstep with one another, that Poole and Kuminga pouted, and that, that's, that I don't know, and I don't know what to make of that necessarily. I mean, what did you make of that whole appearance on his podcast? To me, it sounded like these guys pouted and they're moving on. Like it did. So what if Kerr actually, I don't want to say he's as opposed to Joe and Dunleavy or opposed, but what if the front office has one plan, but Kerr has a different plan? And I mean, because Kerr definitely helps Draymond. I mean, Kerr works for Joe Lacob, but when he said that we're not a title contender without Draymond Green, he essentially handed Draymond Green leverage against his boss.
Right.
He's sandwiching himself between the man who cuts the checks and cuts his check and his player.
But
and
Steve Kerr's going to keep it real.
He seems to be siding with the player.
Well, he has to side with the player, and he is going to be as honest as he needs to be. And he's sending a message to Joe Lacob, basically saying, if you don't re-sign Draymond Green, then we're not going to win the championship. And then Joe comes out in the Bob press conference and says, no matter what, league rules be damned, we will win. We will win here no matter what. And so Joe Lacob probably hears what Steve Kerr had to say and says, well, whatever, Steve, I'm going to do it the way I'm going to do it, and we're going to win no matter what. If it's with Draymond or without, or when Steph and Clay are gone, I'll still find a way to win after that. Joe has that confidence and that hubris that 4 championships will bring. And if you're Steve Kerr and you're entering in your final year as the head coach under contract, you're looking at maybe one more year of let's give it a shot with Draymond, Steph, and Clay. And, if Draymond opts out because they didn't want to pay him what Draymond was worth, and then Steve is left with Steph, Clay, and Wiggins and the youngsters, does Steve Kerr really want to sign a long-term deal after that?
That's a good point. But I will say this. You said he had to side with the player. What is a coach? What's a manager? What's a head coach? You're a middle manager.
True.
You don't own, and you're not one of the players. And usually, and maybe the NBA is different, but usually the middle manager, the coach, sides with the ownership, not the player. So to me, I find that very unique,
right, that
Steve would side with Draymond Green. Like if Farhan says I ain't paying player X, you think Gabe's going to come out and say, hey, if I don't have player X, we're not winning jack. No, he's going to side with Farhan, I think. And I think if John Lynch had strong feelings about a player, I don't think Shanahan's going to side with that player. I think he's going to side with Lynch and Jed. But in this situation, Kerr's not necessarily singing the same tune as Joe in the front office. He's like, hey, if anything, he's basically telling Joe, hey, you know what? This is how I honestly feel. We're not going to win titles without Draymond Green. And he's siding with Draymond Green, which is going to cost Joe. I mean, you could do the math. I mean, millions,
hundreds of millions,
right? With the repeater tax and all. So I mean, that makes me kind of wonder about what's Kerr's. What's
his end game? Yeah,
and where is this going? I mean, is this? I mean, you don't find that's kind of interesting.
It's pretty rare.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, and also especially when it's going to cost your owner not just the dollars,
right,
the net dollars, but the tax penalties on top.
I admire it though because
I do too.
He's not wrong. And if you've won 4 championships and you're Steve Kerr, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? You're not getting fired. Now you might get to a spot where because of this, Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr fall out of favor, and Steve decides, all right, this is my last year, and I'm going to go ahead and go the way of Bob Myers, and I'll leave a made man. He's won 4 championships. He's the winningest coach percentage-wise in the history of this organization. He's untouchable in terms of his legacy. So if he's going to die on the sword of a Draymond Green being a key member of a championship battlefront, then so be it, because Joe Lacob deep down knows that that's probably the case as well. Even though he's saying we can win, we'll win no matter what the league rules are. I think we all know the reality. Mike Dunleavy Jr. earlier today talked about the Draymond Green question.
I think first and foremost, like it's been said, to be able to get Draymond back would be huge. From there, we would love to make improvements to the point of, can we add some shooting? Can we add some more versatility? And can we add some connectivity whether that's, their ball handling, passing, veteran experience. I think we've talked to the coaching staff. We talked to our players. We have a good sense of kind of what we need to do. And fortunately, it's nothing drastic, but there's some things we can do around the margins and, make a move here or there, then we're going to be open to it.
The margins, Larry. He's talking about the margins.
Shooting, they have Steph and Clay, tremendous shooting, right? Tremendous shooting. But I do find that interesting that he says add some shooting and connectivity. When I hear connectivity, I hear Chris Paul, don't you? I mean, that connectivity means a guy who can get our shooters the basketball.
Connectivity to me means players who know how to play basketball.
Right.
Guys who know where to be, how to move the ball, how to run this offense. Veterans is what I hear when he talks about connectivity. And he started that with, Draymond. We want Draymond back. And I do believe they want Draymond to come back, but will the price point be too rich for Joe Lacob's blood, especially when you start to look at future years and you bring Draymond back for 3, you got to bring Klay Thompson then back, don't you, to keep the 3 core pieces all aligned contract-wise?
Well, I don't know that I would read it that way. Isn't Joe on the record as saying that anybody outside of Steph Curry is available? And isn't it insanity to just say, hey, you know what? We're going to bring all of our key components back next year, except we're going to add a pick at 19, and we're going to somehow have a tremendously different result as our 3 best players get closer to the twilight of their career. I don't know that that's logical. That seems like wishful thinking, does it not?
It does, especially when you have a head coach in Steve Kerr that has shown a little bit of reluctance to play the younger players in large swatches of minutes. And so even this year where Patrick Baldwin Jr. didn't play a ton and Ryan Rollins barely cracked any time on the floor, and then he got hurt. And you look at Kuminga and his struggles to get meaningful playing time, and Dunleavy Jr. actually addressed Kuminga today as well, talking about how they're going to have to all work together and work hard on getting Jonathan Kuminga more minutes, and that includes Kuminga himself being able to earn more time on the floor. I wonder where this team goes in terms of direction, because if you bring back Draymond Green, if you find a way to sign him to a deal, then maybe you bring in Chris Paul. At that point, you got to bring in other veterans to me to really try to maximize this closing window.
And shooters, more shooters. I mean, because now you've got Draymond, who's a tremendous passer, and obviously you'd add Paul, who's one of the great, players in the middle of the floor in the NBA. I mean, he can, in his prime, he could get to that free throw line, keep the dribble alive, and just have every option available. He can throw the lob. He can find anybody on the perimeter. I thought his kind of, in his prime, he could break a defense down just by maintaining the dribble at the free throw line. And I'd love to see that in some ways. And I agree with Steiny that if they did have a Chris Paul, that would make me at least a little bit more open-minded about moving on from Poole. But once again, it's like, how do you get better? That's going to be, to me, it's going to be really interesting to see how do they get better. I think they got to have Green back, because it's not like if you lose Green, you can say, well, then we'll spend this money. No, you won't spend that money on anybody. So, and then when he was asked about the draft, he's like, we want guys who know how to play basketball. And that's maybe not exactly the way he said it, but I think that's pretty much the gist of what he said, which is
right.
And that to me was an obvious dig at Wiseman and Kuminga
and Poole.
And possibly Poole too, yeah. I mean, I wasn't thinking Poole.
And this from the 408.
But definitely Kuminga and Wiseman.
On the Comcast Business text line from the 408, connectivity is about being in lockstep with your teammates for a common goal and not pout about playing time, which is just one more clue telling us that Poole is gone. That's from the 408 on the Comcast Business text line. And I do think you can read it that way in terms of connectivity, one team, one goal. You don't need Steph Curry to have a pre-bus ride team meeting to basically call guys out and say, look, if you're not sold out to try to go out there and win this game in Sacramento, don't even get on the bus. That's not connectivity.
And that's a great point. I also think, we should almost group this presser, each answer, as it was said because he means it, and he was said for effect. Like the Poole thing, to cite the 4 years. Is that said because, you've got a league that knew that Jordan laid an egg in the playoffs and knows that Draymond and Poole don't get along or didn't get along, at least to the point where Draymond punched him. Is that just a statement that was made to protect the value, so it's not just a fire sale and you're not taking back what you got for Latrell Sprewell? I mean, when Sprewell choked out Carlissimo once upon a time, for some of you younger Warrior fans who don't remember.
Thanks.
And Warriors were at a loss, right? So it was like they had to take anything that anybody was offering, and they took terrible contracts and Starks, Chris Mills, and Terry Cummings, guys that had no future, huge bloated contracts. That's not what they want. So was what they said today about Poole more for, do you take that at face value and Poole's going to be here? Or was that said to maintain his value?
I think both. And coming up here in about 7 minutes, I will play for you what Mike Dunleavy Jr. had to say about Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga, and you all can determine for yourself, based on hearing Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s words, on exactly how they feel. Because I do think there's something to what you're saying, Larry, about preserving value. You absolutely have to do that. We know that this week is about lying season because you got the draft coming up in about 3 days, 3 days and a couple of hours. All these teams will be on the clock. Victor Wembanyama will go 1 to San Antonio. Then things get interesting. The Warriors picking at 19, maybe. And is Kuminga and Jordan Poole, are they still on the Warriors by the time Thursday is over? We'll get into that. And also, Larry Kruger's got some intel on who the Warriors might be selecting. We'll get into that as well. And more sound from Mike Dunleavy Jr. on the other side. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. It's Willard and Dibs with Larry in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500, Ram 3500.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back on a Monday. It's Willard and Dibs. Mark Willard enjoying a nice long weekend with the family, and I'm lucky to have Larry Kruger in, my brother from another mother. Known him for a better part of 20-plus years, coming up here in about, I think, 7 minutes, Larry. We're going to get your draft thoughts in terms of the Golden State Warriors. I know you have some intel, and I'm looking forward to hearing exactly what you have to say about the NBA draft.
You're going to want to hear this.
I definitely want to hear it.
Definitely going to want to hear it. By the way, I was looking at the temperature because I saw that Willard was up in Tahoe. Do you know what it is at night in Tahoe right now? It's June.
Probably 35.
33 degrees one night.
Larry Bird. Yeah.
That's unbelievable for June.
It's cold.
Mid-June.
This whole weather thing has been a big issue in my house. We live kind of out by you in the 925, and normally this time of year would be warm. You know, it'd be, hey, catch me an 85. Let me get in the pool at the in-laws' house. They got a nice pool out there. No, bro, it's been freezing.
Yeah. No, I mean, pool weather's got to be 85 or hotter. To me, 85 or hotter. That's my cutoff. When I was living in the city, 75 or hotter. But once you're out, now that I'm out in the creek, it's 85 or hotter. I'm in the pool.
I'll get in the pool. I mean, I'm not afraid to get in the pool. My grandpa used to have a pool. Dan Giles, rest in peace, and he didn't have a heater on his pool. So you'd get in the pool, and the pool might be 72, and the water would be 72. You got to do a lot of swimming. You got to move around pretty fast.
I'd much rather get in a pool that's a little too cold than a little too hot.
Agreed.
Nobody wants a warm pool. But
although now with this weather.
Yeah. People who own pools, though, always want it warmer than what you would think. It's a little too cold. No. I like a cold pool. It's refreshing.
What I've discovered about owning a pool, and I've never owned a pool. Like my parents had one when we took over Grandpa's house, but owning a pool is not nearly as fun as knowing somebody who has a pool.
Right. It's like a cabin in Tahoe. Do you want to own a cabin in Tahoe? No, I want to have a buddy who owns a cabin in Tahoe.
Exactly. Same thing with a boat.
Use it.
A buddy who's got a boat.
Exactly.
Same thing.
Exactly.
Shout out Klay Thompson, who can afford to have somebody take care of his boat.
That's right.
Before the break, we were talking about Poole and Kuminga, and I wanted to play you what Mike Dunleavy Jr., new GM for the Golden State Warriors, had to say, and you let me know what you think is going on between the lines, behind the words here. This is Mike Dunleavy Jr. today from his press conference, his introductory press conference, heard right here on 95.7 The Game.
We love having those guys here. Jordan, especially with his contract extension, plan to have him here for 4 more years at least. And then Jonathan's, you know what, he's shown really good progression and growth, I think, in his first couple of years. Unfortunately for him, I think the playing time hasn't been there. And so that's on all of our shoulders to figure out how do we get him in the game more. That's on Jonathan's shoulders to improve and make the right adjustments to his game, as well as, our front office, our coaching staff, figuring out what works. So both those guys, really, really good young players we're pleased with. They have great value around the league. And, obviously a lot of rumors and stuff come up at this time of the year, but we're happy with those guys.
Happy with those guys. A lot of rumors. We think that they've got a lot of value around the league, Larry. He says he really likes him. Jordan Poole with the contract extension, and Jonathan Kuminga, boy, his improvement. We got to find him more minutes. What'd you think about those comments there, Larry?
Do you guys remember the Truth Machine?
Yeah. I loved it.
The Truth Machine was one of my favorite things you guys did. The Truth Machine would be like just a little boop, trying to maintain trade value, boop, trying to maintain trade value, boop. It's like that's all I got out of that. We really like those guys, and the line that was probably the most interesting was there's a lot of interest in those guys around the league.
Yeah, so exactly.
How would you know that if you weren't at least discussing that with other teams, right? So that kind of tells you that there's been discussions, and there should be discussions, and it's not surprising. And it's the NBA. I mean, the one thing about the NBA that's different than other leagues is we see players traded in deals that make no sense. I mean, do you think Washington fans are doing cartwheels today?
Oh my God,
over what they
trade.
got back for Bradley Beal? Of course not, because it's about moving contracts and this and that. So there's always more to it. And then they threw in Isaiah Todd, who's a young player today. It's like, we couldn't make this deal bad enough. We'll throw in another young piece. So, I mean, that's where we're at in the NBA, where it's about contracts, and it's not necessarily about value for value. And you might get more value than you're trading away. You may get less, depending on the contract of the players involved. So, but yeah, to me, I think that Kuminga is my takeaway from listening today was that Kuminga is gone for sure, and that Poole is probably gone. And I would say probably because I think it's more complicated to move Poole. He makes a lot of money. You have to really, he's signed up long term. You got to decide philosophically what you want in that deal coming back. Do you want guys making a lot of money long term, just who are different kinds of players who may fit in better? Do you want guys who have different skill sets? Do you want guys? Does Joe want some salary relief, especially if you are going to pay Draymond Green Dibs $30 million a year in an extension? Maybe now that changes what you want for Poole coming back. Maybe you want a couple players and one guy whose contract ends at the end of this year.
Right.
So you can just kind of wave goodbye to that money and not be so beaten up by the financial penalties.
That would be OG Anunoby, and we've talked about a possible Toronto trade where you get back Chris Boucher, former Warrior, kind of. They drafted him, and he's actually turned into a pretty good pro in Toronto, 30 years old. He's got a couple years left. Anunoby, I believe, has one more year on his deal. So that, to me, is the kind of trade you would be looking for. And if you can get Chris Paul as a street free agent, if you can bring in 3 veterans to be a part of your bench to go along with GP2, even if you lose Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga, you end up trading the number 19 pick, in my opinion. If you want to really capitalize on this window of Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, and if Draymond Green opts out but then signs and decides to stay, you need to surround them with veterans. And future be damned, and I know that it might hurt you down the road. Jonathan Kuminga's 20. He could still turn out to be an unbelievably good player. I don't know if his ceiling will ever be that high. He could be absolutely a good pro for many, many years to come. Jordan Poole might hurt as well. He's a ready-made 20 points a night guy. But if you want to try to make this work one more time with Steph and Klay and Draymond, you got to bring in veterans because your young bench, they can't be trusted according to the way the head coach played them.
Well, I mean, I don't quite see it the same way. I don't know that you have to bring in veterans. I think you have to bring in skill. You know, you have to bring, and you got to bring in guys. I mean, when he was asked about the draft, he's like, we want guys who know how to play basketball. That's a dig to me, a direct dig at Kuminga. That is an incredible run and jump athlete, but his basketball learning curve, is in its infancy. I don't know that you have to have veterans, but you got to have guys who have skill, who can pass and dribble and shoot and play roles immediately right away. And maybe that, more likely than not, it's a veteran, but it's, I would love to know how Joe and Kurt and Kent and all these guys, Kirk, I should say, Mike, how they actually feel about this draft. Do they like this draft and they want to take a couple bites of the apple and they just want to get more skilled players that are more polished? Or do they want to stay clear of this draft, like you suggested at the beginning, that maybe they'll trade out of it altogether? That we don't have the answer to.
We don't. And right now, if you look at their situation salary cap-wise, without Draymond Green and with Dante DiVincenzo opting out, as the reports are he's going to do, you're looking at a $67 million luxury tax hit. That's losing Draymond and not replacing him, losing Dante and not replacing him, and that does not factor in drafting a player at 19 or bringing in any other veteran pieces. So that tax bill will likely go up because you're going to need to add some players. Now, if you add Draymond Green back in at, let's just say $30 million as a ballpark figure, well, now that $30 million becomes a lot more in terms of the annual amount. So it's going to be tough for the number crunchers down there at Chase Center to figure out exactly what to do. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green or Jordan Poole. Which of the two do you want to see here over the next 3 years? Because it feels, not even personality-wise, but financially, it doesn't feel like you're going to be able to pay both of them. And then Klay, when he gets an extension, assuming that he does, and we don't know if Klay will or not. Steph Curry's contract is $51.9 next year, so his contract is going to be pretty unwieldy in terms of navigating the luxury tax threshold as well. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. And Larry's Draft Insight is coming up on the other side as well. We're going to go to your phone calls. There are a number of you lining up who want to weigh in. Is it Draymond or Jordan Poole? Who do you want to see with this Golden State Warriors team amid the news that Draymond Green is going to opt out? We are sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. It's Willard and Dibs with Kruger in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What a Monday. Willard and Dibs. Larry Kruger in for Mark Willard. Man, Larry dropping bombs from 40 years ago. That was nice.
You like that?
I like it. Larry and I grew up basically together without ever knowing each other, is the only way I can describe it.
I went to SI, you went to Marine Catholic.
Right. And beyond that, we worked at the same radio station. Either you or I worked there over the course of 20-something years, never together. It was a staggered Larry in, Larry out. Here comes the Dibber. Dibber leaves. Larry's back. Larry leaves. Now he's over here. A little bit of whack-a-mole for you and I in this business.
Seriously. Good to see you. And probably the most time we ever get to spend it with each other is in the Niner press box now.
Yeah. Yeah. If we weren't hanging out at Ricky's in San Leandro.
Which is back.
It's back?
Ricky. Oh, you didn't know that? Ricky's is back.
I didn't know that. Well, I know Ricky, rest in peace. Yeah.
Ricky is one of my best friends of all time. I love Ricky. Loved Ricky. And his wife is wonderful. And it closed down for a while, but it's reopened.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, go check out Ricky's in San Leandro. Really cool
Tell him
spot.
Larry sent you.
Yeah. Oh, I used to be a made man there. I mean, it was freaking Ricky Henderson would be in that place, and just all kinds of people in that place. At all the fights, we were always there.
Ricky, the nicest guy in history. Your phone call is coming up here in 60 seconds, but just one quick detour. My ex-wife and I go in there with the kids. This is back when Quest was about 8 years old and Keon was 6, and took the ex in there on her birthday. Ricky gets wind that it's my ex-wife's birthday, so before the appetizers are even served, he had sent somebody to the mall right there in the San Leandro area, and bought her presents. So Ricky, all of a sudden, the waiter comes up. He's like, I heard it's your birthday. Boom, boom, boom. Presents for my ex-wife on her birthday, just because he caught wind that it was her birthday.
Last time I went there when he was living, I go, Ricky, I'm paying. I make good money. I can pay. All right. He's like, no, I got you, Krug. I'm like, Ricky, I'm paying. And we're having this battle back and forth. Finally, I paid. And then as I'm walking out, he puts in my jacket the money that I paid. So then I get in my car and I reach in my pocket. I've got all this money in my pocket. I'm like, oh my God, Ricky put it in my pocket. I go back there and I'm like, you're taking this cash, Ricky. I mean, it was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Guy was unbelievably generous.
Ricky's and San Leandro.
Maury who ran it for him for a while.
Maury actually showed up to the summit at Buonvino in Walnut Creek.
That's right.
Which
Maury,
was a big hit.
He lives out in Rossmore now.
Yeah, so that's so great. Anyway, just a quick memory lane here with Krugs in for Mark Willard here on Willard and Dibs. We're talking about Draymond Green opting out, and it's not official yet, but according to sources, Draymond Green will opt out. Mike Dunleavy Jr. at his introductory press conference today said the paperwork has not been filed, so he can't comment on it. I suppose there still is a chance that Draymond won't opt out, but to me, he's opting out. The writing is on the wall, and I believe he's got 11 days, Larry, until June 30th, which is the deadline for this to actually happen. But between now and then, all eyes are on not only the draft on Thursday, but what do you do with Draymond Green? Do they try to extend him and keep him? Do they let Draymond walk for nothing? Do you keep Jordan Poole? Which one would you want, Draymond or Jordan Poole? Let's go to Lucky in San Francisco who wants to weigh in. Lucky, what's going on this Monday?
Hey, what's going on, Dibs and Kruger? I'm on my way to work, man. I just had to call you guys because I'm more pro Draymond, man. I'd rather have a veteran who came from us from the ground up, man, and got these championships, man. I don't want a youngster on the team crying and pouting because you don't get play time. You know what our system is. It's like you going down to the arcade with your buddies, but you got a guy who can't play for crap, but he still wants to get in and play the game. No, we're trying to win quarters. We don't want you coming in if you're going to lose money and cry about it. No. Give me Draymond all day, man. Give me Clay, too. Retire them as Warriors, period.
Lucky, what was your game at the arcade?
My game was, I think it was Big Doug and Street Fighter when he came out.
Well, don't forget Punch-Out, man, with Bald Bull and
yes.
I
Piston
love that.
Hurricane.
Piston Hurricane.
Yeah.
I agree with
Glass
Lucky.
Joe was always a pushover. Thank you, Lucky. And I appreciate the Dig Dug reference. That was incredible. Thank you, Lucky.
I agree with Lucky. I mean, Draymond Green is the heart and soul of the team. He's a facilitator. He's a rim protector. He's the will of the team. He's, Jordan Poole is a nice player for a guy who was picked 29th. Let's not go over our skis. And if you had to replace, both of them, it would be worlds easier to replace Jordan Poole than Draymond Green. Draymond Green, you're going to have to acquire like 3 different players. You're going to have a facilitator, a rim protector, somebody who's really strong-willed, somebody who's a great defensive player. Jordan Poole is a 6'3", 2-guard who's fallen in love with Steph's game, but he doesn't have Steph's game. And so I kind of look at Jordan Poole as a broken basketball player that needs to be kind of rebuilt. I know he's got more years left, but I'm with Lucky. I'm siding with Draymond.
888-957-9570. Sign Draymond or trade Jordan Poole. That's really, I think, what we're looking at in terms of the way this goes. I don't think that you're going to re-sign Draymond Green, who reportedly will opt out of his $27+ million contract. He's not going to take less to stay. So if Draymond Green does re-sign with the Warriors, and I do think that they're going to keep trying to sign Draymond Green, but it's going to be more money than what he is giving up to return on that player option, which to me means you can't afford to have Wiggins, Clay, Steph, Draymond, and Jordan Poole all making north of $25 million a year. That feels to me like more than what Joe Lacob would want to spend in terms of the luxury tax ramifications and all the rest of it. So we're putting this out there in terms of Jordan Poole or Draymond Green, because I don't think you're going to end up keeping both. 888-957-9570. Larry's draft thoughts up in moments. But first, Joe in San Jose. What's going on, Joe? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Listen, I think it's time for Steph Curry. I love Steph Curry. But it's time for him to step up and take a pay cut. Restructure his contract so that Joe Lacob can afford to give him the type of support players he needs. This is what Tim Duncan did with the Spurs. Genova did the same. They cut their salary so that they could get other players to the team. And I don't see why Steph doesn't do that.
I don't know that that's even, is that, I mean, I know the caller's referencing other players that have done that. I'll take him at his word on that, but I can't remember any NBA player restructuring his deal. Now, you can sign a deal going forward.
Right. There's no restructuring.
There's no restructuring. It's not the NFL.
No.
You're not Steph Curry's going to make $51.9 million this year, period. He's going to make 55.7 next year. He's going to make 59.6 the year after that. Though you want to mess around with his cash, you can extend him and work out some kind of handshake agreement, but you're not touching those dollars. I mean, that's just locked in, right?
There's no NBA restructuring like that.
Right.
So right now they owe Steph basically $175 million, roughly $170 million. You can't just restructure that and Bobby Bonilla him and say, all right, we're going to make next year $10 million and we're going to pay you $10 million a year for the next 50 years, Steph. You don't do that in the NBA. Your contract is your contract. Now, going forward, Joe's point about can you get guys to come in and play for less, you could try that. And Steph did that famously when he signed that 4-year, $44 million deal when he was coming off the bad ankle. And that maybe was below what the market would bear. And if you look at what Andrew Wiggins is making, Larry, he's making less than what I think the market would have paid him if he would have gone out and tried to find a different destination. So you can get guys to come in and sign for less, but you can't take a current contract and restructure it the way you do in other sports.
Yeah, what you're referencing is that this last year, Wiggins made 33.6. He signed an extension with the Warriors. Was it a 4-year extension? They paid him 24.3, 26.2, 28.2, and 30.1.
In a player option.
In a player option in the 26-27 season. So he signed for quite a bit less than he was making, essentially taking a pay cut, but it wasn't a restructuring. It was a new deal altogether.
Exactly. And that deal is signed, sealed, and delivered, so you can't go to Wiggins now and say, oh, we're going to stretch this out over 12 years. And that's what the Niners have done so well with voidable years, where they take a deal and they restructure it. You give them more guaranteed cash up front, and then you end up stretching it out for years. That way the cap hit can get elongated and you kick the can down the road.
Well, the perfect example is Nick Bosa is going to go to camp whenever the Niners' first day of training camp is, and he's going to sign a deal. And it's going to be probably giving him north of $30 million a year in base pay. But the cap hit this year is going to be lowered because that will be spread across the number of years, and it will probably save the Niners $8 or $9 million on this year's cap. But that's a football mechanism. As far as the one thing I would love to know from Draymond Green is what's really important to him. Is it important to him that Jordan Poole is not on this team, or does he not care? Is it important to him that the Warriors are going to the finish line with him and Steph and Clay, or is that not important to him? Is it important to him? Is he such a winner and he so craves winning a title that he wants, to be surrounded by the best possible players, and he wants to win a title, and he's going to go somewhere else if he feels like he's got a better chance to win that title? Is that important to him? We do have a quote from him saying just at the end of this year that he would like to go out with the same guys he came in with. But does that mean the same organization, or does that mean the same players? Like, what if the Warriors said to Draymond, hey, Draymond, we'll extend you 3 years, $30 million. We'll give you $90 million starting, this upcoming year. You get $30 million a year. But if we do this, we're gonna pivot off of Klay Thompson and we're gonna move him somewhere else. Is that a deal breaker for him, or is he okay with that? It's like, I'd like to know. I mean, we're never gonna really find that out, but I would like to know
actions
what
speak louder than
is
words.
vital.
I
for
agree with
Draymond.
you, Larry. And 888-957-9570. Do you want Draymond Green to still be a Golden State Warrior? I think that is ultimately the baseline question, because Draymond did say he wants to go out with the guys he came in with, and you take him at his word, and then you see this latest report, which is he's going to opt out of his contract. So if you're opting out and you want to go and play elsewhere because the money's not right or whatever your reason is, well, then we can't really take you at your word, because his words were, and this was within hours of them losing to the Lakers, and he said, I want to go out with the guys that I came in with, indicating to me that he was going to either opt in or sign a new deal with the Golden State Warriors and play the final 3 years or so. And there's a quote he also had about not wanting to play basketball until he's 40. I'm really only want to play for another 4 years after that. I've always said my magic number is 15 years. Once I get to 15, that's it. I'm cool. Go enjoy my life. Go on to my next thing. Leave it to the young guys to take it from there. So if that's the case, and Draymond's looking for just 4 more years, maybe that's what's motivating him in terms of this next contract, which will be his last.
Yeah, and then, his representation, those guys get paid to make sure he gets every penny possible. So, and I would never fault a guy for trying to get every penny possible, because these careers are finite. They don't last forever. You got to live the rest of your life. None of these players, if they have a decent financial advisor, should ever have any other employment. And this guy's got millions coming to him from TNT.
Exactly.
And any other thing. He could be somebody's GM, somebody's head coach. But what if he said to the Warriors, hey, you know what? I just don't want to play with Jordan Poole anymore. And now, we're hearing maybe today Dunleavy's comment about Poole, maybe this all does fit together. Maybe Draymond opted out and this was announced today. And maybe the Warriors have said, you know what? If it's you or Poole, we're siding with Poole because of longevity. I mean, the Niners sided with Steve Young over Joe Montana because of longevity, because Steve had more years left on his career than Joe. Are the Warriors going to do the same with Jordan Poole and just say, you're going to take a fan favorite and a key cog and a guy that's beloved by the fans and just say goodbye because Poole's younger? Simple as that.
Yeah, younger, and if you want to talk about 2 timelines, which is not something the Warriors ever created, it was a fan and a media creation. But if you're Joe Lacob and you plan on owning this team for longer than 3 or 4 more years, and I would assume that he does, because this thing is a cash cow, and Joe Lacob seems to be a guy who loves owning an NBA team, especially this NBA team. So if you would take the assumption that he wants to still own this thing in 5-10 years, then Jordan Poole is a more attractive asset than Draymond Green, who has said, his quote, I just read it to you, he only wants to play 4 more years. So are you going to get rid of Jordan Poole and Kuminga and maybe the draft pick and go all in on the next 3 years, knowing that after 3 or 4 more years, Steph's gone, Clay's gone, Draymond's gone, Wiggins has a player option, Kavan will be 31. What then as an owner of this organization?
Well, and the arena, Dibbs, is so unbelievably opulent and fancy, and it's such a palace that I think that was what led them to the 2-timeline thing to begin with. It's like the idea that you're going to drive your franchise off the cliff in 3 years and have a 3 or 4 year non-relevant rebuild on your hands. It's going to be hard to get people to pay the chase prices for those 3 years. I mean, I would think. I mean, and maybe that's part of the thinking as well. Right. Going with a younger player. I mean, I wouldn't. That makes perfect sense. I don't know that it will work out, but I do understand that thinking. Right? That hey, you need to extend this as much as possible. We need to give people a competitive product to support in this expensive arena. Not just for the next year or 2 years, but actually the next 5, 6, 7 years.
But also, if you're Joe Lacob, you could think of it in terms of, all right, if we get rid of Jordan Poole, if we trade Poole and Kuminga, and then Steph, Clay, and Dre, we play out the end of their string, at that point, we're going to have the cap room to go out there and get whatever free agent we want because we've proven that we're going to put a winning product out there so we can then go out and get Giannis Antetokounmpo or whoever the big ticket free agent is in 2027 or 2028 when you need to reboot this thing. So it's not only, we need to have young players in the pipeline. I think it's better to have young players under team control, guys that the fans already know. But if you're Joe Lacob and he's already said as much, we will win. We will go out there and win no matter what. John Dickinson going to join us at 4:15. He had an interesting poll that he put out on Twitter. I'm going to run it by you, Larry, in just a second. But first, Tamir in Oakland. We're asking the question, Draymond Green, do you want him to still be here or not? Tamir weighs in here. What's going on, Tamir?
Hey, what's going on? I'm going to say no, and hell no, I don't want Draymond anymore. I think that we're living in the past too much with him. Like, everyone's saying trade the younger guys. The league is getting younger and more athletic. Draymond is wanting maybe $30 million a year with a hurt back and a dude that doesn't produce on offense. And everyone goes to facilitation. And the playoffs, teams knew he was going to facilitate, and they backed off, and they're guarding the passing lane. So if you're not a threat, what's the point of me cashing out $30 million? And you guys, I don't think Lacob wants to just put all of his eggs in one basket because you got to think of the future, too. We can't just go all in for 1 year. And if we get older vets, too, they'll still get probably beat by the younger, more athletic team as the Denver Nuggets. Those dudes are young, so you have to have someone to match that young athleticism.
That's a good point.
Thanks, Tamir.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with his assessment, but nothing he's saying there is not true. I mean, Draymond is getting older. There are limitations to his game. He's not an offensive player, but you're talking about a guy who averaged over 7 rebounds a game, who averaged close to 7 assists per game, almost a block per game, a steal per game. So, I mean, he's a basketball genius. And it's like what I heard from Dunleavy and what I'm hearing from Kerr is they want more basketball IQ. They want guys who know how to play. If you're talking about, the caller's thinking kind of a younger kind of a route, but they're thinking Chris Paul. So it's like I understand where you're coming from, but you're not really on the same page as the franchise. I think the franchise seems like they want guys with high basketball IQ. I mean, look, just the style that they play. I mean, they play a body movement, ball movement style of play that requires you to have basketball instincts and high basketball IQ. And I think they look at Jonathan Kuminga and say, man, this guy's got a world of ability, but he needs development in that area. And I'm getting the sense that they don't want to spend the time developing him, but maybe just flip him somewhere else for somebody who plays more like they play.
Who's a little bit more astute in terms of their own athletic development. And Kuminga's only 20, so to expect him to be able to hit the ground running at all in the NBA is a stretch, let alone when you're playing this sort of intellectual style of basketball that the Warriors play. And I think the other piece of it is Jordan Poole, his skill set doesn't necessarily mesh with what the Warriors are trying to do offensively either. He's a very good one-on-one player. He's not as good moving without the ball in a catch-and-shoot mode. He's a guy who has the ball in his hands and can break you down 14 different ways and score at all three levels when he's given that license, but the Warriors don't really play that way. So Jordan Poole, I think, is kind of stuck between the way he wants to play and the way the Warriors like to play. And so I think that he might be a guy who can be more useful elsewhere. I want to run this by you, Larry, because John Dickinson had an interesting Twitter poll, and he says, what winds up happening between Draymond Green and the Warriors? He signs for 3 years for $70 or $75 million. He signs for 3 years and $90 million. He signs with the Warriors for less than $70 million, or he signs with another team.
I say he signs with the Warriors for 3 years and $90 million.
3 and 90. Wow. Okay.
Because I do think that, making that, he wants to get all of his money. And I don't think he's gonna give them. I mean, I would love it if he signed for 3 years and $75 million. Took 25. I think that would be the reasonable approach. But I don't think it's about reason. It's about leverage. And I think he has the leverage. I think he has the leverage because the best player on the team, and maybe the best player in the history of the franchise, is is a guy that he makes better. That's one.
Yeah.
Then leverage point number two is the head coach has already stated that they're not contenders at all without him. So he's got the leverage. So, and he was going to make, if he hadn't opted out, Draymond was going to be making 27.5 this year.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's opting out to take less this year.
Agreed.
I think he's opting out to get more. And I know people could make the argument, well, he's not getting less. He'd be getting a 3-year deal. No, I get it. Overall, he'd be getting more guaranteed money. But I don't think that's the way he's looking at it. He's looking at, hey, I can play this year for 27.5, or I can opt out and play for 30. And I think he's opting out to play for 30.
If he plays for 30, he's not playing 1 year for 30. He'd be playing for 3 years and 90.
Right.
And that's where, and the leader, by the way, in the results from JD's poll is that he signs for 3 years, 70 to 75 million. And I think that's pie in the sky thinking from Warriors fans. I'm with you. You're not going to opt out at 27.5 and take a deal that has an average annual value of 25, especially when Jordan Poole is going to be making more. I cannot imagine Draymond Green returning to the Warriors and making less money, at least in the first year, than Jordan Poole. I can't see Draymond being able to sublimate his ego to that level. The questions about Clay as well out there. Clay's got 1 year left on his deal. Isaiah, we see you from Fresno. We're going to get to your call coming up here on the other side. John Dickinson joins us in a half an hour. John's had some very good insights and some astute points on this Draymond Green situation. 888-957-9570. It's just as simple. Do you want Draymond Green to be on the Warriors going forward? He is reportedly going to opt out of his contract and become a free agent, which means the Warriors are going to have to pay a pretty penny to keep Draymond Green in the fold. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs with Larry in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. Are you looking to learn new skills and be part of a community? Visit Evolve Training Center, the Bay Area's premier training center. Classes range from boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, and conditioning. All levels and ages are welcome. They believe in bringing the family and community together as one. So, if you're interested in training like a pro without the blows, please visit evolvetrainingcenter.com to try your complimentary 2-week trial. That's evolvetrainingcenter.com. They cannot wait to welcome you soon.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Little Chris Brown, little Sea Breezy coming back here for you, Larry.
I like it.
Just like fine china working with Larry Kruger. That's what this is.
Thank you.
Sea Breezy. For the YouTube audience, apologies. You don't get to hear Mark Grandy's rejoin music, but that's okay. You're with us in more than spirit. We appreciate you on the YouTube and the Twitch audience.
That's right. YouTube would demonetize.
And we don't want that. A demonetization sensation is what that would be.
That's right.
Nobody wants that.
Nobody wants that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Fitz.
Larry Kruger and his draft thoughts here coming up. But the question here today, with John Dickinson joining us at 4:15 to get his Warriors thoughts. And then we're going to turn our attention to the Giants a little bit later as well, because the Giants are red hot. And we're getting some news about Casey Schmidt and his struggles to try to be able to play off the bench tonight. We'll get Larry's thoughts on the Giants here coming up. But 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Do you want Draymond Green to come back? He's reportedly opting out of his final year of his contract. It's a player option, and according to sources, Shams Charania reporting that the Rich Paul-led Clutch Sports is saying Draymond will opt out and test the waters of free agency. So we're wondering, do people still want Draymond Green to come back? And it seems like a silly question, Larry, because I think, of course you do, but some people are about tired. They've about had it with the Draymond Green experience.
Which is really, I get it because of the whole punch and this and that, but come on. You don't see the genius. We've been watching this guy on a regular basis his entire career. You would think that the people in this market who have been privy to all of this would see that Draymond Green is far greater than any statistical profile that he represents. But not necessarily. 707 on the text line says Draymond is definitely not a fan favorite and beloved. Comparing him to Joe Montana is blasphemy. I know I wasn't comparing him necessarily to Joe. I just meant that the Niners sided with Steve over Joe. It wasn't that they believed that Steve was better than Joe. They knew Joe was better. But Joe maybe had a year left, and Steve had a career left. And so they sided with the guy who had more time. And it was pathetic watching the Joe documentary, some of the things that George Seifert said to him, like, be out of the locker room when the guys come in here. It's like, what? Come on. This
guy's a legend, yeah.
You're going to tell Joe Montana to get out of the locker room? Come on, George. That documentary did him no favors.
Tarnished the legacy a little bit for George Seifert.
Oh, gosh, you don't feel nearly the same about George after that. But Draymond Green is a genius as far as a distributor, facilitator, shot blocker, rim protector. There's no way you could convince me that the Warriors would have won any titles without him. And there's no way you could convince me that Steph Curry, if he were sitting right here, wouldn't tell us that he is, at least in part, the player that he is because of the presence of Draymond Green.
Without a doubt. And that, to me, is the biggest chit in Draymond Green's favor in terms of him returning, is the Steph Curry angle, because Steph Curry plays so well with Draymond Green. If Steph doesn't have Draymond, I think it becomes a lot more difficult for him to get open and to be able to do the things that Steph does, because Draymond knows exactly how to get him the ball, where to get him the ball. He sets beautiful screens for Steph. He can run the offense as a point forward, and he makes it so Steph doesn't have to be on the ball. You mentioned Joe Montana and George Seifert and what happened to George Seifert's legacy based on this documentary. What happens to Draymond Green's legacy if he becomes an LA Laker, Larry?
It's a great question.
Thank you.
There's always a special place that I think people have they have a different category for the guys who go start to finish with one team. I just have always believed that. It's rare. I don't know that it really. I don't think it changes anything as far as I think he is safely and secure in Springfield, Mass. He is a basketball Hall of Famer
for sure,
no matter what. And you're not taking away the money he's made. And you're not taking away the rings on his fingers. So at the end of the day, in
terms of how Warriors fans look at Draymond and feel about Draymond Green, if he goes down and he throws on the purple and gold, that does what for his reputation among Warrior fans?
It doesn't help it. It doesn't help it. It doesn't, it may be, I don't think it's like Jeff Kent with the Giants when he went to the Dodgers and Astros, and it's like, it was almost like Giants fans forgot about his incredible run.
But he had already been a Cleveland Indian.
Met, yeah.
He was a Met before, yeah, you're right.
Right, so he was already, to me, it's
something about the homegrown nature of Draymond Green and being here with Steph and Clay the whole time, and then, fine, you're going to go elsewhere, but to go to L.A., I wonder how much that would affect the way Warrior fans think about Draymond Green, especially if he went down to L.A. and won.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say today, but if you can just fast forward and envision it and not just envision him down there, but if he's down there and he's beating the Warriors in the playoffs, I think that's a bitter pill, man. I think it would cast a little bit of a pall on his entire tenure. Now, people would forget about it, but I don't know, because, I would expect that based on the way he's played and how much winning they've done here and how great of and this is a very sophisticated market. People here understand basketball. They understand what good basketball looks like. God knows we saw enough bad basketball to know what the alternative looks like. And to me, it's just like, this guy was a genius player at Michigan State. I mean, he led them to the Final Four. People say, oh, yeah, they were always great. No, not the team he was on wasn't always great. They had other teams before and after that were great. He wasn't part of the Flintstones and, Mateen Cleaves and all those teams. He was the juice on his team. So, I mean, he was a genius going back to Michigan State, and he's been, an absolute incredible player since day one. So would people look away from all that and just be like, oh, he's a Laker now, we hate him? Maybe some would.
Right. I don't know if it has to be to that extreme, but I certainly think that if he went to Detroit, he would be looked at differently than if he goes down to join LeBron James and the Lakers. Matt Nahigian, our brand manager, actually put out a tweet saying if this is the last image of Draymond, and it was a picture of him in a very deep and affectionate embrace with LeBron James after the Lakers eliminated the Warriors, if this is the last memory that we have of Draymond Green as a Warrior, how would that make you feel? At 888-957-9570.
Not good. And I made a point to Willard on Friday, and I don't know that he agreed, and I don't know if everybody agreed, but some people agreed, some people didn't, was that in my mind, the Draymond intensity meter, if it's on a scale of 1 to 10, if it's at a 15, let's say, through the rest of his playoff series, I thought that Lakers round seemed like it was more like a 7 or an 8. I mean, he didn't look like he just wanted to kill LeBron. He didn't look like he just hated AD, but he did look like he hated Sabonis, and he did look like he was
hell-bent.
He
stomped on the man.
Yeah, I mean, he really looked like he was ferociously, the same ferocious Draymond that we saw.
The ferocity.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen that's like synonymous with him in the playoffs. I didn't see that to the same degree against the Lakers.
It's interesting you say that, because I kind of made that point in terms of the way it affected me watching him just beeline for LeBron after you got eliminated, after you got served, as we like to say on this show. You got served in 6 by the King, and you're over there locked arm in arm with him. It felt to me a little bit disingenuous in terms of what you're talking about, the ferocity of Draymond Green, the win at all costs. And you're right. I mean, the way he reacted towards Sabonis grabbed his leg, and Draymond Green pulls his foot out and stomps on Sabonis. And I know that he popped LeBron James in the nether regions about 7 or 8 years ago, and they have made up since then, let's just say. But it's an interesting take in terms of the ferocity. Do you want Draymond back? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Connor in Dublin, who wants to weigh in. Connor, what's going on? You are on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you for having me on. I do. I want Draymond back. His personality might be, let's just say, not the most mature sometimes, but I think he's a great player, and the Warriors really need him to be a winning team and a playoff team. I think if they don't have him, then I don't think they really have a shot at a title. I don't think Curry or Clay is enough. I know they're both amazing players, top and elite players, but I think Draymond Green really cinches that making it a playoff team. That's all I have to say. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Connor. Appreciate it. And it's interesting, Larry, because we were talking about the Warriors Summit from Buonvino in Walnut Creek, and the reaction, the mixed bag reaction from the crowd. Mark Willard was our host that day. He's our host every day here from 2 to 6 on Willard and Dibs, but he asked the crowd, show of noise, who wants Draymond back? And it was kind of a 50-50 vibe. Some were all for it. Some were a little bit more exhausted with the extra stuff that comes with having Draymond Green.
I mean, that is so disappointing to hear. I mean, if it was a group of 9-year-olds, maybe, but if you're talking about, adults who have watched all this and they don't have that level, they don't have a level of respect. To me, I want Draymond back, but it's not about sentimentality. It's about effectiveness. Like, I'm okay if Klay Thompson finishes somewhere else, because I look at Klay Thompson as a guy who is one of my favorite athletes of all time, but I just seem like he's having a hard time coming to grips with the twilight of his career, and I think it might be easier for Klay to be elsewhere at the very end, to take a lesser role, to maybe come off the bench, and because I see real regression coming in his game. And so to me, it's not about, oh man, I'm just soft for the old core. It's really not about that. It's about your effectiveness. I still see Green as still very effective. Now, his shot isn't the same 3-point shot that it was when he was shooting 38% beyond the arc. That Draymond's come and gone, but he's incredibly effective on both ends of the floor. And to me, he's kept his legs in shape. He's done the work on his body to make sure that he's got the ability to play the schedule. He played more games this year than he normally would, and he's still playing 30-plus minutes a night. He needs ice every time he comes off the floor. You see him with both knees iced up, and he's got back issues throughout the course of his career. So I wonder about the precipitous drop-off from Draymond Green when his body does start to go south, because you're right, Larry, he has worked hard, and he mentioned in that quote he only wants to play 4 more years. So you're not worried about the real long-term of Draymond Green. I can't imagine Klay playing anywhere else. I want Klay Thompson to be able to be a Warrior and retire a Warrior, but that's going to be predicated based on what he wants to do with his next contract, because I don't think he's going to get $42 million a year going forward. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Larry's in for Mark today. It's Willard and Dibs. John Dickinson going to join us in 20 minutes. Before we go back to the phones, I want to get your quick thoughts, Larry, on the draft, because you have a couple of names you think the Warriors might have their eye on. And this, I think, is if they move up from 19, or these are guys who might be there at 19? No, these are guys if they moved up from 19. And I got 2 different Warrior sources that one contacted me and one I contacted, but they both arrived at the exact same name.
Thank you.
And it's a name that I don't know anything about this player, to be honest. His name's Ozur Thompson.
Oh, love him.
Okay, are you
joking?
joking?
He's one of the twins.
Yeah,
Osar Thompson.
Osar Thompson, who played for the Overtime Elite team, and he's an Oakland kid who moved to South Florida right before high school. He's a twin. His brother is supposedly going to go a little higher in the lottery.
Brother's going to go number 4.
Yeah.
Amen, Thompson.
Right. And so, I mean, I'm just looking at Osar, and it's 65% from the foul line, which makes me a little concerned. The shot selection's kind of questionable, but they say great work ethic, elite athlete, incredible first step. People comparing him to kind of an Andre Iguodala type, who's got, 6'7", 215, 220 pounds, can run all day, and the kind of guy who plays well off the ball, so that would be something that I'm sure Kerr would like, because let's be honest, on this team, you're probably going to play off the ball a lot. So that's a guy that I've heard that if they can move up in the lottery, that would be their target. I thought today, also listening to Dunleavy talk about, we want guys who can play basketball. I think what he's saying there is we want skilled players, shooters, passers, dribblers, guys who can actually, who not just, prospects with upside, but guys who have a little bit more developed skill sets. And the guy that to me makes a lot of sense is Grady Dick from Kansas, who might be the best shooter in the draft. And they're projecting him to go maybe 9 to Utah, maybe 10 to Dallas, but he definitely won't last to 19. There's also a report out from the guy's name was Matt Moore of the Action Network, who's reporting that the Warriors and the Hawks would like to move up for Derek Lively, the center from Duke, who, 230 pounds. I don't know. I watched Duke a number of times this year. I like Lively. I don't love him.
He was the guy that I loved for the Warriors at 19, and you very quickly shot that down, saying he won't be there at 19. And you're probably right. But in terms of players I liked for the Warriors, 7'1", very versatile center. Also a young player, though. I would love for them to get Lively, but he probably won't be there at 19.
Right, so you might have to move up. And would you move, but all these young players are projections, right? So, a lot of them, Grady Dick was a freshman. The other guy who played for the Ignite team, very young player as well. Lively's a freshman. So, these are, it's like the draft, you can hit big, but you can miss big. And if you put all your eggs into a certain player or prospect in the draft and it doesn't work out for you, that could really hurt. But the other guys, if you're just looking at skill guys, the guys that to me are really intriguing, Jordan Hawkins from Connecticut, who's a 2-guard who's just got a great stroke, and they're saying he may go 13, 14 in that range, and could slide down to them at 19. Keegan Murray's brother, Chris Murray from Iowa, who's a combo forward. He's not Keegan, but he's a lefty who can flat out shoot it. Got a beautiful stroke. From Iowa, I think he's probably ready to play. The guy that's really intriguing to me is Sidi Sissoko from the G League, who's from France, and he played point guard for years. And you know what? If you're going to move on from Jordan Poole, I like Sissoko. You're talking about 6'7", and he's got point guard skills. So he can pass it. He knows how to play. To me, when you know how to pass, if you know how to pass and you understand the game, you can play for Steve Kerr. Passing's a big part of it.
Right. Passing and defending.
Yes.
Absolutely the two things that you need. And this is where, Jordan Poole is such a great scorer, but he's not a very good passer. He's a good passer, but he's not an elite passer, and he certainly doesn't play very good defense. So there's just some names from Larry Kruger there. The draft coming up on Thursday.
Yeah.
Warriors currently picking 19. We don't know if they're going to end up picking at 19. They could move up. They could move back. They could stick and stay. They could move completely out of the NBA draft. They don't have a second-round pick, so the Warriors are sitting on 19. Will they make a selection or won't they? And a lot of it, I think, is determined by what happens between now and the start of the draft on Thursday. Primarily, Draymond Green. Do you want Draymond Green back or not? 888-957-9570. Matt is in South City. What's going on, Matt? You're on the game.
Hey, happy Father's Day, guys.
Thank you.
Tibbs, congratulations on the new one. And
Thank
graduate, that's awesome. Larry, love the home and home. Only the real ones know what's up. So, Dibbs, you were saying when Willard asked the crowd, it was 50-50, right? So I guess that other 50, they want Chris Gatling back. They want Adonal Foyle.
Oh, yeah.
Patrick O'Brien back. Like
Ike Diagu, don't forget Ike.
Yeah, exactly, right? Shout out to Mike Montgomery. But no, seriously, Draymond, yes, Steph is the leader. We know that. But Draymond is the heart and soul. And you don't get rid of the dog, especially the only dog that you have, D-A-W-G, not D-O-G. So, no, I'm sticking with Draymond. We don't win anything without him.
No,
Yeah,
seriously. To piggyback what you're saying, let's give Draymond. Draymond is, the personality of this team. I don't know about you, but every game that he's not in there, the first thing I do is go look at the line because I'm thinking about betting against him because that's how important he is to winning. And I agree with the caller completely. I think the Warriors, the entire season should be brought to you by Charmin. If they wind up trading Draymond Green, because the level of softness
Who would be the next toughest player, would you say, on the Warriors outside? Probably Gary Payton II, would you say?
Yeah, definitely.
But you're right in terms of the dog. there isn't a lot of that real toughness. But honestly, in the NBA, you don't have too many players that have that much dog in them anymore anyway. The league has gotten to be so skill-centric, so offensive-heavy in terms of what we knew growing up in terms of the NBA. And speaking of that, Larry, one of the true tough guys in the league from my youth is going to join us at 4:15. A little bit of a schedule change. Mike Dunleavy, not junior, senior. Mike Dunleavy Sr. going to join us here on Willard and Dibbs. Coming up in 10 minutes, we're going to get Mike's thoughts on the news about his son becoming the new GM of the Golden State Warriors. Great booking by Lucas in the back. Mike Dunleavy Sr. going to join us. And you remember his days as a player. You and I were young kids watching him, but that was one tough guy in the backcourt.
Well, and he's done every role. Wasn't he at one point the coach and the GM at the same time?
In Portland, I think, right?
Or was it LA?
In Milwaukee? He definitely bounced around a little bit.
I'll look that up.
But
yeah, as far as there's not a lot of, it's not the league's changed in that the rules have changed to reward skill. So there's not the guys that are just true hammers, out there. You got to have some skill. But would Miami have been Miami without Jimmy Butler? I think Jimmy Butler's a straight dog. I think Bam Adebayo is as tough as they come. I looked at Denver winning. I thought Bruce Brown was a huge tough guy for them. I still think there's a place in this league for guys who do the little things and bring that edge. And I just think that if you don't have that edge, man, I think Draymond Green is, it's funny. This is kind of like there's a lot of Derek Jeter discussion around Draymond Green. A lot of people will claim his entire career he's overrated. And if you watch him every day, I would argue the other way. I'd say he's underrated. I think if you talk to Yankee fans, if you said, "Oh, Derek Jeter, overrated, underrated," as far as how contributing to winning, they'd say, "Oh my God, that's ridiculous. It's hearsay. It's heresy."
Totally.
I mean, this guy's totally underrated. I would say Draymond Green is way closer to being way underrated than overrated.
It's interesting based on where you are, because if you're outside this market, you probably think that he's overrated. You look at his numbers and see a guy who averages a triple single, and you think, what's the big deal? What's all the hubbub about Draymond Green? But when you watch him night in and night out, as we do here, you see the value that he brings, the intangibles that don't show up in the box score. Rich is in Fremont. Rich, let's get you in real quick before Mike Dunleavy Sr. What's going on, Rich? You're on the game.
Hey, guys, you know what? Normally I respect your candor regarding the Warriors, but I tell you something, I got a real problem with Kruger telling me he likes the idea of being okay with Clay moving on. I'm sorry. Clay has done so much for this franchise. Okay, he had a great season. Probably didn't have the best playoff season this year, but that doesn't mean I'm ready to move on from him. Remember, this is a guy who hit 37 points in a quarter.
I was there. I saw it. Okay. But I'm just saying here. I hear what you're saying. He's beloved, and believe me, I expected some pushback, and I'm glad that you're giving it to me. But at what point? So, to me, what we saw this year was clear regression from Clay as a defender and from 2. Now, from 3, he was really, really good and had an incredible year. Now, some people would argue that if you get further removed from the injury, that there's more, that he'll get more of his pass game back. And if you're in that lane, then you're thinking that next year's Clay is better than this year's Clay. But if I'm right, and that this year's Clay is actually better than what we'll get next year, then you're talking about a guy who's going to make $43 million.
Yeah.
And also, it's also to me about, I just think that I want Clay in the right mindset, right? And
I think you're going to get a hungry Clay this year, because.
But what's he going to be happy with, Dibbs? As far as I think if you said what kind of financial haircut do you think's appropriate?
I think he gets half. I think if you give him right now a 3-year, $75 million deal after this next year, I think he takes it.
Is he cool with it, though? Is he happy with it?
I think he's happy with it after he got about $70 million to rehab. I think that Clay's got that perspective to where he would be happy with it. But you know what? That's a question for Mike Dunleavy Jr., and we get a chance to talk to Mike Dunleavy Sr. coming up on the other side. The father of the Warriors GM NBA lifer Mike Dunleavy Sr. coming up in just moments. It's Willard and Dibbs. Kruger in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The month of June is filled with excitement.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Happy Monday, Willard and Dibs. Kruger in for Willard. We are streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 957 The Game content on YouTube. It's our pleasure to be joined by Mike Dunleavy Sr., father of new Warriors general manager Mike Dunleavy Jr. Makes sense, considering they have the same name. Coach, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it, and congratulations on the good news about your son.
My pleasure. Yeah, it's very exciting news. I know, he loves the Bay Area, and excited that they were able to make a deal.
Have you had a chance to talk to him today or recently, and what advice have you been able to give to your son about this new undertaking?
We haven't talked today. We've obviously texted. I watched the press conference, which I thought was extremely good and nice. And but along the way, when of course we had some conversations, and clearly it's one of the top franchises in the NBA, having won 4 championships here, and while Bob was at the helm, it was a job that that he really wanted, and it was Mike was a great fit in the transition.
There's no question it's one of the premier franchises in the league, and you've done both jobs. You've been the head coach and you've been a general manager. Does it complicate things, Mike, when the owner is basketball knowledgeable and is very hands-on? Does that change the dynamic at all?
No, I think it's helpful, actually. It's when you have somebody who you can reason with, that you can talk about different aspects of the game, and who understands actually what you're talking about. I think it's very positive. To me it would lend itself to getting deals that you want to get done. I always thought the owners around the league that I knew that were knowledgeable guys were the guys you wanted to work for.
Are you surprised that Mike has kind of followed in your footsteps other than the coaching, but now he's gone on to the front office? It's a pretty good career, 15 years in the association, and now he's chosen to go in the front office. Is this something that you saw from Mike when he was a young man, or are you surprised that he's taken this career turn?
I honestly, I don't know. From an early age, I knew he had a chance to be a player for sure, and 15 years was just a tremendous run. But when he first retired, we talked about different things. Unlike him, my background was I was a guy, I never knew how long I was going to last. So my background is I worked.
We might have lost Mike Dunleavy there. We'll go ahead and try to catch him back up. Might have a little bit of a phone signal issue there, but interesting what he was going to say. Larry is talking about his career as a 6'3" point guard, more of a grinder, and knowing that his son, obviously a good player as a young person, was able to probably have much more of a career trajectory. Mike, did we get you back? Or you were saying about your career?
Yeah, so actually I could hear you clearly the whole time.
Oh, okay.
What I was saying is that for me, when I first started out, I worked on Wall Street for Merrill Lynch in the off seasons, even when Mike and the kids were young. And then even when I retired, I went there full time. And then I made enough money where I could prove to myself to do something other than basketball that I went back into coaching. And obviously, as coach and also general manager, for Milwaukee and the Clippers, and just coach for Lakers and Portland. I didn't know that Mike would want to go into the front office or what he would want to do after basketball. I had introduced him to a couple of opportunities business wise that I think he was considering, and then I think Bob Myers is the guy that really kind of talked him into it. They had a great friendship and great respect, and the opportunity to work for somebody that that well, I think became very enticing to him, and that's why he chose it.
Well, hopefully he does real well here. And It seems like just yesterday he was a rookie coming out of Duke. It's amazing how time flies, Coach. And, one of the things that I think is a real advantage for Mike is the fact that he played in the league. And I'm just kind of wondering from your perspective, do you feel like that helped you communicate with players knowing that that you had a career and them knowing that you had a career?
Yeah, I think that was, really a positive thing. I think along the way, your understanding, being able to talk the game to guys, being able to honestly give them feedback and input on their game and what they'd have to improve on. When they know the game, then I think you're able to help them more and be able. The communication part of it is important, and being able to talk the specifics of how you fit into a team, and how you become a part of a winner is really important.
If you're going to impart one piece of advice to your son as he gets really rolling up his sleeves and gets into this job with a very successful franchise and a pretty demanding owner, what's that piece of advice you'll impart to Mike?
Just keep doing what you do. He's a hard worker. He's smart. He's an IQ player, and he's a guy that really understands the game. And I think that, a part of what comes into being a general manager is, a couple of different things. I mean, you're picking players for your coach, so you're trying to help give your coach, the best opportunity he can to win. So, you have an open line of communication with your coach to see kind of what he thinks he needs, where he needs help to do his job better. I think, you have to understand the cap. I mean, clearly, a big part of the puzzle in today's world, and especially now you got a new CBA coming in, is to, fit that puzzle together. And obviously one of the other big positives that the organization has going forward is an owner that has been willing to, go to the maximum of what limits he can spend to create a winner for the city.
We focus so much on players' skill sets in the draft and maybe not as much on who they are as people. You've done both roles. You've coached and you've been a general manager. When you were a GM, Mike, did you want to know the essence of a player's personality and that kind of get to know them a little bit? Or were you satisfied when you felt like you had a good grasp of their skill set?
No, you want to know them. I mean, one of the first things that I, it's not the only reason why you would pick somebody, but clearly was a big plus for me, is I love guys that were gym rats, guys that just love to play. Because, I was fortunate in my first coaching job. I had the ultimate gym rat in Magic Johnson. It's good to have a guy who's your best player, who's your hardest working guy, who he doesn't care if he's playing for $2 or $2 million a game. He's going for the jugular. And, you want those guys that, that once they get on the floor, they love to play and they're going to work hard all the time. And, those are the guys that, that really become winners.
Mike Dunleavy Sr. here on 95.7 The Game. We're talking about his son being named officially as the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. So looking at Mike Jr.'s job as he faces it, Draymond Green reportedly is going to opt out of his contract, and he's got a draft coming up on Thursday. Other than that, not much going on for your son. What would you say are the biggest challenges he's facing here in the short term?
Well, I mean, obviously, they've been preparing for the draft for a long time. So, I'm sure they're already preset for that, for where they pick. But they have to be set for more. You always have to be ready to move in the draft, whether it be up or down. So you have to have a grasp of the whole draft and understanding. Then a big part of that, what comes in there, is salary cap as well. Obviously, with Draymond opting out creates a situation that they have to figure out. From an economic standpoint, I mean, they already know, and it's been well stated, how much they love Draymond and how much how important they think he is into winning. So obviously they'll have to figure out how they can come to terms and to make something work that works for both sides to get him re-signed.
I've heard people say that you definitely want to hear your players, but you don't necessarily want to listen to your players as a general manager. You had Magic. And as a GM, did you want to consult him on players and hear his opinion prior to the draft? Did you feel like it clouded your judgment?
Magic's GM, Jerry West was, but as a player, clearly, and when I was a general manager, I talked to a lot of my star players, my guys who I had really good relationships with, who were important guys who I believed in what they could do on the court and off the court. In terms of how they dealt with their teammates, how they were leaders. The guys you could really trust. One of the areas that you can really get a heads up is on if you're going to make a deal. Sometimes they know a little bit about players out there that you might not know. You might know them, players that you're looking at either making a deal for or signing as a free agent, as far as their skill sets, their numbers, and what you believe how they'll fit in on the court. But sometimes it's important to know about stuff that goes on off the court. And I've had guys say to me that I've trusted, Coach, we don't want any part of this guy. And then that would be a deal ender for me. If one of my guys who I believe in is a hard worker and, a real, team guy, if he knows something about somebody and he says he's not going to be a good fit for our team, and that carries a lot of weight with me.
Do you think it's more difficult now what your son is facing in this culture and this climate with social media and all the scrutiny as opposed to the times when you were GM?
Well, I think the whole world is. I mean, clearly it was coming about. The dissemination of information has just gotten faster and faster in all facets of life. So the answer is yes. You have to be more careful and about what you say and who you say it to and where you're saying it. You definitely you don't want your deals getting out. I mean, one of the things that I was very proud of as a general manager. You never read about my deals early, and it's because we kept it tight, and it was one of those things that was a stickler for me and for people who work for me. And like, if our deal gets out, and I feel like you leaked the deal, then I was going to have a major problem. We never did, and it worked out well for us. But I think, you got to be careful about a lot of things, and with social media today.
Well, congrats, Mike, on the success of your son and for yourself and a great career in the association. And we appreciate you joining us today.
Well, I thank you guys. Appreciate your time. Bye.
Thanks a lot. Mike Dunleavy Sr. weighing in on his son, and a very difficult undertaking for Mike Jr., Larry. He's got 3 days between now and the draft, and Mike Sr. made a good point. They've been working on the draft long before him getting announced as the official GM today. But all of a sudden now, Mike Dunleavy Jr. is in the crosshairs in terms of everything that happens from now going forward is either his credit or his fault.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting, too, when you read the Mike Dunleavy Sr. bio. He's got 3 sons, and, of course, we know Mike Jr., but he also has a son that coaches in college basketball, and his son James is an NBA player agent. So not only does Mike Jr. have Pops to lean on, but he's got a brother who's been an agent in the game, and that's got to help as well.
Yeah, and I didn't realize that Mike Dunleavy Sr. was the coach at Tulane just a small handful of years ago.
At the end, yeah.
2016 to 2019. And I was tempted to ask him if he still had a little bit of unfinished business in basketball. Mike Dunleavy Sr., 69 years of age, certainly not too old to give it one more shot coaching. I mean, heck, you've got, Larry Brown was doing it well into his 70s, and Rick Pitino's got to be in his mid-60s, and he's still out there doing his thing.
So you were on the verge of saying, hey, if Kurt decides he wants to hang it up, what do you think?
You think your son would hire you. There'd be a tandem.
Would he interview you? How would you interview with your son?
That's pretty funny.
That would be funny.
Just to, get a job doing D1 college again, because, he was at Tulane just 4 years ago. Mike Dunleavy Sr., 69 years of age, kind enough to join us here on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game and share some thoughts about his son, Michael.
We should have asked him what age was Mike Jr. able to beat you?
In a one-on-one, yeah.
In a one-on-one, because Mike Dunleavy Sr. was a hell of a basketball player. And I bet you probably had some pretty good battles in the driveway.
That's actually an interesting point, because Mike Dunleavy Sr. played until 1990, when he actually was an assistant coach. He was a player assistant for the last 2 years in Milwaukee, and that's when Mike Jr. had to have been about 10 years old, probably already in that 6 foot range. So that might be too early for him to take down Dad, but I'm sure there was a point where playing in the driveway, like you're saying, he was able to get over on Senior.
My 14-year-old beat me in horse last week. We did best of 4, best of 7, best of 9. I said, let's go best of 11, and he beat me and beat me and beat me.
Because you were down the whole way, so you kept pushing it out.
I just kept pushing it out. Well, now let's go best of 9. All right, well, why don't we go best of 11?
And you got the best of 11, and he had already won 6 of the. You're down 6-2.
Dad, I'm going to skunk you here. And he was just making shots. He was making it rain
from the oak tree and from the sidewalk,
and I was trying to be cheap too. I was like little one-handers, left-handers, and all kinds of trying to play ball control to win horse.
Trying to make some easy shots,
exactly,
to force him maybe to have a miss and get an unforced error.
Go old school and use the glass a lot, off glass.
Now, were you playing one-on-one or just?
No, we were just playing horse
because one-on-one is out for you.
Well, I just I don't want to play one-on-one. I want to work up a sweat. I just wanted to shoot a little bit.
Right. And do you have the hoop attached to the garage, or is it a freestanding?
No, we were in a park in Pleasant Hill.
Oh, in a park. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it might be the home hoop where you got the home hoop advantage, having shot on it for 20 years or so.
Seriously, when I was a kid, I lived across the street from St. Ignatius High School, and there was we had they had the outside hoops out there, and it was like a home hoop. I mean, you knew every spot on the backboard. You knew every dead spot.
Yeah, without a doubt. And loose rims, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. Larry's in for Mark Willard here. It's Willard and Dibs. That was Mike Dunleavy Sr. weighing in on Mike Dunleavy Jr., who he had a press conference today, Larry. We carried it live here on 95.7 The Game, and many interesting things came out of the press conference. In particular, to me, Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s comments on Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga.
We love having those guys here. Jordan, especially with his contract extension, plan to have him here for 4 more years at least. And then Jonathan's, he's shown really good progression and growth, I think, in his first couple of years. Unfortunately for him, I think the playing time hasn't been there. And so that's on all of our shoulders to figure out how do we get him in the game more. That's on Jonathan's shoulders to improve and make the right adjustments to his game, as well as, our front office, our coaching staff, figuring out what works. So both those guys, really, really good young players we're pleased with. They have great value around the league. And, obviously a lot of rumors and stuff come up at this time of the year, but we're happy with those guys.
A lot of rumors and stuff, Larry. Trade rumors and stuff with Kuminga and Jordan Poole. Now, you heard that live, and you've heard it a couple of times, and you've said on this very program that what you hear Mike Dunleavy Jr. say indicates to you that Jonathan Kuminga won't be on this team next year.
Well, and it's not that line. It was when he was asked about the draft, when he says, we want guys who know how to play. Exactly how he phrased it, but it was basically, that was the gist of it. We want guys who know how to play. And I think that's what the draft is right now. You have a mix of some guys who have played a lot and some guys who have great potential. And the NBA draft is very much a speculative draft. I mean, you look at the top 15 picks in any mock draft right now, I think like 13 or 14 of those top 15 are college freshmen. So, these guys were in high school a year ago, and there's a lot of development. So a lot of it's like you're projecting what all these guys are going to be. They're 19, 20, 21, and you're projecting what they're going to be at 24, 25, 26. And that's an imperfect deal, right? And so I thought it was interesting that Mike Sr. said that he really wanted to know the makeup of the player, because there is a lot of work that needs to be done, and you need to know, do I have a player that thinks he's arrived and isn't going to do that work, or
right.
do I have a gym rat, as he said, like Magic, who's like, guy that lives in the gym. And that's the one advantage of Jordan Poole, is that Jordan Poole, by all accounts, is a gym rat.
Exactly.
First guy in, last guy out, tremendous work ethic. And you've seen the results. He's gotten quite a bit better than he was. To me, I didn't dream when I first saw Jordan Poole that he could ever get to the level he's at right now.
Not after that first season when he just had a real struggle. And that's when Steph was hurt and Draymond got hurt and he shut it down and Clay was out for the year. And Jordan was kind of left to his own devices to go out there and figure it out as a rookie in that pre-pandemic season. And it was a mighty struggle for Jordan Poole. Interesting about Jordan Poole and whether or not he'll be back, because Draymond Green is the big question going forward. And Mike Dunleavy Jr. addressed the reports that came out today. Draymond Green reportedly going to opt out of his player option and test free agency. The Warriors' new GM had some remarks.
I saw the report too. Until we get the paperwork and the filing, we can't really comment or say much. So I will say, I think Steve has said it, and I'll reiterate, we really want Draymond back. What he means to this organization, this team, in terms of trying to win at the highest level, we feel like we have to have him. So that's very important. Beyond that, yeah, I mean, I think a lot can be made of all the challenges that are coming our way, whether it be aging roster, the new CBA with some of the limitations there, anything else you can bring up. But we're aware of all those things, but we also feel like we're in a great place because we've got a competitive owner willing to spend, and a group that's really tied in. It's got good synergy, good processes, good sound decision making. So we feel confident we can navigate it.
Competitive owner willing to spend, Larry.
Well, my takeaway from that is that I love the fact that Mike Jr. doesn't try to be cagey with it. He's like, we have to have him. You know what I mean? There's different ways to go about it, or at least to phrase things. And he could have easily kind of taken a little bit more diplomatic, approach and be like, well, we prefer to have him, or so. But he said we have to have him.
Yeah.
And I like hearing that as a Warrior fan, because that is the message. That's the same urgency that Kerr had when he said, hey, look, we don't have him. We're not a title contender. So for Mike to come out and say we have to have him, it doesn't help their leverage. It may hurt their leverage, but it's also real. It's honest. And I think I'd rather start there, right? With let's lay our cards on the table and not try to pretend that we don't need this player, or we could
somehow do it without him. Yeah, I think we're trying to be coy and trying to negotiate in the media. To your point, they came out and said exactly what Steve Kerr had said, which is we can't win without Draymond Green. And if that's the case, then you're going to have to pay through the nose to keep Draymond, because I don't think if they lose Draymond Green to free agency, you can't replace him because you're already over the cap.
Right.
So from a luxury tax standpoint, if Draymond walks, then you get nothing back for him.
In addition, this new CBA is very punitive, and I really think it was almost drawn up to defeat teams like the Warriors and every possible avenue of buying second-round picks. And, if you're in a certain spot on the repeater tax, you can't use your mid-level, and you can't spend money on buying second-round picks and things like that. And those are just avenues to get new players, and they're kind of saying, we're going to plug up this hole, we're going to plug up that hole, and there's going to be no advantage to the best teams in the league. And I'm sure the have-nots are going, that's a great thing for the league. But if you're the Warriors, you're like, well, wait a second, this is part of our light years ahead of the rest of the league. We're buying second-round picks for $2 million. None of them. It became Patrick McCaw and Jordan Bell, but it could have been Draymond Green. It could have been Monte Ellis. Could have been a great, great player. It just happened that it didn't work out that way. But that was a nice little avenue for Golden State to steal another player.
Without a doubt. And, you can try to do these things to prevent the Warriors from being able to be successful, but they're going to find different ways. And Joe Lacob will not chintz on the salaries or the salary cap and the luxury tax, which is why I think that Draymond may wind up getting $30 million a year from the Golden State Warriors if, you take Dunleavy Jr. at his word that they can't win without him. And if Steve Kerr says the same thing, can Joe Lacob honestly look at his organization and say, we're going to do everything it takes to win, but I don't think that we can pay Draymond Green that much money, and you're going to let him go for nothing. Our Twitter poll, simple question. Do you want Draymond Green back on the Warriors moving forward? It's a yes or no question. I'll update you on the results on the other side. And also, John Dickinson joins Larry and I coming up after the break. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's a Monday. Willard is out. Kruger is in. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. And it's my pleasure to welcome in another good friend, guy I've known almost as long as I've known Larry Kruger. It's John Dickinson, who checks in from the Giants game to talk about the Warriors. This man is everywhere. What's going on, JD?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, good to be with you as always.
What did you make of the Mike Dunleavy Jr. introductory press conference today? Was it pretty much according to plan?
Yeah, two things that stood out to me. One I liked. The other one I'm not so sure I agreed with. I'll give you the thing I liked at first. I was impressed with Dunleavy's calm. Like he and that's his demeanor in general. Obviously, if anything, it was maybe part of the problem why it didn't work out for him as a player with the Warriors, given the fact that he was the number 3 pick and he was just kind of calm and like he lacked fire as he wasn't playing well and the fans were expecting so much more going back now a couple of decades. But I was impressed with his ability to seem like he knows what he's in for in terms of leading this organization alongside Joe Lacob and Kirk Lacob and all of the different voices in the room. So I think that calm as Joe was up there trying to, make sure everybody knew that it's a collaborative, type situation between everybody in the front office and not just him and Kirk making all the decisions. I thought, that level head is something that's going to be needed for the Warriors as he tries to help guide them back to being a championship level contender after winning 44 games and getting bumped by the Lakers in the second round. Now, the other thing, and I'll give you the other angle of this, and this could have been posturing, but for me, there was a little too much of a tone from Mike Dunleavy that the Warriors are a couple of minor tweaks away. Like, just minor tweak here or there, and everything's going to be good. And he talked up Jordan Poole pretty strongly. I thought, gave a pretty diplomatic answer with respect to Jonathan Kuminga, as expected. But the fact remains, to me, this team can't just run it back plus a couple veteran minimum players and their 19th pick and expect to go from where they finished last season to being a championship contender again, unless there's going to be some major leaps and bounds made by the young players. And that's something that I just can't buy into that happening. They're going to have to prove to me as an organization that's going to happen. So again, a lot of it could be trying to put a positive face forward, upsell maybe some of the players that you're trying to move. But I didn't totally disagree with, in essence, the calm that he seemed to have over, a couple tweaks and internal development and things are going to be fine.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I mean, nobody's even mentioning that, this team had so few players in the prime of their career. One of them was Dante DiVincenzo, and DiVincenzo's almost surely gonna bolt. So for
priced out.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to make a lot more, and so he's going somewhere else. What do you think? I mean, how does this team wind up with their older players are getting further away from their prime? Their young players are so young that I don't know that they're even going to creep into their prime years beginning this year. So do you start to look at flipping these younger players like Kuminga and Moody and Baldwin and Rollins for some slightly older guys that may be entering their prime? I mean, what's the game plan, do you think?
Yeah, I think that is the game plan. I think the game plan is looking to move the 20, 21, 22-year-olds for 26, 27, 28-year-olds if you can. Like, think more that Andrew Wiggins age range, right? Where it's younger than the big three, but older than the lottery picks that they've had over the last couple of years, and Kuminga and Moody. And I'm not saying all of them go, but I think the Warriors are probably listening on everybody at this point. And I've said it. I think Steph, Clay, Draymond, Steve Kerr, they all, I think, double, triple, quadruple, quintuple down on the fact that they want to continue to move forward and and compete together. I think Andrew Wiggins and Kevon Looney are an extension of that, and those are two players that are in that mid-range, right, where they're veterans, but they're young enough to where they're not in their 30s. And so you need, I think, two more players that are going to be in your top 7 or 8 that are going to be in that age range and productivity range. And so that may mean you have to sell a little bit on the young to get into that. That's a range you can win with. I mean, you can have those guys and around for a couple of years. So to me, it's finding the right deal on more proven NBA talent that's still relatively young, especially by comparison to the big three, and try to use that as your means to improve the roster. It doesn't mean trade everybody, but it means, I think, listen in on everybody among those young players. I think that means listen in, dibs on the 19th pick in the draft coming up here in 3 days, and decide if that can net you a player that you think can be plugged right into your rotation, whether it's making the pick or whether it's using the pick to get that player that winds up on the roster in that specific role.
John Dickinson here on 95.7 The Game, kind enough to take a few moments out as he's at the Giants game, coming off of the Mike Dunleavy Jr. press conference. I heard the question you asked, JD, which was a good one. The one question I didn't hear asked was about the luxury tax and whether or not Joe Lacob is going to be willing to spend $450 million on next year's team or not, which leads me to the Draymond Green question. How do you think they navigate Draymond Green, knowing that he is going to opt out of his player option for the upcoming year, yet he wants a deal, probably 3 years, to match up with Steph Curry? What do you think the Warriors end up doing with Draymond Green?
Yeah, I think he winds up coming back. I think a 3-year deal is price of admission as far as the conversation goes. I think the plan was always for him to opt out and to get 3 years at, maybe a little bit less, but right around the average value of that 27.5 that he was going to get. And I think it also gives him some flexibility to see if there is that one team out there that really wants to add him at a significant enough number to make the Warriors uncomfortable. In essence, Draymond can search out and try to find some other options that maybe scare the Warriors into paying a little bit more than they're comfortable with. And so, what does it wind up being? Is it 3 and 70 to 75 million? It's so funny. I think there's a lot of people, and because I think 3 and 75 is about right for Draymond. That's about right in the middle. Like, he might want 80 plus. Hell, he might want 90. But I know there's a lot of Warrior fans out there that think, well, he should be it should be 3 and 60 or something like that. So I feel like the middle ground is in that 70 to 75 range over the 3 years. But it's on Draymond now to go try and, not necessarily scare up an offer of that level, because there aren't going to be a lot of teams that would be able to willingly offer that. But put the pressure on the Warriors in a sense that maybe he would go and take less elsewhere. I don't think that's his end game in this. I do think he wants to be a Warrior for the next 3 years. I think that's his intent. I think they want him to be here. So I do think it winds up getting worked out. But then the other part of it is, and this is where it does relate to the luxury tax and the different aprons and all of that and the penalties to be paid, is the difference between $70 million, let's say, over 3 years, and $80 million over 3 years is exponential in terms of the actual cash, depending upon the way the rest of the roster looks. So it's not nothing, but on the surface, the impression I get is that Joe Lacob is going to be willing to pay that for one more go at it. And it seems to be at this point more of a year-to-year proposition. Like the sounds are that they really want to run it back and almost do whatever they can to run it back, maybe not with the exact same team, but with the exact same level of spending. And then you see where you're at a year from now, and if you don't love the position you're in, then maybe you start to look to make some more significant savings as far as who's not around.
We saw Beal dealt from the Wizards, and if you're a Wizards fan, you didn't like what you got back, but it's kind of a financial reset. Do you think that kind of thing could be looming for Jordan Poole? I mean, something's got to give here. Either Joe's going to be paying a lot of money and they're going to move off of one of these big-time players and contracts, or, I mean, I don't see how everybody gets what they want. I don't see them running it back and trying to do it cheaply to me, it seems like moving Poole might be for either expirings or guys that, are expiring in a year might be the only way for Joe to kind of hit the financial reset. How do you see it?
Yeah, I think they're willing to reallocate the $27 million or whatever it is for Jordan Poole, that he's going to be paid this year. I think they're willing to reallocate that, moving forward, and whether that's for another year. I don't think it necessarily means you're only taking players back that have 1 year or 2 years left on the contract. I think you could, although they don't want to get in the Bradley Beal type scenarios where, that is just, it makes sense for Phoenix, but that is a god-awful contract that has the potential to not look good at the end of this thing for Phoenix. But what do they care if they wind up winning an NBA championship in the meantime? But I think you could take a player back that has multiple years, 2-3 years left on his deal. And then if things don't work out, it doesn't necessarily have to be that player that gets trimmed. I think you could, move forward. Klay Thompson projects to be a free agent at the end of this year. Depending upon whoever you go and acquire, and how this next season looks, maybe a year from now, the conversation is, do the Warriors keep Klay Thompson at all? And that could be a way to save some of that, exponential taxing of being over the cap and being over the different aprons. So I think there's always some flexibility to move off or tear down or become a little bit more financially prudent, let's say, if you need to. But I don't think, to answer your question, Larry, I don't think that hamstrings the Warriors from going out and getting a player or committing to a player in a trade that's, there would be a similar financial commitment to what they already had projected, let's say, for Jordan Poole over the next few years.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. John Dickinson joining Kruger and Dibbs. Kruger in for Willard here on 95.7 The Game. One Giants, one JD, before we let you go. Giants have won 7 in a row, but they've got injuries all over the roster. Is this Giants team for real, or is this just a flash and a blip in the radar for a team that likely will find its level again and be back toward 500?
Yeah, I think it's real in the sense that they're a contender for a playoff spot. I don't know that it's real and that they're going to run off 20-10 from now until the rest of the year and end up, although I do think the National League West is wide open when you look at Arizona leading it, and the Dodgers are extremely banged up themselves, and we saw what the Giants were able to do to them over the weekend and really, handle them in so many different ways. Dominant, dramatic. So I think that was a little bit of a statement. I don't view the Giants, though, as a championship contender at this point, if that makes sense. But there's 6 teams in each league that make the postseason, and I definitely think the Giants are contenders just when you look at the standings for one of those spots. And that in and of itself is something that I think we all would have considered laughable a month ago. I mean, they went from 6 under to 7 over from Mother's Day to Father's Day, which is pretty impressive. So, yeah, could there be a little bit of a dip? Sure. I don't think it's going to necessarily be the kind of dip where they end up back, around that 500 mark and on the outside looking in as far as the middle of the pack teams that are outside of that top 6. I think they're going to be in a battle for a top 6 spot for the duration at this point.
Any rumblings around the yard about Kyle Harrison coming up tomorrow? I know. Harrison and Wisenhunt are these 2 big-time lefties, and the Giants could really use some rotation, front-of-the-rotation kinds of guys, and people are saying Marcus Stroman and Lucas Giolito and trading. But, man, it seems like it might be easier just to promote those guys that are in the system. Well, are you hearing anything? Some people have speculated that Harrison may be promoted as soon as tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, at some point they're going to give him they're just going to give him the reign. I mean, I'm looking at that's the slot with Brebbia now down, and they're using an opener tonight in Walker, and they've tried to map out who's going to be making these starts. Wednesday is the one that they've got listed right now as TBA. They've got DeSclafani going tomorrow and Alex Wood on Thursday. So if he's going to come up, obviously you want him to come up and be able to make a start in a significant way. So, I mean, we'll see. It seems like they're still trying to build him up a little bit and trying to make absolutely sure that once he comes up, he's coming up for good. But I'm kind of with you. I mean, the Giants, Larry, have been able to bring a lot of these young players up, and they've all contributed. They haven't necessarily been carriers, but on certain nights they have been, but they've all been able to contribute while they've gotten a little healthier and they've won games. And so you're in a way you're doing the whole win and develop thing, which I think we've seen can be so difficult to do. So that in a way, they've got the best of all worlds kind of out of nowhere when nobody expected it. I think Harrison would be just another step toward that line. I hope we do see it. I don't know that we're going to. The rumblings that I've heard haven't necessarily led to it, but I kind of hope we do get to see it, because that would just add another infusion. The likes of Schmidt and Bailey and Matos have already provided here over the course of the last month.
John Dickinson, our man on the streets. Appreciate you joining us, JD. Great takes on the Warriors and good insight on the Giants. Enjoy the game tonight, JD. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, you got it, fellas. Thanks for having me.
My man, John Dickinson, joining Kruger and Dibbs. Kruger in for Willard here on 95.7 The Game. Let's stay in the Giants sphere for a little bit, Larry, because JD said something there that had me thinking about your comments, and Mark was, I don't know if you guys got into it Thursday and Friday, but the idea of develop and win at the same time, because I know you had tweeted earlier in the year, almost, and I'll paraphrase and correct me if I'm getting it wrong, but the sentiment I thought was, don't worry about competing and winning this year. Let's get the youngsters up here and see what we have, see what you have with the youth and the farm, and you can worry about winning down the road.
Well, I mean, the Giants have been so much about win. And you can't win every year. Some years you win, some years you develop. If you can do both, that's miraculous. I kind of looked at this year as like 1986 revisited. And that was a year where 85, they lost 100. And 86, they called up Will Clark, Robbie Thompson. I think their slogan was like, you got to love these kids or whatever.
Exactly.
And then it wasn't a great year. I mean, the Giants won, I think, like 83 games that year. But it was kind of a great year because it was a transition year to a whole new cast of players. And they won the division in 87 with some great trades by Al Rosen. They won the pennant in 89. That same core of guys won 103 games with Dusty in 1993 when Bonds joined the mix. So I kind of see the Giants at the same spot, but you know what? Now they're here. Now they're here. They're 3.5 games behind Arizona. They're second place. They just went 6-0 on the road trip. The Dodgers are really struggling with injuries and to their rotation. Gavin Lux is done for the year. Padres don't look very good. Giants have won 7 in a row. Maybe they changed their thinking a little bit. I will say this. I would hate to see the Giants trade any of their young prospects for any kind of a rental or any kind of a let's go for it this year kind of a thing. But if they can make the kind of move that is maybe for a player that they either contractually control for a few years or it doesn't cost them their top prospects, then why not? I mean, I'll tell you one thing. This season looked totally different until the first week of May. And then Casey Schmidt got called up on May 9th. Patrick Bailey got called up on May 19th. Luis Matos just got called up the other day. And they have given the Giants great play up the middle. They're better defensively, but it's also taken the focus off of old players declining, and it's all much more about hope and defense and upside, and there's energy and enthusiasm. And to me, it's like the whole vibe around the Giants from middle of April to today, night and day. Absolutely night and day.
Not only because they're winning games, but to your point, the youth infusion, it feels like the product itself is a lot more exciting to watch. And you guys had a chance to talk to Farhan Zaidi.
Yeah.
I think it was Friday.
Right.
He was on with Willard and Kruger on Friday, and he talked about the deadline and what they're looking at in terms of what you were just mentioning, not selling off the youngsters, but fortifying the roster.
The perfect scenario is you've got a team that's being fortified by young players. We've seen some of that. We've got a couple of other guys that we may see before the deadline. And you just don't feel like you've got to go out and improve the team externally, that the young guys are providing that extra boost to get you through the end of the season. But, it's always a balancing act. In 2021, we traded away a couple of really good young players to bring in Chris Bryant, and we wound up winning the division by 1 game. So, every the little contribution we had, including from Chris, mattered. And sometimes those are the difficult but important decisions you have to make.
Interesting for him to go back to 2021 in the Bryant trade, because that sounds to me like the exact kind of trade he doesn't want to make this year. And he may not have to, Larry, based on what he just said about the young guys fortifying the roster. Even as we sit right now with 7 players getting injured over the last 7 days, you've been able to fortify it by bringing guys up. And Kyle Harrison might be the next one. JD mentioned Wednesday, no official starter named yet. That would be on turn for Kyle Harrison. That would be 6 days since he last pitched in Sacramento. So that would be about his next turn. He's been going every 6 or every 7 days down in Sacramento. So it actually might fit in terms of his timing if they want to fortify the roster again.
Well, and JD kind of referenced it. I think the last start was the first time he's gone 5. They've kind of slowly built his innings up. So maybe they want to do a little bit more of that before they call him up. So there's always that. But I'll tell you what's so exciting about this is that these guys that the Giants are calling up are their best players. These are the best players on the team. Patrick Bailey is just amazing, Dibs. I mean, this guy, he's throwing seeds. I mean, how about the throw Friday night that nabbed Mookie Betts
Incredible.
at third base? Betts had an awesome jump against Doval. Bailey comes firing out of his stance, again, with a right-handed hitter in the box, and somehow he got around him, and he threw this absolute P and put it right on the bag, and Schmidt applied the tag. It was just a beautiful thing to watch. Bailey hits. They trust him. Logan Webb said that he listens to him. He lets him call all of his pitches. So there's I don't want to say he's Buster, but there's some real advanced angles to Bailey's game. Schmidt is a big-time player for sure with the glove, with the bat. I mean, he's going to have some bumps in the road. But then, just this last week, calling up Matos, he's drawing walks. He's playing center field. He's stealing bases. He's got a gun for an arm. These are some of the best players on the entire team right now. So, and they're all up the middle. And the old saying,
catcher, short, center field.
Yeah, if you have strength up the middle, you're a really good baseball team. And then, let's be honest too, some of these guys have come out of nowhere. Lamont Wade hit 207 last year. He's got a 416 on base and looks like an all-star. J.D. Davis was thought to be a bench player. They were going to give third base to David VR in spring training. Davis beat him out. He's hitting 288. He's got 10 bombs. He looks awesome. Tyro Estrada is hitting 291 with 9 home runs and maybe a National League All-Star at second base. So Doval has the other big improvement is that the Rogers brothers, Tyler Rogers, and then his lefty brother Taylor, and then Doval. I mean, those 3 guys have been lights out in the pen. The Giants, I think, lead the majors in saves. So
Scott Alexander's been great too. Now he's injured with the hamstring, running over to cover first base. So he's now on the IL. Casey Schmidt, game time decision today whether or not he'll be able to come off the bench with a forearm injury. You've got Haniger, who's out for 10 weeks. And you guys asked Farhan about Luis Matos. And if Matos continues to do this, what happens to Mitch?
This is unfortunately, given the prognosis we have on Mitch, going to be a while. It's going to be a couple of months. And, if Luis plays the way, anything like what he was doing in Sacramento, if he shows the ability to be a productive, everyday major league player, we're not going to send him down. He's going to, stay with the team, and we're just going to have to figure out how the pieces work around him. Gabe has shown the ability, our staff has shown the ability to manage a rotation of guys, to get guys days off, and like we talked about, to play matchups when it makes sense. So it'll make for a deeper roster, and we may have to move some things around, but I don't see us sending Luis back. If he plays well these next 2 months, that'll be a great development for us.
Farhan Zaidi on the Willard and Dibbs show with Larry in for the Dibber on Friday. Farhan Zaidi. That's a very interesting quote, though, because if Luis continues to play like he has, and he's 4 for 12, small sample, he scored 7 runs, though, over the course of those 4 games. If Matos continues to play like this, you're not sitting Matos. So does Haniger become maybe a possible trade piece at the deadline? I know he won't be back by the deadline, but, with his contract, and if Matos has arrived, what do you do with Haniger?
Well, it's a pleasant problem to have. I mean, and there's other guys out there. I mean, Austin Slater is hitting .431 with a .484 on batting average against lefties. So he's been awesome. Conforto, who looked terrible in April. has hit almost 300 in May. Brandon Crawford, who looked really, really bad at the beginning of the year, has got a 400 on base, or 400 average with runners in scoring position. So he's coming through in the clutch. I mean, they got a bunch of guys who are doing it. Haniger, has been really good against lefties, hit over 300 against lefties. So they've got some depth now. And it's, you look at them by month. They went 11-16 in April. They went 17-12 in May and kind of solidified their footing. They're now 11-4 in the month of June, and they've won 9 in a row on the road. So it's not just that they're doing it on the road. And it's not like they're lucky. I mean, they're only 7-8 in one-run games, so it's not like they're winning all these lucky one-run games. Right. Sometimes you see that. And it's not like they're destroying their division. They're only 8-7 against the division, but they're destroying the NL Central. They're 13-7 against the NL Central. They beat up on the Cardinals. I mean, this Giant team, if they look like they might be an arm or two away from staying in this race the whole year. And the question is, can they get that arm or two without, taking anything away prospect-wise? The other thing that's interesting is Marco Luciano. Farhan thinks that Marco Luciano may impact this thing before the end of the year. They also have a shortstop named Tyler Fitzgerald, who's hitting the heck out of the ball in the minor leagues. So, the Giants needed their farm system to bear fruit, and for the first time in years, they've leaned on it, and these guys have come out of the minor league system, and give credit to Kapler. It's some of these veteran managers would be like, hey, man, you got to prove it to me. He's understanding that young players need to play, and they're in the lineup every day, and that's helping this team. And the enthusiasm around the club, you can feel it. I mean, there was a real drag on enthusiasm in April. Opening day there was all kinds of empty seats. It was
even last year, I think it was a completely drab year because of what you're talking about. The only real infusion of youth was from Joey Bart, and he was a guy who struggled.
Giants fans want to see, they're okay with development, but they want to invest their money and their time supporting guys that are going to be part of the solution whenever, a year from now, 2 years from now. They want to see their next championship core. I mean, Giants fans got 3 titles. So, and it's a sophisticated fan. I know the Midwest gets painted as the provincial place, but in reality, we're very provincial here as well.
Baseball is a provincial sport by its very nature.
People the Voslers and these kind of minor league 4A, Sky Bolt, and the guys called up today and trades and they're DFA'd 3 days later. I think that got really tiresome. The nice thing now is you're seeing players that are going to be here. This is not just the present.
Right.
This is the present and represents the future.
And you guys asked Farhan on Friday, Farhan Zaidi, president of baseball operations, joining Willard and Dibbs. Larry was in for me, and you asked him about being sellers at the deadline, and Farhan just doesn't understand that sentiment.
No.
I hear some of the, rumblings about selling, and, both as an executive and as a fan of sports, I don't understand that at all. I mean, when your team has a chance to get in the playoffs, and we know anything can happen in the playoffs, you'd like your team to fight for that, and that's sort of my mindset. That's our collective mindset. We think we have a good team to play with. Anybody, this is going to be a big test for us, not just this weekend, but next week when we're back at home playing the Padres and the Diamondbacks. Got a lot of competition in our division, and this time of year, the trade deadline is a month and a half away. And a lot of times the team and the team's performance dictates your strategy. But I hope we're in it, and I hope we're in a position where, look, the perfect scenario is you've got a really well-balanced team. You don't have any weaknesses. You don't have to go out there and plug holes and, compromise the great farm system development that we've had. But if we're in a position where there are pieces we need to fill or guys we think can help us, we want to be in a position where we're pursuing those guys.
And right now, Larry, the only holes that you could possibly see in terms of this roster is starting pitching. And you need 1, maybe 2, depending on Kyle Harrison. And because I look at Stripling and Minaya and even, DeSclafani, I'm not sold on. He's been so up and down. Alex Cobb is injured again. So I think you need at least 1 more reliable starter, maybe even 2.
Yeah, my whole thinking on this was, okay, not every deal is a buy or a sell. Like last year, they traded Darren Ruff to the Mets. They got J.D. Davis. They got 3 arms. I guess you could say they sold off on the veteran Darren Ruff. But they got another veteran in J.D. Davis, and they got 3 arms, and that might be Farhan's best trade to date. I'm just looking at the last few years. They had Madison Bumgarner. He was coveted at the deadline. They didn't move him. They didn't make the playoffs. The next year, they have Carlos Rodon. He was healthy and one of the top coveted arms at the trade deadline. They didn't trade him. They kept him. They didn't go to the playoffs, and they let him walk as a free agent, and they took draft pick compensation. When you take draft pick compensation for a pitcher, you're getting a guy who's going to be out of high school or college, who you're going to put in rookie league or A-ball, and that guy's 3-4 years away from the big leagues. And there's all kinds of guys who just never make it out of A-ball. All I'm saying is, maybe this year, if you've got a guy in Alex Cobb, who I said, hey, is he kind of injury prone? Since I said that, by the way, he's now on the injured list.
Right.
I'm just saying, if somebody, he's one of the highly coveted arms out there. If you could somehow move a guy like Cobb and get a player who's already conquered Double-A, now you're talking about a guy who you could call up this year, and, you know, there's not a lot of pain. Yes, are you getting younger? Yes. You wouldn't do it for financial reasons. The Giants have more money than they know what to do with. It's just more really about trying to find another piece to accelerate their rebuild, because you never know. You never know. That team that says, I got to have Alex Cobb, and they trade you a Double-A pitcher. Well, you know what? You're paying Alex Cobb $10, $12 million. That Double-A pitcher could be your ace for the next 15 years. So I'm just looking at it that way. But it's always popular when you're the general manager to say that you're not going to sell. You're not going to be popular in the room with your players if you're like, yeah, we're going to sell guys off. So I didn't expect him to say, yeah, we're going to sell.
And I like the way you broke that down, Larry, because there's a way to make a trade without having it be a buy or a sell. And if you take Alex Cobb, who's 35 years of age, and you turn him into a 25-year-old who maybe is not as good, but it might be ready to go in August or September, a guy who can come in and help you, a long man out of the pen, or maybe you're able to turn a middling prospect into an actual starting pitcher, a guy who's in the majors right now. You do a lot to reshape your roster, and that's what Farhan Zaidi's been so good at. I call it dumpster diving, and you mentioned, you know, the Sky Bolts and all the Connor Joes and all the other incremental back of the roster moves. He's so good at that. The one piece that he needs to pull the trigger on now, I think, is being able to bring in the high-price free agent. And he tried with Aaron Judge, who didn't want to leave New York, and the Carlos Correa miss is looking more like a hit
was a gift
than ever before. Is a complete gift. So that's the one piece I think that Farhan Zaidi is still yet to check in terms of boxes.
And the Giants are also in a different spot than they've been. They've got Kyle Harrison. Kyle Harrison's probably a number 1 or a number 2 starter in the big leagues.
Right.
They also have this guy, Carson Wisenhunt, and we had Kyle Haynes on, the farm director, earlier in that show on Friday. And I'm like, man, that changeup that Wisenhunt has is filthy. And he called it a Bugs Bunny changeup. Farhan came on and said it was a plus pitch. The Giants may actually get to a point this summer, 3-4 weeks from now, where those guys are pitching so well that you want to promote them, and you may have a surplus of pitching, and you may not have to trade Cobb and lose a key arm. You may not even need Cobb. You may have a replacement in-house for Cobb. So there's a lot of different ways to slice things, a lot of different ways to play your hand of cards for sure. But they're in a far better spot because of their farm system producing,
no doubt,
than they were a year ago or even in April.
Wisenhunt, Double-A, Richmond Flying Squirrels with a 2.45 ERA in 47 2/3, and he struck out 68.
I mean, you should
68 punchies in 48 innings. That is an incredible ratio, but
you got to see it, man.
I'm going to look at the video on this Bugs Bunny changeup as it's been described.
Oh, it's
so basically he throws it and just pulls the string back on it.
It's the most nasty thing because the guy throws 96 miles an hour, and off the exact same arm action, here comes a changeup, and it's just like, what? Look at that! First time I saw it, I thought, oh my God, that's amazing. So we'll see. I mean, the Giants needed their farm system to produce in the worst way. And lucky for Farhan and Gabe, the farm system has come to the rescue, and it's kind of solidified their entire tenure. I mean, they had the 107-win year, but there were a lot of Giants fans going, what the heck? You teased us with Judge. You teased us with Correa. You've got all these nameless, faceless guys coming and going. When are we going to see actual real players? And they started to produce them this year, and the proof is they're right there in the race.
Yeah, without a doubt, the Giants sit right now as the second wild card team in the National League. They're a half game ahead of the Dodgers. They're a full game and a half ahead of Philadelphia. And if you're interested in the West, how the West was won or could possibly be won, they're only 3.5 back of Arizona right now, and I don't know how many people have their faith in Arizona being able to go wire to wire. 90 games left to go for Arizona. I don't like their chances to hold on and still win the division. Is it too far-fetched to think that the Giants could win the West, Larry?
No doubt. I mean, the Diamondbacks are leaning on Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly to front their rotation, and those guys have just been awesome. But at some point, if one of those guys slows down even a little bit, I think Arizona's totally gettable. And the one thing that you got to feel great about, Giants haven't played Arizona very much, and the Giants party in their yard. They love Arizona's yard. They hit
half our staff partied in their yard when they were there earlier this year.
I mean, the Giants play really well there. So, I don't think there's any. And the Giants also still have Crawford. They still have some guys who have been through the battles, who can maybe raise their level of play. I'll tell you, that to me is the most encouraging thing, is since the young guys have come up, some of the veteran guys like Crawford have gotten a little bit more, pep in their step. I mean, Crawford had a huge hit Friday night.
Yeah.
He had the game winner, and he was going up against Vesia, who was throwing 96, and Crawford comes up there, and he looked like he was geared up for the fastball. Vesia throws him a slider on the second or third pitch, and he lined it up the gap, and that was the difference.
And I think Crawford is benefiting from being a 2 to 3 times a week guy and being a lefty bat coming in to pinch hit off the bench. I think that's where he is in his career. And the fact that Casey Schmidt has been so good, so fast defensively, has given Gabe Kapler and company the opportunity to let Crawford thrive in a more limited role. And that's honestly where he is in his career. Last year, you saw him really wear down, I think, and get tired, and he struggled last year coming off of his career year when they won 107 the year before. And so coming into this year, it looked like it was going to be a slog for Brandon Crawford to be that everyday shortstop. You tried to replace him with Carlos Correa, and then the Correa failed physical, so Craw was back at short, and it wasn't going good early. And now Casey Schmidt able to come in and spell Crawford and put him in a spot, I think, that's more beneficial to where he is in his career. And big series tonight, Larry. 4 games with San Diego as the Giants try to maintain this momentum. They have not lost since Saturday, June 10th. They beat Chicago in the finale. They swept St. Louis. They swept the Dodgers. Hottest team in baseball right now, but an interesting stretch. 4 against the Pods, 3 against Arizona, the division leader, out at Oracle Park.
Yeah, and the Giants are roughly been 500 at home. So, this is where they can start to pad their home numbers. The other thing is they had like a few real bad holes on the team, but one of them was first base, and Lamont Wade's played like an all-star. You know what I mean? One of them was third base, but J.D. Davis has played terrific baseball. One of them was in the outfield, but now Matos is out there, and he looks fantastic. So, credit the Giant, the guys who develop their players and their system, because, you can call guys up, but, as we saw with these young Warrior players, just because you have young players doesn't mean they're going to be able to play and win games at the highest level. Giants are calling up players, they're playing them, and they're playing at a really high level. Hopefully it continues.
Yeah, and if it does continue like this, I'm not saying they're going to win every game, but the Giants very firmly in the playoff race and looking like a team to be reckoned with more help coming from the farm. Straight ahead, you mentioned Carson Wisenhunt. He's already on his 3rd team this year. He went from San Jose to Eugene, quickly up to Richmond, so maybe another month of dominance there, and you might see him in Sacramento, and it would be quite a rise to go from low A to the bigs in 1 year. But if the stuff is that electric and you're in a spot like they are, the Giants, where you're going to be playing meaningful games in September, you never know what might transpire between now and then. You mentioned development, and you gave the Giants credit for developing their players, the farm system stronger than ever. Let's take a look back at Mike Dunleavy and what he talked about in terms of the Warrior core that he's now inheriting as the new general manager.
We feel like our core group of guys, led by Steph Curry, is still at an incredibly high level. And for that reason, we feel like we have a chance to always be knocking on the door. and the rest of the roster going down the line, we feel like is a group that's probably needs to be better about playing together and connecting. And so that's something we'll look to solve for this offseason. And by the way, that's not only externally, that's internally, through, working together and doing all that stuff.
Working together and developing players is something that Mike Dunleavy said that they need to do. They all need to get a lot better. Do you think that the Warriors have the ability to run it back, quote unquote, but still get better through player development? Or is that just the definition of insanity to bring the same group back and expect a different result next year?
Young players get better, older players get worse, so the one thing the Warriors have to do, and it's subtle, but if Steve Kerr were sitting here, I would absolutely bring it up to him. There was too many references from Kerr himself and from the veteran players about different factions of the team. You're not multiple teams. You're one team. You don't hear the Giants talking about, the older guys and then the younger guys and then the older guys and the younger guys. They just talk about the guys. And the Warriors need to do that as well. They fell into that trap last year. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about, Draymond's at the podium. Well, it wasn't really me or Clay or Steph. And it's like there's this awkwardness and this kind of like, it just felt like there was not only two timelines, but it was like that the players didn't want it and that Kerr didn't want it. These guys are all on your team. So either if you can't refer to them as just your own teammates and they have to be in some special subsection of young guys, then maybe you ought to consider moving them on for some older guys. Because, you can't really have two teams. The Warriors really felt like two teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, if you went up to Draymond and said, "Did you guys fail this year?" Well, I didn't fail, and Steph didn't fail, and Clay didn't fail, and Andre didn't fail. It's like, all right, we get it. You guys won a bunch of rings.
Well, even in the Draymond podcast, when he was talking to Steve Kerr, and Steve said, Miami's got these role players who know their role, and, they're not complaining when they're not playing. That was a clear, not very veiled shot at the young players, to your point, the two teams. And you had Steph Curry giving a pep talk to his own team saying, if you're not sold out to go win this game, don't even get on the bus. That's not a cohesive team. And the Warriors, what do we always know about this team from a slogan standpoint? Strength in numbers. And you can't be strength in numbers when you've got these 4 or 5 guys over here, these 4 or 5 guys over here, and then 3 or 4 guys that you don't even play. You're right, Larry. They were not very cohesive.
They were not.
Can you get that cohesion back is I guess the question. Can you bring everyone back? You sign Draymond to a deal. You keep Jordan Poole. You run it back with Kuminga. You got your core 7 or 8, and you bring everybody back. Is this fixable? Can you get the cohesion you need with Steph at 35, Clay and Draymond in their 33 year? You got GP2 is 30. You got Wiggins and Looney in their late 20s, and then you got all the kids. Can this work like that?
I don't think so. I think you have to have some more guys in their prime. Maybe you have to move a veteran guy for more guys in their prime. But you also have to, Kerr's, this is, and I love Steve, and it's, Steve's one of the greatest coaches in the NBA. Come on, this guy's coaching the U.S. Olympic team. Anybody who's anti-Kerr is a jackass. But Steve's got to own some of the responsibility here. He had 2 standards for his players. He had one standard for Klay Thompson. He's got another standard for the younger players. It's like you got to have one standard, and you got to bring everybody along. And did the Warriors fail this year? Well, I don't know if they failed. They got as far as they could get, but I thought their developmental staff failed. They didn't develop James Wiseman. They didn't develop Jonathan Kuminga enough to develop his skill level to the point where he was a rotation player in the playoffs. We thought that he was developed. If you watch him in March, you thought he was going to get time in the playoffs, but then as soon as he started to show his youth, it was like banished to the bench. Moses Moody sat behind players, and we were told, and throughout February and March,
Lamb and Jerome.
Moody wasn't ready. Moody wasn't ready. Moody wasn't ready. Like it was like a sentence. Like it was like, because you're going to say it, the rest of us just have to nod and be like, oh, okay, Moody's not ready. Well, guess what?
Well, that's where you have to defer to
Moody
Kerr,
was
though.
ready. That's what I'm saying. Kerr's got to be better.
Well,
Kerr's got to bring the entire team along. The one thing I love about Steve was his biggest failure this year. Steve was a bench player. Steve understands what it is to bring the entire roster from A to B. Lots of teams in the NBA fracture as the season goes on. The staple of Kerr's Warriors is that they don't fracture, that they come together. Now, they didn't necessarily fracture outwardly, but they fractured internally.
From the inside, and they fractured from the get-go, though, Larry, and that's where it was a situation where I don't think it was repairable in terms of the way the season started between Draymond and Jordan Poole, and that created a certain fissure, and then you saw the frustration from Steph and Clay and Draymond again. Then Andrew was gone for 2 months, and the young players, James Wiseman started, and he didn't start the game, but the season began with him playing a bunch, and you lost all those games, and he wasn't playable. Kuminga was inconsistent.
You ran out of players by the end.
Moses Moody he regressed in the middle of the year, and so Steve Kerr didn't feel like he could play Moses Moody either.
But then he played great, I thought, in the playoffs, didn't you? I thought
sure
Moses
did, yeah.
looked really, really good.
888-957-9570. I'm sorry, Larry. I want to give the people a chance to chime in. Can the Warriors run it back? And if you don't think so, what's your fix? This is your chance to play NBA Trade Machine for the final 25 minutes of the show here. If you've got a thought on what the Warriors can do to fix this, because it's feeling more and more. John Dickinson joined us about an hour ago, and he said, you know what, I think Draymond's coming back. I think he's coming back for about $75 million over 3 years. I think he's coming back. And if Jordan Poole doesn't get traded and you don't trade Kuminga, can you run this back and make it work? 888-957-9570. And if you can't, what's your move? I know you've got some thoughts on a possible trade. Your trade machine's been hot over there.
My thing is, I wouldn't necessarily be too focused exactly on age, and it's really not about age as much as skill development. Like Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga are the same age, right? I mean, aren't they both
basically? Yeah, they're 20.
Aren't they? Yeah, 20. So, but Jonathan Kuminga is, I think, a younger player, skill development wise, than Moses.
No doubt. Moody's 21.
Yeah, so it's okay to have really, really young players, but they need to have an increased emphasis on adding skilled young players. And if that means they got to move Kuminga for a draft choice and draft a player that's more ready to play, this draft is filled with all types of players. And there's some players that are going to hit the ground running and are more ready to play. The kid Hawkins, who played at Connecticut, to me is a very ready to play NBA, rookie. But there's also players that aren't ready to play. And I just think that more than, a certain age group, they just got to find guys, as Dunleavy kind of referenced today, guys who know how to play basketball. Because the Warriors, unlike other NBA teams, when you rely on body movement and ball movement, you're almost like demanding that your players have a little bit higher basketball IQ than the average. And so you need to look for that in the draft. If you're going to go young, you got to find those guys in the draft. They're there, but they're hard to find.
And they're hard to find. And if you find them, you've got to have a coaching staff that's willing to live with some of the mistakes that young players will make. And you saw it this year. If you look at their roster, Kuminga at 20, and Moody's now 21. He was 20. PBJ is 20. Ryan Rollins is 20. And you've got all these young guys, and it was hard. Wiseman was 21. It didn't seem like Steve Kerr and company had the patience to suffer through the losses and go ahead and play the young guys. And part of it is because they started out so poorly, 3-7 out of the gate. The year before, they started 18-2. You start 18-2, you can play around a little bit with rotations, combinations. You can sit guys who aren't badly hurt. You can give veterans rest, all those other things, because you had a little bit of wiggle room. Last year, you started 3-7. And so it felt like the veterans were going to be less patient with the young players, and the coaching staff was less patient with the young players. So now you're going to sit these guys, and then you get toward the end of the year where, remember, Larry, they had to win games down the stretch to even avoid the play-in tournament. And I think all those things added up to the development of the young players being stymied.
Yeah, I mean, and you literally ran out of guys. I mean, you needed to rest the veterans. You did it liberally, but then your young players weren't really ready to step in. And then you brought in two-way players like Jerome and Lamb, and you played them extended minutes. And then suddenly you couldn't play them anymore. Then you didn't have those guys to utilize. And they just, eventually it just, Wiggins being out for an extended period hurt because he's in his prime. They just kind of ran out of players.
Yeah.
towards the end of the year.
Playable players.
Yeah, playable players, yeah.
From the 925 on the Comcast Business text line, if they don't move JP, Kuminga has to be traded. Can't have two useless roster spots in the postseason. And this from the 415. Here's a trade idea, Larry. You put it through the Larry Kruger trade machine. Pool Kuminga and PBJ, Patrick Baldwin Jr., for Miles Turner and Buddy Hield. Miles is 27, Buddy is 30. You get a couple of good rotational vets. What do you think about that trade from the 415?
Well, I think that's a win for Indiana. Now, if I could flip-flop 19 in their higher pick, 6 or 7, and get like a Grady Dick or somebody like that, or this kid Thompson, who they supposedly like, maybe that would be a little bit, or I'd be willing to throw in a future number 1 to make that more of a reality. That's a lot. I really like PBJ. I thought PBJ, that was another surprise to me. I really felt like because I was in here for an hour with him and Ryan Rollins, and just talking ball with him at the commercials, I just felt like this guy is the son of a coach. He's got a high basketball IQ. He knows how to play the game. I really felt like he could have played a bigger role if they had shown greater trust in him earlier in the year.
Pacers picking 7th, by the way, in the NBA draft, I believe.
Buddy Hield can flat out shoot it. He doesn't do anything else. Miles Turner's interesting because he can be a rim protector and a 3-point threat.
Yep.
And they definitely could use that floor stretching big. And it really depends. Is Green coming back? Because if Green's coming back, Miles Turner's a great fit. And you got to have a skilled big opposite Green. And Miles Turner in a lot of ways really fit.
Yeah, Turner under contract for 2 more years, 20.9 and 19.9. Buddy Hield is an expiring next year at 19.3. So that would be a bit of an all-in kind of move into the short term. We got one more segment to go. If you've got Warrior offseason thoughts, today is the day to throw them out. NBA Draft, 3 days away. Mike Dunleavy Jr. introduced today officially as the new Warriors general manager. 888-957-9570 is your phone number. Kruger in for Willard. It's Willard and Dips on 95.7 The Game.
U.S. Bank is ranked number 1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California is home to most award shows, we've prepared a thank you speech.
To Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place to shine if it weren't for you, and we can't thank you enough for that.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Always fun, always educational with my main man, Larry Kruger, in for Mark Willard today. Mark is back in town tomorrow, tanned and rested after a nice trip to Lake Tahoe, no doubt. I have a feeling he's listening on his drive back right now. It's Willard and Dibs. And, man, Larry, time flies when you're sitting in. I've really enjoyed it. Nice Giants conversation ahead of the big Padre 4-game set starting tonight. But people are all abuzz about the Golden State Warriors. Mike Dunleavy Jr. introduced today officially as the new general manager, and we're now looking ahead. Hey, Mike Jr., what do you do with this roster? And there are some suggestions coming in from the 925. Larry, they're directing this to you, I think, not Larry Harris or Larry Riley. Trade picks with the Pacers, number 7 and Kuminga for 19 and 26. So Kuminga and 19 in exchange for 7 and 26 is, I guess, what that would be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love that just because Kuminga is, a lot of these guys in the draft are just going to be busts. Kuminga's already proven that he's not a bust. I mean, he is a very coveted young player. So I'd be very careful about moving Kuminga. I would want to make sure that I don't want to make that trade today. Like, if you want to make that trade in the middle of the draft because some guy's on the board at 7 that you really want, that's one thing. The one thing I thought was interesting of the Dunleavy presser was that Dunleavy, when he was talking, he says we want guys who know how to play basketball, and I kind of, how could that not be a slap at Jonathan Kuminga? And I just feel like the Warriors on draft night are going to find a way to move Kuminga, who's very coveted, to another team for a pick that enables them to draft a player that they feel can play minutes in Steve Kerr's rotation right away, a more skilled player. I don't know who that player is. There's a few of them, but there's that to me is something to watch for on Thursday night. And then, the one thing about the NBA draft is it's like, it used to be if there's 20 good players in the draft, they went 1 through 20 or 1 through 18, and then a couple between 20 and 25. Now it's like if there's 15 or 20 good players in the draft, it might be the top 10, but then it might be pick 30, it might be pick 50, it's much more speculative now. So that rewards the teams that are really good at figuring out who's good and who's not.
Yeah, San Antonio forever was elite at that, find guys. And
Ginobili.
And now you look at Miami, who built their roster with undrafted guys. So if you have that skill in your player personnel department, then it doesn't matter where you're picking, because there are guys and there are finds that can be had. And I think you're right about the NBA draft in terms of the speculative nature. If you look at any of the mock drafts out right now, and you can pick whatever mock you want, the majority of the first round picks are either guys coming out of the G League, the overtime elite team, which is ostensibly avoiding college, or they're college freshmen. So you're dealing for the majority with 19 and 20-year-olds. So if you think about your own kids, and you've got a 19 or 20-year-old, I've got a 20 and a 22, and you think about speculating on their ability to be cornerstones for a billion-dollar organization, it's scary. And I love my children, but you think about like trying to project 20-year-olds out or 19-year-olds out and immediately inserting them into a team that is replete with 35-year-old champions. It's a big ask. So if I'm Mike Dunleavy Jr., I'm trading out of the draft. I'm trading the 19th pick and Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole and seeing if I can get 2 ready-made veterans back that I can put right now into my rotation.
I get it, as long as you feel like those players have upside. If you're going for like real limited veterans, guys that are never going to be starters, guys who are always going to be role players, then you wind up with a team full of role players. And when Curry and Thompson and Green, are 2 years from now, and let's say they're all on the team, then you need one of those guys to maybe step into the starting lineup and actually lead you. And if you don't have that kind of a player of that kind of upside with the player, you don't really have anything. You've got a team full of eighth men. So it's a challenge, and this is why Mike Dunleavy's got a lot on his plate here. And we're going to find out. I have no idea how much time. I've been told that Dunleavy's traveled a lot, that he's been on the road a lot. So he's probably gotten a firsthand look at a lot of these players. And, some people have tremendous instincts and can look at a young player and predict the future. Jerry West was great at it. There's GMs. I mentioned to Willard on Friday. Sam Presti is a terrific GM. Look at what he's done.
At OKC, right? When he built the Thunder?
With Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Lou Dort and some of these guys.
Josh Giddey.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to have a top 3 pick to wind up with a premier guy. But it's rife, there's all kinds of failure as well. So
no doubt.
You could take guys that can't even make your team and are bounced out of the league in a couple of years.
Or you take guys who won't be ready to be the player that you need them to be for 3 to 5 years, and I think that's where the Warriors have fallen into that. And it's not a trap of late, but James Wiseman was a player who wasn't going to be ready in 3 years. He got hurt, and he hasn't developed fast enough to be a part of this core. Jonathan Kuminga, 2 years in, looks like he still needs more seasoning to be a player to step in and help you. It's taken Jordan Poole 4 years to get to this point, and he had time in college as well. So if you're looking at some of these 19 and 20-year-olds, can they be ready enough, soon enough, to help an aging core? If you have Draymond come back and Steph and Clay, you need some veterans to come in. That's why I like Toronto as a trade partner. OG Anunoby, $18.6 million this year, and then a player option the year after that. Chris Boucher is making $11.7. If you add Anunoby and Boucher together, you can trade Jordan Poole. You can throw in the pick and, even Kuminga or Moody if you had to, and bring back a couple of veterans. Anunoby, 25, but he's been around long enough, and he's the kind of player that I think the Warriors would be in need of.
What do you think of one of the rumors I read today is that the Warriors could entertain the idea of moving Clay to the Clippers for Paul George?
I like Paul George, but I'm scared to have Paul George based on his injury history. I don't know if Paul George has the durability to last, and I don't want to trade Klay Thompson. I'm not ready to say goodbye to Klay Thompson. Paul George, a great player. And Mark and I got into it one day about whether or not he's a superstar. It's kind of it's a lexicon argument more than anything. Paul George is a star, but I'm concerned about the Paul George injury history.
Yeah, no, I mean, but then you got Jerry West down there. He probably would love to have Klay Thompson. So I mean that I could see where, from the Clippers' perspective, they would have interest. I mean, it's just the Warriors are going to have to map this out and figure out how do they get better. It's like you can't be so in love with every player on your team if you're not a championship team, and they're not a championship team. Denver won the championship. They didn't even make it to the conference finals. So they're going to have to make some tough decisions. They're going to have to move a player that they don't want to move, or they're going to have to take a gamble. And especially if Joe is really intent on getting out from some of this money, you're not going to be able to keep every player on your team. And even if they want to, it sounds like most people want to run it back. But you're going to run it back without Dante DiVincenzo. So
right.
Already you're losing, and you didn't have enough players in their prime, and you're going to lose a player in their prime, and your core veterans are all getting older, and you're somehow going to be better. I mean, that's just illogical. So I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how they're going to get better. It's going to be a very, very difficult offseason.
Paul George making $45.6 this year and a player option for $48.8 the year after that. Then he is an unrestricted free agent. If you draft a player at 19, he is slotted to make $2.75 this year, and if you add that in with the luxury tax, that's an additional, I think, $15 million on top of that. So you're paying basically $18 million for a guy who you may not play. If you take a youngster with the 19th pick, with Golden State not really having much of an appetite for playing young players.
Yeah, But that may have to change, or they may have to just find some young players that Kerr is willing to play.
Yeah, true.
Because I don't know that you can go. You're not going to. I'll say this: you're not going to be able to go forward with 20 and 21-year-olds taking up 5 or 6 of your 12 or 13 roster spots and have all these veterans.
Unless you're committed to playing the youngsters. But.
Right. Or unless they develop. Unless they really develop, and then you're not just playing them because you have to, you're playing them because you want to.
Larry Kruger, always a pleasure, and I know we're going to be seeing a lot of you in the near future. I'll be gone, Mark will be gone, and so, we'll see you again soon.
Sounds good.
Larry Kruger, always great to talk to you, my brother. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's the best of the game. An hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, hosted by Mark Grandy. Mark Willard returns tomorrow. Willard and Dibs, back at you. Until then, have yourself a good evening.
It's Rams. During Ram season, get 10% below MSRP on the purchase of a 2020